The humid, scorching wind swept in shards of neon drifting from Causeway Bay, mingling the salty stench of dried fish stalls with the sugary fragrance of roadside dessert shops. It rushed against the mottled blue and white iron gate of the Wan Chai police station, making a faint rustling sound. Above the iron gate, the English words, Wan Chai Police Station, had peeled and flaked, exposing the rust-eaten metal beneath, a near-perfect reflection of the festering scars concealed beneath the gaudy prosperity of this district. Lin Jie stood at the entrance of the station, clutching the gilded transfer notice. Beads of sweat at his temples slid down along his sideburns into his collar, bringing with them an itchy, clammy discomfort. His police uniform was crisp and brand new, the probationary inspector epaulets at his cuffs still carrying the chill of fresh metal, completely at odds with the loose, stained uniforms of his colleagues around him, reeking of tobacco and alcohol. No one knew that within the depths of this seemingly native Hong Kong youth's soul lay the memories of another world. He had not descended out of thin air, but had traversed worlds within the womb. From the very moment his eyes first opened, he had been steeped in this land, thick with the smoke and fire of everyday life and the rough-and-tumble flavor of the Jianghu. During 3 years at the police academy, relying on the accumulated insight of 2 lifetimes, he firmly held the top rank in his year. He had assumed he would be assigned to some strictly disciplined place like Central, yet a single transfer order had thrown him into Wan Chai, a notorious no-man's land of Hong Kong Island, where Triad strongholds interlocked like jagged teeth. Hongxing of Yao Ma Ti and Lianxing of Mong Kok had both planted their feet here as street brawls with weapons erupted every few days and police sirens wailed from dawn till dusk. The undercurrent of corruption surged like a swollen river. Even the old lady selling wonton noodles at the alley corner could casually name 3 inspectors along with the turf they controlled and the protection fees they collected. The interweaving of memories from 2 lives made Lin Jie more aware than anyone of both the splendor and the rot of this land, and made him all the more conscious of how hard it would be to remain untainted in such a chaotic era. The sea breeze laden with dampness blew against the name badge on his chest, making it sway slightly. The 2 characters for Lin Jie glinted in the setting sun, carrying a raw, unfamiliar quality that clashed with everything around him. He lowered his head and rubbed the pale green jade pendant in his pocket. It was a keepsake left by his mother, engraved with blurred cloud patterns. From childhood to now, as long as he gripped it tightly, his heart would grow a little calmer. Since his traversal, this jade pendant had seemed like a tether binding him to this world, accompanying him through countless confused nights. New here. A coarse voice sounded from behind, carrying a lazy, indifferent note of appraisal. Lin Jie turned to see an older officer in a yellowed uniform leaning slantwise against the wall, lazily exhaling smoke. The veteran officer looked to be around 40, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were deep enough to pinch a mosquito to death. The baton at his waist was polished bright from long use, yet the cigarette in his hand was cheap, its loose tobacco almost spilling out. He glanced at the name badge on Lin Jie's chest, then swept his gaze over the gleaming epaulets, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. Lin Jie. Probationary Inspector. Tisk TSK. Look at that tender skin. Looks like you wouldn't even dare walk the streets of Wan Chai at night. My name is Lin Jie. I'll be in your care from now on, he replied, extending his hand, his tone neither humble nor overbearing. The experience of 2 lifetimes helped him suppress the ripples in his heart. As a newcomer, it was never wrong to keep a low profile. The old officer, however, ignored his offered hand. He merely flicked his ash, grinding the butt on the ground to leave a dark circle. Just call me a Biao, he said. I've been stuck here 8 years. Didn't learn much, but I did learn one thing. Mind less business, drink more tea, read more newspapers, and life will treat you better. As he spoke, he jerked his chin toward the interior of the station. The people inside are either Inspector Li's trusted men or the Triads' planted eyes. You're an outsider. No background, no patron. Don't charge ahead like an idiot, or you won't even know how you died. A Biao's words hit Lin Jie's heart like a basin of cold water. He had long heard of the rotten atmosphere at the Wan Chai station, but he had not expected to be warned so bluntly the moment he stepped through the door. He withdrew his hand and slipped it into his trouser pocket. His fingertips brushed against the warm jade pendant, and the restless agitation born of his traversal slowly subsided. He lifted his gaze toward the station's main entrance. The light inside was dim, a faint laughter, curses, and the clack of gambling tiles drifted out. Combined with the clamor of the street outside, it formed a strange kind of harmony. What are you standing there for? Get in. Or are you planning to stand at the door sunbathing? A Biao stubbed out his cigarette and strode inside. Come with me. I'll take you to see Inspector Li. He's the boss here. His word is law. Lin Jie answered softly and followed inside. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, a stifling mixture of smoke, sweat, and cheap tea assaulted him, making him involuntarily furrow his brows. The station's main hall was small and poorly lit. The ceiling fan overhead creaked with each rotation, its blades caked with dust, spinning as though they might fall at any moment. Several crooked wooden tables stood askew, piled high with yellowing case files and scattered cigarette butts. A few officers clustered around playing cards with cigarettes dangling from their mouths, cursing as they played. Loose stacks of banknotes lay on the table, obvious gambling stakes. On the bench in the corner, a drunk vagrant lay snoring, the reek of alcohol rolling off him. Beside him rested a chipped liquor bottle. Several wanted posters were tacked onto the bulletin board, their corners curled and peeling. The faces printed on them were blurred as though no one had bothered with them for a long time. "There, that's Inspector Li's office," a Biao said, pointing at a door at the far end of the hall, a plaque reading, "Inspector's office," affixed to it. "He's probably inside having tea. Go in yourself. Remember, talk less, nod more. Whatever the inspector says, that's how it is." Lin Jie nodded just as he was about to step forward when a shrill phone ring suddenly cut through the air, tearing apart the laziness in the hall. The ring sounded again and again like a death knell, echoing through the empty hall, stabbing at the eardrums. The card-playing officers instantly frowned, grumbling as they cursed under their breath. A Biao clicked his tongue, his face full of impatience. Must be another false report. Some gambling den raided or some girl having her purse snatched. Not worth bothering with. He took a few steps, then seeing Lin Jie still standing where he was, turned back to shout, "Don't just stand there. Go see the inspector. No one's going to answer that call. Let it ring itself out." Lin Jie, however, did not move. A strange sensation surged suddenly from the depths of his heart. It was no illusion. It was as though a thin film had settled over his vision, the chaotic scene before him subtly warped, revealing faint, twisted patterns. The drifting rings of smoke were no longer ordinary white, but tinged with a pale gray, curling atop the officers' heads. On the faces of the card players, beyond numbness and greed, there lingered faint wisps of black chi, as though something clung to them. Even that incessantly ringing dark green telephone had fine transparent filaments coiling around its receiver, resembling some invisible presence. More bizarre still, the space between his brows throbbed sharply as if stung by something. A warm current surged from the jade pendant, coursing through his meridians and flooding his limbs and bones. The heat in his body instantly cooled while his senses seemed infinitely magnified. He could hear the clack of mahjong tiles from the next street, smell the fishy tang from a seafood stall 100 meters away, and even perceive within the telephone's ringing a faint sob of despair and a chill that did not belong to any living human. It was his first time touching this indescribable something, yet instinctively he knew it was anything but ordinary. Ring, ring. The telephone kept ringing, each chime more urgent than the last, as if voicing some accusation, piercing through the noise of the hall and drilling straight into Lin Jie's ears. His gaze locked firmly onto the telephone while the jade pendant at his fingertips grew hotter and hotter, as though on the verge of igniting. His heart pounded uncontrollably and a strange premonition rose within him. This call was definitely no false report. The officers at the card table finally lost their patience. One of them, a burly man with a face full of heavy flesh, slammed his cards onto the table, making the banknotes jump. He rose to his feet and stomped toward the phone, cursing, the fleshy folds of his face twisting with anger. "Damn it, enough. Which idiot is so blind as to dare interrupt me when I'm winning money?" In a few strides, he reached the telephone and stretched out his hand to slam the receiver down. The back of his hand was covered in tattoos, clearly not a man to be trifled with. "Wait." Lin Jie's voice cut through the air. It was not loud, yet carried an unquestionable force that rang clearly through the noisy hall. The night over Bolin Street was the thickest ink of Hong Kong Island. Neon signs cast splashes of kaleidoscopic reflections upon the slick pavement, where rainwater mingled with grease, and the cheap scent of perfume steeping the entire street in a heady blend of gaudy splendor and sordid filth. Lin Jie walked with steady steps through the crowd, one hand pressed against the unregistered pistol Bayu had shoved into his pocket. At the edge of his hearing there still lingered the woman's despairing screams from the phone, and that horrifying sound of chewing that had raised goosebumps on his skin. The bluish-white jade pendant in his pocket grew faintly warm, as though silently reminding him that the call just now had been anything but an illusion, that the presence he had sensed, something not belonging to any human, was coiled somewhere deep within this chaotic district of saints and sinners. "Watch where you're going, kid." A coarse shout snapped Lin Jie from his thoughts. He twisted his body to avoid a burly man carrying a crate of beer, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated buildings lining the street. Most of the old buildings on Bolin Street were 5- or 6-story tall, their walls flaking, electrical wires snarled like cobwebs. The address the woman on the phone had given lay at the end of the street in the building bearing the flickering sign of the Hanyun guest house. Just as he was about to quicken his pace, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead. The crowd split like a wave, being cleaved apart, shrieking as people scrambled to both sides. Glass shattered with sharp cracks, curses rang out, and several figures tumbled together in a brawl. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Jie used the neon glow to take in the scene. The situation resolved into 3 burly men in black vests, azure dragons inked on their arms, encircling a lanky young man and pummeling him with fists and kicks. The young man wore a denim jacket washed so often it had faded nearly white. He gripped a broken steel pipe in his hand, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still shielded the little girl behind him with dogged ferocity. The little girl was about 5 or 6, her hair tied into 2 horn-like braids. Tear tracks streaked her cheeks as she clutched a rag doll to her chest, trembling as she hid behind the youth. "Lin Jie, you really think you're some kind of hero of Bolin Street?" The leader snarled with a cruel grin, driving his foot into the young man's abdomen. You dare ruin Hongxing's business. Tonight I'm going to cripple you. Lin Jie. Lin Jie's heart stirred. He had heard that name mentioned by his instructor back in the police academy. They had said he was an orphan on Boland Street with neither father nor mother, scraping by on odd jobs and collecting scrap, yet forever meddling in other people's business, standing up for bullied vendors, stepping in when young women were harassed. A notorious troublemaker with a small measure of fame in this neighborhood. Rumor had it his fighting skills were decent, that once he started brawling he fought like he didn't care for his own life. The Triad members hated him to the bone, yet constrained by the regard the neighbors held for him, they had never dared to go too far. You call yourselves heroes robbing money from a child. Lin Jie coughed out a mouthful of bloody spittle, forcing himself upright with the steel pipe, as support stubbornness burning in his eyes. If you've got guts, come at me. Money. The leader barked a laugh as though hearing the greatest joke in the world, bending down to seize Lin Jie by the collar. That's the gambling debt this little brat's mother owes us. A father's debt repaid by the child. Heaven's law and earth's rule. No money. Then we take the girl to pay it off. The little girl burst into sobs, and Lin Jie, eyes reddening, drove his head forward, slamming it into the leader's nose. The man howled in pain as blood gushed from his nose. The two lackeys behind him, seeing this, immediately snatched up steel pipes and swung them toward Lin Jie. A dull thud rang out as a pipe crashed into his back, a sound that made the onlookers' hearts clench. Lin Jie grunted but stubbornly refused to fall. Instead, he swung his own pipe backwards, smashing it into one of the lackeys' knees. The man screamed and collapsed to the ground, while the other, eyes blazing red, lifted his pipe and brought it arcing toward Lin Jie's head. Watch out. The warning left Lin Jie's lips almost unconsciously as his body was already lunging forward. It was not recklessness that drove him, but the countless tragedies he had witnessed where bystanders simply watched in cold silence. Now that he possessed the ability to sense impending danger, he had no justification to stand by and do nothing. Moreover, that chill, sinister aura had yet to dissipate. He could not shake the feeling that on Boland Street tonight this would be far from the only chaos to unfold. The lackey's steel pipe was only a few inches from Lin Jie's skull when Lin Jie lunged forward, seizing the man's wrist in a single movement. The lackey felt as though his wrist had been caught in an iron vice. Pain twisted his face as he tried to wrench free, only to discover that the other man's strength was astonishing. Who the hell are you, daring to meddle in Hongxing's affairs? The lackey bellowed, eyes bulging, swinging his other fist toward Lin Jie's face. Lin Jie's expression did not change. He tilted his head to evade the punch and drove his knee hard into the man's abdomen. The man cried out, his body curling like a shrimp as the steel pipe slipped from his hand and clanged to the ground. Lin Jie snatched up the pipe in the same motion and whipped it backward, striking precisely against the shin of another burly man rushing at him. Oh! The thug screamed as he crashed to the ground, clutching his leg and rolling in agony. The leader, his face smeared with blood from his nose, stared in a mix of shock and fury, jabbing a finger at Lin Jie as he cursed. Which department are you from? You dare ruin my business. Believe it or not, I can have you kicked off Hong Kong Island by tomorrow. Lin Jie glanced at the cheap badge pinned to the man's chest and let out a cold laugh. Hongxing. Looks more like hung for bully and swagger, if you ask me. Snatching a child in broad daylight. Does that deserve to be called a society? His voice was not loud, yet it carried a chilling authority. As a probationary inspector at the Wanchai police station, he might not wield much formal power, but this uniform upon his body was all the backing he needed. The thug leader, catching sight of the insignia at Lin Jie's cuff, felt his gaze waver. However arrogant he might be, he still knew that the line between police and Triad was one that could not be openly crossed. If this really reached the station, Inspector Li might extend him some face, but if things escalated and the higher-ups began digging, he himself would be the one to suffer the consequences. Kid, just you wait. The leader shot Lin Jie and Lin Jie a vicious glare, tossed down a final threat, and snapped, "We're leaving." His lackeys, supporting one another, scrambled into a black van and soon vanished into the night. The onlookers, seeing that the show was over, slowly dispersed. Only a few bolder neighbors lingered at a distance, pointing and whispering about Lin Jie and Lin Jie. Thanks. Lin Jie panted heavily, one hand pressed to his aching abdomen as he cupped his other hand in a rough gesture of thanks toward Lin Jie. Blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes held a mix of gratitude and guardedness. You're a cop. Wanchai Police Station Probationary Inspector Lin Jie. Lin Jie put away the steel pipe and handed it back to Lin Jie, his gaze settling on the little girl behind him. What's the story with this child? Lin Jie wiped the blood from his mouth and sighed, crouching down to gently pat the girl's head. Her name is Yaya. Her mom owes Hongxing a gambling debt and ran off. Those bastards couldn't find her mother, so they wanted to take Yaya away as payment. I just happened to be passing by, and you've got a kind heart. Aren't you afraid of bringing trouble down on yourself? Lin Jie arched a brow. Lin Jie gave a bitter smile. On Boland Street, a man survives by one word: righteousness. I grew up without parents, raised mouthful by the neighbors here. I can't stand by and watch something like this happen. Looking into the untainted sincerity in his eyes, Lin Jie felt a subtle shift in his heart. In an era riddled with corruption and decaying ethics, people like this were already a rarity. At that moment, the jade pendant in his pocket suddenly burned hot. Lin Jie's expression changed at once. He snapped his head up, staring toward the Hanyun guest house. Atop the roof of the dilapidated Tong Lao, a faint black fissure was silently spreading, wisps of darkness seeping out from the crack and wriggling into the building like venomous snakes. That icy, sinister aura was multiplying at a geometric pace, almost condensing into something tangible. "Not good," Lin Jie muttered under his breath. Without pausing to explain, he sprinted toward the Hanyun guest house. "Nanji, take care of the child. Don't follow me." Nanji froze for a moment, eyes flicking from Lin Jie's retreating back to the unnaturally disturbed sky above, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He could not see the crack or the black mist, yet he felt an inexplicable chill creep up his spine and crawl all the way to the crown of his head. "Officer." Yaya tugged timidly at Nanji's clothes, pointing in the direction of the Hanyun guest house. "Over there, it sounds like something's making noises." Nanji inclined his head to listen, and indeed caught a faint sound like fingernails scraping against wood drifting from deep within the guest house, and sounding all the more grating in the silent night. He clenched his teeth, pushed Yaya behind him, and picked up the steel pipe from the ground, striding after Lin Jie. Bolin Street was his home. No matter what lay inside, he could not let some outsider cop venture into danger alone. The front door of the Hanyun guest house stood ajar. Lin Jie kicked it open with one foot, and a thick stench of blood mingled with an icy black miasma rushed out to meet him. The lobby was a wreck. Tables and chairs overturned, shards of porcelain littering the floor. A middle-aged woman lay sprawled in a pool of blood, life long since fled. At the very center of the lobby, a creature covered from head to toe in black hair crouched on the ground, gnawing on something. The creature's body was hunched, moving on all fours, razor-sharp claws glinting at the tips of its fingers. At the sound of the door, it snapped its head up, a grotesquely twisted human face, eye sockets, sunken mouth split to the ears, viscous drool dangling from its lips. Lin Jie's pupils contracted sharply, his hand clenching tight around the gun. This was the thing the woman on the phone had spoken of. With a piercing shriek, the creature hurled itself toward him. Dawn was barely breaking, and the morning mist on Bolin Street had yet to lift, but the wonton noodle stall by the curb was already coming to life. The coal brazier burned fiercely, milky steam perfumed with pork fat drifted lazily through the alleys, lending a touch of domestic warmth to the neighborhood as it roused from night. Lin Jie and Nanji sat at a small table by the stall, each with a steaming bowl of wonton noodles before him. Nanji still had bandages wrapped across his chest from the wound the aberrant assailant had inflicted the night before. He slurped his noodles, brows knotted, glancing at Lin Jie opposite him as if about to speak, but holding back. Lin Jie ate with leisurely, measured motions, his fingers nevertheless tracing and fondling the pale jade pendant tucked in his pocket. After the life or death stand at the Hongyun Hotel last night, the pendant seemed fully awakened. A faint warmth like a subtle current flowed from his fingertip into his meridians, coursing through his limbs and bones. He could feel his senses sharpening beyond ordinary. How Chunbo needed the dough, the slight negotiating tone of the old woman across the street, even the drifting eddies of dust in the morning mist were drawn into his awareness. More importantly, that sense of fate sensing was no longer a vague tremor. As before, it had become precise and controllable. With a thought, he could faintly discern the directions of people's auras. Nanji wore a hot, righteous loyalty. Chunbo carried a homely, everyday warmth, and in the shadows of a street corner lurked threads of violent black chi. This was a tangible enhancement, enough to give him means of self-preservation against ordinary danger. Lin Jie quietly expanded his fortune sense, letting his gaze sweep the street. Early risers emerged one after another, basket-bearing grannies, youths on bicycles, schoolchildren skipping with backpacks. Beneath the placid veneer, however, lay a persistent oppression. The Hongyun Hotel had been cordoned off by police tape, and several uniformed officers stood guard at the door faces grave. Last night's incident had been labeled a vicious assault arising from gang clashes, and the mutated corpse had long since been quietly removed, a secret not to be spoken of. Officer Lin. Nanji finally could not hold it in any longer. He put down his chopsticks, his knuckles blanched from the effort. What was that thing last night? Really? Lin Jie looked up about to answer when a long sigh came from beside them. It was Chunbo, the noodle vendor. He carried 2 bowls of hot broth, and when he set them down his voice was low. "Then some things you see and should pretend you did not see, some things you hear and should pretend you did not hear. On Bolin Street, that is how you survive." Chunbo had been selling wonton noodles on this street for 30 years. Weather and hardship had silvered his hair and carved years into the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He wiped his hands and sat on the nearby stool, glancing toward the Hongyun Hotel with a complicated look. "I heard what happened last night." His voice was hoarse. "When the shots rang out, I was closing up. I nearly dropped a bowl. This street hasn't been what it used to be for a long time." "What was it like before?" Lin Jie asked, offering a cigarette. Chunbo took it, lit it, inhaled deeply, and the smoke rings dispersed into the mist. 10 years ago, Bolin Street was disorderly, but there were rules. Gang fights were settled in the ruined buildings at the alleys, and they dared not disturb the ordinary folk. When Hong Sing's old hall still sat in place, there was a sort of honorable thief code. Extortion had limits, and if a neighbor was in trouble, they'd even lend a hand. He paused, his tone heavy with regret. "But now, the old hall is gone. The men below fight over turf with bloodlust. There are no rules left. Take last night. Those Hongxing men. The leader's called Sang Biao. He's a newly risen brutal type, ruthless. For money he won't spare even children. Nan Ji clenched his fists until the joints cracked. That bastard Sang Biao. Ye Ya's mother was driven away by him. He even threatened to sell Ye Ya to Nan Yang. And it's not only Hongxing, Chun Bo said, drawing another drag, his voice lowering further. Lianxing won't stay quiet either. A new hallmaster named Lei Yaoyang has been showing up. People say he's tied to outside goods moving shipments into the Tong houses at night, all secret-like. And those dirty cops, they're in the same trousers as the syndicates. Take a cut and look the other way. The ones who suffer are us, ordinary folks. Lin Jie frowned deeper. He recalled the sinister aura from last night, the black viscous fluid on the aberrant assailant, and a suspicion formed in his mind. The syndicate chaos might be tied to that warped darkness. Those so-called goods might well be the source of the malevolent corruption. With the pendant's activation, his fortune sensing steadily solidified. He could now distinguish the breath of evil from ordinary malice. It was without doubt another card to keep his life safe. Doesn't anyone do anything? Nan Ji ground his teeth, eyes full of indignation. What about the station? Didn't the Anti-Corruption Commission get established? Chen Bo gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. Do anything? How could they? Captain Li is thick as thieves with Sang Biao. The anti-corruption folks show up, and someone is already tipping them off. Last time an inspector tried to investigate Lei Yaoyang, he was found the next day floating in the sea. Those words cast a pall over the table. A morning breeze stirred the leaves along the street with a helpless rustle, as if mourning the land's plight. Lin Jie fell silent, the pendant in his fingers growing warmer. He felt the currents inside him accelerate, muscle tension eased, and was replaced by an unprecedented sense of strength. He was no longer the trainee inspector who could sense danger but was powerless to act. He could now use his fortune sense to predict threat and marshal the chi flowing in his body to fortify himself. Against 3 or 5 thugs, he already possessed the strength to fight. That newfound confidence sharpened his gaze. He looked at Nan Ji, then at Chen Bo. If we cannot fix everything, we can at least handle what is before us. If Sang Biao harms Ye Ya, I will not let him go. And Lei Yaoyang's shady dealings, I will investigate them to the end. Nan Ji stared, the confusion in his heart dissolving as he saw the light in Lin Jie's eyes. He remembered how Lin Jie had charged in recklessly the night before, how decisive his shot had been. A surge of hot blood rose to his head. He slammed the table so hard the bowls chimed. Officer Lin, I'm with you. The folks of Bolin Street have had enough of these bastards. Say the word, and I'll risk my life to help you. Chen Bo watched the 2 young men before him. A faint light passed through his cloudy eyes. He stubbed out his cigarette, stood, and patted Lin Jie on the shoulder. Officer Lin, you're a good cop. If you truly need help, just ask. The neighbors on this street remember favors. At that moment, a commotion rose from the alley mouth. A violent, oppressive black chi surged on the morning wind. With a thought, Lin Jie's fortune sense locked onto its source. A band of men in black vests clustering around a broad-faced man who swaggered their way. A gold chain hung at the man's throat and a dagger toyed in his hand. It was Sang Biao from last night. He spotted Lin Jie and Nan Ji at once. A savage smile curled his lips as he and his men strode forward, each footfall thudding on the pavement. Oh, isn't this our great hero? Sang Biao's voice was sharp and mocking. You ruined my business last night, and today you still dare to eat wonton noodles here. You've got guts. His henchmen closed in faces, leering, some clutching steel pipes and cleavers, in the stall was immediately ringed, the crowd cut off. The neighbors shrank back in fear, keeping their distance and falling silent. Chen Bo's face paled. He hurried to stand before Lin Jie and Nan Ji. Sang Biao, talk properly. Don't make trouble at my stall. Get lost. Sang Biao kicked over a nearby stool. It clattered against the walk rim with a thunderous clang. He stared at Lin Jie with vicious intent, spittle flecking his mouth. Kid, so what if you're a cop? On Bolin Street, I call the shots. They'll give you 2 choices: kneel and apologize, compensate me for losses, or... Before he could finish, Lin Jie rose slowly to his feet. Warm currents surged through him, and his fortune sense expanded to the extreme. The trajectories of the thugs' movements, the contractions of their muscles, even the force vectors of their blades filled his mind with crystalline clarity. Sunlight pierced the mist and fell upon his uniform, the star on his shoulder gleaming. He regarded Sang Biao with an icy, untroubled gaze. Then try, he said. At the instant his words fell, one of Sang Biao's men could no longer restrain himself and swung a steel pipe at the back of Lin Jie's head. Lin Jie had anticipated it. Without turning his head, he shifted aside and drove his elbow sharply backward. Chi concentrated into his elbow, and the force multiplied. With a dull crack, the thug screamed and flew backward, clutching his ribs and curling on the ground, unable to rise. Silence descended instantly. Nan Ji's eyes widened, and Chun Bo stood stunned. The grin on Sang Biao's face froze. For the first time, a flash of fear crossed his gaze. Lin Jie dusted the dirt from his uniform, his fortune sense fixed on everyone present, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. From this day on, the rules of Bolin Street would change. Night fell like ink, saturating every alleyway in Wanchai. The The shrill emergency siren of the police station shattered the silence. Lin Jie sprang upright from his chair in an instant, snatching up his baton and handcuffs before bolting out the door. In the station hall, Biao bellowed orders while Fat Bo fumbled sluggishly with his uniform buttons, his face etched with impatience. 3 alleys off Pottinger Street, abandoned factory. Tip-off illegal gambling and underground bare-knuckle fights. Inspector Li ordered us to raid the place. Biao's voice carried urgency. Spotting Lin Jie rushing in, he added sharply, watch yourselves. Their hands may be armed. Lin Jie nodded, but a quiet ripple stirred within him. That derelict factory lay barely 100 meters from the old Tong Lao building, where just last night he had sensed a chilling, malevolent aura. The timing of this dispatch felt uncannily precise. Salt-laced night wind swept across exposed skin, raising gooseflesh. 2 police cruisers roared out of the station, tires hissing over rain-licked asphalt, flinging arcs of water into the gloom. Inside the cruiser, Fat Bo puffed lazily on a cigarette, smoke curling in thick veils, another bloody waste of time. These underground fights pop up daily. Arrest them, release them, arrest them again. What's the point? Lin Jie remained silent. His kite perception unfurled subtly like mist seeping through glass. Neon lights flickered past the window, their fractured reflections dancing across the city's ordinary clamor. Yet beneath it all, faint threads of vicious energy drifted on the wind, converging toward the 3 alleys. He sensed it clearly. No evil aura tainted that energy. Only raw, brutal bloodlust, the primal scent of combat forged in the ring. The cruisers halted 100 meters from the factory gate, headlights died. Biao signaled silence with a sharp gesture, then led the team forward in low crouches, creeping toward the rust-eaten iron doors. The factory gate hung ajar, its hinges corroded. From within surged deafening roars, gamblers' shrieks mingling with the sickening thud of flesh striking flesh, enough to send pulses hammering against the ribs. Lin Jie pressed his eye to the crack in the door. Inside, the vast hall had been crudely converted into a fighting pit. A single dim pendant lamp dangled overhead, casting the ring in a grim, jaundiced light. On the makeshift ring stood 2 bare-chested men locked in mortal combat. One was a mountain of muscle, scarred and savage, each punch carving wind as it flew. The other, gaunt and lacerated, moved with serpentine agility, darting, evading, then striking with sudden vicious elbow blows. Around the ring, gamblers swarmed like vultures, waving wads of cash, screaming, kill him, and take down Scarface Chong, eyes blazing with feverish greed. At the ring's edge sat a man in a flamboyant shirt, idly spinning a dagger between his fingers, Sang Biao of the Hung Hing Triad. Flanked by hulking bodyguards who scanned the crowd for cheats, he watched with detached amusement, until Biao barked move, and kicked the gate inward. Police, freeze. The shout cracked like thunder, instantly followed by wailing sirens and strobing redan blue lights that slashed through darkness. Gamblers shrieked, scattering in blind panic. Chaos erupted in a maelstrom of stampeding bodies. Sang Biao's face blanched. He shot upright, shouting, stop them, and his bodyguards lunged forward, steel pipes raised high. Fat Bo shrank back in terror, but Biao roared and swung his baton straight into the fray. Lin Jie did not linger. He fixed his gaze on Sang Biao alone. This man had provoked trouble repeatedly and conspired with Inspector Li and Lei Luo. He might know the truth behind the cargo. Lin Jie coiled his legs, channeling qi into his limbs, then exploded forward like a hunting leopard, cleaving through the chaos straight toward Sang Biao. Sang Biao's face turned ashen. He whirled and fled toward the rear exit, knowing full well this fight ring had been opened in secret without Inspector Li's knowledge. Capture meant ruin. Sang Biao, halt. Lin Jie's voice cut low and sharp. His stride quickened. Just as he closed in, Sang Biao spun, blade flashing coldly, as the dagger lunged for Lin Jie's chest. A gust of lethal wind struck Lin Jie's face, but he'd already seen it coming. His kite perception mapped the dagger's arc with perfect clarity. He pivoted sideways, evading the strike, then drove his elbow forward, qi coalescing at the joint, into Sang Biao's ribs. A sickening crack echoed. Sang Biao screamed, hurtling backward, the dagger clattering onto concrete. Clutching his side, he curled on the floor, writhing in agony. Lin Jie strode forward, seized him by the collar, and snapped the cuffs shut with a metallic click. Where is the cargo you're running with Lei Yaoyang? Sang Biao, drenched in cold sweat, spat venom. You little fool. You think you've won. Director Lei and Chief Inspector Hua won't let this slide. And that cargo, touch it, and you walk straight into your grave. Lin Jie's expression hardened, but before he could press further, commotion erupted behind him. He glanced back to see several gamblers seizing the chaos, setting fire to a pile of scrap in the corner. Flames erupted skyward, thick black smoke billowing upward. Fire! Run! Their screams intensified, plunging the scene into utter pandemonium. Biao coughed violently in the acrid haze, swinging his baton wildly. Fall back. Fall back now. Lin Jie frowned, gazing at Sang Biao writhing in pain, then at the advancing inferno. He knew no answers would come tonight. Grabbing Sang Biao's arm, he hauled him upright. We're taking him. In the choking smoke, Sang Biao's howls merged with the gambler's wails. Lin Jie dragged him through the flames. Firelight painted his face crimson, and deep in his pocket the jade pendant grew faintly warm. Meanwhile, far beyond the smoke from the direction of the old Tong, Lao building a sinister and evil aura pulsed, silent, watchful, answering his presence across the burning dark. This raid had never been coincidence. Someone had orchestrated it, to mask movements at the old Tong Lao building. Night wind swirled embers into the sky. Lin Jie looked up. Clouds choked the heavens, blotting out even a sliver of moonlight. His knuckles whitened around the cold steel of the handcuffs. The waters of Hong Kong Island ran deeper and darker than he had ever imagined. Cultivation tears Lin Jie perception newly awakened kind-fused body tempering saying, Biao, no cultivation aptitude. Triad Lieutenant, Biao, no cultivation aptitude. Ordinary Officer Scarface Chong Peak of Marshall Foundation Establishment. The night was heavy and the dim lights of the Wanchai police station cast long, thin shadows down the corridor. Lin Jie dragged his weary body back to the station, having just locked the criminal Sang Biao in the temporary holding cell when he was stopped by Fei Bo at the corridor entrance. Inspector Lin, what a talent you are, Fei Bo said with a grin that didn't reach his eyes, the smell of smoke mixed with alcohol wafting over, even catching Sang Biao. It won't be long before you climb above Detective Li. Lin Jie couldn't be bothered to engage with him and sidestepped, just routine work. Fei Bo watched his back, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. He spat on the ground and turned to enter Detective Li's office. The door was not fully closed and low voices of conversation could be heard from inside with faint mentions of Detective Lei Zonghua, goods, and hush money. Lin Jie paused, his senses quietly extending, but he only caught a wave of intense greed. Listening more closely, the sounds inside had changed to the crisp clinking of mahjong tiles. He frowned and turned towards his desk. A stack of unorganized case files lay there alongside a warm lunchbox containing char siu rice left for him by Biao. As Lin Jie picked up the lunchbox and took a couple of bites, he saw a small figure swaying at the door. It was Li Ying. Dressed in a faded police uniform, he clutched a brown paper envelope, his eyes filled with urgency. He looked around cautiously, confirming that Fei Bo and Detective Li were still in the office before quickly approaching Lin Jie and shoving the envelope into his hands, lowering his voice to a whisper. Brother Lin, quickly hide this. I managed to get it with great difficulty. Lin Jie felt a stir of curiosity, put down the lunchbox, and tucked the envelope into his jacket, following Li Ying to the safety passage at the end of the corridor. The stairwell was pitch black, the only light coming from a faint emergency light, casting a weak green glow. What happened? Lin Jie asked quietly. Li Ying took a breath, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. I just overheard outside Detective Li's office. They said the underground fight venue was deliberately exposed tonight, aiming to lure us out, giving Lei Yaying's people time to move the goods to the territory of Yulianxing, a derelict theater in Shamshuepa. How much did they move? Lin Jie's pupils contracted sharply. Not clear, but from their tone, it's not a small quantity. Li Ying clenched his teeth and pulled out a crumpled note from his pocket. This is the time I secretly jotted down. At 3 a.m. tomorrow, they will transfer the goods out of Hong Kong Island to a buyer from the South Seas. Moreover, I found out that Detective Li received a large sum of money from Lei Luo recently, meant to help Lei Yaoyang cover this matter. Lin Jie took the note, his fingertips grazing the rough surface, a storm rising within his heart. No wonder the police action tonight was so coincidental. It turned out to be a strategy to draw the tiger away from the mountain. Lei Luo, Detective Li, and Lei Yaoyang. This web of corruption was far denser than he had imagined. These pieces of evidence. Lin Jie looked at Li Ying, his expression grave. I made 3 copies, one for you, one hidden under my floorboards, and one sent to the Independent Commission Against Corruption. Li Ying's eyes were particularly resolute. I know this is dangerous, but I can't just stand by and watch them harm Hong Kong Island. Brother Lin, you're a good cop. Only you can stop them. Lin Jie patted his shoulder, his throat tightening. In this dark night, Li Ying's courage felt like a ray of light illuminating the path ahead. Rest assured, I won't let their schemes succeed. He paused and added, don't go home recently, you find a safe place to hide. You know the methods of Lei Luo and Detective Li. Li Ying nodded, his eyes reddening. I know. I've already sent my sister to stay with relatives in the countryside. Brother Lin, you must be careful too. Fei Bo is Detective Li's lackey, and he will definitely be watching you. They exchanged a few more hushed words before parting ways. Li Ying slipped out through the back door of the safety passage while Lin Jie returned to his desk with the envelope and note in hand. He opened the envelope to find a thick stack of photos and account details. In the pictures, Detective Li and Lei Yaoyang were toasting at a restaurant, and behind them the warehouse was filled with wooden boxes stamped with South Sea spices. The account details were densely packed with records of the bribes Detective Li had received, each entry shocking to behold. Lin Jie hid the envelope and note within the layers of the case, files, raising his gaze to the window. The night had deepened, dark clouds obscured the moon, with only a few stars flickering behind the clouds. He could feel the jade pendant in his pocket growing slightly warm, a subtle sinister aura wafting from the direction of Shamshui, intertwining with the greed permeating the police station, forming an invisible net that enveloped the entire Hong Kong Island. At 3 a.m. tomorrow at the abandoned theater in Shamshuepa. This was a hard battle, and one that could not be lost. Lin Jie clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He picked up the police baton from his desk, and gently wiped at his gaze sharp as an eagle. The undercurrents of corruption must be severed. Character cultivation levels Lin Jie awakening of Qi sense Qi flow refinement, Li Ying no cultivation aptitude ordinary officer detective, Li no cultivation aptitude police detective Fei, Bo no cultivation aptitude officer. Night fell like thick viscous ink swallowing Hong Kong's splendor and squalor alike. The lights of Wan Chai police station bled into the mist casting a hazy amber halo. Lin Jie stood before the iron gate of the detention room, a cigarette unlit between his fingers, his gaze heavy and unwavering upon Sang Biao, hunched and shivering within. On the way back from the abandoned cannery, Biao had quietly told him Lo had visited the station that afternoon, not only summoning Inspector Li for a half-hour private meeting in his office, but also specifically inquiring about Lin Jie's name. There was no anger in his tone, only a condescending scrutiny like a hunter appraising prey trapped behind bars. It stirred in Biao a decade-old memory, Lo's ruthless purge of corrupt officers across Hong Kong upon assuming the post of chief Chinese detective. Lin Jie murmured the name Lo, a leaden weight rising in his chest. In Hong Kong that name was legend, and an iron curtain hanging over both law and shadow. He recalled tales told by his academy instructor 20 years ago. Lo had been nothing more than an ordinary detective in a threadbare uniform carving a crimson path through the lawless chaos of Yao Ma Ti with ruthless precision and unerring instinct. He colluded with Triads, collected protection money, yet observed strict boundaries, never trafficking opium, never forcing innocents into prostitution, even secretly shielding small vendors from bullies' extortion. Later he climbed the ladder of colonial patronage, ascending step by step to chief Chinese detective, the arbiter of promotions for tens of thousands of officers. Hundreds of loyal black cops followed him, even the four great detectives bowed in deference. Triad leaders addressed him reverently as Brother Lo, British inspectors offered cigars with smiles, even syndicate bosses from Southeast Asia sent lavish gifts, merely to secure a sliver of turf in Hong Kong. At the zenith of his power, Lo ruled Hong Kong's underworld. His rules were its unwritten law. Triad wars required formal declarations, protection levies were split by fixed percentages, even the operating hours of gambling dens and dance halls needed his tacit approval. It was said that when Lo stamped his foot, the entire Hong Kong underworld trembled, no exaggeration. Lin Jie's Kai-Fate perception unfurled silently, enveloping the entire police station. He sensed it clearly in Inspector Li's office, an acrid miasma of sycophancy and dread, on Fat Bo the stench of greed and obsequiousness, and in Sang Biao, coiled within the detention cell, beyond pain and venom, a bone-deep terror, fear of Lo, fear of absolute power. Officer Lin. Biao's voice came from behind, tired, hollow. He held out a thermos flask. Have some hot tea. It's cold tonight. Lin Jie accepted the flask. Warmth seeped from its surface into his fingertips, then outward, dispelling the chill. Biao, you've served under Inspector Li for 8 years. You must know Lo well. He asked. Biao sighed, leaning against the frigid iron gate, his eyes clouded with complexity. Know him. We petty men aren't worthy of knowing Lo. We only know his legends. He paused, lowering his voice. When I first joined the force, Lo was already chief Chinese detective. Back then, Wan Chai belonged to the Hung Hing Society. Their leader, Zhang Zhen, a fearsome figure who refused Lo's rules and withheld protection fees. What happened? 3 days later, Zhang Zhen's corpse was dredged from Victoria Harbor, his skull pierced by a police-issue bullet. After that, every triad in Hong Kong fell silent. Biao's voice trembled faintly. Lo's true mastery wasn't cruelty, it was method. He knew how to win hearts and how to eradicate roots. Those who followed him rose swiftly, those who defied him vanished without grave or name. Lin Jie remained silent, gripping the thermos until his knuckles whitened. He remembered Lo's words at the station gate that day. In Hong Kong, what constitutes self-defense and what constitutes assault is never decided by you. That was power, the power to invert truth and command life and death. Just then Sang Biao surged upright inside the cell and shrieked toward Lin Jie beyond the iron gate. Lin Jie. Don't gloat. What's arresting me worth? Brother Lo won't spare you. Touch those goods and you, and everyone near you, will die. Lin Jie turned. His gaze was glacial. Sang Biao's face twisted in terror, saliva dripping from his lips, raving like a madman. Who do you think you are? Just a dog raised by Brother Lo? When he tires of you, he'll slit your throat. And that Li Ying, does he really believe his covert maneuvers go unnoticed by Brother Lo? He's doomed. Shut up. Biao barked, slamming his baton against the iron gate. But Sang Biao seemed deaf, still screaming hysterical, Lo. He is the king of Hong Kong. You will all die. Lin Jie's pupils contracted sharply. Sang Biao's words pierced his last vestige of illusion like a needle. He believed himself hidden Li Ying's moves discreet, yet in Lo's eyes their actions were no more than the frantic antics of court jesters. Lo already knew. Knew Lin Jie was investigating the goods. Knew Li Ying was gathering evidence. Even knew of Lin Jie's contact with Nanji. Then why hadn't Lo acted? A chilling suspicion rose in Lin Jie's mind. Lo was observing. watching his capability, testing his limits, weighing whether he possessed the merit to become a piece on Lulo's board. In tonight's underground boxing den, perhaps it was Lulo's warning, a stark reminder that every corner of Hong Kong lay beneath his dominion. Lin Jie's fingers trembled faintly. The pale green jade pendant in his pocket flared with sudden heat, a warm current surging through his limbs, clearing his turbulent thoughts in an instant. He drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the tempest within, then turned and strode out of the station. Biao watched his retreating back and called out, "Officer Lin, where are you going?" "To find Lin Jie," Lin Jie replied, calm, yet unyielding. Lulo's rules hold no sway over those who choose to protect Hong Kong. The night deepened. As Lin Jie stepped outside, a sol-placed wind swept in from the harbor, snapping his uniform like a banner. He lifted his gaze toward Victoria Harbor, its glittering skyline ablaze with neon, a city of perpetual light built upon darkness. At the harbor's far edge loomed a villa aglow with golden light, Lulo's mansion. Rumor claimed it brimmed with untold treasures, each painting on its walls worth a fortune. Behind that wealth flowed the blood and tears of Hong Kong's downtrodden, the sordid bargains of law and shadow, and the iron curtain of power Lulo had woven with his own hands. Lin Jie did not pause. He knew the mountain he faced was immovable. Yet in his hand rested the strength granted by the jade pendant, in his coat the evidence Li Ying had risked his life to deliver, in his heart the unshakable vow to protect Hong Kong. He would not retreat, for he was Lin Jie, probationary inspector of Wan Chai Police Station and a guardian awakened to the perception of Kai fate. The name Lulo commanded Hong Kong, but from this night forward it would no longer be an impassable iron curtain. Lin Jie quickened his pace, his figure vanishing into the narrow shadowed alley. The street lamp at the alley's mouth flickered erratically, illuminating his resolute silhouette, and the faint, incandescent spark kindling in his eyes. Nearby in a telephone booth, a man in black suit lowered the receiver, a knowing smile curling at his lips. He slipped into a black Rolls-Royce which glided away toward Victoria Harbor. "Brother Lo," he spoke respectfully into the phone. "That young man has gone to see Lin Jie." "Oh, interesting." A low, amused chuckle echoed from the other end. "Let him play a while. Brother Lo, shall we?" The man mimed a throat-slitting gesture. "No need." The voice on the line remained placid, devoid of inflection. "A dog that obeys. Now that's interesting." The call ended. The Rolls-Royce dissolved into the night. Meanwhile, Lin Jie stood before a wonton noodle stall on Portland Street, watching Lin Jie fold chairs and wipe tables. The stall's dim yellow light radiated a quiet human warmth. "Officer Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Jie asked, startled. Lin Jie smiled, stepping forward to pick up a broom and help sweep the floor. "I need to talk with you about something important." Lin Jie studied him, eyes clouded with uncertainty, but nodded. "All right. Once I close up, come to my place. We'll have a drink." The night grew deeper. Stars faded. A contest of power and justice, of darkness and light, had just begun. Cultivation levels: Lin Jie Chi Fate Perception, Awaken Chi Refined Body, Lo No Cultivation Aptitude Chief Chinese Detective, Biao No Cultivation Aptitude Ordinary Officer, Sang Biao No Cultivation Aptitude Triad Lieutenant. The night was as thick as viscous ink, pressing the chaos of the harbor island firmly beneath a veil of silence. The lights of the Wan Chai Police Station were dim, and the only sound in the corridor was the dragging footsteps of Fat Bo in his polished shoes as he hurriedly clutched a file, a sycophantic smile on his face, and quickly slipped into Inspector Li's office. Lin Jie leaned against the window at the end of the corridor, holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the detention room. Sang Biao was locked inside, restless all day, occasionally shouting Lei Luo's name with a hoarse voice that carried a sickly tenacity. What troubled Lin Jie even more was the slightly warm green-white jade pendant in his pocket. The pendant had been trembling since the afternoon, as if it were alerting him to something. Bang! The office door was suddenly kicked open, and Fat Bo rolled out, crashing against the wall with a muffled thud. Immediately after, a man in a crisp police uniform stepped out, slicked-back hair shining, a haughty smile on his face, and a gold ring on his finger glittering under the lights. Yin Tong. Lin Jie's pupils suddenly constricted. This name was as notorious in the police world as Lei Luo. He was the chief inspector of the new territories, at odds with Lei Luo for over a decade, battling both openly and secretly, each controlling their territories and hindering the other, while known as the deadly rivals in the Harbor Island police circles. Li Jiqiang. Yin Tong's voice was sharp, laced with mockery. "Has your Wan Chai police station become Lei Luo's backyard? How dare you detain Sang Biao from the Hung Hing gang? Don't you have any respect for the police force?" In the office, Inspector Li's face turned ashen, his fists clenched as he stepped out. "Yin Tong, this is my territory, and you have no right to interfere. Sang Biao gathered a crowd for gambling and established an illegal fighting den, but it is my duty to arrest him." "Duty?" Yin Tong sneered, taking a step forward, fixing his gaze on Inspector Li's eyes. "You dare to arrest someone from Lei Luo's side? I see you don't want to keep your job. Let me tell you the truth. Sang Biao is under my protection. You must release him today." As he said this, the police officers in the corridor gasped in shock. Everyone knew that Sang Biao was a member of the Hung Hing gang, and Hung Hing was backed by Lei Luo. How could he suddenly be under Yin Tong's protection? It was clear to anyone with eyes that Yin Tong was deliberately causing trouble, using Sang Biao as an excuse to pressure Inspector Li and slap Lei Luo in the face. Inspector Li's face shifted from pale to bluish. He knew he could not afford to provoke Yin Tong. Yet the orders from Lei Luo echoed in his ears, and if he released Sang Biao, he would not only offend Lei Luo, but also give Lin Jie a handle against him. Caught in a dilemma, his gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Jie. Yin Tong followed his gaze and landed on Lin Jie, sizing him up with an increasingly smug smile. So this is the recently rising star Lin, the trainee inspector. I heard you are quite skilled taking down Sang Biao's henchman with a single elbow and dismantling his illegal fighting den. Lin Jie did not back down, meeting Yin Tong's gaze with calmness. Chief Inspector, Yin, I am merely fulfilling the duties of a police officer. Fulfilling duties, eh? Yin Tong scoffed, stepping closer to Lin Jie, patting his shoulder with just the right amount of pressure. Young man, it's good to have ambition, but you need to choose the right backing. What Lei Luo can give you, I can give you too, even more. So how about working for me? The officers around held their breath, their eyes all fixed on Lin Jie. This was an opportunity that fell from the sky. Being noticed by Yin Tong meant a bright future ahead. Fat Bo was even more envious, wishing he could agree for Lin Jie. But Lin Jie merely shook his head lightly. Thank you, Chief Inspector Yin, for your kindness, but I only wish to be a good police officer and do not want to get involved in these matters. As soon as these words were spoken, Inspector Li's face turned pale. He knew that Lin Jie had completely offended Yin Tong. Yin Tong's smile suddenly vanished, his gaze turning icy. You ungrateful brat. He suddenly withdrew his hand and turned to Inspector Li, his voice rising sharply. You have 10 minutes to release Sang Biao. Otherwise I will report you for accepting bribes and colluding with the gang. Inspector Li trembled all over, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. He opened his mouth to say something, but was rendered speechless by Yin Tong's fierce gaze. At that moment, a roar from Sang Biao in the detention room echoed, Brother Yin, save me. That bastard Lei Luo has abandoned me. I will follow you from now on. Hearing this, Yin Tong's lips curled into a smirk of satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. As long as Sang Biao publicly pledged allegiance to him, it would not only slap Lei Luo in the face, but also allow him to intervene in the Wanchai territory, a twofold gain. Lin Jie watched this scene unfold, gradually realizing the truth. Yin Tong was not here to save Sang Biao. He was here to target Lei Luo. And this internal strife within the police was happening just on the eve of the operation to transfer goods at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. It was no coincidence. This was a blatant conspiracy. Thinking of this, Lin Jie's heart tightened. He pulled out the note from his pocket, his fingertips trembling slightly. The plan for 3 o'clock tomorrow morning was likely to be moved up. Li Jichang, what are you still dawdling for? Yin Tong urged impatiently. 10 minutes, I will only wait 10 minutes. Inspector Li gritted his teeth, seemingly having made up his mind, and turned towards the detention room. He knew he had no choice. Offending Lei Luo would mean losing his position at worst. Offending Yin Tong could cost him his life. Wait. Lin Jie suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable strength. He quickly stepped forward, blocking Inspector Li's path, his gaze sharp as he looked at Yin Tong. Chief Inspector Yin Sang Biao is suspected of operating an illegal fighting den and intentionally causing harm to others with solid evidence. No one has the right to release him before a court ruling. This is the rule of the police force and the law of the Harbor Island. Yin Tong's eyes suddenly turned fierce, glaring at Lin Jie as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Kid, do you dare to stand up to me? I am merely upholding the dignity of the law. Lin Jie straightened his back, unafraid. He could feel the flow of energy within him gradually surging, the pendant's temperature rising, and his sense of fate spreading out, clearly detecting the intense desire for power and malice emanating from Yin Tong. The atmosphere in the corridor instantly froze, the air seemed ready to ignite. The officers were too frightened to speak, and Fat Bo cowered in a corner, trembling. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. A Biao rushed over, panting with a telegram in hand, his face serious. Inspector Li. An urgent telegram. The Independent Commission Against Corruption received an anonymous report saying you colluded with Lei Yaoyang and accepted bribes. As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in an uproar. Inspector Li's face turned as pale as paper, staggering back a few steps, nearly falling to the ground. He knew his end had come. Yin Tong was also taken aback, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. He looked at Inspector Li, then at Lin Jie, a glimmer of suspicion flashing in his eyes. He faintly felt that this matter had something to do with the young man before him. Lin Jie smiled faintly. He knew this was the evidence sent out by Li Ying taking effect. The situation had reversed in an instant. Yin Tong looked at the chaotic police station, realizing that staying any longer would bring him no benefit. He snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at Lin Jie. Kid, you wait for me. After saying that, he turned and left the police station with his men filled with rage. Watching Yin Tong's figure disappear at the door, Inspector Li seemed to have all his strength drained, collapsing to the ground with a vacant gaze. Lin Jie walked up to him, bent down to pick up the telegram, and looked at him solemnly. Inspector Li, now you should consider not how to release Sang Biao, but how to confess your crimes. Inspector Li suddenly raised his head, looking at Lin Jie, his eyes filled with despair and regret. Lin Jie ignored him further, turning to the window to gaze at the night sky. The dark clouds were dissipating, revealing a few faint stars. He tightened the note in his hand, already formulating a new plan in his heart. Yin Tong's meddling, the intervention of the ICAC, Lei Luo's fury, and Lei Yayang's panic. All of this turned tomorrow's Sham Shui Pe into a massive whirlpool. But he had no other choice. For the sake of the Harbor Island's citizens and those threatened by evil forces, he had to venture in. The night wind blew in through the window, lifting the hem of Lin Jie's clothes, rustling loudly. His gaze was more resolute than the starlight. As twilight descended, neon lights flickered awake across Wan Chai, casting shimmering kaleidoscopic reflections upon Victoria Harbor's inky waters. Lin Jie evaded the surveillance operatives stationed outside the police station and slipped into a quiet, narrow alley. Its end marked by a modest shop bearing the sign Zhen Exine Securities. The wooden door stood ajar, spilling warm amber light onto the damp stone floor, accompanied by the crisp, rhythmic clatter of an abacus. Pushing it open, Lin Jie was met with a faint, comforting scent of ink and aged paper. The shop was small. Bookshelves lined the walls, crammed with thick financial tomes and yellowed newspapers. An antique rosewood desk occupied most of the space. Behind the desk sat a man in a crisp white shirt, black-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose. His fingers danced across the abacus beads, coaxing forth a melody of precise, resonant clicks. He was Fang Jinxin, a singular figure in Hong Kong's financial world. Born into affluence, he had deliberately forsaken his family's foreign trading firm to plunge headlong into the volatile, cutthroat arena of the stock market. He possessed not only an uncanny mastery of financial trading, able to divine market trends from the chaotic undulations of price charts, but also an eidetic memory capable of absorbing intricate ledgers and balance sheets in a single glance. With these two rare gifts, he refused to engage in speculation or collusion with the monopolistic tycoons who manipulated markets. Instead, he sought only to carve out a lifeline for ordinary investors, a sanctuary of integrity within finance's murky moral landscape. Inspector Lin, what an unexpected pleasure, Fang Jinxin said, lifting his gaze and adjusting his spectacles with a gentle, warm smile. Lin Jie closed the door behind him, sealing off the clamor of the alley and stepping fully into stillness. He approached the desk, eyes lingering on the open stock chart spread before him and the scribbled equations covering nearby scrap paper. Without preamble, he said, "I need funds and connections." Fang Jinxin paused his abacus, gestured for Lin Jie to sit, then turned and retrieved 2 chilled bottles of herbal tea from a cabinet, handing one over. "Take your time. Speak slowly." His movements were unhurried, imbued with the quiet dignity of a scholar, his composure unbroken even as Lin Jie revealed his purpose. "A shipment will be moved out of Hong Kong Island at dawn tomorrow, from the abandoned theater in Sham Shui Pe." Lin Jie twisted open the bottle and took a sip, the sharp, bitter tang spreading across his tongue. "That cargo turns men into raving, mindless beasts. It traces back to Louis Locke, Louis Yaoyang, and the entire web of corruption festering across Wan Chai. I intend to destroy it, but I'll need manpower and equipment, and both demand money." Fang Jinxin's brows drew together softly as his fingertips tapped a slow, thoughtful rhythm upon the desktop. Though rooted in finance, he had heard whispers of Triad influence and corrupt officers, yet never imagined the rot ran so deep, so perilously close to the bone. "Louis Locke's power is immense. What you propose is little more than hurling an egg against a stone." His voice remained low, yet each word landed with crystalline clarity. "Moreover, Louis Yaoyang has recently drawn near to southern Nanyang syndicates, men trained in Muay Thai, ruthless and merciless, who leave no witnesses behind." "I know." Lin Jie's tone was calm, yet beneath its surface ran an iron current of resolve. "But someone must stand. Hong Kong cannot become a playground for monsters. Its common people deserve better than perpetual oppression." Fang Jinxin studied him. Something tender and fierce stirred in his gaze. He recalled the early days of his brokerage, besieged by financial titans, doubted by skeptical investors, yet sustained solely by that same unyielding refusal to yield. A quiet smile touched his lips. He opened a drawer, withdrew a checkbook, and inscribed a sum with steady hand, then slid the check across the desk. "This is all I have saved. Not much, but enough, I hope, to ease your immediate burden." His hand did not tremble, not once, as he committed his life's accumulation to ink and paper. Lin Jie stared at the figure, a subtle tremor rising in his chest. He knew precisely what this sum meant to Zhen Exine Securities. It represented Fang Jinxin's entire fortune. "And you fear no consequence. If Louis Locke learns of this, your brokerage may vanish overnight." "Fear?" Fang Jinxin laughed, a light, unburdened sound. "I founded this brokerage to protect something. A sanctuary in finance and peace in Hong Kong are one and the same. Both are acts of defiance against the impossible." He paused, then pulled a thick address book from the shelf, flipping to a marked page and pointing to a name. "Chen Guanshi, the dockmaster." He cut his teeth in Nanyang ports, mastered the staff with peerless skill, and can fend off 5 burly men barehanded. More importantly, he honors loyalty. Years ago, I settled his gambling debts. and he has remembered that debt ever since. Take my card. He'll arrange your vessel and your crew. Also, the hardware store owner in West Kowloon, known as Iron Hand, can disassemble firearms blindfolded and reconfigure explosives with surgical precision. Tell him I sent you. He'll supply you with the finest tools available. Lin Jie accepted the address book and card. His fingertips brushed the coarse paper, and warmth surged through him. In a city gripped by silence and suspicion, here stood a man willing to stake everything on principle. Thank you. No thanks required, Fang Jinxin replied, shaking his head as his eyes drifted toward the night beyond the window. I have waited for this moment, for a very long time. Louis Locke's collusion with tycoons has poisoned the police force and corrupted the stock market itself, inflating shares then dumping them en masse, shattering families and lives. You lead the charge ahead. I'll support you from behind. A quiet fury simmered beneath his words, unmistakable. Those magnates had long since crossed his line. They spoke for another half hour. Fang Jinxin meticulously outlined every nuance, the dock's operational rhythms, which allies could be trusted without reservation, which demanded caution, and left no detail unaddressed. His memory was extraordinary. He recounted with flawless precision a conversation with Chun Guanshi from years past. When Lin Jie stepped out of the brokerage, the night had deepened into profound stillness. Clutching the check and address book, he walked the silent alley. His jade pendant nestled in his pocket now pulsed with a steady mellow warmth, mirroring the quiet certainty settling in his heart. He looked up. Across Victoria Harbor, the city's lights shimmered on the water, like stars fallen gently onto the sea. Fang Jinxin's ideal was a pure financial realm, where every small investor traded fairly, free from the tyranny of capital. Lin Jie's ideal was Hong Kong's tranquility, where every citizen lived securely, unthreatened by darkness or evil. Their paths diverged, yet converged upon the same horizon. At the alley's mouth, Lin Jie paused and glanced back at the tiny brokerage. Its amber light burned steadily in the blackness, unwavering like a lighthouse refusing to fade. He tightened his grip on the check, and his steps grew firmer, grounded. Within him, chi flowed smoothly, sharpening his senses. Even the scuttle of a rat at the alley's far end rang clear in his ears. Dawn's operation in Sham Shui Po would be more than a clash between justice and shadow. It would be a reckoning between conviction and reality. He could not afford defeat. Not for Fang Jinxin's financial sanctuary, not for the peace of Portland Street's residents, not for the millions who called Hong Kong home. A gust of night wind lifted his coat, snapping it like a banner. Lin Jie drew a slow, deep breath and melted into the inky dark. In the distance, the police station glowed with scattered lights, like watchful predatory eyes in the gloom. Yet his mind was utterly clear, because he knew, behind him now stood an army. At first light, Hong Kong's financial district had yet to awaken fully. Only the windows of a few venerable foreign trading houses emitted a faint golden glow. Lin Jie clutched the contact list given by Fang Jinxin, skirted past patrolling officers, and strode briskly into a narrow alley hidden between towering skyscrapers. At the alley's end hung the weathered sign of Chen Shipping, its paint rusted and peeling. As Lin Jie pushed open the door, a pungent blend of brine and sandalwood incense rushed to meet him. Behind the counter stood a swarthy, middle-aged man meticulously polishing a sandalwood cane, the top carved with a wrathful Vajra deity, its shaft tightly wrapped in fine steel wire. He was Master Chen, once famed across Southeast Asia for his mastery of staff combat, now retired to Hong Kong, where he oversaw freight operations along half the harbor's wharves. A friend of Mr. Fang. Master Chen lifted his gaze, sharp as an eagle's, scanning the business card Lin Jie offered, then tapped his cane lightly against the counter. He certainly knows how to hand me trouble. Lin Jie wasted no time. He outlined the Sham Shui Po operation concisely, adding, I need 3 speedboats standing by at West Point Pier at 2 a.m. and 10 clean-handed dock workers, strictly for loading and extraction. Master Chen fell silent for a moment, then brought his cane down with a muffled thud. The boats and men, I can provide them. But there is something I must tell you. He turned and drew a stack of yellowed shipping manifests from beneath the counter, tossing them before Lin Jie. Over the past 3 months, Lei Yaoyang's men have offloaded considerable quantities of spices from Southeast Asia, always under Louis Locke's customs connections, always declared on manifests as rosewood furniture. What's more suspicious is this: each time one of these shipments lands, the stock price of Southeast Asia properties surges the next day, only to crash catastrophically within 3 days. Lin Jie's eyes locked onto the manifests. The dates aligned precisely with the cargo transfer times Li Ying had uncovered. He recalled Fang Jinxin's warnings about tycoons manipulating the stock market, and his stomach dropped. Do you mean those goods are tied to the market? It goes far beyond that, Master Chen said with a cold chuckle, pulling a tobacco pouch from his breast pocket and rolling a cigarette with unhurried precision. I've spent half my life on these docks. I've seen plenty of filth. What Lei Yaoyang is smuggling isn't mere spice, or even some arcane substance capable of inducing mutation. Half the crates contain narcotics trafficked by Southeast Asian triads. The other half hold irrefutable evidence of collusion between Louis Locke and Hong Kong's wealthiest tycoons. They use drugs to enslave small investors, then harvest fortunes through fabricated market rumors. Fang Jinxin's brokerage was targeted precisely because it defied their rules. His words struck Lin Jie like thunder, a shattering revelation. He now understood Louis Locke's influence extended far beyond the police force and criminal underworld. It had seeped deep into Hong Kong's economic lifeline. Those mutated fanatics were merely smokescreens. The true puppeteers lurked within the gleaming skyscrapers of the financial district. Does Mr. Fang know all this? Lin Jie asked gravely. Master Chen lit his cigarette, smoke curled around his face, softening yet deepening the complexity in his eyes. He suspected it, but lacked proof. 3 years ago a journalist attempted to investigate. He and his vessel vanished into Victoria Harbor. Fang Jinxin has survived this long only because he holds damaging leverage over these tycoons. And because Master Chen paused studying Lin Jie intently. Because of his uncanny memory, he can trace their manipulations through the faintest anomalies in stock charts. Lin Jie clenched the manifest in his fist until his knuckles whitened. He remembered the dense, intricate market graphs covering Fang Jinxin's office walls, and his quiet vow of a financial sanctuary. A chill rose from his core. This battle would be far more perilous than he'd imagined. Not only against Louis Locke's corrupt officers and Lei Yaoyang's triad, but against the colossal entrenched powers dominating Hong Kong's financial realm. As he spoke, hurried footsteps echoed outside. A young apprentice in a short tunic burst in pale-faced master. Something's wrong. The hardware shop in West Kowloon has been raided. Boss Tai Shou has been arrested, accused of hoarding illegal arms. Lin Jie's pupils contracted sharply. Tai Shou, the hardware shop owner who could disassemble firearms barehanded and reconfigure explosives, had been personally recommended by Fang Jinxin. His arrest meant the operation had been compromised. Master Chen's expression darkened instantly. He seized his cane, his eyes flashing with lethal resolve. Louis Locke's men did this. West Kowloon falls under Yin Tong's territory. Only Louis Locke dares strike so brazenly beneath his very nose. He turned to Lin Jie. You're exposed. The police and triads are already hunting you. Lin Jie inhaled deeply, forcing calm. His innate aura sense unfurled subtly, and indeed several strands of violent predatory energy lingered at the alley's mouth, watchers undetected. Can the speedboats and crew still be secured? Lin Jie asked. Master Chen grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. I'm Chen Lao-san. I've ruled these docks for decades and fear no one. I'll replace your crew with seasoned dockhands, men who carry 200-pound sacks 10 miles without breaking stride. Your speedboats will be waiting at West Point Pier right on schedule. He paused, then handed Lin Jie the sandalwood cane. Take this. 3 steel needles are concealed within its shaft. Use them when survival hangs in the balance. Lin Jie accepted the cane. It felt heavy, dense, humming with latent lethality beneath its polished surface. He nodded, preparing to depart, when Master Chen called after him, one more thing, Mr. Fang has recently been investigating the true owner behind Southeast Asia properties. His trail leads to a tycoon surnamed Hua. This Mr. Hua is Louis Locke's sworn brother, and commands a cadre of elite, fanatically loyal warriors, each capable of holding his own against 10 foes. If you cross paths with them, tread with utmost caution. Lin Jie committed the warning to memory, then slipped out the rear door, scaling the roof, moving swiftly across sun-warmed tiles. The watchers at the alley's entrance remained oblivious, scanning the street, while their quarry vanished above them. Dawn pierced the clouds, spilling golden light over the financial district's monolithic towers, their glass facades blazing with blinding, almost arrogant radiance. Lin Jie stood atop the roof, gazing coldly at those soaring edifices. Those unseen hands manipulating the markets believed they could wield money and power to bend Hong Kong to their will. They failed to realize when the flame of justice ignites, even the thickest darkness will crumble to ash. Clutching the sandalwood cane, he turned and strode resolutely toward Portland Street. With Tai Shou arrested, the explosive supply severed, the plan required urgent revision. Yet a far more urgent task now demanded his focus, finding Fang Jinxin and ensuring his safety. For what Fang Jinxin held was not merely the truth of the markets. It was the very blade designed to pierce the heart of darkness. Wind gathered fiercely at the alleys, end whipping fallen leaves skyward, carrying them eastward toward the financial district, as if determined to tear apart the suffocating greed-choked cloud hanging over Hong Kong. Night hung thick and ink-black over the fringes of Kowloon-walled city, where the air in the derelict warehouse hung heavy with the scent of rust and the acrid, unnatural tang of illusion dust. Fang Jinxin was bound backward to a cold iron rack, his white shirt stained with dust and dried blood, his black-rimmed glasses askew on his nose, yet still unable to obscure the unyielding resolve burning deep within his eyes. Before him stood 7 burly men brandishing steel pipes. At their head loomed Dao Bachong, Hall Master of the Xing Triad, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he idly rolled a small pouch of powder shimmering with eerie cerulean light between his fingers. Mr. Fang, if you value your life, hand over the client list from your securities firm and manipulate the stock price of Rongxing Industrial upward by 30%. Dao Bachong kicked the iron rack hard. A grating metallic shriek reverberated through the cavernous space. Otherwise, once this illusion dust is scattered, your delicate Miss Luo will become nothing but a raving feral beast, tearing flesh with her teeth. In the warehouse's shadowed corner, Luo Huiling was pinned down by two henchmen, trembling violently, yet still gritting her teeth to shout, "Brother Jinxin, don't listen to them." Her voice had barely faded when a henchman slapped her across the face, her cheek blooming instantly with a livid swollen welt. Fang Jinxin's eyes blazed with fury as he strained against his bonds. "Dao Bachong, if you dare lay a finger on her, I swear I'll drag you down with me, shattering your name across every financial institution until you're utterly disgraced." He knew full well these Triad enforcers conspired with corrupt officials, not merely to exploit his trading mastery for plundering retail investors, but even to weaponize illusion dust against the innocent. And that crossed the very line he had sworn to guard the sanctity of the financial realm. Dao Bachong sneered coldly and gestured sharply to his men. "Refuse the wine, and you'll drink the poison. Break his hands first. Let's see how he trades then." Two thugs lunged forward, instantly steel pipes whistling through the air toward Fang Jinxin's arms. At that razor's edge moment, the warehouse doors exploded inward. Blinding flashlight beams slashed through the gloom, and Lin Jie stood silhouetted in the doorway, his revolver leveled squarely at Dao Bachong. "Police, freeze." Lin Jie, now an advanced tier fortune perception cultivator, had felt the jade pendant, pale and azure, vibrate urgently the moment he entered 100 meters of the warehouse, clearly sensing both the malevolent intent within and the sinister spiritual energy radiating from the illusion dust. Using the cover of night, he'd crept silently to the perimeter and arrived just as the thugs moved to assault Luo Huiling, prompting his immediate intervention. Dao Bachong flinched, then recognizing Lin Jie's probationary inspector uniform, scoffed, "A greenhorn pup, daring to interfere in my affairs. Men, cripple him." Four thugs wheeled around and charged Lin Jie, swinging pipes and daggers with brutal lethal precision. Dao Bachong himself possessed advanced tier martial cultivation, his physique honed to terrifying resilience. While his men were elite enforcers handpicked from XING's ranks, ordinary officers would stand no chance against them. Lin Jie did not retreat. He surged forward instead. His nascent spiritual energy fused seamlessly with police self-defense techniques. He sidestepped a pipe aimed straight at his skull, then swept low with a leg kick, toppling the thug on his left. He knew his firearm accuracy hovered only at 70%, and with hostages and confined space, reckless shooting was unthinkable. He would rely instead on his third-stage body tempering strength, closing the distance to engage hand-to-hand. The jade pendant pulsed urgently, granting him foresight. The glint of a dagger arcing behind him registered an instant before it struck. He spun sharply, driving the butt of his revolver into the thug's wrist. The blade clattered to the floor with a hollow clang. "Brother Jinxin, I'm here to save you," Lin Jie shouted mid-parry, steadily advancing toward Fang Jinxin while deflecting blows. Though bound, Fang Jinxin, possessing photographic memory, scanned the battlefield with lightning speed. The one in the black jacket, his knee is injured. The one on the right fights left hand. That vital intelligence fell like timely rain. Lin Jie's pendant-enhanced hearing captured each footfall, allowing him to evade the black-jacketed thug's strike and drive a crushing kick into his damaged knee. The man collapsed with a guttural cry. Lin Jie seized a fallen pipe, channeling spiritual energy into its length. It whistled through the air with thunderous force, deflecting dual assaults from two thugs, then wrapping tightly around one's arm before using his momentum to hurl him headlong into the iron rack. Seeing his men fall one by one, Dao Bachong's gaze hardened with vicious intent. He slipped a short-barreled pistol from his coat and aimed it point-blank at the defenseless Luo Huiling. "Little cop, if you move again, she dies." Lin Jie's heart clenched. Then the jade pendant flared with searing urgency. Instinct took over. He hurled himself toward Luo Huiling and fired. The bullet grazed Dao Bachong's shoulder, slamming into the iron rack behind him in a violent shower of sparks. Luo Huiling lay sheltered beneath Lin Jie's solid frame, her panicked breaths slowly steadying as she felt the unwavering strength of his back. Wincing in pain, Dao Bachong dropped the pistol with a curse and charged Lin Jie, roaring, "I'll take your life." They clashed at close quarters. Dao Bachong's strikes fused street brawler ferocity with the explosive power of spirit-refined physique, each blow crackling with raw animal force. Yet Lin Jie's fortune perception granted him precognitive glimpses of every attack, allowing him to slip past mortal blows, all while hunting for the perfect opening to counter. In the deadlock, Lin Jie seized Dao Bachong's post-punch. Opening spiritual energy coalesced at his knuckles, and he drove a devastating blow straight into the man's chest. Dao Bachong choked out a grunt, staggering backward, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. Lin Jie pressed forward without pause, locking the pipe around Dao Bachong's throat and forcing him face down onto the concrete, immobile. The remaining thugs, witnessing their master subdued, panicked, only to find their escape cut off by Biao and two other officers who stormed in through the shattered entrance. Having received Lin Jie's urgent call, Biao had immediately mobilized nearby patrol units. Now they worked in seamless coordination to subdue the last of the gang. Lin Jie drew ragged breaths as he untied Fang Jinxin. who rushed instantly to Luo Huiling's side, checking her injuries with urgent tenderness. "Ah Ling, are you all right?" She shook her head faintly, her gaze upon Lin Jie brimming with profound gratitude. "Officer Lin, thank you for saving us." Fang Jinxin placed a firm hand on Lin Jie's shoulder, his eyes alight with deep respect. "Officer Lin, this debt I shall carry for all my days. You possess not only courage and cunning, but an unshakable heart of justice. That is why even in such chaotic times you remain true to your path." He knew, had Lin Jie arrived even seconds later, he and Luo Huiling would have either become Xing's puppets or been consumed by illusion dust, their fates beyond redemption. Lin Jie holstered his revolver, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the subdued Dao Ba Chong and the scattered pouches of illusion dust. These men collude with cross-border syndicates and hoard forbidden substances of immense danger. We must uncover their higher-ups without delay before this vile corruption spreads further across Hong Kong Island. Moonlight poured through the broken warehouse windows, illuminating the dust and blood streaking their clothes, yet also catching the defiant, unbroken light blazing in their eyes. This rescue was more than a single act of heroism. It forged a deeper bond between Lin Jie and Fang Jinxin and steeled Lin Jie's resolve to safeguard Hong Kong's peace. Against corrupt cops, triads, or transnational forces alike, he would advance unwavering. The evening wind whipped fiercely across the rooftop of Wan Chai police station, lifting the hem of Lin Jie's uniform and carrying away the dust and coppery scent of blood clinging to his clothes. Leaning against the railing, his fingertips traced the cool pale green jade pendant at his chest as his gaze drifted toward the glittering lights of Victoria Harbor in the distance. He had just returned from an abandoned warehouse, where he'd subdued the scar-faced thug, and for the first time the spiritual energy within him stirred with unprecedented turbulence. Lin Jie stood now on the threshold of mastery-tier fortune perception. Until recently, the jade pendant had only allowed him to passively sense danger or malevolent chi. Yet inside that warehouse, the moment the scar-faced thug raised his short-barreled pistol toward Luo Huiling, the pendant flared with a sudden wave of warmth surging through his meridians. His previously sluggish spiritual energy surged into extraordinary vitality, and when Lin Jie lunged to shield Luo Huiling, a thin gossamer-like aura spontaneously coalesced across his back, deflecting flying shards of metal mere instants before impact. "Is this autonomous spiritual protection?" Lin Jie murmured softly to himself, attempting to guide his inner energy. What once demanded deep focus and stillness now flowed with effortless precision, like an extension of his own will, gliding smoothly through every limb and vein. He raised his hand palm upward, where spiritual energy gathered, a faint silvery luminescence shimmered into being. The night breeze sweeping across the rooftop carried the essence of Hong Kong Island, the aroma of home-cooked meals, the salt-laced tang of seawater, and the distant clamor drifting from the XNG Tonko, all magnified several-fold, flooding his senses with crystalline clarity. This was another breakthrough in sensory enhancement. His perceptual range had expanded by 30 meters beyond its previous limit. What unsettled him most was the moment he extended his fortune perception to envelop the entire Wan Chai police station. Suddenly, he could distinguish the unique spiritual signatures of each person within. The scar-faced thug in custody radiated the brutal, volatile energy of a mastery-tier martial cultivator, laced with residual in-spirit poison from the phantom lotus powder. A Biao in the office possessed no spiritual foundation whatsoever, yet exuded a grounded, earthy warmth, the quiet resonance of ordinary life. Oh, and lurking at the street corner beyond the station, a faint, chilling presence coiled in the shadows. Its aura far more elusive than the thug's, saturated with a cold, predatory malice that repelled all who drew near. "Someone is tailing us." Lin Jie's eye sharpened. He reined in his outward spiritual energy and crouched low behind the railing, using the rooftops' darkness to peer downward. Beneath the dim glow of a street lamp, a man in a black trench coat leaned against the wall, smoking, his hat brim pulled so low it obscured his face entirely. His fingers held the cigarette motionless. No ash fell, no breath stirred the smoke. He wasn't smoking at all. He was watching, observing every movement of the police station. Lin Jie's heart lurched. The jade pendant trembled faintly once more, but this warning was sharper, clearer than any before. The intruder's strength was at least at the nascent stage of transcendence, and his aura bore the same sinister in-spirit taint as the phantom lotus powder. Was this one of Viper's men, or had Lei Luo sent him? A cascade of thoughts flashed through Lin Jie's mind. He recalled the scar-faced thug's confession. Viper, a cross-border syndicate from Nanyang operating in Hong Kong, was also Lei Luo's covert liaison. That this man now surveilled the station meant he'd already learned of the thug's capture and intended to silence him permanently. Lin Jie turned to descend the stairs, an alert Biao to heightened security, when suddenly his inner spiritual energy stirred again. This time the surge did not originate from the jade pendant, but from the unshakable resolve deep within his heart to protect Hong Kong. As he thought of the innocent souls corrupted by the phantom lotus powder, of Fang Jinxin's unwavering vow to safeguard Hong Kong's financial sanctum, of the fear and gratitude shining in Luo Huiling's eyes, A searing current rose slowly from his dantian, merging with the pendant's warm flow and surging toward his spiritual consciousness. In that instant, a spectral vision unfolded before Lin Jie's mind's eye. Behind the derelict theater in Shamshui, the entrance to an underground air raid shelter swirled with thick roiling darkness. Malevolent chi bled from its maw like ink into the sky. Deep within the shelter, 50 kilograms of phantom lotus powder lay piled high, emitting a pulse of dread so profound it chilled the soul. Farther still, a shadowed figure stood cloaked in gloom, a cold, knowing smile playing upon his lips, the man known only as Viper. Is this the sprouting of fortune perception? Lin Jie stared stunned. At last he understood the cultivation system's phrase. Deeply bound to Hong Kong's collective fortune was no empty doctrine. When his heart resonated with the sacred vow to protect Hong Kong, his fortune perception awakened of its own accord, even granting fleeting glimpses of the future. The vision vanished as swiftly as it came, but Lin Jie had etched every detail into memory. He straightened brushed dust from his uniform and fixed his gaze with newfound resolve. He knew his fortune perception was evolving, not merely from passive warning to active investigation, but because of something far more fundamental, the unyielding justice and duty that had never wavered within him. Viper, Shamshui Pa, tomorrow before dawn, Lin Jie whispered, then turned and descended the rooftop stairs. His steps were steady, spiritual energy coursed serenely through his meridians, and the jade pendant glowed with ever-deepening warmth. He was no longer merely a probationary inspector reliant on the pendant's passive warnings. He had truly stepped onto the path of fortune perception cultivation, a guardian forged in conviction. In the corridor of the police station, Ah Biao paced anxiously back and forth. The moment he spotted Lin Jie, he hurried forward. Officer Lin, where have you been? I just got word. Scarface's phone rang repeatedly, all from the same unknown number. Lin Jie nodded, his expression grave. I know. It's Viper's people. They're staking out the station to eliminate him. He paused, then relayed everything he'd witnessed atop the rooftop. The vision, the insights gleaned through fortune perception, before adding firmly, we cannot wait. We must revise our plan immediately. The ambush tomorrow before dawn must begin earlier, and we'll need more personnel to counter Viper's contingencies. Ah Biao's face paled instantly. He knew full well what a nascent stage transcender meant, a force capable of crushing ordinary officers without effort. Yet as he met Lin Jie's unwavering gaze, his fear began to recede. He knew Lin Jie never fought unprepared battles. Understood. I'll contact Manager Chen and Iron Hand right away. They'll ready the explosives and vessels. Ah Biao clenched his fist and dashed toward the office. Lin Jie watched Ah Biao's retreating figure, then touched the jade pendant at his chest once more. A cool breeze slipped through the corridor window, yet it could not quench the fierce, radiant heat burning steadily in his heart. Spiritual energy stirred. Fortune perception bloomed. In this contest over Hong Kong's very fortune, Lin Jie now held far greater odds of victory. As night deepened, the corridor of Kowloon Hospital was eerily quiet, with only the scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. Lin Jie lay on the hospital bed, his right arm wrapped in thick bandages, the wound a result of his fierce struggle with Scarred Strong during the day. His opponent, a master of the martial arts cultivation system, had unleashed a punch imbued with spiritual energy that tore a deep gash into his arm, exposing bone. Fang Jinxin and Luo Huiling sat in the chairs beside him. The former held a thermal container, while the latter was gently peeling an apple for Lin Jie. Ah Biao had returned to handle matters at the police station, and before he left, he specifically instructed the doctor to use the best medicine for Lin Jie, with all expenses covered by the police department. After all, he was injured in the line of duty, and with Lin Jie's current standing in the police force, no one dared to be negligent. Officer Lin, this is pigeon soup that I had my family stew. It's good for replenishing qi and blood. Please drink it while it's hot. Fang Jinxin said, opening the thermal container, releasing a rich aroma, and carefully serving a bowl to Lin Jie. Lin Jie smiled, took the bowl of soup, and as the warm liquid slid down his throat, it instantly dispelled his fatigue. After a couple of sips, he looked at Fang Jinxin and said, thank you for timely pointing out the flaws of those thugs today. Oh, otherwise I might not have been able to subdue Scarred Strong so easily. I should be the one thanking you. Fang Jinxin shook his head, his eyes filled with gratitude. If you hadn't arrived in time, Huiling and I would have likely become Scarred Strong's prisoners, or worse, we might have fallen victim to the effects of illusion powder. He paused as if recalling something and suddenly asked, Officer Lin, when you engaged Scarred Strong today, did you notice a very special aura about you? Lin Jie raised an eyebrow, setting down the bowl of soup, and did not hide his response. I suppose so. That was spiritual energy. I cultivate the Qi luck perception system, using a jade pendant to guide the spiritual energy, enhance my senses, and provide warnings of danger. Fang Jinxin's eyes flickered with understanding, followed by a hint of curiosity. I see now. I've heard my father mention that Hong Kong is home to many hidden martial arts masters. They temper their bodies and absorb spiritual energy, endowing their punches and kicks with immense power. Scarred Strong is merely a raw rookie in martial arts. True martial arts experts can shatter gold and split stone and can single-handedly confront entire gangs. Luo Huiling paused in her peeling and softly said, "I've also heard rumors about a martial artist named Chun Zhen in Simsha Sui, whose skills are extraordinary. He once single-handedly defeated over a dozen top fighters from the XING gang, several of whom were also skilled masters." Lin Jie felt a slight stir in his heart. His understanding of the martial arts system was limited. He only knew that cultivators relied on their physical bodies with spiritual energy as a supplement, which was entirely different from his chi luck perception system. He couldn't help but ask, "Is there a ranking system in the martial arts similar to the beginner and proficient levels in our chi luck perception?" "Of course there is a correspondence," Fang Jinxin nodded affirmatively. "My father had interactions with many martial artists during his lifetime. He said that the ranking in the martial arts system aligns almost perfectly with what you mentioned. Beginner martial artists can perform basic body tempering, possessing strength that is double that of an ordinary person. Proficient martial artists can infuse spiritual energy into their techniques, overpowering regular gang members. As for transcendent beings, they can manifest protective energy around their bodies, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. Moreover, the spiritual energy of martial artists differs from yours, which is guided by a jade pendant. Theirs is refined from deep within their bodies, making it purer and more domineering. What Scarred Strong used against you today was just the most basic spiritual energy-infused punch. Had you not reacted quickly and avoided the vital points, the injury wouldn't have just been to your arm." Lin Jie glanced down at his right arm, where the wound still throbbed faintly. When he had fought Scarred Strong during the day, he could clearly feel the impact of the opponent's punch. The kind of force infused with spiritual energy was far more terrifying than the strikes of ordinary thugs wielding steel pipes. He suddenly recalled that Biao had mentioned a small leader at the early stage of a transcendent being among the guards in the underground air raid shelter in Shamshui, who was adept at using poison. If he encountered such an opponent, his current strength might not suffice. So in comparison, who is stronger, a martial arts expert or a chi luck perceiver? Lin Jie couldn't help but ask. Fang Jinxin smiled. Each has its strengths. Martial arts experts excel in direct combat, displaying their prowess. Chi luck perceivers are skilled in predicting dangers and strategizing. If the two were to join forces, they might achieve a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. Just then the door of the hospital room was gently pushed open and an elderly man in a gray tang suit walked in. The old man had graying hair, but was still remarkably spirited, carrying a medicine box, his gaze falling upon Lin Jie's right arm, his eyes lighting up slightly. "Who is this?" Lin Jie asked, looking at Fang Jinxin with some confusion. "Officer Lin, this is Elder Chen, a friend of my father and a martial arts master who keeps a low profile," Fang Jinxin quickly introduced. "I specifically invited him to examine your wound. Elder Chen's medicine is far more effective than what the hospital provides." Elder Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to be at ease. He approached the bedside and gently took Lin Jie's right arm, pressing his fingers lightly against the bandages. Lin Jie felt a warm flow of energy emanating from Elder Chen's fingertips, traveling through the meridians of his arm, and the originally faint pain from the wound was surprisingly alleviated. Not bad, not bad. At such a young age, you have cultivated your chi luck perception to the proficient level, and you were able to retreat unscathed from the hands of a proficient martial arts expert. The younger generation is indeed formidable." Elder Chen's voice carried a tone of appreciation as he opened the medicine box, taking out a porcelain bottle and pouring out some brown ointment, saying, "This is a wound medicine I prepared using herbal ingredients infused with a bit of spiritual energy. After applying it, it will scab over in 3 days without leaving a scar." Lin Jie was taken aback. He could sense that the spiritual energy swirling around Elder Chen's fingers was far more profound than Scarred Strong's, and this energy was gentle and harmonious, clearly not comparable to the crude cultivation of Scarred Strong. "Are you also a martial arts practitioner, Elder?" Lin Jie couldn't help but ask. Elder Chen smiled, but did not give a direct answer, saying simply, "I know a little bit, that's all." "Young man, your chi luck perception system, while lacking direct offensive capability, is the most suitable system for protecting Hong Kong. Remember, the strength of spiritual energy has never been the sole criterion for measuring power. One's state of mind and conviction are the foundations of cultivation." As he spoke, he carefully unwrapped the bandages from Lin Jie, applying the brown ointment evenly over the wound. The moment the ointment made contact with the skin, a cooling sensation spread and the pain vanished instantaneously. "Elder Chen is right," Fang Jinxin nodded in agreement. "Officer Lin, your conviction in protecting Hong Kong is your greatest strength." Lin Jie observed the focused expression on Elder Chen's face and the trust reflected in Fang Jinxin and Luo Huiling's eyes, and a warm current surged within him. He recalled the stirring sensation he felt on the rooftop when the spiritual energy shifted, the solidarity from Manager Chen and Tai Shou's assistants, and the expectations of the residents of Poland Street. He realized that he had never been fighting alone. After rewrapping Lin Jie's wound, Elder Chen offered a few more words of caution before taking his leave. Before leaving, he left behind a porcelain bottle, telling Lin Jie that he could find him at the Chun Martial Arts Hall in Simsha Sui when the ointment ran out. The hospital room once again fell silent as Luo Huiling handed the peeled apple to Lin Jie, softly saying, "Officer Lin, you must take good care of your injury and be careful during tomorrow's operation. Lin Jie took the apple, took a bite, and the crisp fragrance filled his mouth. He gazed out at the night, his eyes growing more resolute. Hearing about martial arts for the first time deepened his understanding of the cultivation systems in this world. The afternoon sun slanted down upon the stone-paved streets of Tsim Sha Sui, casting a warm golden hue on the wooden plaque of the Chen Martial Arts School. Lin Jie had changed into casual clothes, the bandage on his right arm wrapped tightly, yet it did not hinder his slow progress. Following the address left by old Chen when he arrived here, the door of the martial arts school was ajar, and the sounds of shouts and the crisp sounds of fists and feet cutting through the air filled the interior, accompanied by the fluctuations of spiritual energy that could be clearly sensed even through the door. He did not push the door open. Instead, he leaned against the banyan tree across the way, peering inside through the crack of the slightly open door. In the courtyard of the martial arts school, more than 20 young boys were practicing their stances, sweat soaking their coarse practice clothes, yet they still gritted their teeth and stood tall. In the center of the courtyard, old Chen held a wooden sword, his figure as steady as a pine tree. Each slash and flick he executed flowed like water, the sword wind stirring up the fallen leaves on the ground, forming a faint cyclone around him, an indication of the overflow of spiritual energy, far denser than the crude spiritual energy of the scarred man. Lower your shoulders, drop your elbows. The spiritual energy must sink into the dantian, not float on the flesh. Old Chen's voice was booming as he suddenly thrust the wooden sword forward, appearing slow, yet carrying an overwhelming momentum. The path of martial arts begins with refining the body, then tempering the qi, and finally controlling the qi with intent. What you are practicing now is merely physical skills, far from the true martial way. Lin Jie fixed his gaze firmly on old Chen's movements, the jade pendant on his chest warming slightly. He could distinctly capture that with every swing of old Chen's sword, the spiritual energy in his body flowed along the meridians from the dantian to the arm, and then to the sword tip, a seamless motion, without any stagnation. Unlike his own passive absorption of spiritual energy through the jade pendant, old Chen's spiritual energy was refined from deep within his body, like a clear spring in the mountains, continuously flowing, pure and domineering. Is this the refinement of qi into essence within the martial arts system? Lin Jie muttered to himself, his sense of fate quietly expanding, enveloping the entire martial arts school. He could discern the fluctuations of spiritual energy among the boys in the courtyard. Most were merely at the intra-level with shallow perceptions that could only barely refine their bodies, while the two youths standing beside old Chen had stable breaths, their spiritual energy already infused into their techniques, clearly advanced martial artists. What startled him the most was old Chen, this seemingly ordinary old man whose spiritual energy was like a deep abyss, faintly showing signs of a protective aura indicating he was a mid-level martial arts powerhouse. At that moment, old Chen suddenly sheathed his sword, his gaze sweeping past Lin Jie outside the door with a hint of a smile. He did not address it directly, only turning to the two young men, saying, "You two come and exchange a few moves with me. Remember, do not rely on brute force. Use intent to control the qi and the qi to guide your moves." The two young men exchanged glances, clasped their fists in salute, and then lunged towards old Chen. The youth on the left excelled in boxing, his fists cutting through the air with a whistling sound, the spiritual energy condensing at the fist's peak, faintly glowing white. The youth on the right employed leg techniques, sweeping kicks, like a sudden storm, the spiritual energy wrapping around his ankles, potent and powerful. Lin Jie's heart raced, the jade pendant's warning instantly sounding. It was not a danger, but a resonance. He could predict the trajectory of the two youths' moves with clarity, even sensing the flaws in their flow of spiritual energy. He saw old Chen neither dodge nor evade, his body slightly turning to avoid the fist, while his wrist flicked the wooden sword, striking precisely at the youth's ankle. What seemed like a casual strike concealed profound spiritual energy. The youth let out a cry, staggering back several steps, as his spiritual energy instantly dissipated. The other youth, seeing this, accelerated his punch, but old Chen evaded with a sidestep, then delivered a palm strike to his back. Pooh! The youth spat out a mouthful of foul air, collapsing to the ground, his face filled with shock. "Did you see that, Old Chen stood still with his sword, sheathed, his voice calm. Spiritual energy is not for enhancing brute force. It is meant to cover the flaws in your moves and guide the direction of your power. You are too eager for success, which only leads to the wrong approach." Lin Jie, leaning against the banyan tree, suddenly understood. He recalled his struggle with the scarred man, relying on the jade pendant's warning to evade attacks, using spiritual energy merely to enhance his senses, never considering integrating it into his techniques. Old Chen's words struck like a bolt of enlightenment, revealing to him the essence of cultivation. Whether in the martial arts system or the fate perception system, the nature of spiritual energy was the same. The key lay in its application. Though fate perceivers lack direct offensive power, if they integrate spiritual energy into their senses, they can expand their warning range, even predict the flow of their opponent's spiritual energy. If they incorporate spiritual energy into their movements, they can enhance their speed and evade stronger attacks. Thinking of this, Lin Jie attempted to channel the spiritual energy within him, no longer limited to his senses, but allowing it to flow through his meridians to his legs. A wave of warm current coursed through his body, and his previously somewhat sluggish steps suddenly felt much lighter. He slightly turned his body, and the stone slabs beneath his feet made no sound at all. The effect of integrating spiritual energy into his movement surpassed his expectations. "Good lad, you grasped it quickly." A hoarse voice came from behind as the door of the martial arts school slowly opened. Old Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes filled with appreciation. Lin Jie came to his senses and hurriedly bowed, saying, "I am Lin Jie. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Your ability to derive the path of fate perception from my sword techniques indicates your exceptional understanding." Old Chen smiled, stepping aside to clear the way. "Come in and sit. I have some ancient texts on cultivation systems that might be useful to you." Lin Jie felt a surge of joy following Old Chen into the martial arts school. The boys in the courtyard had already dispersed, leaving only the two youths quietly recovering. Sunlight poured down through the skylight, landing on the stone table in the center of the courtyard where a pot of clear tea rested. The fragrant aroma of tea intertwined with the essence of spiritual energy, bringing a sense of relaxation. "Sit." Old Chen pointed to the stone bench and personally poured Lin Jie a cup of tea. "The fate perception system you cultivate is a local path of cultivation in Hong Kong Island stemming from the same source as the martial arts system, but flowing differently. Martial arts refines the body while fate refines the heart. If you can combine the two, your strength will surely reach greater heights." Lin Jie lifted the teacup, taking a gentle sip. A bitter flavor spread across his tongue before turning sweet. He looked at Old Chen and earnestly asked, "Senior, how can fate perceivers integrate spiritual energy into their movements? I have tried to channel spiritual energy, but feel somewhat sluggish." "It's simple." Old Chen set down his teacup. "The spiritual energy of fate perceivers is connected to the fate of Hong Kong Island. What you need to do is not to forcefully activate your spiritual energy, but to follow the flow of fate in Hong Kong Island. When your heart connects with the peace of Hong Kong Island, the spiritual energy will naturally flow smoothly." Lin Jie suddenly understood. He recalled his determination to protect Hong Kong Island, the innocent victims eroded by the phantom powder, and Fang Jingxin's resolve to safeguard the financial sanctuary. A surge of hot airflow rose from his dantian, intertwining with the warmth of the jade pendant, and the spiritual energy within him became unprecedentedly smooth. This time he did not deliberately guide it. The spiritual energy flowed spontaneously through his body, his senses amplified infinitely, allowing him to hear the street vendors' shouts across the road and see the boats coming and going in Victoria Harbor. Old Chen observed the faint white light emanating from Lin Jie, a glint of astonishment crossing his eyes. "I didn't expect you to touch upon the threshold of advancing in the fate perception system in such a short time. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a pillar of strength in protecting Hong Kong Island." Lin Jie retracted his spiritual energy, filled with gratitude. He knew that this time of seeking enlightenment had elevated not just his application of spiritual energy, but also his transformation in mindset. At that moment, a vibration came from his pocket. It was a message from a Biao, a call for help indicating that the Viper Gang had begun mobilizing and many unfamiliar faces had appeared around the air raid shelter in Shamshuepa. Lin Jie's expression instantly grew serious. Old Chen saw the change in his demeanor and said blandly, "Go, the battle in Shamshuepa is your true trial. Remember, where the heart desires, that is where fate flows." Lin Jie stood up, deeply bowing to Old Chen. "I will never forget your great kindness, senior." Old Chen waved his hand, watching Lin Jie's figure disappear at the end of the stone-paved street. Sunlight fell upon him, and the wooden sword in the courtyard gleamed with a cold light, faintly resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar. As twilight descended, the wooden gate of Chen Martial Arts Academy was softly rapped. Lin Jie, seated inside, held an ancient cultivation manual gifted by Elder Chen, his fingertip tracing the line Qi fortune and martial path share the same origin. His pale green jade pendant warmed faintly against his chest. Elder Chen set down his purple clay teapot and lifted his gaze toward the door, his eyes flickering with quiet recognition. "Enter." The wooden gate creaked open. At the threshold stood a man leaning on a rosewood cane, his left leg slightly lame, yet radiating an aura of unspoken authority. He wore a flawlessly tailored black suit, his hair combed with meticulous precision. Two broad-shouldered men flanked him, their waists bulging unmistakably beneath their jackets. "Elder Chen, my unannounced visit is deeply regrettable. I beg your indulgence," the man said, his voice low and gravelly, laced with the rough charm of a seasoned underworld figure. His gaze swept over Lin Jie, paused briefly, but asked no questions. Elder Chen gave a faint, indifferent nod. "Wu Shihao, you rule the Kowloon walled city, yet you've come all this way to my humble academy. What brings you?" Wu Shihao, the infamous lame Ha of Hong Kong's underworld. Lin Jie's pulse quickened. Unobtrusively, he extended his Kafortune perception, sensing no spiritual energy in the man, yet detecting a razor-edged ferocity, forged in bloodshed and survival, a true master of the underworld tempered in slaughter and chaos. Lame Ha grinned, gesturing for his men to place a lacquered gift box beside the door before bowing deeply. "I come today for two reasons. First, to pay my respects. Second, to inquire. Has Scarred Chong of Xing fallen into the hands of Officer Lin?" His gaze locked precisely onto Lin Jie, measuring but devoid of malice. Lin Jie closed the ancient manual and rose. Mr. Wu's intelligence network is indeed swift. Scar Chong stands detained by police charged with abduction and illegal possession of illusion dust, awaiting formal interrogation. At this, Lam Ha's smile softened, though his tone remained deferential. Officer Lin, I acknowledge Scar Chong's guilt. XING has grown reckless, daring even to traffic illusion dust, that vile corrupting substance. They violated every tenet of Underworld honor. I'm not here to plead for him, but to propose a transaction. Oh, Lin Jie raised an eyebrow. What kind of transaction? XING's leader has allied with Viper, secretly stockpiling 50 kilograms of illusion dust for export to the West. Lam Ha spoke without hesitation, withdrawing a folded sheet from his inner pocket and laying it upon the stone table. This is XING's covert watchpost map for Sham Shui Pa, and the list of arms dealers Viper contacts in secret. I know you wish to destroy that shipment. Though I dwell in the underworld, I still know what must be touched and what must never be. Illusion dust poisons Hong Kong's people. I will not stand by while XING plunges our city into ruin. Elder Chen lifted his teapot and took a slow, silent sip. Lin Jie picked up the paper. The characters were precise, each watchpost location and shift rotation detailed, with surgical clarity surpassing even Scar Chong's confession. A quiet marvel stirred within him. Lam Ha's dominance over the walled city was no accident. He had pierced XING's innermost secrets with uncanny precision. What do you demand? Lin Jie did not commit. Not yet. In the underworld, no bargain was ever free. Leaning forward on his cane, Lam Ha's eyes sharpened. I demand XING's collapse. For years they've seized my territory, through collusion with corrupt officers and trafficking of banned substances. Destroy the illusion dust. Topple Viper. Their leader will inevitably fall. An order in the walled city shall then rest in my hands. I swear, so long as Wu Shihao draws breath, not a trace of illusion dust shall ever surface in the walled city. This was the code of the underworld. Mutual interest, mutual gain. Lin Jie paused, then extended his Kafortune perception once more, enveloping Lam Ha. He sensed absolute sincerity, no deception, no hidden agenda. The man's ruthlessness was reserved for enemies. Toward Hong Kong's common folk, he retained a sliver of conscience. Agreed, Lin Jie said. But one condition: upon completion of this deal, you will fully cooperate with police in eradicating every gram of illusion dust circulating in Hong Kong. No omissions, no concealments. A solemn vow. Lam Ha extended his hand, and Lin Jie clasped it firmly. Officer Lin, direct, resolute. Wu Shihao respects such integrity. At 3 a.m. tomorrow, Viper will transfer the illusion dust at the abandoned theater in Sham Shui Pa. My men will pin down XING's outer forces, creating the opening you require. With that, Lam Ha departed without further delay, his men falling into step behind him. As the wooden gate clicked shut, silence reclaimed the courtyard. Elder Chen set down his teapot and regarded Lin Jie. Do you trust him? Halfway, Lin Jie replied candidly. Men of the underworld pursue profit, but also honor their codes. He covets XING's turf, but we seek to obliterate the illusion dust. Our aims align. For now, betrayal serves no purpose. He paused, then added, and I sense something else. A protective instinct like that of a guardian lion. Countless innocents dwell in the walled city. He will not let illusion dust devour them. Elder Chen smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with approval. Well said. Kafortune perception does not merely warn of danger. It reveals the heart's true compass. That is its highest art. Lin Jie gazed at the watchpost map on the stone table and recalled Fang Jinshin's Sanable simulation. His plan crystallized sharp and irrevocable. Lam Ha's alliance was a decisive advantage. With XING's outer forces neutralized, they could concentrate all strength against Viper and the fledgling transcendent poison cultivator behind the operation. Night deepened. Far beyond the garden walls, Victoria Harbor shimmered with distant lights. Lin Jie held the map, his fingertips warming as if ignited by resolve. The underworld abides by its own laws, the police uphold theirs. When those paths converge, when duty and destiny align, that is the perfect moment to shatter the deadlock. At 3 a.m. tomorrow in Sham Shui Pa, the reckoning begins. Night lay like ink, the neon of Jianshaze scattered mottled light across the flagstones. Lin Jie had just parted from Chun Lao when a short, stout figure blocked his way at the corner. The man wore a neatly pressed gray tang jacket, his face creased into a Mithriel-like smile as he idly rolled 2 lacquered walnuts between his fingers. He carried no trace of malice, yet Lin Jie's bluish-white jade pendant trembled faintly against his chest. You must be Officer Lin, the rotund man said in an even tone, eyes bright with shrewdness. I am Feng Runtang. In these parts, people give me a courtesy name, Zhu Yuzai. Zhu Yuzai, the most effective ring collector at Lei Luo's side, the well-known intermediary across both underworld and officialdom on Gangdao. A chill ran through Lin Jie as his fortune sense unfurled. The man possessed no spiritual energy roots, yet a complex aura clung to him. Equal parts official authority and underworld guile, the signature of someone long accustomed to moving between the white and black worlds and bending rules to his advantage. Mr. Zhu, may I ask what brings you to me? Lin Jie remained composed. He knew the danger of such men, smiling on the surface while wielding influence in secret. Lei Luo's ability to corporatize police gang collusion could not have succeeded without people like him working the middle ground. Zhu Yuzai laughed and made a polite gesture, leading Lin Jie into an inconspicuous tea stall nearby. The owner bowed obsequiously at the sight of him, brewed a pot of top-grade pu'er, and withdrew to the kitchen with obvious deference. Inside, a few worn wooden tables stood under a slow-turning fan that eased the humid air but could not disperse the taut atmosphere of calculation compressed into that small space. Officer Lin, you have been on a roll lately, taking down Scarred Chong and even ruffling the feathers of Bo Hao and Chun Lao. The young are formidable. Zhu Yuzai poured tea and pushed a cup across to Lin Jie. The liquor was clear and fragrant. But the matter of Kuei-shi and XNG runs far deeper than you imagine. You might think Scarred Chong is merely a hall master of XNG, he said, but the hand he holds is half of the network Kuei-shi has woven across Gangdao. Oh, pull one thread, and the whole web quivers. Lin Jie lifted the cup, feeling the warmth against his fingertips, his gaze resting on Zhu Yuzai's face. Mr. Feng, are you here to sound me out on behalf of Lei Luo? Or is Detective Chief Lei Luo hoping to carve himself a piece of this Huanlingfen illusion spirit powder affair? It is not mere probing, and the idea of him taking a piece is absurd. Zhu Yuzai toyed with his walnuts, his tone earnest. Detective Chief Lei Luo says Huanlingfen sullies the rules of Gangdao and soils his ledger. He does not wish to wade into the muck, but he will not tolerate someone fouling his territory. Gangdao is a fat piece of meat, everyone wants a bite. But before they chew, they must know whether their teeth are sharp enough. Kuei-shi and XING clearly misjudged the weight of things. He paused and produced a beef-hide envelope from his breast, setting it on the table. The envelope bore no markings, but felt heavy with consequence. Inside is a roster of Kuei-shi's moles within the precinct and the dossier on the extraordinary poison master, the man called Du Xie. He is a fanatic nurtured by trans-regional Nanyang forces skilled in Nanyang goo poisons. He binds spiritual energy to venom. Ordinary protective chi cannot stop it. His signature poison hides in the seams of his fingernails. A single scratch can let the goo travel through the blood, turning a man into a ravenous corpse within half an hour. Furthermore, Detective Chief Lei Luo can guarantee that at dawn tomorrow patrols from Wanzai and Shinshuebu will conveniently be pulled off key routes, making things easier for your operation. Lin Jie opened the envelope. The handwriting was neat, names, ranks, contact methods of the moles were listed, and Du Xie's methods, countermeasures, and weaknesses were itemized with clinical clarity. Even the detail that Du Xie rested and practiced chi training at the hour each day, when his defenses were weakest, was recorded. The intelligence was far more precise than what Bo Hao had provided. A cold thought passed his mind. Lei Luo had indeed long held the strings. Unable perhaps to act openly because of Chief Zhonghua's position, he had extended an olive branch through Zhu Yuzai's clean house and reaped the harvest quietly. And what does Lei Luo want in return? Lin Jie asked, eyes hawksharp. There is no free lunch in Jianghu dealings, and Lei Luo's favors always carried weight. Does he want me to spare Kuei-shi, or is he seeking some other advantage from me? Simple. Zhu Yuzai's smile did not falter. He tapped the table in a crisp rhythm. First, destroy the Huanlingfen and eliminate Du Xie, but spare Kuei-shi's life. Lei Luo wants to question him personally, who dared sell Huanlingfen on his turf, and who backs them. Second, afterward, hand Xinji's territory over to Bo Hao to manage. The order in Zhulong Qingjai must be kept under his watch. Detective Chief Lei Luo does not seek land, he desires stability. Only once order is restored can his business continue unimpeded. This was Lei Luo's cunning to use Lin Jie's hand to prune the Huanlingfen threat, while leveraging Bo Hao's force to rebalance the underworld, thereby preserving his hybrid dominion over both sides. Lin Jie recalled Fang Jinexian's remark that divergent interests breed conflict. Lei Luo's entanglement with Kuei-shi proved fragile. Once core interests were touched, allies became dispensable pieces. Why should I trust you? Lin Jie countered, fingertips brushing the edge of the envelope. Lei Luo is two-faced. How do I know this is not a trap, you? And he's set to use my hand to remove Kuei-shi and then cast me out as a scapegoat. Zhu Yuzai produced an old police badge from his pocket and laid it on the table. The badge cast from pure copper bore Lei Luo's number and showed the wear of years, yet still radiated authority. This is Detective Chief Lei Luo's early badge. With it, if trouble arises during tomorrow's operation, you can call up plainclothes in the jurisdiction and even reach the nearby Flying Tiger's reserves. He spoke with conviction, his gaze open. Officer Lin, I have survived in the Jianghu for many years by keeping my word. Lin Jie took the badge. The metal was cool and real, the numbers and marks impossible to counterfeit. He activated his fortune sense again, letting it wash over Zhu Yuzai. The pendant's pulse remained steady, no malice. The man's words rang true this time. Lei Luo genuinely sought to use Lin Jie to clear out the threat. All right. Lin Jie nodded and slipped the badge into his breast. But I have one condition. After the operation, Lei Luo must cooperate fully with the Independent Commission Against Corruption to root out all remnants connected to Huanlingfen, including the precinct moles. I do not seek temporary calm, I want thorough cleansing. Gongdao's police cannot harbor worms that eat from within. Zhu Yuzai's smile deepened a trace of approval in his eyes. Officer Lin Yu are indeed upright, unlike those who only know how to line their pockets. He promised on Lei Luo's behalf those who betray the code of the police and the Jianghu must be cleansed. The two men raised their cups. The clink of porcelain rang clear as tea fragrance filled the cramped stall. A clandestine accord between white and black had been sealed. There were no blades or grand speeches, only a few seemingly plain exchanges that would determine the course of the battle at Shinshibu the next day. After parting with Zhu Yuzai, Lin Jie walked into the night clutching the badge and the intelligence. He glanced back. Zhu Yuzai still sat there leisurely sipping tea, as if sharing a cup with an ordinary friend. Neon along the street flickered, casting his silhouette in and out like the shifting identity he bore between the white and the black worlds. Lei Luo's special rent collector lived up to his reputation, versed in the codes of the Jianghu and fluent in the corridors of power. With a few words he had set the whole board in motion. Lin Jie's resolve clarified. Tomorrow's clash in Shinshuebu would be not only a fight of good versus evil, but a contest of competing interests. Bo Hao coveted Xinji's turf. Lei Luo wanted to preserve order. The ICAC sought to expose the moles. And Lin Jie wanted to destroy the Huanlingfen and protect Gongdao's peace. He took out his pager and sent a message to a Biao ordering him to contact Fongjin Xian immediately to update the operation plan. Above all, to add defensive measures against Du Xiezgu poisons. At the same time, he encrypted the precinct mole list and forwarded it to the ICAC contact. If they were to act, they would root out the threat completely and leave no room for a counterstrike. The night wind cooled and lifted the hem of his coat. The bluish-white jade pendant at his chest warmed faintly as his fortune sense spread, picking up the footfalls of distant patrols and the whispered signals of Xinji's sentries. Victoria Harbor remained ablaze with lights reflected on the water as a shimmer of watchful eyes, as if the city itself had seen the storm approaching. Lin Jie clenched the pendant. Its heat replied to his determination. The rules that allowed one to play both sides could not stand forever. They would ultimately yield to justice. At dawn tomorrow, the air raid shelter in Shinshuebu would be the final battlefield of this contest, and his first stand to defend Gangdao. He braced himself for what was to come, knowing that the coming confrontation would test not only strength, but the fragile balance of power that governed the island. Before dawn, the office block of the Wanzai branch of the Lianjin Gongshu lay hidden in a thin veil of mist. Its gray-white facade emanated a chill austerity at odds with the neon gaiety not far away. Lin Jie stood beneath the building, his uniform crisply pressed, a strip of bandage on his right arm, strikingly conspicuous in the pale morning light. He clutched an encrypted list of internal informants, a pale jade pendant pressed to his chest, and faintly cool to the touch. The deal with Zhu Yuzai from the night before still replayed in his mind. Lei Luo was a careful schemer, but what Lin Jie sought was never a mere balance of power. He meant to sever the very root of police underworld collusion. As he reached the entrance, a poised figure intercepted him. The newcomer wore a neatly ironed white shirt, hair combed with exactness, eyes as sharp as blades. It was Li Ying, the senior investigation director of the Lianjin Gongshu. Officer Lin, you came after all. Li Ying's voice was low, threaded with approval. After Dao Ba's capture, we turned our attention to Xian and Qish. I didn't expect you to obtain something so crucial. Lin Jie handed over the envelope, his tone steady. This is the list of informants colluding with Qish inside the police force and evidence that Lei Luo tacitly approved the operation. He added, Fang Jinxin has traced Lei Luo's 3 rubber companies in Nanyang. They are a front for laundering the black profits from Huanling powder trafficking. Li Ying took the envelope, his fingertip brushing the seal as his expression deepened. He opened it and scanned the names swiftly, then slammed a finger down on one. Huang Kuan, detective at the Wanzai police station. So it is him. We've long suspected his graft, but lacked the smoking gun. The two walked side by side into the office block. The corridor was silent, only their footsteps echoing in the empty space. A plaque on the office wall bore the words "Combat Corruption, Uphold Integrity." Sunlight slanted through the blinds, casting bands of light and shadow across the floor. Lei Luo's gambit is dangerously bold. Li Ying set the list on the desk and poured a cup of hot water, offering it to Lin Jie. He planned to use your hand to eliminate Qish, then have Bo Hao take over Xianji's territory, preserving his black and white order. But he did not expect you to hand this list to us. Lin Jie snorted and took the cup as steam fogged his glasses. His so-called order is nothing more than trading the safety of Wanzai citizens for his own wealth and prestige. Huanling powder robs people of reason and disturbs the island's qi. The moment such poison circulates on the island, true stability is impossible. He paused, then laid out the terms Zhu Yuzai had offered the previous night, including Lei Luo's promise to reassign patrols and to supply intelligence on Duxi. Lei Luo assumed I would follow his script, but he forgot I am a police officer, not a pawn. He added, tomorrow at dawn in Shinshibu, we will both destroy the Huanling powder and unmask the internal traitors. A flash of resolve passed through Li Ying's eyes. He seized the desk phone and dialed swiftly. Inform the technical division, immediately verify the call records and financial flows of everyone on this list. Mobilize 20 investigators, split into 5 teams, and shadow the names. Once the operation begins, execute arrests at once. A brisk reply crackled from the other end of the line. Li Ying hung up and turned to Lin Jie. Officer Lin, what assistance do you require? The Lianjin Gongshu lacks enforcement power, but we can neutralize resistance within the police to ensure no one warns Quiche during the operation. I want you to carry out simultaneous arrests of the names on this list when the operation begins. Lin Jie's gaze was steady as his fingertips tapped the desk. Especially Huang Kuan. He is Quish's core liaison inside the station. We must control him before he can pass any warning. He continued, Fang Jinxin has already secured proof of Lei Luo's money laundering. When the operation ends, we can strike on two fronts, purge the Huanling powder, and sever this black money chain. At that moment, the office door burst open and a young investigator rushed in clutching a document. Director Li, Officer Lin, there is a new development. We found that Quiche has not only colluded with XING, but also struck a deal with foreign arms suppliers. Once the Huanling powder shipment is moved, they intend to release a batch of infected test subjects on the island to assess the powder's battlefield effects. Test subjects. Lin Jie's pupils tightened, a chill racing down his spine. He recalled those ravaged by Huanling powder mines shattered. If such subjects were unleashed onto the streets, the entire island would descend into panic. The investigator laid the file on the desk and pointed to the photographs. These test subjects were kidnapped by Nanyang cross-border forces, innocent civilians forcibly injected with high concentrations of Huanling powder. They possess monstrous strength and a reckless disregard for life. Li Ying's face darkened. He slammed his fist against the desk. Monstrous. They treat the people of this island as if they were expendable. Sweat prickled on Lin Jie's palm. The pale jade pendant suddenly grew hot. A sharp sense of danger surged through him. He remembered the scene he had witnessed on the rooftop last night. Deep within Shinshubi's air raid shelter, black vapors coiled, and the mountains of Huanling powder concealed a more terrible plot. We must act earlier. Lin Jie's voice was iron. Change the plan, 3 M. Strike to 1 M. He'll notify Bo how to move to preoccupy Xinj's peripheral forces, tell Zhu Yuze to keep the plan outwardly unchanged so Lei Luo remains complacent. Li Ying nodded and picked up the phone at once. Inform everyone, cancel leave. Assemble at Shinshubu at midnight. Also contact the military's explosive ordnance disposal unit for support. 50 kilograms of Huanling powder could cause unimaginable devastation if detonated. Tension snapped through the office, ringing phones, rapid keystrokes, hurried footsteps. The net for a thunderous operation was quietly being cast. Lin Jie moved to the window and looked out toward Waidulia Harbor. Dawn had begun to pierce the mist, golden light spilled across the water. He touched the jade pendant at his chest. Its warmth spread along his meridians, a perception of qi unfurled, subtly enveloping the whole city. He could feel the island's qi stirring, the malignant energies lurking in the dark were converging toward Shinshubu. The informants within the station, Lei Luo's watchful waiting, Bo Hao's calculations, and the Lianjin Gongshu's coming strike. Every force would collide in Shinshubu at the appointed hour. Officer Lin. Li Ying's voice broke through his reverie. All is prepared, we await only your command. Lin Jie turned, and there was no trace of hesitation in his eyes. He thought of Fang Jinxin's determination to safeguard the financial sanctum of Chun Lao's teachings on the martial path, and of the wails of innocent people ravaged by Huanling powder. 1 M. He said, each syllable deliberate. Strike like thunder. Unless we break it, there can be no rebuilding. Li Ying nodded heavily, their gazes met, and a deadly resolve filled the office. This battle was not only to destroy Huanling powder, but to tear away the veil that hid the police underworld conspiracy to let the Lianjin Gongshu's thunder crash across this land shrouded in gloom. The light grew stronger, illuminating every corner of the office and the steadfastness in Lin Jie's eyes. The storm at Shinshubu was now within sight. The Independent Commission Against Corruption's investigation order tightened like a noose around his neck. Lei Luo sat in the study of his private residence, and Sim Sha Sui, a cigar unlit, between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the newspaper spread across the desk. Its front-page headline blazed in crimson: ICAC strikes, hard rooting out police corruption. Outside, neon lights bled through the slats of the blinds, carving fractured, flickering patterns across the floor. Much like his own predicament, outwardly stable, yet beneath his feet the ground burned. Brother Luo, the ICAC has already taken Han's son. You're next. His trusted lieutenant, Ah Biao, stood rigid before the desk, voice trembling. The enamel teacup in his hand shook violently, spilling droplets onto the polished surface. The brothers are panicking, upset, disoriented. Should we move assets overseas first? Lei Luo said nothing. Slowly he lifted the cigar and tapped it lightly against the box. When he raised his eyes, not a trace of panic stirred within them. Only the profound stillness of one who commands the battlefield from afar. Panic. The more you panic, the more easily you betray yourself. Don't you grasp that fundamental truth? He rose and walked to the wall map, his fingertip landing decisively on Taiwan. The ICAC craves prestige, the glory of hunting tigers. If this tiger flees too swiftly, they'll sink their teeth in deeper and refuse to let go. Brother Luo, what do you mean in preserve the form, perfect the posture? Lei Luo uttered those 6 words with quiet finality, his finger tracing Hong Kong's winding streets. I must make everyone believe I'm still resisting the ICAC heathen, still scrambling for connections, still maneuvering behind the scenes. Turning, he pulled a rusted metal box from the depths of his bookshelf. Inside lay a thick stack of documents. These are my accounts over the years. Tomorrow place them quietly at the ICAC's entrance. No name, no trace. Remember, it must appear as an anonymous tip, flawless, invisible. Na Biao stared at the files, his face drained of color. Brother Luo, this is a sedative for the ICAC. Lei Luo cut in, his gaze sharp as a blade. Inside these ledgers lie only trivial, harmless embezzlements. The core assets, long since transferred overseas via your sister-in-law's trust fund. Once they clutch these evidence, they'll think they've seized my lifeline and delay sealing the ports. And he paused, then drew a plain gold wristwatch from his drawer and tossed it to Biao. Take this. Tomorrow find a high at the docks. He'll arrange your passage to Taiwan. Remember, the vessel departs at 3 a.m. You have half an hour. No exceptions. Na Biao caught the watch. Its cool metal shell bore a tiny engraved character Luo. Before he could speak, Lei Luo snatched his familiar black trench coat from the rack and slipped it on. Tonight I'll attend a nightclub engagement. Let journalists capture me reveling carefree, unburdened. You'll use the chaos to escort my family to the docks. Tell them once in Taiwan they may rest easy. And you, Brother Luo? Biao asked urgently. A faint, resolute smile curved Lei Luo's lips. I must perform this drama myself. As long as the ICAC watches me, the calmer I appear, the less they'll suspect. By the time they pore over these forged accounts, cross-checking every line, I'll already be aboard the vessel bound for Taiwan. At the doorway, he paused, hand resting on the knob, and glanced back at the study. Oh, and leave my collection of antiques and calligraphy here. Tell the ICAC these were meant as bargaining chips for influence. Night deepened. Lei Luo's motorcade rolled smoothly from the residence toward the nightclub. Beyond the window, the ICAC surveillance vehicle trailed discreetly. Not too close, not too far, its headlights stabbing like needles into the gloom. Lei Luo leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, fingertips gently stroking the cigar box. He knew well, once this sick-hot-as-hell escape was set in motion, there would be no turning back. Inside the nightclub, dazzling lights pulsed, deafening music crashed over waves of smoke and liquor. The moment Lei Luo stepped out of the car, reporters swarmed, microphones and lenses thrust forward, crowding his face. He adjusted his trench coat collar, wearing his customary smile, waving casually to those around him, utterly unruffled. And Chief Inspector Lei, how do you respond to the ICAC's investigation? Han Sun has already been taken away. Will you be implicated? Question after question grew sharper, yet Lei Luo threw back his head and laughed, a rich, resonant sound, as he waved his cigar. Friends in the press, meals are eaten bite by bite, dramas unfold scene by scene. I've served Hong Kong's police force for decades, upright, unassailable. What then is there to fear? And he parted the crowd and strode into the private lounge. Several wealthy merchants waited inside. Glasses clinked, hollow flattery filled the air. Lei Luo navigated the gathering with effortless grace, raising his glass in hearty toasts, laughing loudly. Yet his peripheral vision never strayed from the door. ICAC observers he knew lurked somewhere in the shadows. Meanwhile, Biao moved precisely as instructed. First, he drove near the ICAC headquarters and slipped the envelope containing the falsified accounts into the anonymous tip box, swift, clean, without hesitation. Then, without pause, he sped to another of Lei Luo's residences to collect his wife and child. And night had thickened into ink. The dock wind carried the briny tang of the sea. Lei Luo's wife held her child tightly, eyes rimmed with red, but asked not a single question. Biao met her gaze and murmured, "Sister-in-law, rest assured. Brother Luo has everything arranged. Once in Taiwan, you'll be safe." Captain Ahai awaited them aboard a speedboat, handing over life jackets the moment he spotted Biao. Brother Luo's orders are fulfilled. This vessel is discreet. I'll ferry sister-in-law to the cargo ship waiting offshore. Biao nodded, watching the speedboat vanish into the night. Only then did the knot in his chest begin to loosen. He checked the gold watch. Several hours remained until the appointed time. And inside the nightclub, the clamor continued. Lei Luo glanced at the wall clock. The hour hand edged past 1 a.m. Feigning intoxication, he staggered slightly and waved dismissively at the merchants nearby. "Gentlemen, excuse me. A brief visit to the restroom." And no one doubted him. To them, this chief inspector was simply overindulged, needing only a moment to sober up. And Lei Luo hurried into the restroom and locked himself inside a stall. Without hesitation, he pushed aside a ceiling panel, revealing a set of dark civilian clothes prepared in advance. In seconds, he changed. Then, using hair gel, he tousled his hair into disarray. His smile vanished, replaced by sharp vigilance. Next, he slid open the stall's rear window, the nightclub's service exit, a narrow alley stretching into darkness. At its mouth, a black sedan glowed faintly. The driver, spotting Lei Luo, leapt out and yanked open the door. "Brother Luo, get in." And Lei Luo ducked into the car, which surged forward instantly. Scenery blurred past the windows as he closed his eyes. Memories of Hong Kong's perilous police world flooding back. from an obscure constable to the most powerful Chinese chief inspector. Each step calculated, each ascent fraught with danger. And the car finally halted at a secluded dock. Lei Luo stepped out to find Ahai waiting beside the speedboat. And, Brother Luo, all is prepared. The cargo ship awaits offshore. Ahai whispered, voice low and steady. Lei Luo nodded and clapped his shoulder. Ahai, you've borne heavy burdens these years. Once in Taiwan, I'll send word. He boarded the speedboat. Sea wind whipped his hair wildly as the vessel sliced across the water, surging toward the impenetrable black horizon. Standing on deck, Lei Luo turned. Hong Kong's glittering lights receded, dissolving into a dream from which he could not wake. At last he lit the cigar he'd held clenched for so long. Through the curling smoke, the echo of his younger self returned. In this world, survival demands hiding your strongest card. At dawn the next day, ICAC officers stormed Lei Luo's private residence, finding only the fabricated accounts and a trove of antiques and calligraphy. Staring into the hollow rooms, they realized belatedly that they had been mere pawns upon his chessboard from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Lei Luo stood on the deck of the cargo ship en route to Taiwan. Before him, the eastern horizon brightened, dawn's first light dissolving the cigar's smoke into the crisp morning air. The ICAC interrogation room was perpetually lit by a single ghastly white lamp. Its ballast, long degraded, emitted a low insect-like hum every dozen seconds, like a trapped fly battering itself against the glass, too exhausted to escape, yet not quite dead. Lin Jie stared at the confession laid out on the table. For half an hour, Han Sen's handwriting was hasty and ragged, some strokes dragged on unnaturally like the final gasping breath of a man spent. On the third page, a line bled into blur, Lei Luo's asset transfer. Lin Jie scraped his thumbnail across the ink stain, black smudged onto his fingertip, and brought it to his nose. It smelled of the ICAC's standard issue subpar ink, acrid, sharp, stinging the nostrils. His gaze lingered on the blurred character, Lei, and suddenly, unbidden, a memory surged forth, Zhong in the surveillance footage, 3 days earlier, at the dock freight station entrance. The image was hazy as if veiled by frosted glass. Zhong wore a deep blue baseball cap, its brim pulled low, only the taut angular line of his lower jaw visible. He strode swiftly through the gate, but paused just before turning into the alley. Glanced back, once, just once. Then 2 men in black trench coats seized him from either side and dragged him into the alley's depths like a sack of lifeless cargo. What had that glance been searching for? Sir Lin. The door swung open. Li Ying slipped inside and closed it softly behind him. He wore no uniform, only a faded gray jacket, its hem and shoes speckled with dried, hardened mud, as though he'd just rolled out of a cement mixer on a construction site. He tossed a brown craft paper file folder onto the table. Its edges bore creases from rainwater, dampened then air-dried, like the crumpled face of a weary man. We searched Zhong's flat. Li Ying's voice was hoarse as if gravel lodged in his throat. His toothbrush was still damp. His towel hung over the chairback, not yet dry. Leftover food in the kitchen had soured, and the rice in the electric cooker, still warm. He paused, drew a slow breath. He left in haste, not intending never to return. Lin Jie opened the folder. Inside lay several crime scene photographs. Zhong's rented room was stark, bare concrete floor, a metal frame bed, and a yellowed world map taped to the wall, with Hong Kong circled in red ink. On the nightstand stood a photo frame, a younger Zhong, arm slung over another man's shoulder, both grinning against the backdrop of a dockside cargo ship. Who is this? Lin Jie pointed to the photograph. Checked. His cousin. Died 3 years ago aboard a cargo vessel. Body never recovered. Li Ying lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply. The ash fell onto the photo's edge, burning a tiny charred hole. Zhong spent years trying to uncover his cousin's death. He suspected it tied to Lei Luo's smuggling network. The interrogation room fell silent, save for the ballast's ceaseless droning hum. Lei Luo's people are preparing to flee, but their hands haven't yet withdrawn. Lin Jie slid the photos back into the folder, fingertips tracing the coarse grain of the paper. Zhong's disappearance isn't coincidence. The ledger. Li Ying exhaled 2 words. The smoke ring drifted slowly apart under the lamp's glare. The ledger Han Sun mentioned in his confession. It logs Lei Luo's early smuggling operations, vessels, cargo handoff points, even profit splits. Zhong oversaw the freight station. He handled every consignment. If he kept a copy, he left the sentence unfinished, its implications seeping into the room like cold mist, chilling to the bone. Lin Jie looked up at Li Ying. What's your plan? Li Ying didn't answer right away. He crushed his cigarette into the ICAC's aluminum ashtray. The sparks sizzled on the metal with a sharp serpentine hiss. From his jacket's inner pocket, he withdrew something and placed it on the table, a police ID card. The photo had been replaced, the name altered. Even the laminated edge bore deliberate frayed wear. The man in the photo had unremarkable features, easily lost in any crowd. Yet his eyes were heavy, still, like stones sunk deep in a dark pool. Made by Old Chen, Li Ying said. Old Chen was a veteran forensic officer who'd served in military intelligence decades prior, a master forger. Identity: Ming from Guangxi. Worked construction in Shenzhen before coming to Hong Kong through a hometown connection. Lin Jie picked up the ID. its plastic casing cool to the touch, the photo's surface slightly warmed where his thumb had rested. He studied the stranger's face, then lifted his gaze to meet Li Ying's. Li Ying was adjusting his jacket cuff, its hem frayed threads unraveled and rough. XING has been hiring laborers lately. His tone was flat matter-of-fact, as if discussing dinner plans. The dock freight station needs workers. Screening slacks, just need strength. No questions asked about origins. I've made contact. I start tonight. It's too dangerous, Lin Jie said. He knew the words were futile, but uttered them anyway. Li Ying finally met his gaze. No emotion there, only faint bloodshot streaks of exhaustion. If Ah Zhong is dead, the ledger vanishes forever. Lei Luo's asset transfer trail, and everyone shielding him, will vanish with it. He paused, mouth twitching, half smile, half sneer. Besides, I owe Ah Zhong a debt. What debt? 3 years ago, I went undercover on a weapons trafficking case. My cover nearly collapsed. Ah Zhong passed me the warning, and helped me escape through a dockside drainage pipe. As Li Ying spoke, his eyes drifted toward the interrogation room's narrow window, beyond it a leaden sky. He told me then his cousin might have died because of that same arms shipment. Lin Jie said nothing more. He slid the ID back across the metal tabletop, leaving a faint silvery scratch. Li Ying tucked it away, then lifted a slightly worn canvas bag from beneath the table, its strap frayed at the edges. Unzipping it revealed 2 stiff, sleeveless work vests, a pair of navy blue coveralls, a pair of heavy-duty safety boots, and a wrench. The wrench was old, its handle wrapped in black electrical tape, its jaws worn smooth and gleaming, reflecting a warped, ghostly image of whoever held it. I'm leaving. Li Ying slung the bag over his shoulder. The weight bent his silhouette slightly, making him appear older, wearier. At the door he paused, without turning back. Keep close watch on Warehouse 3 at the docks. Han Sen mentioned it in his confession, but gave no details. What signal will you send? Old protocol, Li Ying said. If the peace lily on your office windowsill begins yellowing at the leaf tips, that means a message is coming. The door clicked shut softly. The ballast hum swelled, suddenly deafening. Lin Jie sat alone in the interrogation room, eyes fixed on the ink-blurred confession before him, then drifting to the sky beyond the window. Dusk seeped through the narrow gaps between buildings, inch by inch, swallowing the day's light. He thought again of the canvas bag on Li Ying's back, its strap worn threadbare as if carried for years. After nightfall, the dock freight station transformed entirely. The daytime clamor dissolved, leaving only the low moan of cargo ships' horns, the groan of cranes, and sea wind carrying salt and decay in gusts. Streetlights flickered sparsely, casting dim haloed circles on the damp ground, illuminating vast jagged shadows cast by towering stacks of shipping containers. Li Ying, now known as Ah Ming, followed the foreman across the yard. The foreman was in his 40s, dark-skinned with crow's feet so deep they could trap mosquitoes. His left foot dragged slightly as he walked. He handed Li Ying a tin badge, Container 27. That's yours. Sleep there tonight. Report at 6 a.m. 5 cents per crate. More crates, more pay. The badge's edges bit into his palm. Li Ying closed his fist around it and nodded. His container was a repurposed, rust-eaten shipping unit. Its door shrieked in protest when pulled open. Inside, a folding cot, a splintered wooden crate, and a chipped enamel mug resting atop it. The air hung thick with iron rust mildew, and a faint sickly tang like rotting fish abandoned in a forgotten corner. Li Ying set down his canvas bag and sat on the cot. Its springs had collapsed, the frame groaned sharply beneath him. He listened to distant voices, the scrape of cargo boxes being dragged, sporadic curses, and bursts of laughter. All XING men, all remnants of Lei Luo's shadow network. Deep into the night, the yard fell utterly still. Li Ying rose silently and eased open the container's door. Moonlight was pale thin, most of the yard drowned in darkness, lit only by scattered feeble lamps. He moved along the container's deep shadows, steps featherlight. His canvas shoes made no sound on the damp earth. Warehouse 3 stood at the yard's farthest edge, a crumbling brick building, its facade blistered and peeling, revealing blackened brickwork beneath. Its door was a massive iron slab secured by an antiquated padlock. Li Ying crouched, studying the lock under moonlight, a pintumbler mechanism. Fresh scratches marred its keyhole's rim, recently forced or deliberately left as a taunt. He slid his fingers into the crack beneath the door, touched something slick and viscous. Withdrawing his hand, he sniffed engine oil, mingled with rust. Beneath that, another scent lingered, faint clinical antiseptic or formaldehyde. What exactly did the warehouse conceal? Nougat, a voice rasped behind him, gravel grinding on steel. Li Ying froze, then turned slowly. In the moonlight, Sang Biao leaned against the container, gripping an iron bar, one end dragging on the ground, trailing faint shimmering sparks. He wore a black sleeveless top, coiled across his arms, an azure dragon's head, its eyes positioned precisely over his elbows, seeming to shift with every flex of muscle. Brother Biao. Li Ying bowed his head, voice trembling with feigned fear. I needed the toilet. Got lost. Sang Biao said nothing, only watched him. His gaze was a blade, slicing from crown to sole, before settling on Li Ying's hand, still half-clenched fingertips stained with that oily residue. Toilet. Sang Biao stepped forward, The iron bars screech, piercing the silence. East side. Why are you wandering west? I've got poor sense of direction. I'm new here. Li Ying's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. Sang Biao stopped less than a meter away. Li Ying caught the stench of tobacco sweat, and something deeper metallic coppery, like old blood. Sang Biao lunged, seizing his jaw, fingernails biting into flesh sharp enough to draw blood. Kid. He leaned in hot breath, washing over Li Ying's face. The docs have rules. Look where you're told to look. Close your eyes to what you're not meant to see. Ask what you're allowed to ask. So your mouth shut on everything else. He released his grip. Li Ying staggered, his jaw burning raw. Get back to sleep. Sang Biao turned, the iron bar's grating echo fading into distance. See you wandering again, and I'll snap your legs. Li Ying remained rooted until Sang Biao's silhouette vanished completely into the labyrinth of container shadows. A sea breeze swept past, and only then did he realize his jacket's back was soaked through with cold sweat, clinging icy cold to his skin. He walked slowly back to his container, shut the door, and sat on the folding cot. In the darkness, he opened his palm. The oil glistened dully under the moonlight. He brought it closer, inhaling again, deeper this time. Beneath the oil, the faint formaldehyde note sharpened, and now unmistakably a sweet, cloying whiff of decay. It seeped from beneath the warehouse door, a scent of death, quiet and certain. The night wind at the wharf was damp and frigid, laced with the metallic tang of rust and the putrid stench of rotting fish and shellfish seeping deep into one's very bones. Lin Jie crouched in the shadowed corner behind warehouse No. 3. The cigarette between his fingers burned down to the filter. Only when the ember scorched his fingertip did he jolt back to awareness. Two faint flickering red points glowed at the warehouse entrance, the cigarettes of the gate guards. They had already been relieved 3 times. Li Ying had entered 72 hours ago, vanishing like a stone dropped into a bottomless abyss. No ripple, no sound. Except for the single character on the wall. It hadn't been there 3 days earlier during reconnaissance. This morning, upon returning, Lin Jie found a shallow, hurried incision etched into the grimy concrete, carved with a kedip luo. The strokes were hasty and uneven. The final vertical line dragged unervingly long like an unhealed wound. Lin Jie pulled a crumpled scrap of paper from his pocket. Li Ying had handed it to him without a word, only gripping his wrist with such force that his fingernails nearly pierced the skin. It bore a pencil sketch, crude, jagged lines. In the northwest corner, an X marked the spot beside which cramped script small as ants read, "There's a hidden compartment." The lock is an old Pentembler type. Picking it will make noise. It gave no description of any concealed lock. Lin Jie crushed the paper tight in his palm. Li Ying was meticulous to a fault. Omitting critical details meant only 2 possibilities: either he hadn't seen clearly, or the lock itself was a death sentence not to be touched. Inspector Lin. A voice whispered from behind, tremulous, strained. Xiao Zhang crouched low as he approached, his face ashen in the gloom. The team is in position. If we wait any longer, dawn will break. Lin Jie stubbed out the cigarette, rose, and his knees cracked softly. 2 long, crouching grit seemed lodged in his joints. He brushed dust from his trousers and edged toward the northwest corner, using cargo containers for cover. Xiao Zhang melted into deeper shadows with 2 others, their footsteps silent as cats treading sandpaper. The warehouse's iron door stood ajar, its dry, oil-starved hinge groaned, a long, mournful wail, as it swung open. Inside, darkness pooled thick as ink. Moonlight bled through a hole in the roof, slicing the floor with ghastly white bars. Dust motes drifted within them, suspended like flotsam in stagnant water. Lin Jie switched off his flashlight and stood motionless at the threshold for half a minute, letting his eyes adjust. Gradually, the silhouettes of stacked cargo emerged, wooden crates piled to the rafters, all stamped, building materials, their edges worn soft by repeated handling. A cloying sweet decay hung in the air, underlaid by a faint, acrid scent of machine oil. He crept along the baseboard, placing each foot with care, avoiding shards of splintered wood scattered across the floor. The northwest wall appeared identical to the rest, yet when Lin Jie tapped it with his knuckles, the hollow echo sent a chill down his spine. On the 3rd brick, his fingertip caught a subtle protrusion, not stone but a rust-pitted iron plate disguised as masonry. He pressed down hard. Click. The sound pierced the silence like a shard of glass. The wall slid open just wide enough to admit a single hand. Lin Jie's fingers had just brushed the cold metal surface of the hidden box inside, when heavy shuffling footsteps echoed behind him. Not one person, many. Their soles scraped across the cement floor like the slow, inevitable advance of tide over sand. Inspector Lin. The voice drifted from behind the stacks, gravelly like sandpaper grating steel. Midnight inspection. How thoughtful of you, to check my cargo. Sang Biao emerged from the shadows, a cigarette dangling from his lips, its tip pulsing crimson. From the blackness behind him, more figures materialized, steel pipes, cleavers, crude handguns gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Lin Jie froze mid-reach inside the recess, then turned slowly, back rigid against the wall. Brother Biao's dedication is admirable, still overseeing the warehouse at this hour. Not half as devoted as Inspector Lin. Sang Biao grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow-brown by smoke. He kicked over a nearby crate. Something wrapped in black cloth tumbled free, not construction supplies, but long oil paper parcels. One corner tore open, revealing a deep green metal casing. Firearms. Lin Jie's eyelid twitched. He'd suspected the cargo was illicit, but never imagined this scale. Where's the ledger? His voice came out steadier than he expected. The ledger. Sang Biao laughed, a dry rattling sound, his shoulders shaking. Didn't Zhong tell you? That boy held his tongue until the end. Right before they fed him to the fish, he spat out just 2 words, forget it. Lin Jie's breath caught, just for a heartbeat. Sang Biao raised a hand. 2 henchmen dragged a figure from the darkness. Head lolling, clothes reduced to rags, yet Lin Jie recognized him instantly. Li Ying. When they dropped him onto the floor, he let out a guttural groan, like a dying dog. Your brother's got loyalty. Sang Biao nudged Li Ying's ribs with his toe. Spent 3 days watching that lock, and never dared touch it. Pity. He bent, retrieved something from Li Ying's lower back, and tossed it forward. A matchbox-sized metal sliver that clattered sharply on the concrete. An alarm sensor. Sang Biao ground it beneath his heel. The moment he touched that lock, I knew. Lin Jie stared at Li Ying's unconscious form, his throat parched and tight. Slowly he withdrew his hand. The metal box slid back into place with a dull final thud. His service pistol slipped from its holster and struck the floor with a sharp, dusty report. Henchmen surged forward. One wrenched his arms behind his back, another patted him down. Cold steel snapped shut around his wrists, biting agonizing. Lin Jie offered no resistance, letting them force him to his knees. His gaze dropped, straight to Sang Biao's polished shoe tip, where a smear of dark red stained the leather. Blood. Or rust. Sang Biao picked up the fallen pistol, weighted in his palm, and smiled. Uncle Lei said before he left, cops are dogs. Give them a bone, and they'll wag their tails. He tapped Lin Jie's cheek with the barrel, lightly but with unmistakable contempt, but he forgot to add, corner a dog, and it bites. Lin Jie lifted his eyes. So, Sang Biao leaned and closed his breath, reeking of tobacco. We break its teeth first. A blinding, searing pain exploded at the base of Lin Jie's skull. In the last instant before darkness crashed down, Lin Jie heard Sang Biao's voice, distant, muffled, as if rising from the ocean's depths. Take him. Uncle Lei wants him alive. Consciousness returned before sight. First came pain. The dull, drilling throb at the base of his skull, the raw, burning swell of his cuffed wrists, every twitch sparking lightning along his nerves. Then came the smells, thick mold choking his nostrils, overlaid with the sour reek of urine and a coppery sweet tang, like old blood or rust. Finally sound a solitary drip. Every few seconds. Plink. Rhythmically unnerving, like a metronome counting down to doom. Lin Jie opened his eyes. Darkness was absolute, impenetrable. Only high above a palm-sized ventilation grill leaked in a feeble grayish light, just enough to reveal he was trapped in a smooth, featureless concrete pit, its walls utterly bare. He sat slumped against the wall, his cuffs chained to an iron ring bolted into the concrete, each shift producing a hollow, clinking rattle. A cellar. He closed his eyes, forcing calm. Images flashed. Warehouse, firearms, blood on Li Ying's neck, the stain on Sang Biao's shoe, and that chilling phrase, Uncle Lei wants him alive. Lei Luo hadn't truly left. He'd merely withdrawn his body, while leaving his influence coiled tightly around the city. Zhong was likely gone. Li Ying's fate remained unknown. The trail to the ledger and the weapons had ended at that hidden compartment. And Lin Jie himself was buried underground, deprived even of day and night. He tested the cuffs, steel teeth biting deep into flesh, drawing a sharp, involuntary gasp. Futile. These were standard-issue police restraints. Lin Jie himself had fastened them on over 100 suspects. He knew precisely how their mechanisms locked. The light from the vent gradually brightened, from ashen gray to sickly yellow. Dawn, perhaps. Above, the sharp metallic rasp of a lock being undone, then the groan of an iron door sliding open. Someone descended, the ladder, plastic bag in hand, landing with a soft splash. A young henchman with dyed blonde hair dropped the bag at Lin Jie's feet. Eat. Inside were 2 cold, congealed char siu buns and a bottle of water. Lin Jie didn't move. Where's Li Ying? The youth glanced sideways, silent, and began climbing back up. Is he alive? Lin Jie raised his voice, hoarse, ragged as torn canvas. The ladder halted. The youth turned, no malice in his expression, only weary impatience. Brother Biao said, stay quiet. He paused and added, he's not dead. The iron door slammed shut. The heavy, resonant clunk of the lock echoed downward. Lin Jie stared at the plastic bag, then after a long silence nudged it closer with his foot. His wrists were shackled, so he lowered his head and used his teeth to tear open the packaging. The buns were greasy, cold, stiff, scraping raw as he swallowed. He chewed deliberately, slowly, the words echoing in his mind. Not dead. As long as he lived, there remained a chance. He swallowed the last bite, twisted open the water bottle, and drank deeply. The liquid stung his cracked lips like salt in a wound. Leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes. In the dark, his hearing sharpened. Footsteps overhead, the distant, mournful blast of a freighter's horn, and again, that steady, haunting plink, plink, plink. Yet beneath it another sound emerged, faint, irregular, like fingernails scraping slowly, hesitantly against concrete, coming from the other side of the wall. Lin Jie's eyes flew open. He held his breath, pressing his ear flat against the cold, rough surface. Plink, 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 plink. Not dripping water. A rhythmic tapping. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. A distress signal. Fluorescent tubes in the ICAC office buzzed with a faint, persistent hum. The ballast was likely nearing its end. Every few seconds the light would plunge into sudden gloom before snapping back with an audible pop, making the eyes ache. That light fell across faces pale and sterile as mortuary lighting. Chen Jiaju sat slumped in Lin Jie's chair, staring fixedly at a rough sketch lying on the desk. The paper had been torn hastily from a notebook, its edges ragged. Pencil lines wobbled unevenly across it. The hidden compartment is in the northwest corner. The handwriting was rushed. The final stroke dragged violently, puncturing a tiny hole in the paper as if driven by sheer resentment. He flipped the sheet over. On the reverse side, the official ICAC letterhead had been repurposed as scrap paper by Lin Jie. Lin Jie had this habit. He jotted down crucial notes on the back of documents, as though fearing they might be read too easily. Superintendent Chen headquarters still hasn't approved it. Xiao Zhang entered, pushing the door open. His face was as white as parchment. In his hand, he held an application form, its lower right corner stamped in blue with the words "under review." The text was printed, but the handwritten note beneath struck harder: insufficient evidence. Application denied. Please follow due process. The deputy commissioner's signature sprawled beneath it, flamboyant and steeped in bureaucratic arrogance. Under review. Chen Jiaju tossed the paper back onto the desk. It slid to the edge, trembling precariously. Lin Jie has been missing for 18 hours. Li Ying has gone silent. Gunfire erupted at the docks. This is insufficient evidence. Xiao Zhang said nothing. He picked up the form, folded it once, then again, into a tight small square, and slipped it into his trouser pocket. Then he walked to the window and gazed out at the heavy overcast sky. It was only 3 in the afternoon, yet the sky hung low and gray like dusk. In the distance, the silhouettes of harbor cranes blurred into the mist, hulking, crouching beasts. I went to see old Chen, Xiao Zhang murmured, voice hushed, as if afraid to disturb some fragile silence. The forensic technician. He said he saw Li Ying yesterday evening at a noodle stall near the docks. Li Ying sat alone, ordered a bowl of wonton noodles, ate only 2 spoonfuls, then set it aside, glancing repeatedly at his watch. When old Chen asked whom he was waiting for, he only smiled, saying nothing. Then a call came. After listening for just 2 sentences, his expression changed. He dropped money on the counter and left. What time? 6:40. Chen Jiaju glanced at the wall clock. 3:07 p.m. 20 hours since Li Ying vanished. 16 hours since Lin Jie's last message. I'm going inside the warehouse to take a look. He rose and walked to the filing cabinet, pulling open the lowest drawer. Inside lay dusty old case files. A disturbed dust swirled upward, suspended in the dim light. After rummaging briefly, he withdrew a yellow dock layout map. Printed 10 years ago by the Municipal Bureau, its scale was long obsolete, but the general configuration of the warehouse zone remained legible. Warehouse No. 3 appeared in the bottom right corner of the map, circled in red ink. Beside it, in Lin Jie's handwriting, 1997 cigarette smuggling case, seizure site. Hidden compartment, ventilation duct wide enough for 1 person. Dated 5 years ago. Chen Jiaju stared at the circle, fingertips tracing the paper. The surface was coarse. He could feel the slight raised texture of dried ink. 5 years ago, he and Lin Jie were partners in the serious crimes unit, chasing a smuggling ring all the way to the docks. It was inside that very warehouse, crawling through the ventilation duct, that they'd apprehended suspects red-handed. Lin Jie had emerged, coughing violently, pale and shaken. This place is cursed. Go in and your blood runs cold. Superintendent Chen. Xiao Zhang approached, watching him hold the map. You really mean to? You're not coming, Chen Jiaju replied, folding the map neatly and slipping it into his coat's inner pocket. Headquarters refused approval. This is now a personal operation. If anything goes wrong, I'll shoulder it alone. But stay here. Chen Jiaju cut him off, voice calm but unyielding. Call old Huang at the dock precinct every half hour. Say it's a routine inquiry. If, he paused, hand resting on the doorknob. If I haven't contacted you by 10 tonight, make a copy of this map and slide it under the commissioner's office door. Say nothing else, understood? Xiao Zhang looked at him, eyes slightly red, but nodded firmly. Chen Jiaju pulled on his coat. It was worn, elbows polished smooth, but clean, carrying the faint, honest scent of soap. From the drawer, he retrieved his service pistol and checked the magazine, 7 rounds fully loaded. He took out a spare magazine and tucked it into the other pocket. Then from the cabinet's lowest shelf, he withdrew a brown paper parcel. Unwrapped it, revealed an old-fashioned revolver. Its barrel bore scars, evidence of past battles, yet it gleamed with meticulous care, the metal dark and lustrous. My father's. He left it to me. Chen Jiaju slid the revolver into the small of his back, concealing it beneath his coat. Haven't fired it in decades. Hope I won't need it today. He reached the doorway, paused with his hand on the knob, not turning back. If Lin Jie asks, tell him I've gone to the docks to review an old case. I'll be back soon. The door closed softly behind him. Xiao Zhang stood motionless, eyes fixed on the creased application form lying on the desk. He retrieved it from his pocket, smoothed it flat, refolded it carefully, and placed it back. Then he returned to the window, continuing to watch the sky outside. At dusk, the dock warehouse district fell into its deepest quiet. Day shift workers had dispersed, and night shift crews hadn't yet arrived. Only a few elderly guards squatted by the entrance smoking, cigarette tips glowing faintly in the gathering twilight. The sea wind howled, whipping sand and scraps of paper across the ground. Corrugated iron roofs rattled violently, like footsteps pounding ceaselessly overhead. Chen Jiaju didn't enter through the main gate. He circled behind the warehouse zone where a section of rusted barbed wire had collapsed years earlier during a typhoon and never been repaired. He squeezed through. A jagged strand caught his pant leg with a sharp rip, tearing a clean gash. He didn't pause, just kept moving forward. Gravel bit into his soles, broken glass and rusted nails littered the ground. Each step demanded caution. The air reeked of fish diesel and corroded metal, a thick, acrid blend that stung the throat when inhaled. Far off, a freighter's horn blared its mournful cry, echoing across the vast emptiness of the dock before dissolving into the wind. Relying on memory, he located Warehouse No. 3. It had deteriorated further since 5 years ago, red bricks exposed slick with deep green moss. Several roof tiles were missing, leaving gaps like rotten teeth. Its double iron doors hung shut, secured by a gleaming new padlock, an incongruous flash of modernity amid decay. Chen Jiaju crouched in the shadow along the warehouse's flank, waiting. Darkness seeped slowly across the sky. Streetlights flickered on across the zone, but the one nearest Warehouse No. 3 remained dead. Only the distant lighthouse beams swept across its facade every 30 seconds, a stark, silent searchlight cutting across the wall before vanishing. He heard movement inside, soft, dragging footsteps on concrete, a muffled cough as if someone's mouth were clamped shut. Then voices, indistinct in content but harsh in tone, punctuated by obscenities. Behind the warehouse, a ventilation grill, rust-eaten and brittle, gave way at a firm twist. The opening was narrow, just wide enough for a single person to squeeze through. Chen Jiaju shed his coat, stuffing it into nearby weeds, and advanced bare-armed in a dark short-sleeve shirt. Dust lay thick inside the duct, choking at the slightest motion. He held his breath, inching forward. The passage sloped downward, narrowing steadily until he could only crawl, elbows scraping against cold metal. His elbows burned raw, but he pressed on. After roughly 10 meters, light bled in ahead, another vent opening directly into the warehouse interior. He edged closer, peering down. A single emergency lamp hung from a central steel beam, its yellowish glow casting weak illumination over a patch of floor. Wooden crates and burlap sacks cluttered the space. The air carried mildew and something sharper, blood. Lin Jie was bound to an iron pillar near the wall, wrists bound so tightly with rope that his skin had turned purple. His head lolled forward, blood streaked his face, dripping steadily onto his chest, staining his shirt dark crimson. His eyes were closed. His chest rose and fell slowly, either deeply asleep or unconscious. Liang sat on the floor opposite, back propped against another pillar, hands tied tightly behind him. Bruises bloomed across his face, his lips split and crusted with dried blood. Yet his eyes remained wide open, fixed unblinking on the man standing between them. Sang Biao faced away from the vent centered between the two captives. He held a steel pipe, its tip dragging noisily across the cement floor. Bending low, he used the pipe to lift Lin Jie's chin. Still playing dead. Lin Jie didn't stir. Sang Biao laughed, a hollow grating sound reverberating through the cavernous space. He turned toward Liang, crouched, and jabbed the pipe hard into his chest. Tell me, will Superintendent Chen come to save you? Liang spat, a crimson fleck striking Sang Biao's shoe. Sang Biao's expression darkened. He raised the pipe, ready to strike. Bang! A thunderous impact shook the rear wall. Then came the shattering crash of splintering wood. Sang Biao whirled around. The emergency light caught the scene. The broken rear wall had been kicked inward from outside, splinters flying, a figure rolling inside, landing in a swift somersault behind a stack of wooden crates. Who's there? Sang Biao roared, tightening his grip on the pipe. No reply, only the fading echo, and far off the faint mournful wail of a freighter's horn. Sang Biao shot a sharp glance to his men. 2 thugs, machetes drawn, crept cautiously toward the crate pile. Halfway there, the one on the left screamed. A rusted iron nail flung from the shadows buried itself deep in his thigh. He collapsed, clutching his leg, the machete clattering to the floor. The second thug recoiled in shock, too late. A figure lunged from behind the crates, driving a fist straight into his face. The sharp crack of a shattered nasal bone echoed clearly. Then he dropped motionless. Chen Jiaju stepped out from behind the crates, gripping the bloodied nail in his hand. His gaze met Sang Biao's, expressionless, yet his eyes blazed with unnerving intensity in the dim light. Superintendent Chen, Sang Biao smirked, twirling the pipe in his palm. You really came, alone. One is enough to deal with you. Chen Jiaju's voice was level, but his knuckles whitened around the nail. Sang Biao gestured sharply. 7 or 8 remaining thugs closed in, brandishing knives and pipes. Chen Jiaju didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, 1 pace, transferring the nail to his left hand while his right drew the revolver from the small of his back. Its black barrel gleamed coldly in the yellow light. The thugs froze. They hadn't expected a gun. An antique, Chen Jiaju said, aiming the muzzle squarely at Sang Biao. but my father killed 3 Japanese soldiers with it. Care to test whether it still fires true after all these years? Sang Biao's smile stiffened. His eyes locked onto the revolver, then flicked to Chen Jiaju, then finally settled on the bound figures behind him. A beat of silence passed. Then abruptly he grinned. Fine, Superintendent Chen, you've got guts. But, he spun, swinging the pipe with lethal force toward Lin Jie's skull. Chen Jiaju fired. The blast detonated inside the warehouse, deafening brutal. The bullet grazed Sang Biao's shoulder, striking the iron pillar behind him and spitting a shower of sparks. Sang Biao jerked mid-swing. The pipe veered wildly, crashing into the floor beside Lin Jie, cracking the concrete. In that instant, Li Ying moved. Somehow he'd freed his hands, perhaps using a shard of broken wood to saw through the rope during the chaos. He lunged at the nearest thug, seized the machete, and slashed sideways across another's shoulder. Amid screams, he charged Lin Jie, severing the rope in one clean stroke. Lin Jie's body sagged, only to be caught and steadied by Li Ying. Can you walk? Li Ying rasped, voice raw. Lin Jie opened bloodshot eyes and nodded. Chen Jiaju fired again, this time shattering the emergency lamp overhead. Glass rained down like hail. Darkness swallowed half the warehouse, pierced only by the lighthouse's rhythmic sweep. Go! Chen Jiaju bellowed, firing covering shots as he backed toward the breach. The 3 staggered toward the ruined wall. Thugs hesitated, deterred by gunfire and shadow. From the darkness, Sang Biao snarled, stop them. Stop them. Chen Jiaju was the last to burst through the gap. He glanced back. Sang Biao was rising now, holding something black and heavy, not the pipe, but a grenade. Chen Jiaju's pupils contracted. He threw himself forward, slamming both Lin Jie and Li Ying to the ground. Boom. The blast hit like a physical wall, crashing into his back. His ears filled with a high-pitched, deafening whine, silencing everything else. Splinters, sheet metal, and concrete shards rained down, stinging his back and legs. When the tremor subsided, he lifted his head and brushed ash from his hair. Behind him, half the warehouse's rear wall had collapsed, belching thick smoke. Coughs and curses echoed from within. Lin Jie and Li Ying rose, 3 men grimy and battered, but alive. Distant sirens wailed, growing steadily louder. Xiaozhang had called for backup after all. Chen Jiaju pushed himself up, his leg buckled, dropping him to one knee. He looked down, his left calf gashed open by jagged metal, blood soaking through his trousers. Lin Jie reached out, hand trembling, but grip unshakable. Leaning on each other, they limped out of the warehouse zone. Night had fallen completely, but dock lights now blazed, casting a hazy path forward. The sea wind still blew salty and sharp, yet now strangely it carried a hint of freshness. At the broken wire fence, Chen Jiaju paused and looked back. Warehouse No. 3 loomed in the night, a colossal black beast, half collapsed, still smoking. Its emergency lamps were surely all extinguished, only the lighthouse beam swept across its ruined frame, once then again. The ledger. Lin Jie whispered, voice thin. I didn't find it. The hidden compartment was empty. I know. Chen Jiaju drew the dock map from his inner coat pocket, unfolded it, and pointed to a small, unremarkable black dot beside Warehouse No. 3, a tool shed. 5 years ago when we made the arrest, the real ledger wasn't in the warehouse. It was in that tool shed, in a concealed floor compartment. Lin Jie, you even kicked that tile back, then said it sounded hollow. Lin Jie stared blankly, then slowly broke into laughter. He laughed until he coughed, spitting blood-streaked phlegm. You bastard, why didn't you say? Would you have stayed out if I had? Chen Jiaju chuckled, then winced as the movement tugged at his wounds. Li Ying watched them, shaking his head, but a faint smile touched his lips. He pulled a flattened half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, inhaled deeply, and offered it to Lin Jie. Lin Jie accepted it, and passed it to Chen Jiaju. 3 men, 1 cigarette, sharing it in turns. Sirens now screamed close. Searchlight beams sliced through the night, sweeping toward them. Chen Jiaju took the final drag, flicked the butt to the ground, and ground it under his heel. Let's go, he said. Time to write the report. This one will keep us busy for quite a while. Leaning on each other, they slipped through the broken wire and stepped into the light. Behind them, the warehouse ruins stood silent in the night. The ICAC interrogation room had no windows. The air hung thick with the acrid, clashing odors of disinfectant and cigarette smoke. A fluorescent light blazed overhead, bleach white and blinding, casting harsh illumination upon Yen Tong's meticulously maintained face, revealing against his will the faint, unmistakable traces of age. He sat rigid on a steel chair, his wrists cuffed to the armrests, yet his fingertips still moved instinctively. Once this gesture had been for gripping a fountain pen, rolling a cigar, touching the very objects that lent him authority and weight. Now his palms were hollow, chilled only by the unyielding metal biting into his wrist bones. Across the table sat Chan Kakung and Lam Kit side by side. A stack of documents lay spread across the tabletop. The topmost was the ledger recovered from a hidden compartment in the toolshed beside Warehouse No. 3. Its leather cover had warped and puckered from dampness, yet the handwriting within remained precise, incisive, as if carved by a blade. Superintendent Yin, Chan Kakung, slid a photograph across the table, a slip of paper tucked inside the ledger bearing Yin Tong's unmistakable script, Dock Warehouse. 30% goes to me. There's no need to pretend any longer. Louis Locke has fled. Shang Biao has confessed. How long do you truly believe you can hold out? Yin Tong's eyelid twitched. His gaze flickered over the photograph, then withdrew just as swiftly. A cold, mirthless smile tugged at his lips. Superintendent Chan, what is this exactly? Fabricated evidence. I've served 30 years in the force, not some novice you can slander with a scrap of paper. Lamkit said nothing. He simply slid forward another sheaf of photocopies. It was a chronological record of Yin Tong's money laundering through Sun Qi, each transaction dated and itemized down to the overseas properties he'd acquired and the bank accounts opened for his mistresses, all laid bare with chilling precision. At the bottom lay the original agreement dividing police jurisdictional spoils between Yin Tong and Louis Locke, signed in ink at the end by both men Louis Locke and Yin Tong. This money, Lam Kit's voice dropped low, his fingertip pressing lightly upon a single line, was skimmed from protection fees extorted from residents of the Kowloon walled city. Last winter, an elderly fishball vendor couldn't pay, and your men broke her leg. Do you remember? Yin Tong's face drained of color in an instant. He remembered, vividly. But then he'd been seated in a private banquet room spooning steaming bird's nest congee, listening to his subordinates report, dismissing the old woman as merely obstinate and ungrateful. He had never seen her face. He had never considered that those silver coins, stacked into tidy figures, were forged from blood and sweat. And this? Chan Kakung produced a cassette tape, placed it on the table, and pressed play. A low hiss of static filled the silence. Then Yin Tong's own voice emerged, laced with smug, arrogant satisfaction. That fool Louis Locke ran fast, but no matter. The territories he abandoned fall neatly into my lap. Keep Sun Qi under tight control. Don't let the ICAC find a single trace. The recording cut off abruptly. The interrogation room fell into a suffocating hush, broken only by Yin Tong's ragged, labored breathing. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, tracing paths down his temples and dampening his hairline. His eyes drifted across the ledger, the photocopies, the small, unassuming cassette. Then, as if every tendon had snapped, he collapsed inward, slumping helplessly into the steel chair. He knew this was over. Each piece of evidence struck like a surgical blade, piercing his most fatal vulnerability. Louis Locke was gone. Sun Qi had crumbled. He stood utterly alone, without patronage, without shield. Those who once orbited him now scrambled to sever every tie. I confess. Yin Tong's voice was barely audible, thin, fraying at the edges with a tremor he could not suppress. Money laundering, bribery, shielding triad organizations. I admit them all. He lifted his gaze toward Chan Kakung and Lam Kit, the first true despair shimmering in his eyes. May I ask? He paused, lowering his voice further. May I at least retain some dignity? My daughter's wedding is next month. I don't wish her to know of this. Chan Kakung said nothing, only gathered the documents from the table. Lam Kit watched Yin Tong, feeling no triumph, only a profound leaden weight. They had pursued this investigation for months, arrested countless men, not for spectacle or schadenfreude, but to deliver justice, however belated, to those long crushed beneath injustice. ICAC officers entered to escort Yin Tong away. He rose unsteadily, stumbling slightly as he reached the door, then halted, turning back for one last look at the interrogation room. Beneath the glare of the fluorescent light, the documents and evidence loomed like monolithic mountains, crushing, inescapable. He recalled his youth, crisp uniform, unwavering certainty, swearing solemnly to uphold justice. Yet somewhere along the path he had strayed. He believed himself omnipotent, forgetting an ancient truth: heaven's net is vast, its mesh is wide, but nothing escapes it. With a deafening clang, the iron door slammed shut, sealing the light behind it. Chan Kakung and Lam Kit stood by the window, watching Yin Tong being led into the police van. Sirens wailed, rising, fading, dissolving into the distant hum of the city streets. It's finally over, Lam Kit murmured. Chan Kakung shook his head. Not yet. Louis Locke remains at large. Sun Qi's remnants are still unrooted. This war continues. He gazed out the window. Sunlight poured across the pavement, brilliant, almost blinding. But a faint, quiet smile finally touched his lips. At least we've won one more step. Lam Kit smiled too. A breeze slipped in through the open window, carrying the delicate, sweet scent of blossoms. Even the sharp, sterile odor of disinfectant in the interrogation room seemed at last to soften. The ship's horn sounded long and hoarse like a breathless sigh. Lei Luo stood on the deck, the sea breeze swirling with the salty air tousling his hair. He wore a plain gray long shirt, the cuffs rolled up to his forearms, revealing a gold watch on his wrist that had been there for half a lifetime. Its case polished to a shine, the hands still moving, yet they could never turn back to the streets of the harbor island. The ship had already sailed out of the harbor, the distant coastline shrinking into a blurred gray line, the once familiar clock tower of Tsim Sha Sui and the neon signs of Mong Kok submerged in the surging waves. He fished out a cigarette case from his pocket with only one last cigar remaining inside, its tobacco damp. He bit down on the end of the cigar, but did not ignite it, allowing the sea breeze to rustle the cigar paper. Footsteps approached from behind. It was a Biao. He carried a heavy wooden box, his steps heavy, as if he were bearing a 1,000-pound weight. Luo, go, everything is packed up. A Biao's voice was hoarse. The news from the harbor island is that Yin Tong was taken away by the ICAC this morning, and the new records place was raided extensively. The gang of Sang Biao has all been arrested. Lei Luo did not turn around, his gaze still fixed on the gray expanse of the sea. The cigar turned once between his fingers, leaving a faint bite mark on its tip. Got it. His voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Were all those ledgers burned clean? Burned. A Biao nodded. In the warehouse at the dock, a single fire left nothing but ashes. Sister-in-law and the kids are resting in the cabin, saying they feel seasick and don't want to come out. Lei Luo replied with a simple finally throwing the damp cigar overboard. The cigar fell into the sea, creating a small splash, only to be swallowed by the waves in an instant, leaving no trace behind. He recalled many years ago when he was a brash young man in a rough police uniform chasing thieves down the streets of Yaoma, sweating profusely. The sky back then was very blue. A bowl of wonton noodles cost only 20 cents, and with his meager salary, he dreamed of making a name for himself in the police force, allowing his widowed mother to live a better life. In time, he truly made a name for himself, rising step by step from a lowly police officer to the position of chief inspector. In the restaurants of Tsim Sha Sui, he had his own exclusive table, and the big shots of new record would bow to him. Even the foreign police superintendents would give him some face. At that time, he thought he could cover the sky with one hand, believing that the mountains of silver dollars and the ledgers filled with black ink could pave an endless road for him. Yet the road came to an end, revealing only a vast boundless sea. Luo Gu, a Biao, hesitated for a moment, but could not help but speak. Can we ever go back? Lei Luo finally turned around. The sea breeze reddened the corners of his eyes, and the creases on his face concealed half a lifetime of storms. He looked at a Biao and suddenly smiled, his laughter light, yet carrying an unspeakable desolation. Go back. Where would we go? He patted a Biao's shoulder, the warmth of his palm transferring through the long shirt. The wanted notice from the ICAC has probably covered the streets and alleys of the harbor island. Even if we go back, it wouldn't be our territory anymore. He paused, gazing toward the direction of the cabin, his voice lowering. Let sister-in-law and the kids stay safe. Once we reach Taiwan, we can change our names, buy some land, plant some tea, and just live our lives. Don't think about the harbor island anymore. A Biao lowered his head, a lump forming in his throat. He had followed Lei Luo for half a lifetime, from street fights to commanding storms, believing that he could always enjoy glory beside Luo Gu, yet in the end it turned out to be such a hasty escape. Lei Luo walked to the ship's railing, bending down to pick up a shell. The edge of the shell was polished smooth, carrying the coolness of the sea. He held the shell to his ear and heard the sound of the waves inside, like countless voices whispering. He thought of Bo Hao, of the man sitting in a wheelchair turning a walnut. The two of them had divided their territory in the restaurant back, then a drink down, and half the harbor island's territory was theirs. Now Bo Hao was trapped in a small building in the walled city while he drifted on the vast sea, the two once turbulent figures ultimately defeated by the times. The horns sounded again. The ship turned a corner, heading toward the farther sea. The sun slowly sank, dyeing the sea a muted yellow. Lei Luo tossed the shell back into the sea, standing upright. The wind lifted the hem of his long shirt like a faded flag. He knew that the era belonging to him had come to an end. The splendor built from silver dollars, the battles filled with blades and shadows, the nights spent toasting in restaurants, all receded with the coastline of the harbor island, little by little, never to return. From the cabin came the cries of children, mingling with the weeping of the sea breeze, drifting far in the twilight. Lei Luo took one last look at the increasingly blurred land, then turned and walked toward the cabin. His steps were slow but steady. On the deck, only a Biao remained. He watched Lei Luo's silhouette, gazing at the heavy twilight, suddenly feeling his eyes sting. He raised his hand to wipe his face, feeling the dampness on his palm. In the distance, the last glimmer of light also disappeared. The morning light in the walled city always carries a hint of smoke and fire. As dawn breaks, the breakfast stall at the alley entrance is set up, the oil in the frying pan sizzling, the aroma of fried dough sticks mingling with the salty sea breeze, filling the entire alley. Bo Hao sat in a private booth on the second floor of Dashing, building a bowl of hot porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables in front of him. He did not touch his chopsticks, merely spinning the two shiny walnuts with his fingertips, his gaze falling upon the street below. The unfinished building at the alley's entrance has now been mostly leveled, with several workers carrying steel bars back and forth, the red paint on their hard hats reading Hao Ji Construction. That is the company he just registered, and on the day the sign was hung, the neighbors of the walled city set off firecrackers for the entire morning. Brother Hao Zhu Yuze pushed the door open, holding a stack of documents, sweat glistening on his forehead. The qualifications for the construction company have been approved, and we have the reconstruction plan for the walled city. The municipal bureau has already signed off on it. Moreover, over 30 old brothers from XING are willing to join us, stating they no longer want to mix in the dark and want to earn some clean money. Bo Hao responded with a grunt, finally stopping his spinning of the walnuts, raising his eyes to look at Zhu Yuze. His complexion has improved compared to a few years ago, the armrests of his wheelchair polished to a shine, a result of his daily pushes through the alley. Let them work if they are willing. The sound of Bo Hao's voice remained hoarse, but with less harshness. Let them go to the construction site to move bricks and learn a trade. Remember, pay them adequately and ensure their meals are good. You do not treat the brothers poorly. Zhu Yuze nodded, placing the documents on the table and pointing at one page. Also, we have already donated for the expansion of the primary school in the walled city. The principal said that when school starts, the children will present you with a plaque inscribed with countless merits. Bo Hao chuckled, the lines at the corners of his mouth relaxing. He recalled visiting the primary school a few days ago where the little ones surrounded him, calling him grandpa, how holding up drawings filled with suns. At that moment, his heart suddenly softened, more comfortable than when he had seized the street's territory years ago. Forget the plaque, Bo Hao waved his hand. Let the principal buy more books for the children and add a few more desks. That is better than anything. He lowered his gaze to the bowl of hot porridge, steam rising and blurring his brow and eyes. He remembered many years ago when he too grew up in the alleys of the walled city. Back then, the walled city was chaotic. Fights and brawls were commonplace. He had mingled with others since childhood, relying on a machete to carve out a bloody path. Later, he became the de facto leader of the walled city, wielding life and death power, surrounded by a group of younger brothers with the private booths in the restaurants always reserved for him, cigarettes and fine wine flowing continuously. At that time, he thought this was prestige, his lifelong destination. Until Lei Luo fled, Yen Tong fell, and Xing collapsed, he finally understood that those days filled with blades and swords were merely illusory. Brother Hao. Zhu Yuze hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. Last night, an old brother from before came to see me, saying he wanted to drag us back into the old business of smuggling a batch of goods with substantial profits. Bo Hao's expression turned cold, his hand suddenly halting the spinning of the walnut, his knuckles cracking against it sharply. Tell him. Bo Hao's voice was heavy as iron. Those who want to mix and should roll out of Xing's territory. Those who want to live should obediently follow me to move bricks. Zhu Yuze nodded in agreement, but then remembered something and added, also the people from the ICAC came by yesterday for a routine inspection. They looked at our construction site and checked the company's accounts. They did not say much, only expressing hope that we could do good construction and do something practical for the neighbors of the walled city. Bo Hao said nothing, merely picking up a spoon and slowly taking a sip of porridge. The porridge was hot, yet it warmed his heart. He recalled that Lin Jie had visited a few days ago. The young police officer dressed in a clean uniform sat across from him and said, Brother, how the neighbors in the walled city are looking forward to a good life. You are on the right path. At that moment, he suddenly felt that in this life, he had finally done something right. After finishing the porridge, Bo Hao had Zhu Yuze push him to the construction site to take a look. The wheelchair rolled over the cobblestone path at the alley entrance, making a slight sound. The neighbors saw him and all smiled, greeting him. Brother Hao, good morning. Brother Hao, the progress on the construction site is quite fast. Bo Hao smiled and nodded, responding to each one. The sunlight fell on his face, warm and gentle. At the construction site, the workers were busy working energetically. Those who once carried machetes were now dressed in work clothes, wearing safety helmets, holding shovels, sweat streaming down their dark, rugged faces. When they saw Bo Hao, they all paused their work and shouted, Brother Hao. Bo Hao waved his hand, his voice booming. Brothers, work hard. Once this building is up, the neighbors of the walled city will be able to live in spacious and bright houses. The workers cheered, their voices resonating loudly. Zhu Yuze pushed him to the edge of the construction site. There stood a large planning diagram depicting neatly arranged buildings, wide streets, and a small park. Brother Hao, look. Zhu Yuze pointed at the planning diagram, his eyes full of anticipation. Once it is built, this will be the best residential area on the entire island. Bo Hao gazed at the planning diagram, his eyes shining as well. He remembered that in his youth, his greatest dream was to live in a house that did not leak. Now he wants all the neighbors in the walled city to live in such houses. He raised his hand, gently stroking the lines on the planning diagram, feeling the rough texture of the paper with his fingertips. Zhu Yuze, Bo Hao suddenly spoke, a hint of sentiment in his voice. What do you think we were fighting for when we were young? Zhu Yuze was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, in the past it was to survive, now it is to live well. Bo Hao also smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes gathering together. Indeed, to survive, to live well. The wheels of the wheelchair rolled over a patch of grass, dewdrops falling to the ground like transparent tears. In the distance, the laughter of children could be heard. The bell of the primary school in the walled city rang clear as a string of silver bells. Bo Hao raised his head, looking towards the horizon. The sun had risen, its golden rays sprinkling over every corner of the walled city and onto his face. He knew that those days filled with blades and swords were now behind him. From now on, he would no longer be the feared Bo Hao. He is a part of the walled city, the boss of Hao Ji Construction and the grandpa Hao in the children's eyes. This path may be difficult and there may still be storms ahead, but he knows he is on the right track. For this is a path of redemption, a road leading to brightness. The Zixiangfeng restaurant in Yao Ma Ti hung its red lanterns by dusk, their warm amber glow filtered through intricately carved window lattices, mingling with the sweet savory aroma of roasted meats that perfumed the entire street. In the VIP banquet hall on the third floor, a round octagonal table was laden to overflowing. Crispy roast goose, poached chicken, and an artfully arranged platter of braised delicacies sat side by side, while the mellow fragrance of Fungio wine hung richly in the air. Brother B sat at the head of the table in a flawlessly pressed black tang suit, idly turning a string of Buddhist prayer beads between his fingers. The scar beside his eye stood out sharply in the lamplight. He lifted his gaze toward the doorway, and the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. Allah has arrived. A figure stepped across the threshold. Allah himself. He wore a simple white shirt, sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing strong, defined wrist bones. A native son of the Kowloon walled city neighborhood, he had once worked under Boss Paho in his early years. After Boss Paho's transition into construction, Allah settled into running a modest auto repair shop at the alley entrance. Agile of limb, steadfast in loyalty, and widely trusted by all the locals. He strode confidently to the table and offered a formal fist and palm salute. Brother B, my apologies for the intrusion. Brother B laughed heartily, rose to his feet, and clapped him firmly on the shoulder. The warmth of his palm radiating the unvarnished camaraderie of a true Jianghu brother. Family needs no formalities. What intrusion? Sit. Allah wasted no time taking the chair beside the head seat. His eyes swept across the table. Most were Hung Hing's elite enforcers and senior strategists, each bearing sharp, watchful gazes, yet all softened by genuine goodwill. He knew well this banquet was no mere gathering. Just days earlier, the XING Triad had collapsed, leaving the walled city's turf wide open, and every faction watched it like wolves circling fresh prey. The Tung Hing gang attempted to seize the territory, sending over a dozen men to smash a fruit stall at the alley entrance. Allah grabbed a wrench from his repair shop and single-handedly felled 7 of them, driving the entire Tung Hing crew back in disgrace. Later, he helped guard Boss Paho's construction site, protecting vital materials, an act that had long since reached Brother B's ears. Allah, you are a true man. Brother B poured a cup of wine himself and slid it across the table. After the XING fell, scoundrels swarmed like vultures, eager to feast on the chaos. Thanks to you, the people of the walled city have known peace. I Chen Haonan toast you. Allah raised the cup, the liquor clear and crisp, and the chime of their glasses rang bright and clean. He tipped his head back and drank deeply. The fiery burn traced a molten path down his throat, yet warmed his chest from within. Brother B honors me too highly. I only did what was right. The walled city is my home. Protecting its people is nothing less than duty. De Tion Air, seated nearby, could hardly contain himself. He slapped his thigh. Brother Lai is far too humble. When Tung Hing came storming, and last time you dropped their top enforcer with one wrench strike, your skill left even me in awe. Laughter erupted, shaking the rafters. Brother B raised a hand to quiet the room, his gaze settling on Allah, measured, discerning, yet unmistakably admiring. Allah, you possess rare ability, yet you choose to linger behind the counter of a repair shop. That is a waste of talent. He paused, fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop, his voice dropping lower, more deliberate. Hung Hing urgently needs capable men, especially one like you, courageous, wise, and respected by the very people you protect. I invite you to join Hung Hing, not as a foot soldier, but as my right hand. The walled city's turf will be yours to oversee. What say you? Silence fell instantly. The weight of every gaze converged upon Allah. Allah's hand stilled around the wine cup, his fingertips traced the cool, smooth curve of the porcelain rim. He recalled these recent days in the walled city. The neighbors' easy smiles, children's laughter echoing through narrow lanes, and the sweat-drenched laborers on Boss Paho's construction sites. His family had lived here for generations. Every brick, every tile held memory. He had never sought fame in any major triad, only wished to safeguard this small, steady corner of the world. Yet he also knew the truth. With XING on, the walled city had become a prize coveted by many. As sole proprietor of a repair shop, he alone could not hold the line. He met Brother B's gaze, his own steady and unflinching. Your generosity overwhelms me, Brother B. But my nature is untamed, and I fear I would chafe beneath rigid codes of conduct. I will join Hung Hing, but only on one condition. Brother B arched a brow. Speak. I will protect only the people of the walled city, and guard only this land. Allah spoke each word with unwavering clarity. Brother B did not bristle. In fact, his laughter grew richer, warmer. From within his jacket, he withdrew a lacquered wooden badge, black background, gold embossed characters, bearing the 2 characters Hung Hing, its edges gilded in fine gold leaf, the official insignia of a Hung Hing elite enforcer. Rules are fixed, but people are not, Brother B declared, voice resonant and firm. I grant you an exception: no formal initiation rites, no entanglement in intergang warfare. You will guard only the walled city's people, and hold only this land. Take this badge. From this day forward you are Hung Hing. Any who dare harm you harm me. Chen Haonan, directly. Allah stared at the badge, his fingertips brushed its engraved surface. The gold lettering burned faintly against his palm, a token of trust and a weight of responsibility. He paused, then reached out and closed his hand firmly around it. Agreed, he said, voice low but resounding. I enter Hung Hing, halfway through its gate. Not for glory or renown, only to shield this city in peace. Excellent. Brother B slammed his palm onto the table and sprang upright. Straightforward and honorable. He refilled 2 cups, handing one to Allah and lifting the other high. Come, brothers, all of us, toast Allah. From this day forth we are one family. Chairs scraped back, glasses clinked in rapid succession, oh cheers, and laughter swelled, rattling the red lanterns outside the windows. Ali raised his cup again and drank it dry. The liquor flared hot in his cheeks. Gazing at the sea of smiling faces, and at the sincerity shining in Brother B's eyes, he realized suddenly that the warmth of ordinary human life, this very pulse of smoke and light, was more grounding than anything else in the world. Outside night deepened, the crimson glow of the lanterns shimmered against the ceaseless flow of traffic below. The restaurant's boisterous cheer drifted outward on the breeze, spilling into every narrow lane of the walled city. Some whispered that Hung Hing had gained a formidable new figure, one whose martial prowess was matched only by his devotion to the neighborhood. Others murmured that at last the walled city had truly found its calm. Ali set down his cup and looked beyond the window. In the distance toward the Kowloon walled city primary school, a few faint lights still glimmered. He tightened his grip on the wooden badge, his thumb tracing the contours of the two golden characters. Inside a cha-chan ting across from Wan Chai police station, Lin Jie had just finished his last bite of rice when he noticed at the mouth of an alley opposite the street several young men in Hung Hing's sleeveless vests bowing deferentially around a tall, slender youth. The youth wore a neat short haircut, his eyes gleamed with startling intensity. He twirled a collapsible baton idly in his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips, yet beneath it surged an unyielding razor-sharp aura. He was Chan Honam, a rising star under Brother B's command whose influence had been surging across Wan Chai lately. Brother Jie, that's Chan Honam, whispered the auxiliary officer beside him. They say he set his sights on seizing control of Causeway Bay, and East Star's people have already clashed with him more than once. Lin Jie set down his chopsticks and fixed his gaze upon Chan Honam. His innate fortune perception stirred faintly, a tender, yet resilient aura coiled around the youth, like a green pine breaking through soil, fierce and unbroken by adversity. Though modest in strength, this aura was strikingly pure, the kind born of grassroots ascent, raw and unbending. Just then several East Star youths burst from the alley mouth, steel pipes gripped tightly, and charged at Chan Honam without a word. "Brother Nam, watch out!" cried Hung Hing's juniors, rushing forward only to be swiftly overpowered by East Star's brutal strikes. Chan Honam remained unruffled, his baton spun once in his palm before he lunged forward, meeting the leading East Star youth's pipe heaton. A sharp ringing clang echoed. Shock reverberated up the youth's arm, numbing his palm, and the pipe flew from his grip. Chan Honam closed the distance in an instant, sweeping the baton sideways into the youth's knee. With a shriek of agony, the man collapsed to his knees. The remaining East Star youths, eyes blazing with fury, hurled themselves forward. Chan Honam moved with the lithe precision of a leopard, darting between them, each strike landing with surgical accuracy upon vulnerable joints. Within minutes, the East Star youths lay sprawled across the ground, groaning and unable to rise. "Tell Crow," Chan Honam declared, gazing down upon them from above, his voice low but ironclad with resolve. "Causeway Bay belongs to me, Chan Honam." Lin Jie raised a subtle eyebrow. This Chan Honam fought with discipline and restraint, not the reckless brutality of a mere thug. After dispatching the East Star youths, Chan Honam turned and saw Lin Jie standing at the Cha-Chan Teng's entrance. His expression instantly hardened with vigilance. He gestured for his juniors to haul the fallen men away, then strode directly toward Lin Jie. "Officer Lin," he said, neither subservient nor defiant. "East Star started this." "I saw," Lin Jie replied, nodding as he pulled out a cigarette pack and offered one. Chan Honam accepted it, and Lin Jie lit it for him. Chan Honam inhaled deeply, smoke curled from his nostrils as his gaze drifted toward Causeway Bay, its skyline ablaze with light, its streets thrumming with ceaseless motion, one of Hong Kong Island's most vibrant districts. "I grew up in Causeway Bay," he murmured, a wistful note in his voice. "Back then I followed Brother B, watching East Star enforcers extort protection money from street vendors, bullying the small and defenseless. Even then I swore I'd one day remake Causeway Bay. The struggle between Hung Hing and East Star has never been won by fists alone." Lin Jie observed, his eyes steady. "Louis Locke has fallen, and the ICAC watches closely. Today's underworld no longer rests on brawling and bloodshed." Chan Honam paused, then gave a wry, quiet laugh. "Officer Lin, I know you mean well, but all I possess is one unwavering principle: the territory I guard. I will not let others harm those under my protection." He paused again, turning fully toward Lin Jie, his gaze earnest and direct. "I know you're close with Brother B, and I know you're not the kind of officer who harasses Triads without cause. From now on, whatever I do in Wan Chai, I'll abide by the rules, never putting you in a difficult position." Lin Jie met that unflinching resolve, and something deep within him stirred. This Chan Honam bore a fortune still tender, yet threaded with the quiet tenacity of sand accumulating grain by grain, capable, given time, of building a sky-bearing pillar. "Sticking to the rules is enough," Lin Jie said, clapping him lightly on the shoulder. "Hong Kong skies are shifting. If you truly wish to hold Causeway Bay, you'll need to learn a new way to live." Chan Honam's eyes flared with sudden clarity, as if he'd grasped the weight behind Lin Jie's words. He nodded firmly. "I understand. Thank you, Officer Lin, for your guidance." Lin Jie waved dismissively and turned toward the police station. After 2 steps, a voice called out behind him. "Officer Lin." Lin Jie turned back. I will realize my dream of Causeway Bay. Chen Honam's voice rang clear through the night air, youthful, fervent, unshakably determined. Lin Jie smiled faintly, said nothing, and walked into the police station's gates. The night deepened, yet Wanchai's streets buzzed on, alive and unquiet. Standing at the alley's mouth, Chen Honam stared toward Causeway Bay, his collapsible baton gripped tight in his fist. As Jiang Chun passed beneath the neon signs of Wanchai, chaos erupted at Brother B's Triad headquarters. Wooden tables were overturned, shards of beer bottles scattered across the floor, and Shan Ji clutched his bleeding forehead, glaring defiantly at Fat Corpse, like a ruffled fighting cock ready to strike. Fat Corpse, how dare you betray me? Fat Corpse was the cousin of Lei Yaoyang, the East Star Society's branch leader. That night he had been caught cheating at the gambling table inside the headquarters by Shan Ji himself. Words quickly turned to blows. Shan Ji fought without restraint. A bottle smashed into Fat Corpse's skull, blood streaming down his cheek in a chilling cascade. This is outright rebellion. Brother B stormed out from the inner chamber barefoot in flip-flops, his cigarette trembling with fury. Shan Ji, kneel now. Shan Ji refused to kneel, blood still trickling from his lip. Brother B, he cheated first. I did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Brother B drove a hard kick into Shan Ji's knee joint as Shan Ji cried out in pain and collapsed with a heavy thud. Fat Corpse belongs to East Star. And right now Inspector Liang has just fled, while the ICAC watches us like hounds. Do you want to drag our entire branch into ruin over this? Those words struck Shan Ji like icy water, jolting him rigid. Only then did he notice the scene beyond the doorway. Several East Star youths loitered outside, peering in with smirking defiance, eager to witness Hong Xing's humiliation. Lin Jie arrived after receiving Brother B's urgent call. The moment he stepped inside, the thick stench of spilled beer and fresh blood hit him. Chen Haonan stood nearby, brow furrowed. Seeing Lin Jie enter, he hurried forward and offered a cigarette. Brother Jie, you're here. Lin Jie surveyed the wreckage on the floor, his gaze settling steadily on Shan Ji. The young man had grown up alongside Chen Haonan. Impulsive, reckless, a hothead whose fuse burned too short. What happened? Lin Jie's voice was low, but laced with quiet authority that brooked no delay. Brother B exhaled deeply and recounted the full sequence of events. Finally, he shot Shan Ji a venomous glare. This fool has stirred up catastrophe. Lei Yaoyang never forgets a slight. He'll stop at nothing for vengeance. Lin Jie fell silent for a moment. He knew Lei Yaoyang well. Ruthless, cunning, unbound by honor or decency. With Shan Ji having wounded his cousin, there would be no mercy. And with the ICAC's scrutiny intensifying, any escalation wouldn't just doom Shan Ji. It would imperil Brother B and the entire Wanchai branch. What does Fat Corpse demand? Lin Jie asked. What else? Brother B spat. Shan Ji's hand. Or they'll file a police report accusing Hong Xing of gang assault and grievous bodily harm. Shan Ji's eyes flared crimson. Give him my hand. Dream on. Better we all go down together. Shut your mouth. Chen Haonan snapped fiercely. Go down together. What about Brother B? What about the brothers of this branch? Shan Ji fell mute, chest heaving, speechless before the truth laid bare. He knew Chen Haonan was right, yet swallowing such injustice left a bitter, searing ache in his throat. Lin Jie studied Shan Ji and spoke suddenly. Hong Kong is no longer safe for you. A stunned silence followed. Brother Jie, do you mean? Brother B ventured cautiously. Lei Yaoyang will not let this pass. Lin Jie spoke plainly. With the ICAC breathing down our necks, East Star needs only lift a finger, and Shan Ji will vanish into a prison cell. Even if he avoids arrest, Lei Yaoyang's men will hunt him relentlessly. No peace, no rest. Chen Haonan paled. Then what do we do? Let him walk to his death. Go to Taiwan. Lin Jie uttered 3 words, calm and final. Taiwan. Shan Ji jerked his head up, eyes wide with bewilderment. I have a friend there, a Tong Lianbang branch leader. Lin Jie explained slowly. He owes me a debt. Go to him. At least it will keep you alive. Wait out the storm, or carve your name in that world. Then return when the time is right. Brother B's eyes lit up. Tong Lianbang, one of Taiwan's most powerful triads. If Shan Ji can secure that connection, he may yet rise to greatness. Chen Haonan relaxed slightly, placing a firm hand on Shan Ji's shoulder. Shan Ji, Brother Jie is right. Survive first, then thrive. Go to Taiwan, lay low, build yourself up. Don't shame Hong Xing. Shan Ji bowed his head, fingers clenched so tightly his knuckles blanched white. He knew this was his only path. Yet the thought of leaving Hong Kong, leaving Chen Haonan, and Brother B, leaving the streets where he'd grown up, cut like a blade deep in his chest. His voice cracked. I don't want to go. Pathetic. Brother B barked, but his own eyes glistened. A true man bends without breaking. Go to Taiwan, make your mark, and when you return, the Causeway Bay territory will wait for you. Chen Haonan pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and pressed it into Shan Ji's palm. My savings. Take it. For the journey. Take care of yourself there, and think before you act. Shan Ji accepted the money, his fingers trembling. He looked at Brother B, at Chen Haonan, at the brothers standing behind them, and finally tears spilled over. Brother B, Brother Nan, I. His voice broke, words dissolving into ragged breaths. Enough. We're not women shedding tears. Brother B turned away, wiping his eyes hastily. You leave tonight. I'll arrange transport to the docks. Remember, in Taiwan, speak little, act decisively. When the storm passes, we'll bring you home." Shan Ji nodded fiercely, brushing away his tears, his eyes blazing anew with resolve. "Brother B, Brother Nan, Brother Jie, you'll see. I will make something of myself in Taiwan. When I return, East Star will regret ever crossing me." The night hung heavy and deep. The harbor wind carried the sharp, salt-laced tang of the sea. A freighter eased slowly from the dock. Shan Ji stood at the rail, waving frantically toward shore, where Chen Haonan and Brother B waved back until the vessel shrank to a black speck swallowed by the darkness. "He'll come back," Chen Haonan murmured. Brother B sighed. "Let's hope he stays out of trouble in Taiwan." Lin Jie watched the ship recede, his expression inscrutable. He knew this departure was not merely exile. It was initiation. Taiwan's underworld ran deeper, darker, more treacherous than Hong Kong's. There Shan Ji would face fiercer trials and emerge at last as a man who stood wholly on his own. And indeed, the skies over Hong Kong were shifting. On the third day after Shan Ji left, the rain in Wanzai never ceased. On the damp streets, the neon lights were diffused by water into a blurred halo. Outside Guest Hall, several Hongxing underlings hunched over cigarettes, yet their glances fixed unblinkingly on the street entrance. Last night, the Dongxing men had come to make trouble, smashing 2 convenience stores under Hongxing's protection, their brazenness unabashed. Lin Jie had just finished speaking with Bigu about Shan Jia's arrangements. When he pushed the door open, he ran into the scene. He looked up as rain struck his face at an angle, carrying a faint, cool dampness. The Dongxing lot had been very bold lately. Lin Jie fetched a pack of cigarettes and had one between his lips when a hearty laugh rang out from behind. "Ha! Bigu, Officer Lin." The voice was rough and sonorous like a cracked gong on iron, laced with a brash, unconcerned bravado. Lin Jie turned and saw a man in a floral shirt with a permed mop top striding over a bottle dangling from his hand. He smelled of alcohol, yet his gaze was clear, and when he looked at people there was a candid, forthright warmth to it. 2 underlings trailed him, heads bowed, as if afraid their big brother might stir trouble. "Defei, what brings you here?" Bigu stepped forward, and the furrows of his worry eased. This was Defei, the man who called the shots for Hongxing's Wangjiao branch. Renowned for his generosity and loyalty, fearless in brawls, fiercely defensive, and held in high esteem within Hongxing. Defei laughed and slapped Bigu's shoulder with such force that Bigu staggered. "I heard Wanzai's not peaceful. Dongxing scum dare make a scene. Could I simply stand by?" He swept his eyes over Lin Jie and grinned, revealing rows of white teeth. "You must be Officer Lin, long time no see. Chen Haonan has mentioned you to me many times, says you're a sensible, upright cop." Lin Jie raised an eyebrow and shook his hand. Defei's palm was rough and powerful, calloused at the center, the grip like an iron pincer. "Brother Fei, you flatter me." "Flatter my ass." Defei waved his hand, voice booming. "I can't stand all that pomp and pretense. You help Hongxing, you are my friend. From now on the island, if anyone dares give you attitude, drop my name. Say Dafei." The words sounded coarse but carried a genuine sincerity. Lin Jie smiled without replying and found himself feeling more favorably disposed toward the man. "You never change." Bigu shook his head helplessly. "Just come from Wangjiao." "Of course." Defei gulped down a mouthful of liquor and wiped his mouth. "We just dealt with a gang of street thugs over at Wangjiao. When I heard Dongxing smashed our shops here, I brought the men straight over." He fell silent, eyes hardening as he looked toward the street. "Those scum dare act up in Wanzai as if Hongxing had no backbone. They smashed the shops last night and ran. We couldn't catch them," an underling murmured. "They ran, Defei's eyes widened. He planted the bottle on the ground with a thud. "You can run from the monk, but not from the temple. Dongxing's hall was on the next street over. Let's go now. I want to see how tough Lei Yaying's dogs really are." "Don't be impulsive." Lin Jie hurried to stop him. "The anti-corruption agency has its eyes on things. If you make a scene, you'll only hand Dongxing leverage." Defei paused, then scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. "Officer Lin, you always think things through. My temper flares when I hear Dongxing's name. Can't help it." Though rough in appearance, he was not without sense. Recognizing that Lin Jie acted for Hongxing's good, he cooled off. His anger, however, found no outlet, and he downed another swallow of wine. "With Brother Fei here, Wanzai's brothers can breathe easier." Chen Haonan came out of the hall holding a stack of flyers. "I was about to have the brothers hand these out to nearby shops to warn everyone to be careful not to let Dongxing take advantage. Flyers do nothing." Defei scoffed, then his eyes lit up, and he thumped his chest. "Hey, race the plan. I'll call the Wangjiao brothers to help. We'll patrol Wanzai in shifts at night. If Dongxing dares show up, they'll break their legs." Chen Haonan looked embarrassed. "Want that trouble you too much?" "Trouble my ass." Defei waved him off. "We're all Hongxing brothers. What difference does it make? Kowloon is your turf, Wanzai is Guest turf. If Dongxing dares cause trouble, it's a slap in my face." He turned to Lin Jie and said earnestly, "Officer Lin, rest assured. I do things with measure. The brothers will only keep watch on Dongxing, will not pick fights, and will not trouble the public. If we actually catch Dongxing creating trouble, we won't act privately. I will call you and let the police handle it." Lin Jie nodded. Though Defei appeared boorish, he worked with method and knew what was appropriate. With his men helping, Wanzai's security would indeed be steadier. "Then thank you, Brother Fei." "Thank what for?" Defei laughed heartily. If anything comes up, find me anytime. The rain gradually eased, and a pale wash of dawn appeared on the horizon. Defei called to his underlings and began to arrange the patrols. He spoke loudly and bluntly, yet could lay matters out clearly in a few sentences. His men respected him and listened with attentive seriousness. Chen Haonan stood beside Lin Jie watching Defei bustle about and murmured, "Brother Fei is like that. Rough in looks but meticulous at heart." Lin Jie gave a short assent and let his gaze rest on Defei. His sense for fortune stirred subtly. A bold, exuberant luck clung to Defei like a burning flame, ardent and uncompromised. It was the fortune of a Jianghu man, straightforward, righteous, imbued with an unyielding spirit. With him here, Dongxing won't dare come easily, Lin Jie said. Chen Haonan nodded, gratitude in his eyes. He knew Defei was helping him and helping Hongxing and Wanzai. With Shan Ji gone, Hongxing and Wanzai was precisely in need of manpower. Defei's arrival was without doubt timely aid. After arranging things, Defei returned with a bottle and handed one each to Lin Jie and Bigo. "Come on, one for the road." The three clinked bottles. The liquor burned warm on the throat. "I heard about Shan Ji," Defei said. "The kid's headstrong. Sending him to Taiwan will temper him. When he comes back, he'll be something else." Chen Haonan smiled. "May your words be true." The rain stopped, and the sun rose slowly, casting golden light over the wet streets, scattering dazzling reflections. Defei stood in the sunlight, his permed hair tousled by the wind, yet his laughter remained unabashed. He looked over Wanzai's streets and the passers-by, then split into a grin. "This sky over the island will belong to Hongxing sooner or later." His voice was loud and carried across the morning streets, imbued with an unquestionable confidence. The sentence echoed in the crisp dawn air, leaving a resolute imprint on the waking neighborhood. The brothers from Mongkok, brought by Defei, had just set up their patrol post in Wanchai when Brother B patted Chen Haonan on the shoulder, saying he would take him and Lin Jie to the Hongxing headquarters. "Over at the headquarters, Mr. Zhang wants to see you." Brother B's tone was unusually serious. "Recently, Dongxing has been causing a lot of trouble, and the leaders of each hall have to go for a meeting. It's a good opportunity for you to meet people and learn the rules." Chen Haonan felt a tightness in his chest and quickly tugged at the slightly wrinkled hem of his shirt. The Hongxing headquarters was not a place one could enter casually. It was the heart of all of Hongxing, where Jiang Tiansheng held court. Ordinary underlings couldn't even touch the threshold. Being summoned by Mr. Jiang was a tremendous honor for him. Lin Jie didn't want to get involved in gang matters, but he was forcibly dragged along by Brother B. "Officer Lin, you're different," Brother B assured, patting his chest. "Mr. Jiang has heard your name and said you're a sensible and good police officer, a friend of Hongxing, so he specifically asked me to bring you along to meet him." Lin Jie had no choice but to follow. The three of them got into a car and headed toward Causeway Bay. The Hongxing headquarters was hidden in an inconspicuous alley marked by a sign for Xinglong Tea House. It looked ordinary, but at the entrance stood two burly men in black suits, standing tall, like pines, their eyes sharp as eagles, scanning every passerby. Even the slightest movement couldn't escape their watchful gaze. As they approached the entrance, the two burly men came forward, nodded slightly to Brother B, their tone respectful, yet vigilant. Brother B. Brother B nodded, pointing to Chen Haonan beside him. "This is Chen Haonan from my home. Mr. Jiang wants to see him." He then gestured to Lin Jie. "This is Officer Lin from the Wanchai police station, a guest of Mr. Jiang." The two burly men sized up Chen Haonan, their gaze lingering on him for a moment, then nodded slightly to Lin Jie before stepping aside, in unison, their movements reflecting a disciplined precision. As they pushed the door open, the scene inside was starkly different from the ordinary tea house outside. The main hall had been transformed into a conference room, with a long redwood 8 immortals table at the center, intricately carved with dragon patterns, clearly of significant value. Surrounding them were a dozen men in black suits, each with a composed demeanor and a commanding presence, holding cigarettes between their fingers, yet no one spoke. Occasionally wisps of smoke curled up, infusing the hall with a sense of oppressive solemnity. These were the decision-makers of various halls within Hongxing, prominent figures in the underworld of Hong Kong Island. At the head of the table sat a man in a white suit, his hair meticulously groomed, playing with a string of dark brown prayer beads that made a faint sound as they rolled between his fingers. His expression was gentle, a slight smile gracing his lips, yet he emanated an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. He was Jiang Tiansheng, the leader of Hongxing. Upon seeing Brother B enter, Jiang Tiansheng put down his prayer beads, lifted his gaze slightly, and the smile on his lips deepened. "I'll be, you're here. Mr. Jiang." Brother B slightly bowed, his attitude respectful, and he walked softly, careful not to disturb those present. Chen Haonan followed suit, bowing lower than Brother B, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. This was his first time meeting Jiang Tiansheng, the legendary leader of Hongxing. He was much gentler than Chen had imagined, yet even more intimidating. The aura of someone in power was almost stifling. Lin Jie stood aside, not bowing, merely nodding at Jiang Tiansheng. Jiang Tiansheng didn't mind, instead waving to him with a friendly smile. "You must be Officer Lin. I've heard great things about you. Thank you for always looking out for the brothers of Hongxing. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind." I'm just doing my job, Lin Jie replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, mentally noting each person's appearance and aura. Jiang Tianxing smiled slightly, saying nothing further, then turned his attention to Chen Haonan, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny, but devoid of disdain. You are Chen Haonan. Abi often mentions you in front of me, saying you're a good prospect, skilled and capable of handling matters with discretion. Chen Haonan looked up, meeting Jiang Tianxing's gaze. His tension eased a bit and his posture straightened. Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Jiang. I still have much to learn. Please have a seat. Jiang Tianxing gestured to an empty spot beside the 8 immortals' table, his tone calm. Chen Haonan quickly expressed his thanks and cautiously sat down, barely touching the chair with the edge of his bottom, his hands neatly resting on his knees, not daring to breathe loudly. Just as he sat down, a man with a goatee beside him patted him on the shoulder, grinning broadly, his voice booming, "Kid, not bad. Brother B's eye for talent is never wrong." Chen Haonan turned to see who it was and quickly stood up. Prince Brother. The newcomer was none other than Hongxing's war god prince, whose status in Hongxing was second only to Jiang Tianxing. He was famous for his skills and integrity, highly respected across various halls. Prince waved his hand to signal him to sit, his smile fading a bit as his expression turned serious as he looked at Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing cleared his throat, and the previously low murmurs in the room fell silent instantly. All eyes focused on him, and even their breathing became a bit lighter. In the entire conference hall, only the old-fashioned wall clock ticked away with a tick-tock. Today I've called everyone here for 2 matters. Jiang Tianxing's voice was not loud, yet it carried a penetrating quality that clearly reached everyone's ears. The first matter is that Dongxing has recently become increasingly outrageous, not only encroaching on our territory and smashing our shops, but also daring to attack our brothers in Wanchai, even colluding with outsiders to disrupt the order of Hong Kong Island. From today onward, every hall must enhance their vigilance and support one another. If Dongxing dares to provoke, don't hold back. But remember, we must never initiate trouble, nor let the Independent Commission Against Corruption catch us with a flaw. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his eyes sharpening. The second matter, which is the most important, is that Hongxing's current standing is not built on violence, but on rules. Jiang Tianxing picked up a cup of tea from the table, took a gentle sip, and continued, when we collect protection fees, we must support the merchants. When we watch over places, we must ensure order. Our brothers must not bully the common people, and we must not touch drugs. This is the bottom line of Hongxing and the rule I, Jiang Tianxing, have set. Anyone who dares to break this rule should not blame me for being merciless. As his words fell, everyone present nodded in agreement, solemnly responding, "Understood, Mr. Jiang." Chen Haonan sat to the side, listening attentively, committing every word from Jiang Tianxing to memory. He finally understood that Hongxing's ability to stand firm on Hong Kong Island relied not only on strength, but also on these strict rules and boundaries. Lin Jie stood nearby, watching Jiang Tianxing, nodding inwardly. This leader of Hongxing was truly not an ordinary person. He understood discretion and knew when to advance and retreat, far superior to those gang leaders who only knew how to fight. Jiang Tianxing spoke a few more words about the joint defense of the halls, then waved his hand. "All right, the meeting is adjourned. Abi, Chen Haonan, and Officer Lin, please stay behind." Everyone rose, bowing respectfully to Jiang Tianxing, and then left the conference hall in an orderly manner, not a single person making noise, each action exuding a sense of discipline. As Chen Haonan watched the backs of the departing crowd, he suddenly realized that the Causeway Bay he wanted was not merely a territory, but, as Jiang Tianxing said, a place governed by rules that protects peace. In the conference hall, only the 4 of them remained. Jiang Tianxing smiled at Lin Jie. "Officer Lin, I know you don't like gang matters, but I wanted to thank you for staying today." "Mr. Jiang, you don't have to be so polite," Lin Jie replied. "It's the least I can do." Jiang Tianxing set down his teacup, his gaze sincere. "Hongxing's stability today relies on your support. In the future, the underworld of Hong Kong Island will still need your attention." Brother B and Chen Haonan, standing aside, understood that this was a kind of tacit agreement between Hongxing and the police, a mutual commitment to safeguarding peace in Hong Kong Island. Sunlight streamed through the window, landing on the redwood 8 immortals table and casting a warm glow. Chen Haonan looked at the scene before him, and his dream of Causeway Bay became even clearer. Hardly half a day had passed since the meeting at the Hung-Hing General Headquarters disbanded when chaos erupted on Wanchai streets. Chen Haonan had just returned to the Wanchai branch with Brother B and Lin Jie. His backside hadn't even warmed the chair when a young underling tumbled in, pale-faced and breathless Brother B. "Brother Nan, it's bad. The East Star Gang has blockaded the audiovisual shop at the street entrance." "And what?" Brother B slammed his fist on the table and shot upright. His cigarette fell to the floor, forgotten. "How many of them? Who's leading them?" "And 20-some men, all armed with steel pipes and cleavers. Their leader is golden-haired Tiger of East Star." The underling's voice trembled. "They said, they'll smash every shop we protect and demand Brother Nan come out to Kowloon and admit fault." "Nonsense." Chen Haonan's eyes flared crimson as he snatched up a telescopic baton from the corner. "Who does golden-haired Tiger think he is? Daring to run wild in Wanchai. I'll cripple him today." "Hold it." Brother B barked, his gaze dark and forbidding. Mr. Jiang just warned us not to provoke trouble ourselves. And when they're already stomping on our necks, how can we stay passive? Chen Haonan stood rigid, chest heaving. Shanji's gone. They think we're weak. If we don't teach them a lesson today, Hung Hing will never hold its head high in Wanchai again. Lin Jie stood silently aside, brow deeply furrowed. Back at the general headquarters, he'd sensed something deliberate in East Star's recent moves, as if deliberately goading Hung Hing into action so the ICAC could seize evidence. Yet now, with East Star men blockading the street entrance, yielding would not only cost Hung Hing its territory in Wanchai, but also shatter the morale of its brothers. Their intent is unmistakable, to force us into open conflict, Lin Jie said gravely. Golden-haired tiger is Lei Yaoyang's rabid hound, reckless, uncalculating. If we fight Heaton, we play straight into their hands. But what do we do? An underling cried urgently. The shop owner is one of our oldest patrons. If his store is destroyed, who'll ever trust Hung Hing again? Brother B clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, weighing risk against honor. He knew Lin Jie was right, yet Hung Hing's dignity could not be surrendered, nor its brother's pride compromised. At that moment, a deafening crash of shattering glass echoed from outside, followed by a woman's scream and East Star thugs' raucous laughter. Naha, are Hung Hing's men all cowardly turtles hiding their heads? Chen Haonan, show some guts, come out. Don't cower in your mother's womb. And smash it. Smash it to dust. Chen Haonan could bear no more. He roared and lunged for the door. And wait. Lin Jie seized his arm and spoke rapidly. Take 5 brothers. Take the shortcut behind them. Brother B, lead 20 brothers forward from the front. Not to fight, but to surround them. I'll call the patrol unit. Police will arrive within 3 minutes. His words were swift, precise. Remember, no matter how they taunt us, we must not strike first. Once the police arrive, they'll be arrested for armed assembly and property destruction. We stand firm in self-defense, and justice stands with us. Brother B's eyes lit up. He grasped the plan instantly. Good. We follow Inspector Lin's orders. Anan, listen to Inspector Lin, don't act rashly. Chen Haonan gritted his teeth and gave a sharp, fierce nod. Understood. 5 minutes later, chaos reigned at the Wanchai Street entrance. Over 20 East Star underlings brandishing steel pipes and cleavers had reduced the audiovisual shop to ruins. Glass shards littered the ground, while the owner crouched trembling in the corner, arms shielding his head. Golden-haired tiger's cigarette dangling from his lips stood atop an overturned table, shouting arrogantly, Chen Haonan, if you don't come out now, I'll level this shop to the ground. The moment he finished speaking, heavy synchronized footsteps echoed from behind. Golden-haired tiger, you're courting death. Chen Haonan burst from the alley mouth with 5 brothers' telescopic batons gripped tight, his gaze fierce as a wolf's. Golden-haired tiger glanced back and sneered, you alone. Even as he spoke, 20 more Hung Hing underlings surged in from the opposite end of the street, faces grim, wooden clubs in hand, yet none moved to strike. Instead, they swiftly fanned out, encircling the East Star men completely. Brother B strode forward, eyed Golden-haired tiger. Take your men and leave. Today's incident I'll let pass. And let pass. Golden-haired tiger scoffed, waving his cleaver. Brother B, you're outdated. Wanchai belongs to East Star now. Brothers, attack. East Star thugs' eyes bloodied instantly. They raised their weapons and charged toward the Hung Hing line. And halt. Chen Haonan thundered, stepping forward, baton leveled at Golden-haired tiger. Want to fight? First get past me. Golden-haired tiger snarled and lunged, cleaver whistling down toward Chen Haonan's skull. Chen Haonan neither flinched nor dodged. His baton snapped upward in a ringing parry, the shockwave numbing Golden-haired tiger's palm. Seizing the opening, Chen Haonan closed in and swept his baton low, striking Golden-haired tiger squarely in the knee. NF. Golden-haired tiger screamed, collapsing to his knees. As East Star men rushed to intervene, a piercing wail of police sirens cut through the air, growing louder, closer. The police are here, someone shouted. In panic, seized the East Star thugs. Their weapons clattered to the ground. Golden-haired tiger turned ashen, scrambling desperately to rise and flee. Lin Jie strode forward with several officers flanked by DeFei's underlings, cameras clicking wildly, capturing the wreckage and the discarded weapons strewn across the pavement. No one move. Lin Jie commanded, sharply scanning the scene. East Star members, arrested for armed rioting and intentional destruction of private property. All will be taken to the station. Officers surged forward, pinning each East Star thug to the ground and snapping cuffs onto their wrists. Golden-haired tiger dragged between 2 officers, writhed and spat. I'm East Star. I demand respect. Lei Yaoyang won't let this slide. Take him away. Lin Jie dismissed him with a curt wave. No further words wasted, as officers hauled Golden-haired tiger off. Brother B watched the East Star men being led away, exhaling deeply, then bowed slightly to Lin Jie. Thank you, Inspector Lin. Another debt we owe you. It's my duty. Lin Jie waved it off, gesturing at the shattered storefront. Clean this up quickly and reassure the merchant. Remember, next time call the police first. Never shoulder such burdens alone. Chen Haonan stood apart, gazing at the ruined audiovisual shop, his heart a turbulent sea. He'd nearly lost control moments ago. Had violence erupted, consequences would have been catastrophic. Thank you, Inspector Lin, Chen Haonan said earnestly, approaching him. I understand now. Holding territory isn't about brute force. It's about wisdom. Lin Jie smiled faintly and clapped his shoulder, glad you see it. The dream of Causeway Bay isn't forged by fists. It's guarded by discipline and order. The sun sank westward, bathing Wanchai's streets in golden light. Hung Hing underlings swept broken glass from the pavement, while the shop owner clasped Brother B's hands, thanking him over and over. Chen Haonan surveyed the scene, and a profound sense of responsibility welled within him. He knew his path stretched far ahead, and countless rules remained to be upheld. Just then a black sedan halted at the street corner. Its window slid down slowly, revealing a cold, predatory face. In Lei Yaoyang. He watched East Star men being led away in handcuffs, then turned his gaze toward Chun Haonan and Lin Jie standing at the street entrance, his lips curling into a glacial, knowing smile. The game has only just begun. The car of Lei Yaoyang stopped at the street corner for barely half a minute before silently gliding into the night. Chen Haonan recognized that car. It was Lei Yaoyang's exclusive vehicle. The sinister gaze he had just encountered was like the flicker of a venomous snake's tongue, sending a chill down one's spine. This old fox is definitely here to watch the excitement. Brother B spat, anger gleaming in his eyes. With the golden-haired tiger caught, he must hate us deeply. Lin Jie followed Chun Haonan's gaze towards the street corner, activating his chi perception. A murky malevolence clung to the trajectory of that car, thick with sinister intent and calculation, just like Lei Yaoyang himself. He frowned. The malevolence felt heavier than during his last perception. It seemed that the recent movements of the Eastern Star were certainly backed by cross-border forces. Let's not worry about him for now, Lin Jie said, retracting his gaze and pointing at the younger brother who was cleaning up the aftermath. Make sure to account for the losses in the store. I will have the police department handle this swiftly and provide an explanation to the merchants. As soon as he finished speaking, the police department's tow truck arrived. Several officers busily began clearing the scene of the weapons. Lin Jie approached the leading officer to whisper a few instructions, and the officer nodded repeatedly, his demeanor very courteous. This scene left the younger brothers of the Hongxing gang with a greater sense of respect for Lin Jie. To have the police treat him with such deference indicated that Officer Lin's influence was far greater than they had imagined. After cleaning up the aftermath, it was already deep into the night. Brother B insisted on treating Lin Jie and Chun Haonan to a late-night snack at a tea restaurant, claiming it was to calm their nerves. The three had just sat down and ordered 3 bowls of wonton noodles when a man wearing a black trench coat walked in, followed by 2 henchmen, all with unfriendly expressions. The man walked straight up to their table, looking down at Brother B with a cold tone. Brother B, our boss requests your presence. Brother B looked up and recognized the man as Lei Yaoyang's personal bodyguard, known as Ghost Hand, ruthless and bloodstained. He set down his chopsticks and sneered. Who is your boss? I don't know him. Ghost Hand's expression darkened instantly, his hand resting on the dagger at his waist. Brother B, don't give me face and make it hard for yourself. The golden-haired tiger is one of our Eastern Star's menu. Impudence. Lin Jie's voice was not loud, but it was like a bucket of cold water extinguishing Ghost Hand's arrogance. He raised his gaze to Ghost Hand, subtly activating his chi perception. A surge of pure righteousness rushed forth. This righteousness was not as fierce as martial arts, nor as sharp as firearms, yet it carried an undeniable pressure that made Ghost Hand struggle to breathe. Ghost Hand felt his entire body stiffen, as if an invisible hand had clutched his throat. He could not even lift his hand from the dagger. He looked at Lin Jie in terror. This young officer possessed an unexpectedly terrifying aura. This is Wanchai, not the territory of Eastern Star. Lin Jie leisurely took a sip of tea. The golden-haired tiger engaged in armed brawling and willful destruction of property. The evidence is conclusive, and the police have already filed a case. If you want to cause trouble, I don't mind taking you back to the police station for tea. Ghost Hand's forehead broke out in cold sweat, and the 2 henchmen behind him trembled and stepped back in fear. Having been in the underworld for so many years, they had seen many ruthless characters, but had never encountered someone like Lin Jie, who without lifting a finger was far more intimidating than having a knife held to their throats. You. Don't be too arrogant. Ghost Hand gritted his teeth, forcing himself to say, our boss won't let you off. Let him come. Lin Jie set down his teacup, his gaze sharp as a knife. I am always ready to accompany him. Ghost Hand looked into Lin Jie's eyes, and his fear grew deeper. He knew he was no match for this man. Staying any longer would only lead to humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he shot a fierce glare at Brother B. Brother B, you wait for me. After saying that, he left with his 2 henchmen, tails between their legs. The other diners in the tea restaurant had long hidden in corners, only daring to breathe once Ghost Hand had departed. Brother B let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn, this Ghost Hand is truly relentless. Officer Lin, we owe you one today, or we would have definitely suffered. Chen Haonan also felt lingering fear. Just now, Ghost Hand's imposing presence had made him think things were about to get violent, but unexpectedly, a single word from Lin Jie had sent the other side fleeing in panic. He looked at Lin Jie, his eyes filled with admiration. Brother Jie, that aura of yours just now was incredible. Lin Jie smiled lightly, not explaining. What he had just employed was the power of Qi. Ever since the fluctuations in spiritual energy, his chi perception had become increasingly sharp, allowing him not only to sense malevolence, but also to summon a small amount of righteousness to suppress his opponent's aura. Though this ability was still quite weak, it could be invaluable at critical moments. Lei Yaoyang sent Ghost Hand this time not for the golden-haired tiger. He is trying to test our limits to see just how strong the relationship between Hongxing and the police truly is. What should we do? Chen Haonan asked. When soldiers come, we fight. When water comes, we damn it. Lin Jie picked up his bowl and took a sip of the wonton soup. If he wants to play dirty, we'll play along. But remember, never take the initiative, let him expose his flaws first. Brother B nodded, feeling enlightened. He had been worried about confronting the Eastern Star Heathen, but with Lin Jie around, he felt much more secure. After finishing their late-night meal, the three exited the tea restaurant. The night was deep and the streets of Wanchai had returned to calm, with only the glow of streetlights illuminating the empty thoroughfares. Chen Haonan looked at Lin Jie beside him and suddenly spoke. Brother Jie, do you think we can really hold on to Wanchai? Lin Jie turned to look at him, the moonlight casting a glow on his youthful face, carrying a hint of confusion, but also a resolute tenacity. He smiled and pointed to the ground beneath their feet. We can. As long as we abide by the rules and protect the common people, the fortunes of Hong Kong will stand by our side. As his words fell, a gentle breeze blew by stirring up the fallen leaves on the ground. Lin Jie activated his chi perception, once more feeling distinctly that a faint righteousness was rising from every street and every shop in Wanchai, converging to form an invisible barrier that enveloped the land. This was the fortune of Hong Kong and also the fortune of the Guardians. Chen Haonan looked at Lin Jie and his confusion gradually dissipated. He tightened his grip on the baton in his hand, his gaze becoming resolute. He knew that as long as Lin Jie was there and with the brothers of Hongxing around, Wanchai would be safe. Meanwhile, in a distant high-rise, Lei Yaoyang stood by the window gazing in the direction of the tea restaurant. A wine glass in his hand swirled with red wine, reflecting his sinister face. Lin Jie. He whispered this name, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. However, the game has just begun. Oh, I want to see how long you can protect Hongxing. He set down the wine glass and turned to a man in black behind him. The man wore a mask and exuded a strong aura of malevolence. My lord, Lei Yaoyang's tone became respectful. Lin Jie's chi power is stronger than we imagined. The man in black snorted coldly, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. Merely an ant shaking a tree. Once the cross-border passage opens, Hong Kong's fortunes will become our nourishment. Hongxing, along with that Lin Jie, will become our stepping stones. Lei Yaoyang lowered his head, not daring to say another word. The night grew ever darker. 3 days after the street conflict in Wanchai, the police station's announcement filled the bulletin boards throughout the area. The writing on the announcement was clear and powerful, stating plainly that members of the Dongxing Society led by the golden-haired tiger were armed and involved in a brawl, deliberately destroying others' property, and are now in custody as the case undergoes further investigation. It particularly noted at the end that this operation was made possible due to the swift response of the Wanchai police officers and the active cooperation of the citizens. As the news spread, the merchants in Wanchai felt their worries lift, and many spontaneously went to the police station to present banners, especially the owner of the severely damaged audiovisual store, who clutched a banner that read "Upholding Justice, Protecting Our Community," and personally rushed to the police station to insist on handing it to Lin Jie. That morning, the meeting room at the Wanchai police station was packed, with even the aisles filled with people. The chief personally chaired the meeting, and all the officers were present, each face showing a hint of anticipation. As Lin Jie entered the meeting room, he felt all eyes focus on him, some with admiration, some with envy, and a few with curiosity. He was dressed in a crisp police uniform, standing tall, his face devoid of unnecessary expressions, merely nodding to familiar colleagues before finding an empty seat. The chief saw him and immediately waved with a smile. Lin Jie, come over here and stand at the front. Lin Jie complied, standing at the front, vaguely guessing what was about to happen next. The chief cleared his throat, picked up a document, and said in a loud voice, "Dear colleagues, this case of mass brawling on the streets of Wanchai has had a severe impact. The brazen arrogance of the Dongxing Society has seriously disrupted the public order of Wanchai." At a critical moment, Officer Lin Jie reacted quickly and handled the situation appropriately, not only successfully stopping a violent conflict and preventing the situation from escalating, but also arresting over 20 Dongxing thugs on the spot, effectively striking a blow against the society's arrogance and maintaining the peace in Wanchai, while also sending a warning to those who seek to disrupt order in Hong Kong. As soon as the chief finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the meeting room. In a corner, Brother B and Chen Haonan exchanged smiles, their faces full of satisfaction. They had been specially invited by the chief to witness this moment, and as they looked at Lin Jie on stage, their eyes were filled with deep respect. The chief waved his hand to signal for silence and continued, after deliberation by the higher authorities, I hereby promote Lin Jie to the position of deputy leader of the Serious Crimes Unit at the Wanchai Police Station and bestow upon him the title of Outstanding Officer, along with a bonus of $3,000. Upon hearing this, the applause in the meeting room grew even more enthusiastic, with many young officers showing expressions of longing. Becoming the deputy head of the Serious Crimes Unit is a rare promotion. Advancing 2 ranks at once for an officer who has only recently joined it is an extraordinary speed of advancement that is extremely rare in the Hong Kong police force. Lin Jie received the appointment letter and the shiny medal from the chief, feeling the cold metal against his fingertips. He wasn't overwhelmed with excitement. Instead, he felt a heavier sense of responsibility. He saluted the chief with a standard military gesture, then turned to bow deeply to his colleagues in the audience, his voice steady and powerful. Thank you, chief. Thank you, everyone. I merely did what I was supposed to do. This honor does not belong to me alone, but to everyone at the Wan Chai police station. This humble and fitting statement further increased the goodwill of the officers towards him, and the applause rang on once more. After the meeting, the chief purposely kept Lin Jie behind, and they both walked into the chief's office. The office was simply furnished with a desk, several chairs, and a map of Hong Kong hanging on the wall. The chief sat behind the desk looking at Lin Jie with admiration in his eyes. Lin Jie, you did very well this time. Not only did you suppress the society's arrogance, but you also established a good cooperative relationship with Hongxing, which is very helpful for us to maintain order in Wan Chai. You're too kind, chief. This is what I ought to do. Lin Jie stood in front of the desk, his tone respectful. You don't need to be modest. The chief waved his hand, took out a document from the drawer, and pushed it in front of Lin Jie. I know that you played a crucial role in this incident. Behind the golden-haired tiger is Lei Yaoyang, a ruthless character with extensive connections. Anyone else would have been too afraid to confront him directly. You managed to withstand the pressure and come up with such a comprehensive plan, capturing people without leaving them any leverage, which is no easy feat. In the future, maintaining public order in Wan Chai will depend on your diligence. The chief's tone became serious. Especially with Dongxing, they have been very active lately, and there must be something fishy behind it. Now that you've been promoted, your responsibilities are heavier. You need to keep a close eye on the cases in the Serious Crimes Unit. If you need any support, just let me know at any time. Yes, chief, I won't let you down. Lin Jie nodded in agreement. By the way, the chief seemed to remember something and added, the Independent Commission Against Corruption is also closely monitoring Dongxing's movements. They seem to have some leads on Lei Yaoyang. If you have any new discoveries, you can share with them. The more allies we have, the greater our chances of success. Understood. Lin Jie committed the chief's words to memory. As Lin Jie exited the chief's office, he saw Chen Haonan and Brother B waiting for him at the end of the corridor. Both were holding a paper bag, seemingly prepared for this occasion. Congratulations, Deputy Head Lin. Brother B walked up quickly, patting Lin Jie on the shoulder with sincerity in his tone. From now on, you'll be our superior. Make sure to take good care of our Hongxing brothers. Brother B is joking. Lin Jie smiled carefully, putting the medal into his pocket. I am still the same Lin Jie, and the rules I abide by won't change at all. As long as Hongxing doesn't deal in drugs and doesn't bully the common people, I will always be your friend. That goes without saying. Chen Haonan also approached, his gaze sincere. Brother Jie, this time it was all thanks to you. Otherwise, Hongxing would definitely suffer a great loss, and we might even be caught in a bind by Dongxing attracting trouble. It was nothing. Lin Jie waved his hand. By the way, I've already made arrangements for the golden-haired tiger's case. It will be dealt with according to the law and won't implicate the Hongxing brothers. You can rest assured. Brother B and Chen Haonan exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh of relief. Their biggest worry about this matter was resolved as they heard Lin Jie's words. Brother Jie, we will remember this favor. Brother B said earnestly, handing over the paper bag. It's just a small token of our appreciation, a gesture from our Wan Chai faction. Lin Jie glanced at the paper bag, noticing it seemed to contain a few packs of cigarettes. He waved his hand and did not accept it. I appreciate the sentiment, but take it back. I am a police officer and cannot accept your gifts. Oh, I cannot break the rules. Brother B was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and took back the paper bag. All right. Just based on your words, I know that the public order in Wan Chai will surely improve. While the three were talking in the corridor, they saw Li Ying rushing in with a document in hand, looking serious. Lin Jie, you got promoted. Congratulations. Li Ying nodded at him as a form of congratulations, then lowered his voice a few notches and handed over the document. I just received news that Dongxing's Lei Yaoyang has spent a fortune to smooth things over, and the golden-haired tiger has been released on bail. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie's smile vanished instantly. He took the document and quickly scanned it, the glaring words bail approved standing out, and the reason for bail shockingly stated that the golden-haired tiger was suffering from a serious illness and needed to recuperate at home. Lin Jie's expression instantly turned cold, his fingers tightening around the document, turning pale. He knew very well that this was a tactic used by Lei Yaoyang. The judicial system in Hong Kong has never been short of corrupt elements eager to take advantage of money. It seems that this battle is far from over. The news of Jin Mao, whose bail struck Lin Jie like a stone, weighing heavily upon his heart. He gripped the bail document so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The phrase suffering from a serious illness, undergoing home convalescence, mocked him with brutal irony. The air in the corridor thickened instantly. Brother B and Chen Haonan's expressions darkened. Jin Mao, who was built like an ox. Just days earlier, he'd been roaring threats of revenge from inside the detention center. How could he possibly have fallen gravely ill overnight? Anyone with eyes could see the truth. Lei Yaoyang had paid his way through the system to pull Jin Mao, who out by force. That wily old fox Lei Yaoyang. His reach extends far too deep, Brother B snarled through clenched teeth, fury burning in his gaze. Does he truly believe Hong Kong's judicial system is his personal fiefdom? Chen Haonan tightened his fists until his knuckles cracked. With Jin Mao who back on the streets, Wan Chai will know no peace. Lin Jie drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the fire rising in his chest, then turned to Li Ying. Is this intelligence confirmed? Absolutely reliable. Li Ying nodded, his tone grave. I just received it from the detention center. The bail procedures were flawlessly executed. Even the Independent Commission Against Corruption found no grounds for objection. It appears Lei Yaoyang has spared no expense this time, not only retaining a top-tier legal team, but also cultivating extensive connections within the judiciary. Lin Jie frowned, tapping his fingers lightly against the document. He suddenly recalled what the commissioner had said earlier, that the ICAC was closely monitoring Dongxing's activities. Clearly, coordination with the ICAC would now be indispensable. Let's talk in my office, Lin Jie said, turning toward the Major Crimes Unit's office. Brother B and Chen Haonan exchanged a glance and followed without a word. They knew Lin Jie always held something in reserve, and right now holding the line firmly was paramount. They could not let Dongxing witness any sign of weakness. The Major Crimes Unit's office was small and cluttered with case files, its air laced with the faint scent of tobacco and ink. Lin Jie poured a glass of water for each of them, then sat behind his desk and looked at Li Ying. You've just returned, and already uncovered this much. 3 years undercover within Dongxing were clearly not spent in vain. At those words, Brother B and Chen Haonan froze. They knew Li Ying as a seasoned detective of exceptional skill, but had never imagined he carried such a covert past. Li Ying gave a wry smile, took a cigarette from the pack on the desk, lit it, and watched the smoke coil upward, his gaze growing distant and profound. He inhaled deeply, then spoke. His voice low, hoarse-edged with an almost imperceptible weariness. 3 years ago, when the ICAC was newly established, and Louis Locke and Yin Tong fell, Hong Kong's police force underwent a sweeping purge. But Dongxing seized the opportunity to rise, absorbing many of Louis Locke's former subordinates. Its power swelled unchecked, expanding into arms smuggling and narcotics trafficking. At that time, the police headquarters issued a secret directive. An officer was to infiltrate Dongxing, gather irrefutable evidence of their crimes, and dismantle this malignant tumor once and for all. Li Ying flicked ash from his cigarette, his gaze drifting toward the window, as if revisiting those sunless, suffocating years. Back then, I was young and impetuous. I volunteered for the mission myself. Looking back now, those 3 years were lived with one's head literally strapped to one's belt. Undercover work proved far more grueling than anyone could imagine. Every day demanded vigilance. Every word measured, every gesture rehearsed. Fear of exposure, a constant gnawing companion. Li Ying shadowed Lei Yaoyang and witnessed firsthand his countless atrocities, smuggling arms to Southeast Asian triads, flooding Hong Kong's youth with narcotics, even participating in human trafficking, selling innocent girls overseas into unspeakable bondage. I memorized every crime, and I gathered evidence, plenty of it. Li Ying withdrew a USB drive from his inner pocket and placed it on the desk. It gleamed coldly under the fluorescent light. This contains all of Lei Yaoyang's criminal records over the past 3 years, correspondence with Louis Locke's former lieutenants, ledgers of arms, shipments, logs of drug transactions. Originally, I planned to deliver this evidence at the perfect moment, to bring Dongxing crashing down in one decisive strike. His voice paused and sorrow flickered across his eyes. He inhaled sharply, exhaling smoke through his nostrils, a bitter, acrid haze. But 6 months ago, my cover nearly collapsed. Lei Yaoyang had grown suspicious of a mole within his ranks and began purging his inner circle. Li Ying was marked. Only thanks to a brother who sacrificed himself did he narrowly escape. His name was Zhen, a minor foot soldier in Dongxing, quiet and unassuming yet fiercely loyal. Li Ying's voice caught. He knew my true identity and chose silence. In the end, he died shielding my retreat, beaten to death by Lei Yaoyang's men, his body dumped into the sea, denied even a whole corpse. A heavy silence settled over the office. Brother B and Chen Haonan said nothing. They who lived by the code of brotherhood felt the weight of Zhen's sacrifice settle deep in their chests. Chen Haonan clenched his fist, voice low and resolute. This debt must be settled. It will be settled, Li Ying said, crushing his cigarette stub. His gaze hardened into unshakable resolve. I vanished for half a year, not to hide, but to wait for the right moment. When I heard about the Wanchai shootout, and how you Lin Jie personally subdued Jin Mao, I knew the time had come. Across all of Hong Kong's police force, only you dare confront Lei Yaoyang hidden. Lin Jie picked up the USB drive and held it in his palm, solid, dense, charged with meaning. This was not merely evidence. It was 3 years of Li Ying's life, and the price paid in blood by Zhen. You have my word, Lin Jie replied, his voice unwavering, absolute. I will settle this account, for you, for Zhen, and for every citizen of Hong Kong. Li Ying met Lin Jie's gaze, and saw certainty there. He knew at last he had found the right man. By the way, Li Ying added, as if recalling something vital, while I was embedded in Dongxing, I noticed something strange. Lei Yaoyang has grown unusually close to a mysterious figure, one who never appears in person, communicating only via encrypted calls. I managed to overhear several conversations. They spoke of Crack's malevolent chi and destiny's flow, terms so esoteric, so alien to ordinary triad affairs they defied logic. Lin Jie's pulse surged. Cracks, malevolent chi, destiny's flow. The words detonated in his mind like thunderclaps. During his investigation into the night market vendor attacks, he had already detected traces of cross-dimensional entities, traces saturated with precisely that same malevolent chi Li Ying described. Evidently, Lei Yaoyang's collusion with transrealm forces ran far deeper than Lin Jie had feared. This was no mere gang war. It was a convergence of shadows spanning worlds. Keep this to yourself. For now, Lin Jie murmured, his eyes sharp as blades. I'll investigate discreetly. You've just returned. Take time to rest, reacquaint yourself with the major crimes unit's operations. As for Dongxing, we'll devise our strategy carefully. We must not alert them prematurely. Li Ying nodded solemnly. Understood. Lin Jie turned to Brother B and Chun Haonan. You've heard it yourselves. Behind Lei Yaoyang lies a far greater power. From now on, Honghing brothers must exercise extreme caution. Avoid direct confrontation with Dongxing at all costs. Do not fall into their traps. Brother B and Chun Haonan nodded vigorously. Only now did they grasp why Lin Jie had insisted so adamantly on restraint, why there had been so much hidden beneath the surface. Also, Lin Jie added, instruct all branch halls to heighten vigilance. Report any suspicious persons or phenomena immediately, especially in secluded alleys and abandoned factories. Should you detect black chi or anomalous entities, do not intervene. Only report. Understood. I'll deploy orders immediately. Brother B rose resolute. At that moment, Lin Jie's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Fang Jinxin calling. Detective Lin, are you available to visit the Chinese stock exchange? Fang Jinxin's voice held unusual gravity. Dongxing's recent maneuvers in the stock market. Something is deeply amiss. Lin Jie's eyes narrowed. So Lei Yaoyang wasn't confining his machinations to the streets. He had extended his reach into finance itself. This war had now spilled from alleyways into boardrooms and entangled realms beyond human comprehension. Hong Kong's fragile peace, it seemed, was on the verge of shattering entirely. After hanging up Fang Jinxin's call, Lin Jie felt a tightening in his heart. It was not enough for Lei Yaoyang to stir up chaos on the streets. He had even extended his hand into the financial market. The conspiracy behind this was likely far greater than he imagined. He briefed Brother B and Chun Haonan to keep a close watch on the movements in Wanchai and instructed Li Ying to quickly organize the evidence on the USB drive before driving to the Chinese exchange. As soon as the car stopped in front of the exchange, he saw Fang Jinxin waiting on the steps. Wearing a perfectly tailored gray suit, his hair meticulously styled and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, Fang Jinxin exuded the refined aura of a financial elite. Upon seeing Lin Jie approach, he adjusted his glasses and smiled warmly. Officer Lin, you finally made it. Fang Jinxin stepped aside to lead the way, guiding Lin Jie into the exchange. The hall was bustling with noise. The numbers on the electronic screens flickered in red and green, continuously jumping. The shouts of traders and the clatter of keyboards intertwined, creating a tumultuous flow of sound. Lin Jie seldom came to such places and found the scene before him both strange and oppressive. The rapidly changing numbers felt like invisible threads tugging at the wealth and fates of countless individuals. Fang Jinxin led him through the throngs of people into an office on the top floor. This place was quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos below, with a large floor-to-ceiling window offering an unobstructed view of Victoria Harbor. The office had several bookshelves filled with financial books and documents, and a faint aroma of coffee lingered in the air. Please have a seat. Fang Jinxin poured Lin Jie a cup of coffee and handed it over. It's freshly brewed, give it a try. Lin Jie accepted the coffee, taking a sip that was bitter yet fragrant. He set down the cup and got straight to the point. Mr. Fang, you mentioned that Dongxing's actions in the stock market are suspicious. What exactly is going on? Fang Jinxin nodded, took a seat behind his desk, opened his computer, and pulled up a chart. Look, this is the performance of the Hang Seng Index over the past week. On the surface, the fluctuations seem minor, but a closer analysis reveals that an unknown fund is operating behind the scenes, frantically absorbing retail investors' shares through dozens of shell companies and maliciously shorting at high points, draining over 100 million in just a few days. He pointed to several nodes on the screen, his tone serious. I've investigated these shell companies, and the ultimate beneficiary all leads back to Lei Yaoyang of Dongxing. Lin Jie frowned. It's one thing for him to make money, but why is it suspicious? Because his methods of making money are too ruthless. Fang Jinxin lightly tapped the screen. Normal capital operations emphasize taking profits at the right moment, but he is disrupting the market at any cost. Look at these shorting points. They are all in areas densely populated by retail investors. He wants them to lose everything, plunging the market into panic. Lin Jie's heart sank heavily. He recalled Li Ying mentioning Qi Yun and thought of the people on the streets who had become agitated due to malevolent energy. Suddenly understanding, is he trying to destroy the financial Qi Yun? Exactly. A glint of approval flashed in Fang Jinxin's eyes. Officer Lin, you truly understand. The Qi Yun of Hong Kong Island has never been singular. The order on the streets is Qi Yun. The stability of finance is also Qi Yun, and even the sentiments of the citizens are part of the Qi Yun. These Qi Yuns intertwined to support the prosperity of Hong Kong Island. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the sea view outside. Lei Yaoyang creates chaos on the streets, disrupting the order Qi Yun. Now he is also stirring up the stock market, shaking the financial Qi Yun. Once the market collapses and the people's hearts disperse, malevolent energy will take advantage of the situation, and then cross-border forces can easily consume the Qi Yun of Hong Kong Island. Lin Jie suddenly realized this war was never just a simple gang conflict, but a contest concerning the survival of Hong Kong Island's Qi Yun. He had previously focused only on the fights and bloodshed on the streets, neglecting this critical battlefield of finance. I don't understand finance, Lin Jie admitted. All I can do is catch bad guys and guard the streets. But I truly have no idea how to handle things on the financial side. That's why I came to find you. Fang Jinxin turned to look at him, his gaze sincere. I have studied finance for half my life and understand its importance to Hong Kong Island. When Lei Luo was in power, he manipulated finance through power for personal gain. Now Lei Yaoyang wants to employ the same tactics, even colluding with external forces to ruin the foundation of Hong Kong Island. I cannot stand by and watch this happen. He took out a thick stack of materials from his drawer and placed it on the table. These are the documents I organized containing detailed information on Dongxing's shell companies, the basic logic of stock market operations, and an analysis of the relationship between financial Qi Yun and the overall Qi Yun of Hong Kong Island. I want to teach you how to protect the Qi Yun of Hong Kong Island from a financial perspective. Lin Jie looked at the documents on the table, a warm feeling surging in his heart. He knew that these materials embodied Fang Jinxin's hard work and carried the affection of an old finance man for Hong Kong Island. Okay. Lin Jie did not hesitate, reaching for the materials. I will learn. In the following days, Lin Jie became a frequent visitor at the Chinese exchange. Whenever he had free time, he would come over to learn financial knowledge from Fang Jinxin. Fang Jinxin started with the basics of candlestick charts, teaching him to distinguish between bulls and bears, guiding him to understand the flow of capital and explaining the operational laws of financial Qi Yun. When the stock market is stable and capital flows orderly, the financial Qi Yun will gather into a warm current that nurtures Hong Kong Island. When the stock market is turbulent and public sentiment is restless, the financial Qi Yun will disperse, turning into a breeding ground for malevolent energy. That afternoon, as Lin Jie was analyzing the flow of funds in the stock market with Fang Jinxin, the office door was gently pushed open, and a little girl with pigtails walked in holding a plate of fruit. It was Ruan Mei holding a thick math workbook, her little face still retaining a hint of childishness. Uncle Fang, Uncle Lin, have some fruit. Ruan Mei placed the fruit plate on the table, her big eyes curiously staring at the chart on the computer screen. Fang Jinxin smiled and ruffled her hair. Xiao Mei, why aren't you doing your homework? I finished my homework. Ruan Mei replied cheerfully, then pointed at a curve on the screen. Uncle Fang, this line is strange. It will drop tomorrow, rise the day after tomorrow, and then. She rapidly predicted a series of outcomes accurate to specific points. Lin Jie and Fang Jinxin were both taken aback. They looked at the chart on the screen, and then at Ruan Mei, their expressions filled with astonishment. What Ruan Mei said matched exactly with the results Fang Jinxin had derived using professional models. Xiao Mei, how do you know this? Fang Jinxin's voice trembled slightly. Ruan Mei tilted her head innocently. These numbers speak. They jump around in my head, telling me what will happen next. Lin Jie felt a stir in his heart and activated his perception of Qi Yun. He could clearly see a faint golden Qi Yun swirling above Ruan Mei's head, pure and rich, identical to the aura of financial Qi Yun. This child was inherently connected to financial Qi Yun, a true prodigy. Fang Jinxin looked at Ruan Mei, his eyes filled with admiration and excitement. He crouched down and gently held Ruan Mei's small hand. Xiao Mei, would you like to learn finance with Uncle Fang in the future? Together we will protect the financial Qi Yun of Hong Kong Island. Ruan Mei nodded vigorously, her eyes shining bright. Yes. I want to protect Hong Kong Island with Uncle Fang and Uncle Lin. Lin Jie watched the scene before him, feeling a heavy stone in his heart gradually lift. With him and the brothers from Hongxing guarding the streets, and Fang Jinxin and Ruan Mei as this master-student duo in finance, the defense line of Hong Kong Island's Qi Yun finally became complete. At that moment, the numbers on the computer screen suddenly began to jump wildly. The previously stable curve instantly plummeted like a cliff, and the harsh alarm sounded. Fang Jinxin's expression changed dramatically as he lunged toward the computer. Not good. Lei Yaoyang has made his move. The shrill alarm pierced the tranquility of the office in an instant, while the green numbers on the computer screen cascaded down like a flood breaking through a dam, each jump tugging at the heart. In just a few minutes, the Hang Seng Index had plummeted over 10 points, and retail investors' sell orders flooded the screen like snowflakes, while a chorus of gasps and curses echoed throughout the Chinese trading hall. Fang Jinxin suddenly lunged at the computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He attempted to call upon his own funds to stabilize the market, but those scattered investments were like a drop of water merging into the ocean, creating not even a ripple. It's a malicious short-selling attack. Fang Jinxin's voice trembled slightly. Lei Yaoyang has mobilized at least 300 million in funds collaborating with overseas short sellers aiming to completely undermine the confidence in the Chinese trading market. Lin Jie standing beside him instantly expanded his perception of luck. His advanced luck sensing ability penetrated the barrier of the screen, clearly capturing the dark energy entwined with those fluctuating numbers. It was a dense, malevolent aura more insidious than the atmosphere of street brawls spreading through the network cables, silently eroding the stable luck of the financial market. What should we do? Lin Jie asked in a deep voice. He could maintain order on the streets, but felt utterly helpless against the knife edge of the financial market. The panic among retail investors had already been ignited. Even if they forcibly froze some accounts, it would only exacerbate the chaos in the market. Fang Jinxin gritted his teeth, his fingers turning pale from exertion. He watched the continuously refreshing decline on the screen, despair filling his gaze. He had devoted his life to safeguarding the financial stability of Hong Kong Island, yet now he could only watch helplessly as Lei Yaoyang brought it to ruin. This feeling of powerlessness was nearly overwhelming. The air in the office was stifling, and the alarm continued to blare as if announcing the arrival of a financial disaster. At that moment, Ruan Mei, who had been silently watching the screen from the side, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was crisp and soft, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Uncle Fong, stop trying to stabilize the market. In 3 minutes the index will hit bottom and rebound. At that point we can strike and achieve maximum effect. Lin Jie and Fang Jinxin were taken aback, turning simultaneously to look at Ruan Mei. The little girl with her pigtails and wearing a pink dress looked exceptionally small in front of the enormous computer screen. Her eyes sparkled, brightly fixed on the numbers on the screen, as if watching an interesting cartoon, her face showing no signs of panic. Xiaomei, don't be ridiculous, Fang Jinxin sighed, reaching out to pat her head, but missing due to his anxiety. The current situation makes a rebound impossible. It would be great if it just fell a little less. I'm not being ridiculous. Ruan Mei furrowed her brow and rebutted earnestly. At 3:17 p.m. yesterday, 30 million in funds flowed into the Hong Kong Stock Connect from overseas short sellers. This morning, at 9:02 a.m., another 100 million quietly withdrew, and those shell companies from Dongxing had already withdrawn 60% of their funds from their trading accounts 10 minutes ago. Ruan Mei rattled off a series of precise times and amounts, even remembering the specific entry and exit points for each fund without a hitch. Her speech was rapid yet coherent, and those dry numbers flowed from her lips like a melody. Lin Jie and Fang Jinxin were utterly stunned. That data was hidden in the thick stack of materials Fang Jinxin had organized, filled with dense numbers spanning over 1,000 pages. Even a professional trader would need to spend a long time verifying it on a computer. Yet Ruan Mei merely glanced at it and memorized all the data, even accurately analyzing the flow of funds and the rhythm of the short seller's operations. You remembered all of that? Fang Jinxin's voice trembled, looking at Ruan Mei with shock and joy, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Ruan Mei nodded and pointed at the screen. Uncle Fang, there are only 20 seconds left until the index hits the bottom. Look, the number of sell orders has already decreased. Those large funds are quietly accumulating shares. Fang Jinxin quickly lowered his head to look at the screen, his heart pounding. He stared at the timer. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the green curve on the screen indeed stopped declining, trembled slightly, and then, as if infused with a magical force, began to steadily climb upwards. It rebounded. It really rebounded. Fang Jinxin was so excited he nearly jumped up, grabbing Ruan Mei in a hug, his voice choked with emotion. Xiaomei, you truly are a genius. So incredible. Lin Jie also let out a sigh of relief, looking at Ruan Mei and activating his luck perception once more. He could clearly see a strand of golden luck swirling above Ruan Mei's head, denser than before, infused with a pure aura of numerical energy. This child is inherently connected to financial luck. She is the guardian spirit of finance sent to Hong Kong Island by the heavens. Quick, increase our positions. Fang Jinxin snapped back to reality and immediately began operating on the keyboard. Invest all our liquid assets. Target the heavily held stocks of those shell companies from Dongxing and strike back fiercely. Lin Jie also regained his focus, pulling out his phone and dialing Li Ying's number. Li Ying immediately frees all accounts of the shell companies under Dongxing, as well as those overseas accounts involved in malicious short selling. I don't care how you do it, it must be done within 10 minutes. Understood. Li Ying on the other end of the line was already prepared with evidence and sprang into action upon receiving the order. The police station acted with remarkable efficiency, and within 10 minutes, good news arrived. Accounts of over 20 shell companies under Dongxing were completely frozen, and those overseas accounts involved in short selling were restricted from trading due to suspected illegal capital flow. This news exploded in the stock market like thunder. Without further financial support, the short sellers were thrown into chaos. Their plan to short the market had completely collapsed, leaving them to watch helplessly as the index soared. Retail investors also reacted, halting their sell orders and starting to buy back. Red bullish candlesticks replaced the green bearish ones, drawing a beautiful arc on the screen. The alarm had long ceased, and the hall of the Chinese trading market erupted with deafening cheers. In the office, Fang Jinxin slumped into his chair, exhaling deeply, his face weary, yet filled with relief, as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. He looked at Ruan Mei with affection in his eyes. "Xiao Mei, you truly are Uncle Fang's lucky star, and also the lucky star of Hong Kong Island." Ruan Mei smiled shyly, revealing her little tiger teeth. "I just like watching numbers. They are like little sprites dancing in my mind, telling me many things." Lin Jie looked at the little girl before him, feeling a warm current surge within him. He finally understood that safeguarding the luck of Hong Kong Island was never a one-person battle. Some guard the streets, some protect the financial market, and there are children like Ruan Mei using their unique talents to safeguard the future of this land. "Mr. Fang," Lin Jie said, "Ruan Mei's talent is exceedingly rare. You must nurture her well. In the future, she will surely become a pillar of support for safeguarding the financial luck of Hong Kong Island." Fang Jinxin nodded firmly, his gaze resolute. "I will. I will teach her everything I've learned without reservation. I want her to understand that finance is not a tool for trickery, but a weapon to protect Hong Kong Island." Ruan Mei nodded, somewhat understanding, as she walked to the screen and gazed at the dancing red numbers, her small face full of seriousness. Lin Jie watched the scene before him, the stone in his heart finally settling. The defense line of financial luck had been maintained at last, yet he knew that this was merely a temporary victory. Lei Yaoyang, having faced setbacks on both the streets and in the financial market, would certainly not rest easy. An even greater storm awaited them ahead. The setting sun outside the window cast a golden aura over the three individuals in the office. Suddenly, Lin Jie's phone vibrated with a text message from an anonymous sender containing only a short message. "The game has just begun. The luck of Hong Kong Island will ultimately belong to us." Lin Jie's expression instantly turned cold. The shadow of the cross-border forces had never dissipated. The anonymous text message pierced Lin Jie's heart like a shard of ice. He gripped his phone, his fingertips whitening with tension, and lifted his gaze toward the window. The setting sun had already dipped behind the high-rises at dusk, was slowly swallowing Hong Kong's skyline. Streetlights flickered to life, casting golden halos over bustling thoroughfares where traffic flowed ceaselessly and pedestrians hurried past, vibrant, radiant, alive. Yet beneath this glittering prosperity, an invisible undercurrent stirred, silent, deep, and gathering force. "What's wrong?" Fang Jinxin noticed the shift in Lin Jie's expression and set down his coffee cup. Lin Jie handed him the phone. The message on screen was terse and brazen. Fang Jinxin read it, his brow furrowing sharply. "Cross-dimensional operatives. Only they would speak with such arrogance," Lin Jie replied, reclaiming his phone, his voice dropping low. "Lei Yaoyang has suffered repeated setbacks. They can no longer afford to wait. Worse moves are coming." Ruan Mei leaned in to glance at the message, her small brows knitting together as she clutched the hem of her sleeve. "Uncle Lin, are those bad people going to cause trouble again?" Lin Jie gently stroked her hair, his tone softening. "Don't worry, we'll stop them." As the three spoke, Lin Jie's phone rang sharply. The duty officer from Wanchai Police Station. The voice on the line trembled with panic, words tumbling out in rapid succession. "Deputy Team Leader Lin. It's urgent. Something terrible has happened at the night market. A vendor's entire stock was devoured by an unknown creature. Strange bite marks litter the ground, and the vendor insists it wasn't human." Lin Jie's heart plummeted. He exchanged a glance with Fang Jinxin. Both saw gravity stark and unspoken reflected in the other's eyes. "Send me the address. I'm on my way now." "I'll take care of Ruan Mei," Fang Jinxin said calmly. "And I'll keep watch over the financial markets. You go without delay." Lin Jie seized his police uniform from the chair back and strode out. As he sped toward the night market, sirens wailed. Traffic parted before him like water before a blade. Li Ying's words echoed in his mind. "Fracture Sha Qi." Each syllable tightening the coil of dread in his chest, his pulse quickening with every passing second. The night market was cordoned off by police tape. Officers maintained order while onlookers murmured among themselves, faces pale with fear. Li Ying had arrived first, crouched low on the ground, meticulously examining the scene. Lin Jie hurried over and knelt beside him. Shattered remnants of goods lay scattered across the pavement, fruit pulped into sludge, snack wrappers torn to shreds. Most chilling were the bite marks etched into the concrete, thick, grotesquely large, their edges charred black, as if seared by intense heat, utterly beyond any known terrestrial creature's capacity. Not stray dogs, not wild boars, not even any native species of Hong Kong. Li Ying rose, removed his gloves, and spoke gravely. "I've already collected samples. Traces of strange black qi cling to the bite marks, identical to the Sha Qi we found earlier at the Dongxing stronghold." Lin Jie extended his hand. His mastery-level qi fortune perception activated silently. Cold, corrosive Sha Qi surged up along the bite marks, piercing his fingertips with an icy venom that gnawed at the soul. This Sha Qi was denser than ever before, thick with a foul, otherworldly stench that reeked not of earth, but of abyssal void. "Cross-dimensional creatures," Lin Jie said, his voice edged with frost. "And not just one." He stood scanning the periphery. Shadows pooled thickly in the night market's corners. Darkness so deep it seemed to breathe, as though countless unseen eyes watched them from within. His chi fortune perception unfurled like mist, revealing several faint lurking traces of Sha Qi hidden throughout the market waiting. Biding time. Preparing. Issue orders immediately increased nighttime patrols, especially in secluded alleys, abandoned factories, and derelict warehouses. Lin Jie instructed the officer beside him. If anything suspicious is spotted, report it instantly. Do not engage. Safety first, above all else. Yes, sir. The officer saluted and dashed off. Li Ying approached Lin Jie, lowering his voice. Cross-dimensional beings have breached the urban core. This means their fractures may now be wide enough to deploy creatures at will. Not only that, Lin Jie shook his head, his gaze sharp as a honed blade. They're testing our limits and sowing terror. Think about it. How would citizens react if they learned monsters could appear even in the heart of a crowded night market? Li Ying's breath caught. Panic breeds chaos. Chaos erodes public trust. And when trust crumbles, Hong Kong's collective fortune weakens, leaving the door wide open for Sha Qi to flood in. It was a chain of lethal precision, each link tightening upon the last. Just then Lin Jie's phone rang again. Chen Haonan calling. His voice crackled through the line. Urgent, wind-whipped, Brother Jie. Long Kwai Fong's back alley. Our men are under attack. Their speed is inhuman, and they spew black mist. We're completely outmatched. Hold on, I'm coming. Lin Jie hung up and turned to Li Ying. Stay here and secure the scene. I'm heading to Lan Kwai Fong. Be careful. Li Ying called after him. Lin Jie gave a curt nod, leapt into his car, and slammed the accelerator. His vehicle shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Lan Kwai Fong's back alley lay in ruins. Several Hung Hing members lay sprawled on the ground, faces ashen, bodies lacerated with fine wounds that oozed black, chi lips tinged violet from Sha Qi poisoning. Chen Haonan stood nearby, his baton snapped cleanly in two, blood streaking his face, his eyes wide with residual terror. Brother Jie, you're here. Seeing Lin Jie, Chen Haonan rushed forward as if spotting salvation itself. How are they? Lin Jie knelt beside the wounded, swiftly withdrew silver needles from his pocket and inserted them with practiced precision into key acupoints. Black blood welled from the wounds the moment the needles entered, and gradually color returned to the men's cheeks. Stabilized for now. Lin Jie withdrew the needles and rose. Take them to the hospital. Tell the doctors to cleanse the wounds with glutinous rice and cinnabar. It will suppress the Sha Qi. Understood. Chen Haonan immediately ordered his men to carry the injured onto the vehicle. Lin Jie moved deeper into the alley, where several black footprints marred the ground, each bearing telltale scorch marks. He crouched once more. Chi fortune perception flared anew, tracing the footprints' path, sensing a dense roiling wave of Sha Qi drifting toward a distant high-rise. That building belonged to Lei Yaoyang, a private stronghold. Lin Jie's eyes hardened. At last the truth crystallized. Cross-dimensional forces and Lei Yaoyang were acting in concert. The street ambush. The night market disturbance. All diversions, to fracture their focus. Their true objective, however, was surely far more devastating. Brother Nan, alert Master Jiang. Order all branch halls to heighten vigilance. No one acts alone. Report any anomaly, immediately, to the police. Lin Jie's voice was low, commanding. Yes, I'll handle it at once. Chen Haonan nodded and turned to relay the orders. Lin Jie raised his eyes toward the high-rise. In the night's embrace, its rooftop windows were pitch black, like the unblinking eyes of a slumbering leviathan watching over Hong Kong below. He felt it, the Sha Qi swelling, rising from within that tower, coiling upward like smoke from a primordial pyre, straight into the heavens. High above, a hairline fissure appeared in the sky, thin, jagged, as if torn open by an unseen hand. Utterly black, suffocatingly cold. A greater storm was descending, silent, inevitable, and already upon them. The malevolent energy rising from the top of the tall building surged like a swirling black mist rushing towards the heavens. In the night, the once barely visible tiny fissures were being forcibly widened by this malevolent energy, the gaps growing wider, revealing distorted shadows writhing within, accompanied by piercing shrill howls that sent chills down one's spine. Lin Jie stood in the shadows of Copper Pot Bay's back alley, looking up at the tall building, his advanced perception of fortune operating at full capacity. Dense, cold, malevolent energy poured down through the fissures like ink splattering on a clear canvas, rapidly spreading across the sky of Copper Pot Bay. Pedestrians on the street seemed to be disturbed by an invisible force, their steps becoming frantic, faces marked by inexplicable irritability and rage, the once bustling and orderly street showing signs of chaos. Not good. The fissure is expanding. Lin Jie shouted, his figure darting forward like an arrow sprinting towards the tall building. He could clearly sense that the malevolent energy was furiously eroding the fortune of the island, and if it continued like this, not only would Copper Pot Bay descend into a hell on earth, but the very foundation of the island's fortune would also be shaken. Seeing this, Chen Haonan immediately called to his fellow gang members, "Grab your weapons. Follow me." A group of them tightened their grips on their batons and steel pipes, trailing closely behind Lin Jie as they rushed towards the tall building. At this moment, in the luxurious suite on the top floor of the tall building, Lei Yaoyang stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, tightly gripping a completely black bead covered in blood-like streaks. The bead emitted a strange red light. It was the summoning bead given to him by the cross-border forces. He bowed slightly to the air, his tone filled with fawning respect. "My lord, the fissure has been opened, the malevolent energy is spreading, and the fortune of the island will soon belong to us." A distorted ripple appeared in the air, and a figure cloaked in black wearing a bronze mask slowly emerged. He was shrouded in a black robe, emanating an overwhelming malevolent energy, causing the surrounding air to sizzle. "Very good." The black-clad figure's hoarse voice sounded like sandpaper scraping. "Once the malevolent energy becomes dense enough, the cross-border passage will fully open, and then the entire island will become our nourishment." "Yes," Lei Yaoyang replied with his head bowed, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He fantasized about gaining the same power as the black-clad man once the passage opened, becoming the true ruler of the island. Bang! The heavy wooden door was abruptly kicked open, splinters flying. Lin Jie charged in with Chun Haonan and the others, a chilling wind carrying righteous energy instantly dispersing some of the malevolent energy in the room. "Lei Yaoyang, stop!" Lin Jie's voice thundered, exploding in the room. Lei Yaoyang turned sharply, seeing Lin Jie, and a cold, sinister smile crept across his lips. "Officer Lin, you came just in time. I was just thinking of letting you witness how the gates to the new world are opened." The black-clad figure slowly turned around, his gaze from behind the mask landing on Lin Jie, filled with undisguised contempt. "A mere mortal dares to block our path." Before his words fell, he waved his hand, and a thick wave of black malevolent energy surged towards Lin Jie like a tide. Wherever the malevolent energy passed, the air twisted and tables and chairs were instantly corroded into 1,000 holes. Lin Jie's eyes sharpened, and the blood energy within his dantian erupted explosively. A pale golden aura enveloped his body, the culmination of years of training in the police academy and street battles, as well as the awakened protective blood energy that specifically countered malevolence after multiple encounters with it. He raised his fist, the fist wind carrying the scorching blood energy colliding violently with the malevolent energy. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered all the glass in the suite, sending shards flying. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the black-clad figure's eyes. "Not bad, you actually managed to block my malevolent energy." Before he finished speaking, his figure blurred, and he approached Lin Jie like a specter. Moving at an absurd speed, he left behind trails of afterimages in the room. Lin Jie, relying on his sharp reflexes honed from years of practical combat, barely managed to defend himself. In the moment of their fists and palms colliding, a powerful recoil force surged, causing his arm to go numb, while the protective blood energy aura was continuously eroded by the malevolent energy, gradually dimming. Chun Haonan and his gang rushed in, swinging their batons and steel pipes at the black-clad figure. But before their attacks could reach the black-clad figure, they were repelled by an invisible barrier of malevolent energy, each of them flying back and crashing hard to the ground, spitting blood. "Useless." Lei Yaoyang laughed maniacally, holding the summoning bead high. "Increase the output of malevolent energy. Make the fissure even larger." The red light of the summoning bead grew more intense, and the fissure outside the window instantly expanded to over 3 meters long, more malevolent energy pouring down like a waterfall. The pedestrians on the street completely lost control, shoving and fighting one another, cries and curses echoing as Copperpot Bay descended into utter chaos. Lin Jie watched the scene outside the window, his heart racing. He knew he had to destroy the summoning bead to stop the fissure from expanding. With a sudden burst of energy, he launched both fists simultaneously, forcing the black-clad figure back a step, then disregarding the malevolent energy surging behind him, he lunged at Lei Yaoyang. "You're asking for death." The black-clad figure roared in anger, striking towards Lin Jie's back. The cold, malevolent energy pierced through his blood energy aura, invading his body, and Lin Jie felt a sweetness in his throat as he nearly spat out blood. But he did not pause at all. He concentrated all the blood energy in his dantian into his right fist, striking fiercely at the summoning bead in Lei Yaoyang's hand. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as the summoning bead shattered, turning into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Without the support of the summoning bead, the fissure outside the window began to tremble violently, and the pouring malevolent energy immediately weakened. The cross-border creatures attempting to crawl out, lacking the protection of the malevolent energy, let out a chilling shriek and turned into black smoke dissipating. "You dare destroy my summoning bead." The black-clad figure erupted in fury, slamming his palm down on Lin Jie's back. Lin Jie spat blood flying backward and crashing hard against the wall. But at the moment he landed, a wisp of pure malevolent energy released from the shattered summoning bead was instantly devoured by his protective blood energy. This was a special ability awakened after multiple encounters with malevolent energy, refining a small amount of malevolent energy to strengthen oneself. The blood energy within his dantian suddenly surged, and the pale golden aura expanded several times, manifesting a golden body formed of blood energy slowly appearing behind him. The phantom opened its eyes wide with fury, holding a Vajra pestle exuding an imposing righteousness. Is this the manifestation of blood energy after refining malevolent energy? The black-clad figure gazed at the golden phantom, and the expression in his eyes behind the mask finally revealed shock. Instinctively, taking half a step back, Lin Jie slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as a blade. He could feel that his blood energy had become stronger, just a step away from the extraordinary level of martial cultivation. If you wish to devour the fortune of the island, Lin Jie's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable dominance. You must first pass my test. The fissure outside the window lost the support of the malevolent energy and began to slowly shrink. In just a moment it narrowed down to the thickness of a finger and finally completely closed, disappearing into the night. The malevolent energy that had pervaded the skies of Copper Pot Bay gradually dissipated. The pedestrians on the street regained their senses, looking around at the devastation with blank expressions. The black-clad figure looked at the vanishing fissure, letting out a reluctant roar of anger. Lin Jie, you wait for me. Next time I come I will surely make you lose your soul. As his voice fell he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing from the room. Lei Yaoyang looked in the direction the black-clad figure had vanished, his face as pale as paper, his legs going weak as he collapsed to the ground. He knew he had lost his greatest support. A doomsday had arrived. Lin Jie stepped closer to Lei Yaoyang, his gaze icy. Lei Yaoyang, you colluded with cross-border forces, harming the people of the island and destroying its fortune. Now it's time to settle the score. Lei Yaoyang lay sprawled on the floor, trembling violently like a sieve, his former arrogance utterly extinguished. He stared at Lin Jie, who advanced step by step, eyes wide with terror, babbling incoherently. Don't kill me. I was wrong. It was that black-robed man who forced me. I had no choice. Lin Jie halted, gazing down at him with glacial indifference. No choice. You smuggled arms, trafficked narcotics, manipulated the stock market, and colluded with foreign enemies. Was any of that coerced? Each act was willful, deliberate. So now you're afraid. What of those you ruined? The innocent citizens ravaged by malignant qi. They never got to plead no choice. Chen Haonan staggered forward, clutching his chest, spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, and looked upon Lei Yaoyang with undisguised contempt. Brother Yaoyang, what is this? A spectacle? Weren't you fearless when lording over others? Now you grovel like a dying dog. How utterly shameful. Lei Yaoyang dared not retort. He only bowed his head repeatedly, forehead striking the floor with dull rhythmic thuds, soon streaked with blood. Disgusted by the wretched display, Lin Jie pulled out his phone and dialed Li Ying. Li Ying, send your team to the penthouse suite. Lei Yaoyang is secured. Bring all evidence on the shell companies. We'll hand everything directly to the Independent Commission Against Corruption. Understood. Li Ying's voice boomed through the line, brimming with barely contained exhilaration. Hanging up, Lin Jie surveyed the surroundings. The suite lay in ruins. Shattered glass littered the floor, furniture corroded beyond recognition by malignant qi. Outside, Causeway Bay was gradually regaining order. Distant sirens grew steadily louder. The police and ambulances were arriving. Within minutes, Li Ying burst in with a squad of officers clutching a sealed file folder. Seeing Lei Yaoyang crumpled on the floor, he sneered, Great Hall Master Lei. Never imagined you'd end up like this. This is your day, and your downfall. Li Ying handed the folder to Lin Jie. Inside lay 3 years of undercover evidence, arms deal ledgers, drug transport routes, shell company registrations, and recorded communications with transnational syndicates. Each piece irrefutable, each document damning. This evidence alone ensures he'll rot behind bars for life. Li Ying spoke gravely. Moreover, following the leads on the USB drive, we raided 3 East Star arms depots and 2 narcotics labs, arresting over 120 suspects. East Star has collapsed, utterly and irrevocably. Lin Jie nodded. Finally, a long-held weight lifted from his heart. For years, East Star had festered in Hong Kong Island, like a malignant tumor, poisoning its streets with cruelty and corruption. Today it was excised completely. Cuff him and take him away, Lin Jie ordered the officers. 2 stepped forward, instantly snapping steel bracelets around Lei Yaoyang's wrists. As they hauled him upright, he writhed and screamed, I'm innocent. I demand a lawyer. I'll file a formal complaint. No one answered. He was dragged out, like carrion, down the corridor. In the hallway, Lin Jie encountered the arriving commissioner. The elder man studied him, eyes warm with quiet pride. Lin Jie, you've done magnificently. Not only did you dismantle East Star, but you thwarted a transnational conspiracy. You've earned extraordinary distinction. It was a collective effort, Lin Jie replied humbly. My colleagues at the police department fought valiantly. Our allies from Hung Hing offered crucial support, and Mr. Fang Jinxin and Miss Wan Mei held the financial front line with unwavering resolve. You're too modest, the commissioner said, clapping Lin Jie's shoulder. But you're right. It was a victory for everyone. By the way, ICAC officers are already waiting downstairs. They've prioritized this case, given its entanglement with judicial corruption and transnational syndicates. Understood. I'll descend immediately. Lin Jie nodded. As he walked down, he saw Hung Hing's younger members supporting their wounded comrades. Chen Haonan and Brother Bi stood nearby, briefing the officers. Spotting Lin Jie, the two hurried over. Brother Jie, this victory belongs to you. Brother Bi grasped his hand, voice earnest. With East Star gone, Wan Chai and Causeway Bay may finally know peace, for a time at least. Indeed, Chen Haonan added. From now on, Triad societies across Hong Kong must abide by the rules. Lin Jie smiled faintly. Abiding by rules is non-negotiable. Hung Hing has steadfastly refused narcotics and protected ordinary citizens. That is commendable. I hope you continue honoring that principle. Rest assured. Brother B pounded his chest. Hung Hing will never tread East Star's path again. After parting ways, Lin Jie and Li Ying descended to the lobby where an ICAC vehicle awaited. The ICAC lead, a middle-aged man wearing spectacles, stepped forward and extended his hand. Inspector Lin, long admired. I'm Inspector Zhang of the ICAC. Inspector Zhang. Lin Jie shook his hand and passed over the folder. Inside lies all evidence against Lei Yaoyang, including collusion with transnational syndicates, stock market manipulation, and Li officers' undercover documentation. Please verify at your discretion. Inspector Zhang accepted the folder, opened it briefly, and his expression hardened. These materials are pivotal. We will investigate without compromise, not only to prosecute Lei Yaoyang, but to expose every corrupt judicial official who conspired with him. Thank you, Inspector Zhang. It is our duty, he replied, then paused. Regarding the transnational syndicate, we'll require your detailed testimony, given the gravity of... Before he could finish, Lin Jie's phone rang. Fong Jinxin calling. Inspector Lin, something's wrong. Fong Jinxin's voice trembled with urgency. The stock market is fluctuating abnormally again. The capital flow is inexplicable, unlike anything we've seen. His words cut off abruptly. A cacophony erupted. Then Ruan Mei's sharp cry, and the line went dead. Lin Jie's heart lurched. A chill of foreboding swept over him. What's wrong? Li Ying noticed his pallor and rushed to ask. Lin Jie clenched his phone, eyes sharpening into lethal focus. Fong Jinxin is in danger. Without another word to Inspector Zhang, he spun toward the parking garage. Li Ying, come with me. Chinese Stock Exchange. Li Ying didn't hesitate. He sprinted after him. They leapt into the car, tires screaming as they accelerated, blazing toward the exchange like lightning. Neon lights blurred past the windows. Lin Jie's pulse hammered. Fong Jinxin, guardian of Hong Kong's financial destiny. Ruan Mei, a prodigy born to markets. Neither could fall. He sensed it instinctively. This anomaly bore the unmistakable signature of the transnational syndicate. Though the black-robed figure had escaped, their machinations were far from concluded. Toward the Chinese Stock Exchange, night thickened unnaturally, dense, suffocating. A faint creeping miasma of malignant chi seeped into the air. A new crisis loomed, silent, inevitable, imminent. The car roared down the highway, engine growling. Lin Jie gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles went white. Fong Jinxin's frantic voice on the phone and Ruan Mei's shriek were like needles piercing his heart. Li Ying sat in the passenger seat, studying Lin Jie's top profile. In a low voice, he asked, could this be a counterstrike by the cross-boundary forces? They had been repelled on the streets, and at the rift, it was likely they would shift their assault to the financial front. After all, Ruan Mei's talent was a thorn in their side. Lin Jie nodded, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Certainly. With Dongxing fallen and Lei Yaoyang captured, the enemy had lost its street claws and would have to strike at finance. Fong Jinxin and Ruan Mei were the linchpins guarding the island's financial chi. If the enemy moved, they would be the first to be targeted. The car soon pulled up beneath the Chinese exchange building. Though the tower was brightly lit against the night, an uncanny stillness hung in the air. There should have been patrol guards at this hour, but not a soul was in sight. Li Ying drew his sidearm and switched off the safety. Be careful, he warned. Lin Jie tightened his grip on his baton and opened the door. They moved toward the building entrance, one following the other, every sense on alert. At the threshold, they found two guards lying unconscious on the ground. There were no visible wounds, only a faint swirl of black, malevolent chi lingering about them. They had been stunned by Sha Qi, Lin Jie concluded as he knelt to check their breath. They're still alive. Leave them for now and get inside to save the others. They hurried into the building. The elevators were out of service and the stairwell was plunged in darkness. Lin Jie switched on his phone's torch. The beam cut through the gloom and revealed footprints on the stairs. Charred prints, the mark of cross-boundary creatures. They were using the stairs, heading for the top-floor office, Li Ying whispered, lowering his steps. They sprinted up and rounded the landing just as voices rose from the office beyond. A cold voice saturated with malevolent chi hissed, hand over the data, and I may spare you. A defiant retort answered, over my dead body. This data is the keystone that guards the island's financial chi, Fong Jinxin declared. He would rather die than hand it over. His voice trembled but was unyielding. Don't be afraid, Uncle Fong. Ruan Mei cried, her tone clear, yet edged with sobs. I already backed up the data, they won't get it. Lin Jie and Li Ying exchanged a glance and burst through the office door. The room was a scene of chaos. Papers strewn everywhere, a shattered computer screen. Three figures in black robes had encircled Fong Jinxin and Ruan Mei. They wore the same bronze masks as the previous black-clad assailant, and a dense malevolent chi clung to them like smoke. Fong shielded Ruan Mei, backing into a corner, clutching a USB drive so tightly his knuckles were white. Ruan Mei stood behind him, her cheeks wet with tears, but her lips bitten hard to stifle a sound. You vermin again. Li Ying thundered, leveling his gun at the black-robed figures. Drop your weapons and surrender. The black-robed leader turned slowly. Behind the mask, his gaze fixed on Lin Jie with a sneer. You again. Last time you ruined our plans. This time you will be buried along with these two nuisances. Before the sentence finished, all three struck at once. A dense wave of malevolent qi lunged at Lin Jie and Li Ying, forming black claws that corroded as they reached for their faces. Lin Jie's eyes hardened. His dantian flared as his vital qi and blood erupted, surrounding him in a pale golden halo. He slipped aside from the claws and unleashed a punch. The gust carried blazing qiblood to meet the sha qi. The malevolent qi splintered and dissolved into black smoke. Li Ying squeezed the trigger, but the bullets were halted by an invisible sha qi barrier and clinked harmlessly to the floor. Useless, the leader sneered. Ordinary firearms cannot harm us. Today you will all die here. At his gesture, the other two lunged toward Fang Jinxin and Ruan Mei. Their prize was the USB drive in Fang's hand, the backup of Ruan Mei's market analyses, and the proof of the cross-boundary faction's manipulation of the financial system. Don't even think about it, Lin Jie roared, springing to shield Fang and Ruan. He struck with both fists, two streams of golden qiblood smashing into the two black-robed assailants. The black-robed men were sent reeling, muffled groans coming from beneath their masks. The leader stepped in himself, his palm transforming into a bone-cold claw that lashed toward Lin Jie's throat. Lin Jie twisted away, and the claw grazed his neck, leaving a shallow cut. From the wound, a cold malevolence surged, seeking to crawl into his body. He grunted and funneled his qiblood to force the sha qi back out. He felt the strength of these black-robed combatants, stronger than the previous black-clad attacker, clearly core warriors of the cross-boundary faction. Li Ying, take Mr. Fang and Ruan Mei and go. Lin shouted, widening his protective halo to block the assault. They'll hold them here. No, that's too dangerous. Li Ying protested. Go now. Lin bellowed, driving the leader back with a punch. This is an order. The financial qi cannot be severed. Ruan Mei must not be harmed, Fang Jinxin urged as he grasped Ruan Mei's hand. Xiao Mei, let's go. We must not burden Officer Lin. Ruan Mei watched Lin Jie be besieged, her eyes rimmed red, but she still nodded. Li Ying immediately shielded them and bolted for the stairwell. Trying to run. No way. The leader roared and was about to pursue when Lin Jie latched on and would not let go. Lin's qiblood was draining fast, and his protective halo dimmed. He knew he could not hold out much longer and needed an exit. In that moment, a memory flashed through his mind. When he had refined a shard of the Lursha bead, a sliver of pure sha qi had remained stored in his dantian. That strand of sha qi had been wrapped by his qiblood and left untouched. All or nothing, Lin Jie decided. He drew the sha qi from his dantian and fused it with his qiblood. A black vein curled through the golden qiblood, and a strange force erupted from his core. The leader's face changed color. You can wield sha qi. Lin Jie offered no reply. He punched the golden fist streaked with black, smashing into the leader. The blow combined the searing heat of his qiblood with the chilling cold of sha qi, far surpassing his previous strikes. The leader hastily condensed a sha qi barrier. The punch collided with it in a thunderous crash. The barrier shattered, and the leader was hurled backward. His mask fell away to reveal a grotesque visage veined with black patterns, no longer bearing human features. The other two black-robed figures, seeing this, paled. They helped their leader to his feet, then dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and vanished out the window. Lin Jie exhaled and felt utterly spent. He sank to the floor. Staring at his fist, he saw that the golden halo still bore faint black veins. So qiblood and sha qi were not simply antithetical. They could be fused, he realized. Footsteps sounded at the stairwell as Li Ying returned with Fang Jinxin and Ruan Mei. Officer Lin, are you all right? Fang asked anxiously as he supported him. Ruan Mei clutched Lin Jie's sleeve, eyes reddened, apologizing through tears. Uncle Lin, I'm sorry, this is all our fault. Lin Jie shook his head and forced a weak smile. I'm fine. The data wasn't lost, was it? Fang lifted the USB drive and nodded. Not lost. Xiao Mei had already backed it up. This drive is only a copy. Ruan Mei nodded vigorously. I stored the data in many places, they can't get it. Lin Jie breathed out, gazing at the night beyond the window. Though they had driven off the cross-boundary assault this time, he knew it was only the opening gambit in a shadow war over finance. The cross-boundary faction would not relent. The next strike would be fiercer. He would have to strengthen himself quickly if he was to defend this land and protect those who depended on him. Torrential rain lashed the coastline of Victoria Harbor. Under cover of night, an unflagged cargo vessel slipped silently into port. Its hull weathered and scarred, its deck piled high, with shipping containers shrouded in tarpaulins. Only a few dim searchlights swayed uneasily through the downpour, casting an eerie, lethal stillness. Move faster. Unload everything within half an hour. A man clad in black rain gear barked sharply, his voice low and guttural. A jagged scar flickered faintly across his face in the wavering light. He was Chang the Scar, the last surviving commander of the Dongxing Syndicate. After the arrest of its former leader Lei Yaoyang, the organization had crumbled like a house of cards. Yet Chang had rallied a band of desperate outlaws leveraging old smuggling channels to traffic black market arms in a reckless bid to resurrect Dongxing's shattered empire. On deck, over a dozen burly underlings labored beneath the storm, hauling away the tarpaulins to reveal rows of gleaming standard issue rifles magazines brimming with ammunition, several crates of tightly sealed hand grenades, and tucked in a corner the cold metallic glint of rocket launcher barrels. These weapons had been procured at exorbitant cost from Southeast Asian arms dealers, a desperate gamble to re-establish dominance in Hong Kong's underworld. Brother Chong, word is the police are tightening the net since Lei Yaoyang's imprisonment, especially that Inspector Lin Jie. He's been raiding our safe houses across the island. A young underling leaned close, his voice trembling with apprehension. Is this operation too risky? Shut your mouth. Chong the Scar snarled, delivering a stinging slap. Even Lin Jie can't watch every dock. Once this shipment sells, we'll be swimming in wealth, and then vanish somewhere no one can find us. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the men with venomous calculation. Besides, we have patrons above. If things go sideways, they'll handle it. Now get moving, no delays. The underlings dared not utter another word, redoubling their efforts in silence. The rain intensified, waves crashed against the hull with heavy, ominous thuds, as if heralding an approaching tempest. Then, without warning, the ship lurched violently, and screams raw and piercing tore through the storm. Chong's face paled. He rushed to the railing and froze. On the pier stood figures draped in black robes, their faces masked in bronze, an aura of malevolent chi coiled around them, like ink-black mist, while clawed hands rent flesh from the sentries stationed ashore. There, those monsters. His voice quavered as memory surged. Lei Yaoyang's final warning before incarceration. Dongxing's arms pipeline existed solely through intermediaries from beyond the border, but such entities were treacherous, fickle, and far more dangerous than any rival gang. The robed leader slowly raised his head. Through the mask, his gaze locked onto Chong, their contempt laced with cruel, predatory amusement. With a single gesture, he unleashed claws of condensed malevolent chi that slashed across the deck, shredding tarpaulins and exposing the arsenal to the deluge. No. Chong realized instantly the cross-border faction had come not to trade, but to seize Dongxing's remaining arms network, seizing control of Hong Kong's underworld once and for all. He drew his sidearm and roared, "Open fire. Kill these abominations. Protect the cargo." His men raised their rifles and fired, bullets screaming through the rain, only to shatter harmlessly against an invisible barrier of swirling chi. In response, the robed figure flicked his wrist. A wave of corrosive chi surged forward like a black tide, engulfing several underlings before they could even cry out. Chong recoiled in terror, spinning toward the bridge. But 2 steps in, a bolt of golden vital energy pierced the downpour like thunder, striking the chi barrier with a deafening detonation. "This territory belongs to Hong Kong, not to filth like you," a resonant voice boomed. At the far end of the pier, Lin Jie strode forward with Li Ying and several officers. Rain soaked their uniforms, yet their eyes burned with unquenchable resolve. Lin Jie's vital energy blazed around him like molten gold, brilliant even in the storm, his mastery-level fortune perception already locking onto every robed assailant. "It's Lin Jie." Chong's face drained of blood. He knew in that instant his fate was sealed. Lin Jie had received intelligence days earlier Dongxing's remnants would conduct an arms transfer tonight. Ever since Lei Yaoyang's imprisonment, the police had hunted Dongxing's fugitives relentlessly. The weapons cache was their linchpin. To guarantee total success, Lin Jie had deliberately waited for the cross-border faction to appear, planning to eradicate both threats in one decisive strike. "Chong the Scar, you've trafficked arms, endangered Hong Kong's peace. Tonight ends your reign." His voice cut like ice. With a sharp command, officers fanned out in perfect formation, encircling the vessel completely. Strobe lights sliced through the rain, painting violent arcs across the night, escalating the tension to a fever pitch. Chong stared at Lin Jie advancing steadily, then glanced back at the robed figures looming behind him, despair etching deep lines across his face. He understood with chilling clarity there was no escape. Trapped between wolves and hunters, that was heaven's decree upon Chong the Scar. The robed figures paid the officers no heed. Their leader fixed Lin Jie with a stare, his voice rasping like sandpaper on stone. "Another meddler. Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Before the words faded, he blurred forward like a phantom, claws wreathed in soul-corroding chi aimed straight at Lin Jie's throat. The claws shrieked as they cleaved the air, shattering raindrops into mist. Lin Jie's eyes narrowed, his dantian erupted, bathing him in radiant golden light. He did not flinch. Instead, he drove a fist forward, its momentum wrapped in searing vital energy, colliding heat-in with the clawed assault. Months of grueling cultivation had refined his vital energy to razor-sharp density. His mastery-level iron body art now manifested terrifying potency. Boom! The shockwave rattled the entire pier, rainwater exploding outward in a dome of pure force. The robed figure staggered backward, muffling a grunt behind his mask, clearly stunned by Lin Jie's overwhelming strength. As he steadied himself, a thin trickle of black blood seeped from the mask seam. "Kill them all," he roared. Instantly, the others surged forward, malevolent chi billowing like a suffocating fog, swallowing the pier in icy, unnatural gloom. Where the chi struck the deck, it hissed and sizzled, pitting steel with corrosive fury. Lin Jie smirked, pivoting toward Chong. "If you wish to live, fight alongside us. Otherwise, once these abominations fall, you die first. Chang surveyed the carnage, then clenched his jaw. He knew this was his sole chance. The cross-border faction sought not just his weapons, but his life. Lin Jie, though a cop, offered survival. The syndicate boss had no allies left, only a choice between annihilation and alliance. Brothers, stand and fight. Chang bellowed, snatching up a rifle and emptying a burst toward the robed figures. His men, eyes wild with desperation, followed suit, knowing full well that surrender meant certain death, and defiance, however slim, might carve a path to survival. Gunfire, explosions, and the sickening crunch of bone filled the storm-lashed pier, transforming it in seconds into a crucible of life and death. Lin Jie led the charge, golden vital energy surging like a river of light, scattering malevolent chi wherever he passed. Each blow landed with crushing force, snapping ribs and splintering limbs. One robed attacker lunged, claws thrusting for Lin Jie's chest. He twisted aside, then drove a devastating counterpunch straight into the bronze mask. The mask exploded inward, revealing a scaled serpentine visage. A guttural scream tore from the figure's throat before he hurtled backward, slamming into a container with a final hollow thud. Li Ying and the officers pressed forward in disciplined formation, precision gunfire suppressing the enemy's advance. Elite tacticians, each shot found its mark, targeting joints, throats, and exposed gaps in the robes. Though the chi barrier deflected most rounds, sustained fire began fracturing its surface. Meanwhile, Chang and his men fired relentlessly, using their standard-issue rifles to disrupt the robed figure's movements. Their bullets couldn't penetrate the barrier, but each impact jarred the wielders, inducing brief, fatal hesitations. The rain fell without mercy. Night remained thick and unyielding. Yet Lin Jie knew victory was non-negotiable. Behind them lay the peace of all Hong Kong. He lifted his gaze to the robed leader, whose power far eclipsed his subordinates. This one was clearly a lieutenant. Eliminate him, and the battle would tilt decisively. The leader sensed Lin Jie's intent and let out a low, venomous chuckle. Boy, you've done well. You've truly enraged me. Tonight you and your comrades will perish on this very pier. With those words, he formed a madra, black chi churning violently around him, coalescing into a colossal serpent that lunged with jaws wide and fangs gleaming. The beast's maw gaped like an abyss, radiating annihilation. Lin Jie drew a deep breath, his dantian flared, golden light blazing so fiercely it seemed to push back the storm itself. He exploded forward, feet driving off the deck like a cannonball, meeting the serpent heat-in. Excellent. His roar shook the heavens. After the torrential rain, the Yao Mati pier hung heavy with briny sea air and the metallic tang of rust. Dawnlight pierced the clouds, spilling across rows of weathered warehouses. Bare-chested dockworkers hurried back and forth along the stone-paved quay, hoisting heavy burlap sacks onto their shoulders. Sweat glistened on their dark, muscular backs, dripping to the ground and spreading into small, damp stains. In a corner of the warehouse district, a burst of shouting shattered the rhythm of morning labor. Old man, dare you withhold protection money from Lian Hisheng? Have you grown tired of living? With a snarl, the scar-faced thug slammed his boot down hard onto the old laborer's wrist, grinding it until a shrill cry of agony tore from the man's throat. 3 burly henchmen stood behind him, each gripping a gleaming steel pipe, their faces twisted in cruel, predatory grins. Nearby workers froze mid-step, but no one dared step forward. For years, Lian Hisheng had ruled the docks with impunity, extorting protection fees, withholding wages, commonplace tyranny. Anyone who dared speak up would suffer a fate far worse than the old laborers. The old man's face paled with pain, cold sweat soaked through his thin tunic. His clouded eyes brimmed with desperate entreaty. Chang Zai, please show mercy. Business is terrible at the docks. I truly have no money. My ailing wife depends on me. No money. The scar-faced thug sneered, raising his foot to kick the old man squarely in the chest. Then I'll take an arm instead, to settle your debt. See how bold you are next time. Just as the steel pipe sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, a massive hand, broad as a palm leaf fan, shot out and clamped unshakably around the thug's ankle. The grip was not crushing, yet it held him fast as if locked in iron. His arrogance froze instantly on his face. Stop! A low, resonant voice cut through the silence, and the crowd parted instinctively, forming a clear path. Gao Gang strode forward, tall, broad-shouldered, powerfully built. His faded work uniform bleached by sun and sweat strained tightly over thick, corded muscle. Sunlight glinted warmly off his bronze skin. He was a new dockworker famed for his prodigious strength. One man could shoulder 2 rice sacks at once, yet never abused his might. Whenever a fellow worker faced hardship, he offered aid without hesitation, earning deep respect among the laborers. The scar-faced thug whirled around, eyes blazing upon recognizing Gao Gang. Who the hell are you, punk? Mind your own business, or get the hell out now, or else I'll beat you so badly you'll be carried out of this dock on a stretcher. Gao Gang said nothing, only tightened his grip slightly. Instantly, the thug grimaced in agony, sweat pouring down his temples, his ankle screaming with unbearable pain. He staggered, barely staying upright. Let go. Let go now. Do you even know who I am? I'm with Lian Hisheng. Gao Gang released him. The thug stumbled backward, clutching his swollen ankle and roaring, "Get him! Break him! If we don't teach him a lesson today, he'll never understand Lin Jie's authority." The three henchmen lunged forward at once, swinging their steel pipes with brutal wind-whistling force. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. The old laborer cried out in panic, "Gao Gang, run! They're too many." But Gao Gang stood immovable. Only when the first henchman's pipe slashed toward his face did he pivot aside, then drove a single, devastating fist straight into the man's chest. The blow landed with the weight of a battering ram. The henchman let out a choked groan and flew backward, slamming headlong into the warehouse's iron gate with a deafening clang, then slumped to the ground, writhing in pain and unable to rise. The remaining two exchanged a glance, fear flickering in their eyes, yet pressed forward. Gao Gang moved with startling agility for a man of his size, slipping, weaving, evading every swing, then countering with rapid, precise punches. His strikes bore no flashy flourishes, only raw, unadorned power. Each impact echoed with the deep, muffled thud of bone meeting flesh. As the second henchman swung his pipe sideways, Gao Gang dropped low to evade, then swept his leg out in a lightning-fast sweep. Off balance, the man crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Gao Gang stepped forward and planted his boot firmly atop the man's wrist. The steel pipe clattered to the stones. The third henchman seized the moment to strike from behind. Gao Gang pivoted on instinct, driving a brutal elbow into the man's ribs. The henchman shrieked, crumpling to the ground and rolling in agony. Within moments, all three lay groaning on the ground, their pipes scattered nearby with sharp, ringing echoes. The scar-faced thug stared dumbfounded, his arrogance replaced by stark terror. He spun on his heel and bolted. Gao Gang blurred forward in pursuit, seized the thug by the collar, and lifted him clean off his feet like a squawking chicken. Kicking and thrashing wildly, the thug found himself utterly powerless against Gao Gang's iron grip. "This dock is where people earn their livelihood, not your private fiefdom for cruelty," Gao Gang said calmly, his voice imbued with quiet, unassailable authority. "From now on, no more protection money. No more bullying your fellow workers. Do you understand?" Trembling uncontrollably, the thug nodded frantically. "Yes. Yes. Never again, I swear." Gao Gang released him. The thug scrambled to his feet, dragged his dazed henchman upright, and fled in utter disarray, too terrified even to glance back. The dock workers erupted in thunderous cheers, crowding around Gao Gang and clapping his broad shoulders. "Gao Gang, you're incredible. At last, we can breathe easy. We owe you everything. Without you, those thugs would have kept tormenting us." Gao Gang simply smiled, a warm, unassuming grin, as he helped the old laborer to his feet and brushed dust from his clothes. "Uncle, are you all right? Should we take you to the hospital?" Clutching Gao Gang's hand, the old man's eyes welled with tears. "I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you, Gao Gang. You're our savior." Gao Gang scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. "We're all co-workers. Helping each other is only natural. Next time someone bullies you, just tell me." This entire scene unfolded under the watchful gaze of a black sedan parked nearby. Liang lowered his binoculars and spoke quietly into his phone. "Brother Lin, I found a promising candidate. His name is Gao Gang, a dock worker solid in skill and immense in strength. What sets him apart is his unwavering integrity and fierce hatred of injustice. Just now, with 3 swift blows and 2 deft maneuvers, he routed Lin Jie's thugs. His combat prowess surpasses many of the martial arts instructors in the police force. Such a man may prove invaluable in confronting cross-border forces." On the other end, Lin Jie's voice carried quiet approval and a trace of exhaustion. Last night's battle at the docks had seen him defeat a minor leader of the cross-border syndicate, but at great cost to his own vital energy, dig deep into his background. "I want to meet him personally. Hong Kong needs capable allies now more than ever. Every addition strengthens our odds. And remember, this is recruitment, not arrest. Don't frighten him." "Understood." Liang ended the call and glanced out the window at Gao Gang. Admiration flickered in his eyes. Sunlight bathed Gao Gang in a golden halo. There he stood, helping his fellow workers lift heavy sacks, his humble smile radiating a profound, grounding strength. Liang leaned back in his seat, tapping lightly on the steering wheel. He knew the threat posed by cross-border forces was escalating rapidly, and that neither the police nor the Hong Hing society alone possessed sufficient strength to counter it. Hong Kong needed more men like Gao Gang, more courageous souls willing to stand tall in defense of their home. Yet Gao Gang remained unaware that this small confrontation would irrevocably alter the course of his life, or that he was about to embark upon a fiery, unwavering path, the sacred duty of protecting Hong Kong. News of Gao Gang's chastisement of the Lin Jie bullies spread like wildfire. Within half a day, it had swept across the entire Yaomati dock. The dock workers, long suffocated under Lin Jie's oppression, now stood noticeably taller and straighter. Gao Gang's name became the most invigorating 2 characters on every dock worker's lips. As he walked the wharf, people greeted him eagerly, offering cigarettes, pouring water, with eyes brimming with deep respect. Yet this fragile calm lasted less than 3 days. That afternoon, a piercing roar of engines suddenly shattered the quiet at the dock entrance. Dozens of black vans barreled in recklessly, their tires grinding over cobblestones and splashing mud in all directions. Car doors slammed open with a metallic clatter, and dozens of burly men surged forth, wielding steel pipes and cleavers. At their head stood Sang Biao, Lin Hasheng's hall master, a bald, thick-necked brute draped in a heavy gold chain. Trailing behind him was the scar-faced thug from their last humiliating defeat. Limping forward with venomous hatred etched across his face, he pointed straight at Gao Gang, who was just hoisting a sack, and bellowed, "Brother Biao. That's him. That brat ruined everything for us." Sang Biao narrowed his eyes, appraising Gao Gang up and down, then curled his lips into a cold sneer. "Boy, you've got guts daring to lay hands on my Lin Hasheng men. Do you even know that here at Yao Ma Ti Dock my word is law?" At the sight, workers froze mid-task, their faces instantly draining of color. Sang Biao was infamous within Lin Hasheng for his cruelty. Once, when a worker accidentally tipped over his car, Sang Biao broke both the man's legs and cast him onto the dock to be devoured by stray dogs. Several of Gao Gang's close co-workers tugged urgently at his sleeve, whispering frantically, "Gao Gang, run. Sang Biao is not to be trifled with." Yes, better men yield to overwhelming odds. They've got numbers on their side. Gao Gang set down the sack resting on his shoulder, brushed dust from his palms, and met Sang Biao's gaze with unwavering calm. No trace of retreat. He knew, if he fled, Lin Hasheng would only intensify its tyranny against these fellow laborers. This confrontation could not be avoided. "This dock is where people earn their livelihood, not your private fiefdom," Gao Gang declared, his voice low but crystalline. "Extorting protection money, bullying workers, I will not permit it. Not permit it." Sang Biao threw back his head and roared with derisive laughter. "Who the hell do you think you are, to utter such words? Attack him. Break him." Before the command had fully faded, over a dozen thugs charged forward, swinging pipes and cleavers, shrieking as they struck with ruthless intent, aiming straight for Gao Gang's vital points. Gao Gang drew a deep breath and lunged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain. He neither dodged nor flinched. His left arm blocked a sweeping pipe, while his right fist crashed into the attacker's chest. The thug groaned, spat blood, and flew backward, crashing into his comrades and sending them toppling like dominoes. Watching Gao Gang's ferocity, the scar-faced thug trembled inwardly, yet still forced himself forward, brandishing his cleaver. "Kid, you got lucky last time. Today I'll make you pay." He raised the blade high and brought it slashing down toward Gao Gang's back. Gao Gang pivoted instantly, guided by sound alone, seized the man's wrist and twisted with brutal force. A sharp crack echoed. The thug's wrist snapped clean, the cleaver clattered to the ground as he screamed in agony, writhing helplessly on the filthy dock. Fury crimsoned Sang Biao's eyes. He yanked a heavy broadsword from his waist and charged forward himself, the blade whistling through air as it cleaved downward toward Gao Gang's skull. The strike was lightning fast and lethal, meant to end Gao Gang's life without mercy. Around them, workers gasped and instinctively covered their eyes. Gao Gang's gaze hardened. He arched violently backward. The sword sliced past his nose, its wind searing his cheek. In the same motion, he lashed out with a sweeping kick, shattering Sang Biao's knee joint. The boss collapsed with a thunderous thud. Gao Gang closed in, fists raining down like hail, each blow landing with bone-shaking precision. Sang Biao shrieked in torment, his broadsword long since knocked away, as he curled into a ball, arms shielding his head, begging desperately for mercy. His henchmen, awestruck by Gao Gang's godlike fury, stood paralyzed, legs trembling, too terrified to advance. They exchanged stunned glances and slowly began retreating. Gao Gang halted, breathing heavily, surveying the groaning men sprawled across the dock. His voice dropped low, iron-hard. "Leave. Tell your Lin Hasheng brothers, if they dare return to this dock to prey upon others, this will be their fate." As if released from doom, the thugs scrambled to lift Sang Biao and the scar-faced man, tumbling into the vans and fleeing in a cloud of dust. A thunderous cheer erupted across the dock. Workers rushed forward, faces flushed with exhilaration. Gao Gang. Magnificent. Unbelievable. Even Sang Biao met his match today. Gao Gang simply smiled, a warm, unassuming grin, as he wiped sweat and grime from his face. From a black sedan parked nearby, Liang lowered his binoculars and spoke into his phone. "Brother Lin, this young man Gao Gang possesses not only exceptional skill, but extraordinary grit." Sang Biao brought dozens, yet Gao Gang routed them all single-handedly. Such raw courage is exceedingly rare. On the other end, Lin Jie sat in his office reviewing follow-ups to the dock arms trafficking case. A faint smile touched his lips. "Good. He's promising material. Have you uncovered his background?" "Yes," Liang replied. "Gao Gang came from the mainland. His family are farmers. He's upright, principled, and has no vices. He came to Hong Kong solely to earn money, to send home for his ailing mother's treatment." Lin Jie nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, a filial son. Arrange a meeting. I'll see him personally tonight." "Understood." Hanging up, Lin Jie rose and stepped to the window, gazing out into the gathering night. Transnational threats were escalating. Remnants of the Dongxing Syndicate still clung to life, and gangs like Lin Hasheng watched hungrily from the shadows. Hong Kong needed precisely what Gao Gang embodied: courage wedded to wisdom, integrity forged in steel. Lin Jie hoped, deeply, that Gao Gang would become one of their strongest bulwarks against darkness. Meanwhile, at the dock, Gao Gang's prestige had soared to its zenith. The foreman sought him out directly, returning all previously withheld wages and offering a cigarette with deferential humility. Brother Gao Gang, henceforth whatever happens at this dock rests in your hands. Gao Gang waved his hand gently. I don't seek authority. I only wish for everyone to labor in peace and receive every cent rightfully theirs. Cheers rose again. Workers' eyes shone with genuine trust. As the sun sank westward, golden twilight bathed the dock, gilding Gao Gang's silhouette with a radiant halo. He stood among them, broad-shouldered, humble and bearing, yet towering like an unshakable mountain guarding the dock's quiet dignity. He remained unaware that a fateful encounter, destined to alter his course forever, was already drawing near. Nor did he yet know that he was about to transform from a humble dockhand into one of Hong Kong's most formidable guardians. Night draped over Hong Kong Island like a black cloth soaked in ink, dimming even the city's neon glow. The Independent Commission Against Corruption's evidence vault nestled deep in a mountain hollow on the city's outskirts, surrounded by high walls, electrified fences, and searchlights so intense that not even a bird dared approach. Inside, row upon row of secure safes stood in silent formation. At the farthest end lay one sealed with a crimson warrant tape, the repository of irrefutable evidence linking Dongxing's remnants to transboundary forces, Scarface Chong's arms smuggling ledgers, and sensor logs capturing the sinister aura fluctuations of the black-robed figure. This evidence was Lin Jie's linchpin for dismantling the Underworld syndicates and the thorniest threat to the transboundary forces. At 200 M, every surveillance monitor in the vault flickered simultaneously, dissolving into static snow for a fleeting moment. The duty officer rubbed his eyes, assuming a loose cable, dismissing it entirely. He had no inkling that a shadow had already slithered through the ventilation duct, soundless and absolute. It was Audie, clad in custom-tailored matte black bodysuit that absorbed light so completely his silhouette dissolved into darkness. He wore only a thin black veil across his face, leaving exposed two eyes as frigid and depthless as an Arctic tarn. His fingertips bore specialized non-slip gloves. His steps on the polished floor left no echo. A top-tier assassin cultivated by transboundary forces, Audie mastered infiltration, disguise, and assassination. 3 years in the field, 0 failures. His objective was unambiguous: obliterate the crimson-sealed safe and every shred of evidence within. Crouched inside the ceiling duct, his gaze swept the vault's layout with lethal precision. 3 patrolling officers, rotating every 10 minutes. 8 surveillance cameras, 2 blind spots. The safe's biometric lock required retinal authentication and privilege clearance. He'd already mapped every vulnerability via cyber intrusion. From his waist, he drew a palm-sized jammer and pressed its switch. Every monitor froze mid-static. Even the alarm system's indicator lights winked out. Done, Audie murmured, so low it resembled the hum of a mosquito. He pried open the vent grill and dropped to the floor like a nocturnal feline, silent, fluid, balanced. In that same breath, he produced 2 hair-thin steel needles and glided toward the nearest 2 officers. They chatted idly, utterly unaware of death's approach. Audie's form blurred behind them. Then 2 precise strikes pierced vital acupuncture points at the base of their necks. Neither uttered a sound before collapsing into profound unconsciousness. The 3rd officer turned at the faintest rustle, only to meet Audie's knife hand strike to the cervical spine, dropping him instantly. The entire takedown lasted under 10 seconds. Audie brushed dust from his palms and approached the crimson-sealed safe, extracting a decryption device from his inner pocket and pressing it against the iris scanner. A cascade of emerald codes scrolled across the screen. A soft beep echoed, and the safe door slid open. Inside rested a black data drive and a sheaf of paper documents. Audie lifted the drive, a cold, razor-thin smile curved his lips. Mission accomplished smoother than anticipated. As he turned to leave, the vault's main door exploded inward with a thunderous kick. Audie, leave the drive before you walk out. Lin Jie's voice resonated across the cavernous space, authoritative and unassailable. Clad in full uniform, he gripped a baton. Behind him stood Li Ying and several heavily armed officers. Searchlight beams slashed through the doorway, stretching his silhouette into a long, commanding shadow. Lin Jie had foreseen the transboundary forces' attempt to destroy the evidence. After the dockside battle, he'd reinforced the vault's security and planted concealed sentinels. The instant surveillance went dark, a hidden sentinel relayed the alert. Audie's pupils contracted, but no panic stirred in his gaze. He tucked the drive into his chest, then slowly drew a short blade from his waist. Its blade shimmered with a venomous indigo sheen, radiating lethal chill in the gloom. Officer Lin, meddling gets you killed. His voice rasped like sandpaper dragged across stone. Hong Kong soil isn't yours for monsters to defile, Lin Jie replied, stepping forward. His dantian flaring as qi blood surged, enveloping him in a soft golden aura. Mastery-level qi blood cultivation blazed fiercely beneath the night sky. With a sharp gesture, Li Ying deployed the officers in a sweeping arc, encircling Audie completely. Audie barked a laugh, then vanished. A streak of black lightning shot toward the rear exit, darting through the cordon with impossible speed, his blade carved arcs of cutting wind in its wake. One officer hesitated half a heartbeat too long. Aji's blade opened a gash across his forearm. The wound blackened instantly. He screamed, crumpling to the floor in agony. "Caution, blades are poisoned," Liang shouted, raising his sidearm. But Aji moved faster than bullets. Each round grazed his sleeve and shattered against the wall, spitting shards of concrete. Lin Jie's eyes hardened. He launched forward, propelled by explosive force honed through relentless combat and chi blood cultivation, his acceleration eclipsing mortal limits. A deadly chase erupted, Aji leading Lin Jie, closing the gap, until Aji whirled mid-stride, driving his toxin-laced blade straight for Lin Jie's heart. The blade sliced through frigid, malevolent aura. Lin Jie twisted aside, his baton lashed sideways, striking Aji's wrist with bone-jarring force. Aji recoiled, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. Using the momentum to retreat, he vaulted onto a pickup truck bed, then leapt again, landing lightly atop the vault's roof. "Lin Jie, next time we meet you die." His voice drifted down from above, thick with venom. Then his figure flickered once and dissolved into the velvet night. Lin Jie reached the rooftop moments later, only to find emptiness. Gazing into the vast, starless void, his expression tightened. This assassin's prowess surpassed any foe he'd ever faced. Speed, ruthlessness, or infused lethality. Clearly a core operative of the transboundary forces. "Brother Lin." "He got away," Liang gasped, climbing up beside him, breath ragged. "No matter," Lin Jie said, shaking his head. "I embedded a tracker in the drive. He won't vanish." He pulled out his phone. The screen displayed a pulsing red dot moving steadily toward Hong Kong's Central District. Liang exhaled in relief, glancing back at the vault where officers lay unconscious. "Good, everyone's alive, just stunned." Lin Jie nodded, his gaze sharp as a honed blade. He knew Aji's appearance signaled the transboundary forces' formal counteroffensive. The war had truly begun, and the night grew deeper still. In an abandoned factory downtown, Aji withdrew the drive from his coat and froze. His nascent smirk locked rigid on his lips. Taped to its casing glowed a tiny tracker, blinking steady green. With a savage twist, Aji crushed it in his fist, his eyes freezing the very air with glacial fury. "Lin Jie." He ground out each syllable edged with venom. "The game has only just begun." Night fell like ink. Neon lights from Hong Kong pierced the car window, casting fragmented, shimmering patterns across the interior. Aji sat in the rear seat of a black sedan, idly twirling a poisoned dagger between his fingers, the blade's eerie cobalt gleam flickering faintly in the dim cabin. After crushing the tracker, he immediately contacted his liaison with the cross-border syndicate. The new mission directive arrived: swiftly assassinate Lei Yaodong, the last remaining branch master of Dongxing. Following Lei Yaoyang's imprisonment, Dongxing collapsed like a felled tree, its followers scattering like monkeys from a fallen bough. As Lei Yaoyang's younger brother Lei Yaodong gathered the remnants and entrenched himself in the derelict warehouse district of Shamshuipa. Cunning and treacherous, he knew too many secrets, dark pacts between the cross-border syndicate and Dongxing. Now that Dongxing's power had crumbled, he had become expendable. The syndicate sought his death, not merely to silence him, but to erase all traces of their entanglement. The sedan halted at the mouth of a secluded alley, though at its far end lay Lei Yaodong's hideout. Aji opened the car door and melted into the darkness, his footsteps as silent and weightless as a falling leaf. The alley was choked with discarded cardboard boxes and rusted bicycles. The air hung thick with the stench of rotting refuse. Perfect cover for a predator. The warehouse's iron gates stood ajar, spilling out a sickly yellow light. The clatter of mahjong tiles and coarse male laughter drifted faintly from within. Pressing himself against the wall, Aji advanced slowly, ears pricked, listening. "Brother Dong, now that Lei Yaoyang's locked up and the police are watching us like hawks, shouldn't we lie low for a while?" A junior member's voice rose, trembling with hesitation. "Lie low? What nonsense?" Lei Yaodong's grating guttural laugh cut through the haze. "I still hold a cache of arms. Sell them, and I'll rise again. Once I'm flush with cash, I'll pull Lei Yaoyang out myself, and Dongxing will reign supreme once more." Brother Dong is wise beyond measure. "Huh. Drink up." Aji's gaze turned glacial. He circled to the warehouse's rear entrance, where only a gaunt underling stood, smoking, humming an off-key tune. In a blur, Aji materialized behind him, left hand clamping over the man's mouth, right hand's dagger drawing a whisper-thin arc across his throat. The body slumped soundlessly to the ground. Aji dragged the corpse aside, pushed open the rear door, and slipped inside. Smoke coiled thick in the air. Around several mahjong tables, Dongxing enforcers lounged, bare-chested, fists clutching wads of cash, faces flushed with liquor. Lei Yaodong occupied the central seat, dressed in a garish floral shirt, a heavy gold chain glinting against his jowled neck, guzzling straight from a bottle. Aji's eyes locked onto him. He moved through the crowd like a silver fish through water. Drunk and oblivious, none of the men registered this uninvited guest. He closed the distance, steps narrowing to mere paces. The dagger spun once in his palm, its poisoned edge gleaming coldly. One more stride, and the blade would sever the man's throat. Then, Lei Yaodong's phone shrilled. Irritated, he answered. A single syllable, Wei, and his face drained of blood. "What?" The cross-border syndicate wants me dead, to seal my lips. Impossible. We're allies. The voice on the other end spoke. Lei Yaodong began to tremble violently. The bottle slipped from his grip, shattered on the floor with a sharp hollow crash. Ji's brow furrowed, his plan derailed. Yet he hesitated not. His body surged forward, dagger aimed at Lei Yaodong's nape. Watch out. A sharp-eyed underling spotted him and screamed. Lei Yaodong whirled, eyes locking onto the cobalt-bladed dagger, and shrieked, scrambling beneath the table like a cornered rat. Assassin! Protect Brother Dong! Chaos erupted. Men snatched up chairs, bottles, charging Ji in a roaring tide. Ji's expression remained frozen, impassive. His dagger flashed, each stroke precise, lethal. The wet rasp of steel parting flesh mingled with screams echoing through the warehouse. His speed defied perception, shifting, flickering between bodies. None could so much as graze his sleeve. One by one they crumpled, blackened wounds blooming across their throats, life snuffed out before they hit the floor. Call the police, now? Lei Yaodong cowered beneath the table, teeth chattering. A subordinate fumbled for his phone, only to have Ji's dagger pin it, and him, to the wall. Ji strode forward step by deliberate step, eyes utterly devoid of warmth. He kicked the table aside, exposing Lei Yaodong, who collapsed onto the filthy concrete, bowing his head frantically. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm rich. I'll give you everything. You know too much. Ji's voice rasped, low, hollow, as if dredged from the deepest pit of hell. The dagger descended. Lei Yaodong's scream died mid-breath. Ji sheathed the blade and turned to leave. At that instant, the warehouse doors exploded inward. Strobe-like police lights flooded the space, blinding and violent, as Lin Jie's voice rang out. Ji, you won't escape this time. Lin Jie stormed in, flanked by officers, his baton gleaming coldly. Tracking the final signal from the crushed device, he'd followed the trail here, arriving just as Ji delivered the killing blow. Ji's eyes narrowed. Lin Jie's arrival was swifter than anticipated. He glanced toward the window behind the warehouse, stretched a vacant lot bisected only by a low brick wall. Trying to flee, Lin Jie read his intent. With a thunderous surge, his Kiblood energy erupted, golden luminescence blazing around his form as he lunged. Ji sidestepped, driving the dagger toward Lin Jie's chest, its edge trailing venomous mist, its aura chilling and malign. Lin Jie blocked, baton meeting blade in a shriek of tortured metal. His Kiblood radiated searing heat, forcing Ji backward with each impact. You face me now? Lin Jie roared, unleashing twin fists wreathed in crimson force, striking with hurricane fury. Ji was swift, but Lin Jie's Kiblood ran hotter, deeper. Every collision sent jagged pain lancing up Ji's arms. He knew he would lose if this continued. Eyes hardening, Ji seized a nearby underling and hurled him at Lin Jie. Lin Jie instinctively dodged, just as Ji pivoted and bolted for the rear exit. He vaulted the wall in a single fluid motion and vanished into the night. After him, Lin Jie bellowed. Officers surged into the maze of narrow alleys, but Ji had dissolved into the shadows, leaving no trace. Lin Jie stood at the alley's mouth, staring into its emptiness. He stooped, retrieving a black insignia from the ground, a grotesque skull etched upon it, the cross-border syndicate's mark. Brother Lin, Lei Yaodong is dead. Li Ying approached, face grim. Lin Jie nodded, gripping the badge tightly. They're purging their own. Something massive is coming. Inside the warehouse, Dongxing members were subdued one by one, white sheets draped over the corpses. Chaos reigned. Li Ying surveyed the carnage, voice low. Dongxing is finished, utterly. But the cross-border syndicate's threat grows ever more dire. Lin Jie lifted his gaze to the heavens. Night swallowed the stars whole. He knew Ji's strike was merely the first tremor of the storm. The syndicate was tightening its grip on Hong Kong, inch by silent inch, while their countermeasures remained woefully insufficient. Issue orders, double patrols across all abandoned strongholds. Monitor the syndicate's movements, relentlessly. Lin Jie's voice dropped, resonant and unyielding. Also, locate Gao Gang. I need to see him. Immediately. Understood. Sirens receded into the distance. Warehouse lights flickered and died, plunging the scene into absolute blackness. Elsewhere atop a rooftop in Hong Kong, Ji stood motionless, watching the distant pulse of police lights. He wiped blood from his lip, eyes colder than void. Lin Jie, next time I will end you. Night wind howled, whipping his black trench coat wide, as if unfurling the wings of a great waiting bat. A far greater tempest was gathering, silent, inevitable, and already upon them. Deep within the old alleys of Tsim Sha Sui lies an inconspicuous martial arts school. The wooden door of the school is mottled, and a faded plaque hangs above it, inscribed with the 3 characters, Qing Jin Pavilion. The interior of the school is devoid of any excessive decoration, with only rows of neatly arranged wooden swords standing against the wall. Sunlight filters through the skylight, casting scattered light spots on the floor. Luo Tianhong stands in the center of the school, holding an ancient long sword. The blade is slender, with the characters Qing Feng engraved at the guard, the ancestral sword passed down through his family. Dressed in a faded plain long gown with long hair, tied up, his brows and eyes exude a cool demeanor surrounded by a faint flow of air. This flow is formless and intangible, yet carries a sharp aura that brushes against the sword sheath, producing a faint humming sound. This is the sword intent. Unlike Lin Jie's blood vitality, sword intent is the invisible edge refined by a swordsman's integration of their martial understanding with the sword. Luo Tianhong has practiced swordsmanship since childhood uninterrupted for over 20 years. 3 years ago, he broke through the threshold of life and death, finally comprehending the realm where sword intent arises naturally. Since then, the sword moves with his heart, and the intent merges with the sword. Even when unarmed, he is protected by the sword intent. With his eyes closed, he gently rotates his wrist, and the Qingfeng sword slowly unsheaths. The blade cuts through the air, silently, only a cold light flowing like autumn water. His footsteps follow a mysterious footwork moving gracefully within the school. The sword techniques appear unremarkable, yet carry an innate elegance. Slashes, cuts, thrusts, and flicks. Each movement is extremely concise, yet brims with endless variation. As the sword light flows, the surrounding air seems to be sliced apart, forming an invisible barrier. The fallen leaves on the ground are swept up by the sword intent, but quietly shatter into dust as they approach within 3 feet of him. Good sword technique. A deep voice suddenly resounds. Luo Tianhong's movements abruptly halt, and the Qingfeng sword returns to its sheath with a soft clang. He slowly turns to face the newcomers at the door, his gaze remaining cool, but now carrying a hint of scrutiny. Standing at the entrance are Lin Jie and Li Ying. The two had just rushed from Sham Shui, still carrying a faint trace of the killing aura and dust. Lin Jie's gaze falls upon Luo Tianhong, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He can clearly sense that the sword intent surrounding Luo Tianhong, seemingly gentle, is in fact unmatched in sharpness, possessing greater lethality than the blood vitality of ordinary martial artists. Officer Lin. Luo Tianhong nods slightly, his tone unremarkable, a rare visitor. He had long been aware of Lin Jie's existence. Within the Hong Kong police force, only this person could counter cross-border killing aura with blood vitality. Recently, cross-border forces have been wreaking havoc in Hong Kong. Although Luo Tianhong has been hidden among the common folk, he has heard some rumors. Mr. Luo, I apologize for the intrusion. Lin Jie clasped his hands, his tone sincere. I came today with a request. Li Ying stands behind Lin Jie, his gaze fixed on the Qingfeng, sort of hint of curiosity in his eyes. He can sense that on that sword there seems to be a special power. Luo Tianhong steps aside and gestures, please come in. The three sat down at the stone table in the school, and Luo Tianhong brewed a pot of tea, the fragrance wafting in the air. I can roughly guess Officer Lin's intentions. Luo Tianhong took a sip of tea and set down the cup. It's about the cross-border forces, isn't it? Lin Jie nodded, not beating around the bush exactly. The cross-border forces harm the people of Hong Kong, employing brutal methods and possessing formidable strength. I have heard that, Mr. Luo's swordsmanship is extraordinary, having attained the realm of self-generated sword intent, making him one of Hong Kong's top swordsmen. Thus, I would like to invite Mr. Luo to come out of retirement and lend us your strength. Li Ying added, those cross-border creatures are shrouded in killing aura, and ordinary firearms can't harm them. Although Lin guessed blood vitality can restrain killing aura, fists alone cannot fight against many. We need experts like Mr. Luo to join our ranks. Luo Tianhong remained silent, his fingers lightly stroking the edge of the teacup. He has practiced martial arts since childhood, and his master once taught him that the essence of martial arts lies in protection, not in killing. Over the years, he has hidden among the common folk to avoid entanglement in martial disputes. However, the recent actions of the cross-border forces have already surpassed his bottom line. The massacre at the docks, the slaughter in the warehouses, the casualties among innocent civilians. Each and every incident has made it impossible for him to stand by idly. He stands up, walks to the wall, and grips the Qingfeng sword. The sword feels cool in his hand, and a familiar sword intent surges through his arm, flooding into his limbs and bones. I can come out of retirement. Luo Tianhong's voice remains calm, yet carries an undeniable strength, but I have one condition. Please, Mr. Luo, go ahead. Lin Jie quickly replies. I will only deal with the cross-border forces and will not participate in gang conflicts. Luo Tianhong's gaze falls on Lin Jie. Moreover, I will only take orders from you. He can see that Lin Jie is a true martial artist, righteous in heart, not one of those struggling for power and profit. Lin Jie's heart leaps with joy as he stands up, solemnly clasping his hands. Thank you, Mr. Luo. I promise you from now on you will only deal with the cross-border forces. Everything else will have nothing to do with you. Li Ying also breathes a sigh of relief. Luo Tianhong's involvement undoubtedly adds a fierce warrior to their ranks. Luo Tianhong nods, flicking his wrist, and the Qingfeng sword is drawn once more. As the sword light flickers, the sword intent around him grows denser, even forming a faint sword shadow behind him. The killing aura of the cross-border forces is cold and sinister. Ordinary sword techniques find it hard to break through their defenses. Luo Tianhong's voice resounds, but my sword intent naturally restrains the sinister. As long as they dare to come, I will ensure they return empty-handed. Lin Jie looks at the sword intent surrounding Luo Tianhong, his heart filled with confidence. The valor of Gao Gang, the swordsmanship of Luo Tianhong, combined with the Sun Toritern strength of the mercenaries their team, is steadily growing. He knows that in this war against the cross-border forces they are no longer fighting alone. At this moment, the wooden door of the school gently swings open, and a little girl in a school uniform rushes in holding a string of candied hawthorn. Uncle Luo, I'm back from school. Seeing the little girl, the coldness in Luo Tianhong's eyes dissipates, instantly replaced by a touch of warmth. He puts away the Qing Feng sword, crouches down, and takes the candied hawthorn, smiling. Eat slowly, don't choke. The little girl sweetly smiles and takes a bite of the candied hawthorn. Lin Jie and Li Ying exchange smiles. They know that Luo Tianhong's reason for coming out of retirement is not just to protect Hong Kong, but also to safeguard these innocent children. Sunlight filters through the skylight, bathing the little girl's face and Luo Tianhong's figure. The sword intent still lingers around him, yet it now carries a touch of warmth. Lin Jie stands up, looking out the window. The night is about to fall, and the streets of Hong Kong are still rife with undercurrents. But within his heart a flame ignites. With Luo Tianhong's addition, they will surely win this war. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of Qingjian Pavilion, falling upon the smooth wooden floor and stretching the two figures into long, slender silhouettes. Luo Tianhong held his azure-forged sword, its tip angled downward toward the ground. The hem of his flowing robe stirred without wind, while a gossamer veil of sword intent shimmered about him. Gentle in appearance, yet edged with the sharpness capable of cleaving the very air. Lin Jie stood bare-handed, feet planted shoulder-width apart, his vital energy and blood circulating steadily within his dantian, casting a faint golden aura that glowed softly beneath his skin. He gazed at Luo Tianhong, not with hostility but with quiet reverence for the martial path. Master Luo, I wish to test your swordsmanship. Li Ying stood by the entrance of the martial hall, wisely keeping his distance. He knew this was no life-or-death duel, but a profound exchange between masters, a convergence of vital energy and sword intent. Luo Tianhong gave a slight nod, voice calm and measured. Officer Lin, please be cautious. Before the final syllable faded, he moved. His azure-forged sword slid from its sheath, not with thunderous roar, but with a single crystalline arc of cold light streaking like a meteor toward Lin Jie's brow. The strike was breathtakingly simple, yet impossibly swift, as if it had bridged space itself, evoking an instinctive sense of inevitability. Lin Jie's pupils contracted sharply. He dared not hesitate. His feet slammed into the floor, propelling his body 3 feet sideways in a fluid slide. In the instant he evaded the blade, his right fist coiled and struck, charged with searing vital energy, aimed squarely at Luo Tianhong's wrist. His punch cut through the air at blinding speed, its wind ringing like clashing bronze and iron, the quintessence of supreme body cultivation overcoming artifice with sheer force. Luo Tianhong flicked his wrist. The azure-forged sword seemed to awaken, its edge sweeping upward in a delicate arc to meet Lin Jie's knuckles with pinpoint precision. Ding! A crisp metallic chime rang out. Lin Jie felt an irresistible surge of power travel up his fist, numbing his arm, forcing him back 2 paces. Stirred within him, Luo Tianhong's sword intent appeared soft, yet concealed overwhelming force, and every movement flowed without flaw. Luo Tianhong, too, was inwardly astonished. His sword intent was razor-sharp. Ordinary martial artist's bones would shatter upon contact. But Lin Jie's fist felt forged from tempered steel, not only deflecting the blade, but radiating scorching vital energy that nearly wrenched his wrist free. Remarkable vital energy, Luo Tianhong murmured in praise, then thrust again, the blade now weaving greater subtlety. The sword light danced like butterflies threading blossoms, darting through the confined space with effortless grace, now threatening Lin Jie's throat, now flicking at his wrist, now sweeping low toward his knee. Each strike aimed unerringly at a vital point, yet always holding back just short of lethality. Lin Jie abandoned direct assault, relying instead on footwork honed across countless battles for survival. Seemingly chaotic, his steps were in truth exquisitely precise, evading the blade by mere fractions of an inch. Simultaneously, his vital energy condensed further, the pale golden aura enveloping him like an invisible shield. Sword light and fist shadow interlaced across the hall, punctuated by sharp, resonant clashes. Their speed escalated. Under the slanting sunlight, only 2 blurred forms remained visible. Li Ying watched, dazzled and deeply stirred. He knew Lin Jie's strength well, yet never imagined Luo Tianhong's swordsmanship could reach such transcendent mastery, matching Lin Jie blow for blow. After 15 minutes, both ceased simultaneously. Luo Tianhong sheathed his sword, breathing unruffled, as though he'd merely sipped tea. Lin Jie, however, drew slow, steady breaths. Fine beads of sweat glistened on his brow, and the golden aura around him gradually receded. Officer Lin's vital energy, fierce, radiant, and unyielding, is truly as famed, said Luo Tianhong, his gaze now carrying genuine admiration. Lin Jie wiped his brow and smiled. Master Luo's swordsmanship is nothing short of divine. Sword intent arises spontaneously, man and blade merge as one. I have truly witnessed greatness today. In their sparring, he had sensed clearly Luo Tianhong's sword intent was not merely sharp. It carried harmony, completeness. Each thrust left room for retreat. Each parry landed with perfect equilibrium, a return to the essence of martial cultivation. Luo Tianhong shook his head. There is no hierarchy in the martial path, only divergence in philosophy. Your vital energy springs from guardianship, fiery, unshakable, capable of repelling malevolent forces. That is your Tao. My swordsmanship flows from nature, blade obeying heart, intent preceding motion. That is my Tao. He paused, then added, during our exchange, I sensed your vital energy, though potent, lacks a certain suppleness. Suppleness? Lin Jie murmured, eyes brightening with sudden insight. He recalled his journey, from confronting the Dongxing Syndicate to resisting transboundary forces. Every strike born of one purpose, protecting Hong Kong's people, halting slaughter before it began. Yet in their sparring, he had unconsciously sought only to overcome Luo Tianhong, an approach far beneath true mastery. Precisely, Luo Tianhong nodded. The sword is both weapon and guardian. Sword intent embodies both destruction and pacification. So too does your vital energy. Only when rooted in the resolve to protect can your power ascend to its zenith. Lin Jie's mind cleared like dawn breaking. Until now, his practice of supreme body cultivation had focused solely on amplifying vital energy and combat prowess, overlooking the source of his strength. His power arose from devotion to Hong Kong, from duty to its people. That was the bedrock of his martial path. Thank you, Master Luo. He bowed, deeply, fists clasped in solemn gratitude. In that moment, his spirit transformed. Within his Dantian vital energy coalesced with newfound density, and the pale golden aura softened, acquiring a gentle, warm luster. Luo Tianhong offered a faint smile, gesturing toward the plaque above the hall's entrance, Qingjin Pavilion, named for clarifying the celestial realm, stabilizing the world with the sword. Hong Kong now faces calamity, we martial cultivators must stand forth. Officer Lin, against the transboundary forces call upon me, and I shall come without delay. Agreed. Lin Jie's eyes blazed with fierce light as he gripped Luo Tianhong's hand tightly. They exchanged a silent, knowing smile, brothers in spirit. At the doorway, Li Ying watched, a quiet smile blooming on his face. He knew with Luo Tianhong's aid and Lin Jie's spiritual breakthrough, their odds against the transboundary forces had grown markedly stronger. Sunlight poured through the skylight, bathing their clasped hands in warmth and brilliance. Even the wind beyond the hall seemed gentler now. In a shadowed corner of Hong Kong, AG studied a dossier bearing photographs of Lin Jie and Luo Tianhong. A cold, thin smile curled his lips, sword intent arising spontaneously. Supreme body cultivation, he whispered, the short blade in his fingers gleaming with eerie blue venom. Fascinating. Let us see whether your martial Tao can withstand my knife. Night fell silently, while a new storm gathered strength in the dark. The Victoria Harbor Pier lay shrouded in lingering morning mist. Sea wind, thick with briny dampness, swept across rows of rust-streaked shipping containers. A cargo vessel flying the Panamanian flag eased slowly into dock. Its deck was piled high with wooden crates bound by coarse hemp rope, while several crewmen in workwear bent to unload, humming off-key shanties under their breath. Leaning against the ship's railing stood a man, wearing a faded camouflage jacket, sleeves rolled casually to his forearms, revealing taut muscle and scars of varying depth. His short hair stood upright like bristles, his gaze sharp as a hawk's swept vigilantly over every corner of the pier, a gaze honed by years on the battlefield. Slung across his back was a long rifle wrapped tightly in black cloth. His posture was ramrod straight like an ancient pine. An aura of iron-blooded severity radiated from him, starkly at odds with the surrounding clamor. He was Tian Yangsheng. 3 years earlier, as commander of Warwolf, an elite international mercenary unit, Tian Yangsheng had been deployed to Africa, only to defect with his entire squad after refusing in order to massacre civilians. Thereafter, he vanished without a trace. Hong Kong was his homeland. Now, with cross-dimensional forces running rampant and its people plunged into peril, he had finally returned. Brother Tian, a man in a black leather jacket, strode forward briskly, eyes alight with emotion. He was Ah Cohen, a former comrade-in-arms who now ran freight operations at the Hong Kong docks, all the while secretly gathering intelligence on the cross-dimensional syndicates. Tian Yangsheng turned. His expression remained impassive, only a faint, solemn nod. How is Hong Kong faring? Ah Cohen's smile faded, his face hardened with gravity. Not well. Triad societies such as Dongxing and Lian Hisheng have either fallen under the syndicate's control or collapsed entirely, their hierarchies dissolving like sandcastles. Over the past few months, disappearances at the docks have surged and numerous bodies have been found dead under mysterious circumstances, each marked by a creeping inky miasma. The police have investigated relentlessly, yet drawn no conclusions. Officer Lin has stood firm, leading raids hidden against the syndicates, but their adversaries are unervingly unnatural. Conventional bullets prove utterly futile. Many of his men have fallen. Tian Yangsheng's gaze darkened. His fingertips brushed lightly over the scar on his forearm, a graze from a stray round during a mission in the Middle East. Compared to the oppressive malevolence wielded by the cross-dimensional forces, that bullet's threat paled to insignificance. Have you located the syndicate's stronghold? Tian Yangxing's voice was low resonant, with unassailable authority. Yes, we have. Kowloon hastily withdrew a folded map from his inner pocket and handed it over. They've built a clandestine base in the derelict factory district of Sham Shuipa, and are smuggling arms covertly preparing for something large. Officer Lin has also identified this site, but lacks sufficient manpower, so he's held off launching an assault. Tian Yangxing unfolded the map, his eyes settling on the location marked with a crimson X. A subtle furrow appeared between his brows. The abandoned factory zone was a labyrinthine terrain, defensible, treacherous, and further shielded by a suffocating barrier of malignant energy. A frontal assault would exact a heavy toll in lives. I've heard of Lin Jie, Tian Yangxing murmured, folding the map away, tone neutral. A master of kind-fused physical cultivation, no ordinary opponent. At that moment, screeching tires shattered the harbor's stillness. Dozens of black vans roared into the pier entrance. Doors flung open with a metallic clatter, disgorging scores of figures clad in black robes and bronze masks, their malevolent aura billowing like ink-black fog, instantly swallowing half the pier in shadow. The lead figure raised his head. Behind the mask, his gaze locked onto Tian Yangxing with chilling fixity. His voice rasped like sandpaper grating on stone. Tian Yangxing. Long time no see. Tian Yangxing's eyes narrowed sharply. His hand closed around the rifle slung across his back. He recognized that voice. The very employer who'd once contracted the werewolf unit. Now a lackey of the cross-dimensional forces. You're still alive, Tian Yangxing replied, voice glacial edged with quiet scorn. The robed figure gave a hollow laugh. Thanks to you, I not only survived but ascended to greater power. Today you will pay for your betrayal 3 years ago. Before the final syllable had faded, he raised his arm, and the black-robed figures surged forward like ravenous wolves' claws forged from coalesced malice, gleaming with lethal coldness. The crewmen scattered in blind terror. Kowloon's face blanched. He drew his sidearm and fired wildly toward the robed figures. Brother Tian, run. I'll cover you. No need. Tian Yangxing's voice remained calm, unwavering. Slowly he unslung the rifle, tore away the black cloth, and revealed a custom-modified sniper rifle. Its matte black frame bore a wolf head insignia etched along the barrel, his signature weapon, Tianlang. His movements flowed like water, chambering, acquiring, firing, in one seamless lethal arc. Boom. A deep muffled report cracked the pier's silence. The bullet, trailing searing heat, pierced the malevolent barrier and struck the lead figure's bronze mask with surgical precision. The mask shattered. Beneath it emerged a face veined with writhing black sigils. A shriek, raw and guttural, tore from his throat as he was hurled backward, crashing hard against a container before falling silent, lifeless. The remaining robed figures froze, stunned that Tian Yangxing's bullet could breach their protective miasma. He granted them no time to regroup. In a blur of motion, he launched himself forward like a stalking panther. In his left hand the sniper rifle, in his right a combat knife drawn from his waist, its blade shimmering with lethal intent. One robed figure lunged, claws aimed straight for his chest. Tian Yangxing pivoted aside, reversed the knife in a flash, and drove it deep into the assailant's throat. Black blood sprayed forth as the figure crumpled, his body dissolving into acrid smoke, vanishing into thin air. What kind of monster is this? Kowloon stared dumbfounded, his pistol nearly slipping from trembling fingers. Tian Yangxing paid him no mind. His speed was inhuman, darting through the ranks of robed figures like a phantom. The rifle barked again and again, each shot felling another adversary with unerring accuracy. His knife became a reaper's scythe, every slash unleashing arcs of black ichor. His combat style bore no resemblance to Lin Jie's brute force chi cultivation, nor to Luo Tianhong's ethereal sword intent. It was ruthlessly efficient, lethal, decisive, forged in the crucible of mercenary warfare. Within 10 minutes the entire cohort lay slaughtered. All that remained on the pier were scattered patches of ashen residue. Tian Yangxing reholstered the rifle, wiped the knife, clean, his expression unchanged, cold, detached, unyielding. Kowloon snapped out of his daze and rushed forward, voice thick with awe. Brother Tian, you're incredible. These monsters fell before you like melons and vegetables. Tian Yangxing said nothing. His gaze lifted, fixed unwavering toward Sham Shuipa. He knew this was merely an appetizer. The true battle, the decisive reckoning, still lay ahead. Then the wail of sirens pierced the air. Police cruisers skidded to a halt. Officer Lin Jie leapt out alongside Li Ying and several officers, eyes widening slightly at the devastation strewn across the pier. Tian Yangxing turned. Their gazes met, not with hostility but with the quiet, wordless understanding shared between warriors who recognize greatness in one another. Tian Yangxing. Lin Jie recognized him instantly. His reputation among international mercenaries was legendary. Tian Yangxing offered a slight respectful nod. Lin Jie. Li Ying leaned close, whispering, Chief Lin. This man is an internationally wanted mercenary. Extremely dangerous. Lin Jie waved him off, stepped forward, and extended his hand. Thank you. Tian Yangxing clasped it, his palm rough, calloused, hardened by years of war. I simply refuse to let my homeland become another Africa. Lin Jie's eyes lit with sudden fierce clarity. He understood Tian Yangxing's return was not just a homecoming. It was the turning point in the war against the cross-dimensional forces. As the morning mist dissolved, sunlight spilled across the pier, illuminating the ash-strewn ground. Tian Yangxing gazed toward the distant skyline, towers piercing the dawn sky. For the first time in years, warmth flickered in his eyes. He had returned. This time, not as a fugitive wandering the world's lawless edges, but as a guardian standing watch over his homeland. Humid, sultry wind swept in from Causeway Bay, carrying fragmented glimmers of neon light as it threaded through the derelict shipyard on Hong Kong Island's northern outskirts, mingling with the acrid stench of machine oil and rust before striking the corroded gantry crane with a faint rasping whisper. Dozens of wooden crates, shrouded in black tarpaulin, stood in precise formation under the feeble beam of a flashlight. Their jagged silhouettes loomed ominously, faintly reflecting cold metallic sheen. After the downfall of Lei Yaoyang of the Eastern Star Society, Rat Chong, a surviving faction leader, crouched low, his face twisted in sycophantic deference as he circled the crates. Before him stood three figures clad in black robes, their bronze masks gleaming with an icy, unyielding luster in the dim light, the envoys of a cross-dimensional sect with whom he had conspired. To Lin Jie's perception, the dark, malevolent aura coiling around them burned with unnatural intensity. Lin Jie lay concealed in the tall grass atop a hill overlooking the shipyard, fingers gripping a warm pale green jade pendant as his chi fortune perception ability activated silently. A dual specialist combatant, mastering both chi fortune perception and martial cultivation, he could precisely gauge the density of malevolent aura and correlate it to martial tears. The lead robed figure's aura was dense and refined, nearing the apex of martial mastery. The other two hovered between martial initiation and mastery. None had yet breached the transcendent realm, fully aligning with the current narrative's power framework. Esteemed masters, rest assured, these American-made arms are brand new rifles, hand grenades, grenade launchers, all present and accounted for. Rat Chong rubbed his palms together, voice dripping with obsequiousness. After Lei Yaoyang's fall, I risked half my life to safeguard this shipment, eager only for mutual prosperity with you. The lead-robed figure raised a hand. Instantly a wave of chilling, malignant aura enveloped Rat Chong, draining the color from his face and sending violent tremors through his frame. Spare us your babble, came a hoarse, grating voice that sliced through the night. Payment has cleared. The cargo must be removed before dawn. If anything goes awry, the consequences will crush you utterly. Rat Chong bowed deeply in frantic assent, then whirled to shout at his underlings, what are you waiting for? Unload now? Dozens of underlings sprang into action, hastily yanking off the tarps, revealing gleaming, pristine firearms whose metallic glare pierced the flashlight beams, while the pungent tang of gunpowder thickened palpably in the air. On the hillside, Lin Jie's team had already taken position. Tian Yangxing, a master of armament specialization, calibrated his modified sniper rifle, its barrel locked unwaveringly onto the lead-robed figure. Luo Tianhong, a transcendent-level martial artist, gripped his azure-forged sword, its blade still, its intent contained, his gaze serene and depthless. Gao Gang, a martial mastery specialist, clenched his fists, muscles taut as coiled springs, embodying the poised ferocity of a tiger moments before the pounce. All units confirm targets, arms exposed. Lin Jie issued quiet orders into his radio, simultaneously tracking every ripple of malignant aura across the scene with his chi fortune perception. Tian Yangxing, use armor-piercing rounds to eliminate the leader. His aura shield can withstand standard ammunition, but your modified weapon is decisive. Master Luo, contain the other two, prevent reinforcement. Gao Gang, you're with me, we'll neutralize the foot soldiers. 3, 2, 1, move. 3 crimson signal flares tore across the night sky, detonating in blinding bursts of flame. Boom. Tian Yangxing fired first. The custom armor-piercing round screamed through the air, striking the lead-robed figure's bronze mask with surgical precision. The mask shattered on impact. A guttural groan escaped the robed figure as black blood instantly saturated the fabric over his shoulder. Though his martial mastery aura shield deflected ordinary bullets, it failed against armament specialist-grade ordnance. Staggering backward 2 steps, shock flooded his eyes. Simultaneously, the shipyard gate exploded inward as Li Ying led dozens of officers surging inside, blinding flashlight beams flooding the yard like daylight. Police, freeze! Rat Chong shrieked in terror and bolted. Gao Gang lunged forward like a mountain lion descending, seizing him by the collar and hoisting him aloft as effortlessly as lifting a chick. Think you can run? Too late. Gao Gang's martial mastery strength dwarfed mortal limits. Rat Chong choked, legs thrashing wildly, emitting desperate, ragged cries. His underlings dropped their weapons and knelt, hands clasped behind their heads. Yet the 3 robed figures advanced instead of retreating, their malignant auras surging violently, coalescing into razor-edged claws as they charged the officers. Protect civilians. The monsters are ours to handle. Lin Jie bellowed. A thunderous surge of vital energy erupted from his dantian, wrapping his body in a soft golden aura, the unmistakable hallmark of martial mastery. In a blur of motion, he closed the distance to the nearest robed figure, his fist wreathed in searing vital energy as it slammed into the bronze mask. Crack! The mask splintered, revealing a face webbed with fine glistening scales. A shrill, agonized shriek tore from the robed figure's throat as he hurtled backward, crashing into a crate and spattering black blood across the rusted floor. Luo Tianhong moved like a wraith, his azure-forged sword unsheathed in a silver arc. The transcendent-level sword intent radiating from each stroke shattered their initiate-level malignant auras like brittle glass. His technique was stark, economical, each cut aimed unerringly at a vital point. Shink! A single slash opened the throat of one robed figure. Black blood fountained forth. His body stiffened, then collapsed, dissolving into a wisp of acrid black smoke. Tian Yangxing's rifle cracked repeatedly. His armament specialist precision ensured no round missed its mark. Each bullet struck a joint, severing channels of malignant aura and crippling mobility. Once Rat Chong was subdued, Gao Gang joined the fray, barehanded, meeting clawed strikes heated. Dull percussive thuds echoed as his raw mastery-level strength forced the robed figures back step after staggering step. Within 10 minutes the battle ended. Rat Chong and his men were cuffed and loaded into police vehicles. Every crate of arms was inventoried and sealed with official evidence tags. Lin Jie stood at the shipyard's center gazing at the scattered black ash. His chi fortune perception sensed faint residual traces of malignant aura lingering in the air. His expression hardened. The cross-dimensional sect is now funneling arms through Triad networks. Their preparations are accelerating, and more moves are inevitable. Luo Tianhong sheathed his azure-forged sword. These arms are tainted with malignant aura. If they reach Hong Kong's streets, the consequences would be catastrophic. Tian Yangxing slung his sniper rifle. I'll trace the arms' transit route. See if we can locate their temporary stronghold. Gao Gang's voice rumbled low and steady. No matter what tricks they play, we break one, we break two. Just then Li Ying rushed over, clutching a black communications device, his face grim. Brother Lin, found this on Rat Chong. Listen. He pressed play. The same hoarse voice crackled forth. Transaction compromised. Activate contingency plan. Initiate operation at the fishing village. Lin Jie's chi fortune perception flared instinctively. His mind flashed to reports filed days earlier: unexplained illness in a remote fishing village. Villagers vomiting, paralyzed by exhaustion, some lapsing into unconsciousness. Could it be no illness at all, but deliberate contamination by malignant aura? We depart for the fishing village, immediately. Lin Jie commanded, urgency sharpening his tone. Now. Sirens pierced the night once more as police vehicles sped toward Hong Kong's isolated fishing hamlet. Across the darkness, a viscous tide of malignant aura spread silently from the village, like ink bleeding into water, heralding a new crisis gathering in the shadows. The police car's siren tore through the night as it sped along the winding coastline. Outside the window, the black waves battered the rocks, spray caught in the headlight beam and shimmered with an ominous darkness. Malefic chi caught by Lin Jie's fortune, sensing strands of it coiling over the sea toward the nearby fishing village. Brother Lin, the village is ahead, Li Ying said, breaking and pointing to the sparsely lit settlement. Lin Jie opened the door and stepped out, fingertips closing around a warm pale jade pendant as his fortune sensing quietly came alive. A thin veil of gray-black malefic chi hung over the entire village. Invisible to ordinary folk, the currents of chi slithered through gaps in doors and windows into every home, and at the village center, an old well exuded the densest concentration. Blackness above its mouth had nearly congealed into substance. Everyone put on gas masks. The malefic chi is contagious, Lin Jie ordered in a low voice, then looked toward Abu, who had come along. Abu, I need your help. Abu nodded, the medic box on his back heavy. As an entry-level healer with the ability to heal with spiritual energy, he could disperse shallow malefic chi clinging to the human body. In a white coat, calm and resolute, Abu hurried to match Lin Jie's pace as they entered the village. A deathly hush lay over the place, only an occasional dog bark made the silence feel more desolate. Doors stood half open in every household. Pushing one and released a sharp, fishy stench accompanied by a faint trace of malefic chi. From a shabby mudbrick room came the hacking cough of an old man. Lin Jie and Abu stepped inside to find 3 villagers on the Kong, their faces ashen, lips purple, bodies convulsing, a thin film of black chi clinging to them, the unmistakable sign of malefic chi invasion. Abu set down his kit and moved to examine them. He placed his finger on one elder's pulse, and a faint thread of white spiritual energy shimmered from his fingertip. The white chi followed the pulse into the man's body. The convulsions ebbed, and his sallow coloring eased as the energy worked inward. Abu withdrew his hand, frowning. The water source has been contaminated by malefic chi. These villagers drank from the well. If the chi is not dispelled in time, they will perish within 3 days. Lin Jie crossed to the window and stared at the well in the village square. His fortune sensing told him the malefic chi in that well was at least 10 times stronger than the surrounding air and was continuously spreading outward. This was no natural occurrence, but deliberate sabotage, clearly the work of a cross-boundary faction. Gao Gang, take a few and guard the well. Do not allow anyone near it. Into his radio he added, Tian Yangxingyu, and Mr. Luo sweep the area around the village and look for signs of cross-boundary activity. Understood, came the responses through the radio. Abu took out silver needles, dipped them in a special herbal decoction, and began to needle the villagers. His movements were practiced and steady, with each needle a wisp of white spiritual energy seeped in, dispersing the malefic qi clinging to the organs within. A slightly clearer-headed villager grasped Abu's hand and whispered his thanks. Abu smiled gently. No need to thank me, I am only doing what I must. Although his ability was only intra-level, it sufficed against this shallow malefic contamination. As time passed, more villagers stirred awake, and their complexions slowly improved. Lin Jie posted himself at the doorway, his fortune sensing alert to every stir, preventing any cross-boundary agents from slipping back in for a second strike. He handed herbs to Abu from time to time. They worked in tacit coordination without excess words. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Brother Lin, we found something. Tian Yangsheng's voice crackled through the radio, cautious. In the woods west of the village, there are two men in black robes dumping something into the well. Their combat level is entry-level martialists. Lin Jie's gaze sharpened. So it was the cross-boundary faction at work. Abu, handle this place. Liang, take the officers and follow me. He burst from the doorway and sprinted toward the western trees. With his fortune sensing fully open, he pinpointed the two black-robed figures and the entry-level malefic qi that swirled about them. He even sensed that their qi shared the same origin as the black-robed man from the dock fight. In the woods, the two black-robed men were pouring something from a black jar into the well. The liquid inside was ink black. The moment it touched the well water, a dense malefic qi erupted, the surface roiled, and black bubbles frothed up. Stop! Lin Jie roared, cutting forward like an arrow. The two black-robed men turned. Panic flashed in their eyes before a feral grin took over, and they lunged, malformed malefic claws forming from their hands. Standard attacks for entry-level martialists, each claw laced with a corrosive chill. Lin Jie snorted coldly. Qi and blood surged from his dantian, a faint golden protective aura enveloping him. He stepped aside from one claw and drove a punch into the other's chest. The force of a martial adept fused with blazing qi blood shattered the enemy's malefic shield. With a sickening crack, the black-robed man flew back, slammed into a tree, coughed up black blood, and slid to the ground limp and spent. The second black-robed man attacked in a frenzy. Lin Jie stood his ground and swept his baton with a wind-whistling strike, smashing into the assailant's wrist. A bone-snapping crack rang out. The man screamed as his claws dissolved and his malefic qi faltered. He collapsed, unable to move. At that moment, Luo Tianhong and Tian Yangsheng arrived. Luo's sword thrust carried the sword intent of an early transcendent, a blade of light that instantly pierced the throat of the wounded black-robed man. Tian Yangsheng raised a sniper rifle and took aim at the other, who tried to scramble away, then pulled the trigger. Bang! The special bullet struck squarely between the brows. The black-robed man collapsed, and his body dissolved into black smoke, leaving behind a black badge engraved with a skull. Lin Jie approached the well and watched the churning black liquid with a grave expression. He crouched and picked up the black jar. It bore the same skull mark of the cross-boundary faction. A pungent odor clung to the jar's residue. The moment it touched his fingertip, it sizzled under the assault of his qi and blood. It seems they intended to contaminate the water to spread malefic qi and weaken Gangdao's fortune. Luo Tianhong sheathed his sword and said in a low tone, "This method is insidious and cruel, aimed at unarmed civilians." Tian Yangsheng nodded and picked up the black badge. "I've seen this emblem before. It marks the low-level foot soldiers of the cross-boundary faction." He added, "Their raid failed today. They are unlikely to act rashly in the short term, but they will certainly have contingency plans." Lin Jie gripped the jar until his knuckles whitened. His look was as sharp as a blade. "Notify everyone, seal this well completely. Deploy specialists to purify all the village's water sources. If Abu needs any medicinal herbs, contact police logistics immediately," Li Ying said, taking the radio to relay the orders. Abu returned with several villagers who had regained consciousness. They clustered around Lin Jie and the others, gratitude plain on their faces, pressing salted fish and rice cakes into their hands as offerings. "Thank you, officers. If not for you, we would all have died here." Lin Jie felt a warm current rise in his chest as he watched those simple people. He waved them off, refusing their gifts. "Protecting the people is our duty. Go home now, rest and recuperate." Abu remained, continuing to examine the remaining villagers. White spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, a warm glow that dispersed the last lingering traces of malefic qi. Golden light washed over the village roofs, driving away the lingering gloom. Wisps of smoke rose from hearths, and the scent of cooking drifted through the air as the village slowly returned to life. Lin Jie stood at the village entrance and stared out at the distant sea, his gaze steady. His fortune sensing faintly caught a thin stream of golden qi congealing within Gangdao's fortune veins, a feedback born of the people's restored peace. The cross-boundary faction's plot had been foiled, but it was only the beginning. He knew a greater storm still loomed, yet he did not fear, for he was not fighting alone. Behind him were Gao Gang's Valor Luo Tianhong's sword, Tian Yangsheng's gun, a bus compassion, and those like-minded souls scattered across Gang Dao, who had yet to meet. The battle to protect had only just been sounded. The morning sun pierced the mist, casting golden light across the fishing village's worn bluestone paths. Tendrils of cooking smoke laced with the briny breath of the sea wove a warm net above the hamlet, and the dead silence of last night had been thoroughly dispelled by the laughter of children. Lin Jie crouched beside the old well at the village entrance, his fingertips tracing the rough stone rim. The well's mouth had been sealed with thick wooden planks and weighted with heavy stones by the officers, yet his fortune sense still caught faint wisps of black energy seeping through the gaps in the boards. This black energy was much weaker than it had been the previous night, but it carried a stubborn, clinging viscidity like a festering rot that adhered to the well's mossy stones and would not be swept away. Lin Jie, the water quality report is out. Li Ying hurried over with a sheaf of papers, his face grave. The technicians say the well water, besides traces of sha qi, contains an unknown microorganism. This microorganism can attach itself to sha qi and breed. Even if the water is purified, as long as a trace of sha qi remains, they can return. Lin Jie took the report and let his eyes skim the data on the page. Though the sheet was dense with technical terms he need not understand, his fortune sense had already given him the answer. The unknown microbes were the very nourishment of the sha qi, a contingency cultivated by the interdimensional forces to perpetuate contamination of the water supply. Where is Abu? Lin Jie looked up and asked. He is at the village shrine. A few of the elders have sha qi deeply entrenched. He is using spiritual energy to tend them. Li Ying pointed toward the shrine. Abu said those elders are different. The sha qi in their body seems to possess a will of its own. Lin Jie's gaze tightened abruptly. Sha qi with a will of its own. That was no petty interdimensional grunt's doing. He strode toward the shrine, the pale jade pendant in his palm warming slightly as his fortune sense spun into full operation. Villagers along the way stopped to greet him, their smiles sincere and simple. Yet Lin Jie's heart felt heavy. These villagers might appear recovered, but who could tell whether the microbes hiding within them would suddenly flare forth at some moment? Smoke curled within the shrine. Abu sat at a wooden table administering acupuncture to a white-haired elder. The old man kept his eyes closed, brow knotted, pain flickering across his features at intervals. Beads of sweat dotted a bust temple. The pale spiritual energy at his fingertips was noticeably dimmer than the night before, clearly drained by his exertion. How is he? Lin Jie asked softly, careful not to disturb the treatment. Abu did not look up. His voice was low and hoarse. It's not right. The sha qi and the microorganisms within these elders have intertwined, forming something akin to a goo. My spiritual energy can suppress them for a time, but cannot purge them entirely. Before the words had fully faded, the elder convulsed violently, issuing ragged, strangled sounds. His eyes flew open, bloodshot veins roiling within the pupils, and the cloudy scara took on a strange black sheen. A dense surge of black energy burst from his mouth and nose, lunging at Abu. Watch out! Lin Jie shouted, his body flashing forward to shield him. The power of his qi and blood in the dantian exploded outward, a pale golden halo enveloping his frame and shattering the black surge. The elder slumped back into the chair, limp and unconscious, once more, though the blackness on his face had thickened. Abu panted, wiping sweat from his brow, his face drained of color. See, this sha qi goo slowly devours a person's vitality until they become a puppet without consciousness. Lin Jie's heart sank. The interdimensional forces were more vicious than he had imagined. They were not merely poisoning the water, they were turning villagers into their pawns. Did all the village elders drink from that well? Lin Jie asked. Abu nodded. Yes. Most young people drink tap water, only the elders keep to the well. So it was nearly only the elders who had been affected. Lin Jie moved to the shrine's doorway and let his eyes sweep across every home in the village. His fortune sense spread like an invisible web over the village. He could plainly see that even those who had recovered still bore the faintest residue of black energy, like seeds embedded in their viscera. And the blackness in the elders was like a poisonous sprout about to break soil at any moment. Tian Yangsheng, Mr. Luo, any findings on your side? Lin Jie asked into his radio. Tian Yangsheng's voice crackled back. We found a concealed cave in the woods on the village's west side. Inside were many black jars identical to the ones by the well. Also, we discovered strange carvings on the cave walls. Carvings? Yes, some kind of totem very similar to the skull mark on the black-robed men's garb. Luo Tianhong's voice followed. I suspect this cave is a temporary outpost of the interdimensional forces. They cultivate those microorganisms here and then release them into the wells. Lin Jie's eyes sharpened like blades. He finally understood the village's affliction was no accident, but a carefully orchestrated experiment by the interdimensional faction. They were testing the fusion of sha qi and microbes, preparing for a larger-scale contamination to come. I'm coming over now. Having finished speaking into the radio, Lin Jie turned to Abu. They'll leave this to you. Keep those elders stable. They'll be back soon. Abu nodded, his gaze resolute. Don't worry. They'll stay here. Lin Jie strode out of the shrine and ran toward the western woods. Gao Gang, posted at the village entrance, noticed him running and immediately fell in beside him. Lin Jie, what's wrong? Gao Gang asked in his thick, gruff voice. The interdimensional forces are conducting experiments. Lin Jie's voice was ice cold. They intend to turn villagers into puppets. Gao Gang's face flushed crimson, his fists clenching until his knuckles cracked. Those bastards. They'll tear their base to pieces. The woods were dense, sunlight filtered through leaves and scattered mottled light across the ground. Tian Yangsheng and Luo Tianhong stood at the mouth of a cave. Seeing Lin Jie and Gao Gang approach, they hurried forward to meet them. Vines shielded the cave entrance. Without Tian Yangsheng's finely tuned instruments, detecting a glint of metal, it might have gone unnoticed. Lin Jie stepped into the cave and was met by a pungent stench, the same odor that had lingered above the well. Inside, the hollow black jars were stacked, each marked with a skull sign. On the stone wall was an eerie totem, a skull wrapped by countless black serpents, their eyes blood red, as if they were weeping blood. Lin Jie's fortune sense settled upon the totem, and suddenly the pale jade pendant heated in his hand, a sharp sense of peril surging through him. He seemed to see innumerable black snakes slither from the totem and lash toward him, the black breath spewing from their maws instantly blanketing the entire island. This is no ordinary totem, Luo Tianhong said gravely. It's a sacrificial array of the interdimensional forces. They use sha qi and microbes as offerings to awaken some more powerful being. Tian Yangsheng crouched, inspecting the jars closely. Each jar bears a small number at its base. It seems this is but one cell of their operation. Gangdao likely hosts many more such sites. Lin Jie walked to the wall and laid a fingertip on the totem. A bone-deep chill crawled up from the stone, causing his qi and blood to roil. Their target is the island's fortune itself. Lin Jie's voice was low and unyielding. We must locate every outpost and destroy them. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the cave. Li Ying's voice, shaken with alarm, crackled through the radio. Lin Jie. It's bad. The elders in the village. Something's happened. Black snakes are emerging from their mouths and noses. Lin Jie's face changed instantly. He spun and bolted from the cave. The pale jade pendant grew ever hotter, the sting in his palm a warning. The greater crisis had already begun. The sun still shone, but a heavy pall again loomed over the fishing village. Black snakes were emerging from the elders' mouths and noses, writhing across the ground and crawling toward the village gate. Their destination was the recently recovered villagers, the living, vibrant lives. A blazing fury kindled in Lin Jie's eyes. The interdimensional forces had forced his hand. Then let there be war. To protect this land, to protect these people, he would pay any price, spare no sacrifice. In the open courtyard outside the fishing village's ancestral hall, several black serpents coiled in the corner, their bodies shrouded in viscous, inky miasma that hissed faintly under the sun's glare. Lin Jie crouched low, his pale green jade pendant warming subtly beneath his fingertips. His fortune-sensing aura extended along the serpents' sinuous forms, tracing a familiar, sinister energy. The same malevolent resonance he had detected in the phantom spirit powder recovered from the East Star Society's abandoned stronghold. It is indeed phantom spirit powder. Lin Jie rose slowly, his expression grave. A cross-border syndicate has fused it with microorganisms to create parasitic venomous goo 100-fold more perilous than ordinary narcotics. Tian Yangsheng knelt beside the serpents and delicately lifted a trace of the black miasma from one serpent's body using a specially forged metal probe, then brought it to his nose for a cautious inhalation. As a master-level expert in mechanical arts, he possessed extraordinary sensitivity to toxic essences. The miasma contains phantom spirit powder, but catalyzed by malignant qi, it has undergone mutation. Conventional anti-narcotics detection methods are utterly useless against it. Only spiritual energy or vital qi can suppress it. With a soft whisper of steel, Luo Tianhong drew his Qingfeng sword just an inch, its blade light flickering across the serpents' bodies, and the clinging black miasma instantly dissipated. His nascent martial Dao intent at the early stage of transcendence carried innate power to dispel malignancy. Sheathing his sword, he declared solemnly, "These serpents are merely vessels. The true source lies in the supply chain of the phantom spirit powder." After the East Star Society's collapse, someone still disseminates this poison within Hong Kong Island. Gao Gang clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. It must be the remnants, the scum who slipped through the net, colluding with the cross-border syndicate. Hold on. Lin Jie raised a hand to restrain him, then expanded his fortune-sensing aura, once more enveloping the entire fishing village. This mutated phantom spirit powder emits a unique malignancy. I can follow its trail to the origin. No sooner had the words left his lips than his jade pendant blazed fiercely hot in his palm, and a distinct trail of malignancy surged forth from the coastline, arrowing unerringly toward Hong Kong's urban core. Lin Jie's gaze sharpened. He immediately retrieved his radio. Li Ying, pull port cargo records for the past 3 months. Prioritize abandoned warehouses in Shamshui Pu and Yaomati, especially those declaring chemical raw materials. Understood. Li Ying's voice crackled back over the radio. Meanwhile, ABA approached, shouldering his medicine chest, his face etched with exhaustion. He had just stabilized the Elder's condition inside the ancestral hall, using entry-level spiritual energy healing. The serpents burrowing within their bodies had been expelled by Qi, rendering them temporarily non-lethal. Brother Lin, these villagers require long-term spiritual cultivation to purge residual malignancy, or it will recur. ABA Rast. My herbal stores are depleted. I need to restock at the city's apothecaries. I'll have Gao Gang escort you back. Lin Jie responded without hesitation. And while you're there, cross-check recent hospital records across the city. Look for cases mirroring the fishing village outbreak, violent convulsions, black miasma exuding from mouth and nose hallucinations. Gao Gang nodded and escorted ABA toward the police cruiser parked at the village entrance. Lin Jie meanwhile led Tian Yangsheng and Luo Tianhong in a swift drive toward the city, guided by the malign trail revealed through fortune sensing. Outside the car window, Hong Kong's streets grew increasingly vibrant. Yet Lin Jie's heart sank heavier with every passing block. Within his fortune-sensing perception, the phantom spirit powder's malign trail sharpened with terrifying clarity. Faint residues clung to several districts along the route, proof that the mutated poison had already seeped into the city. We've arrived. Lin Jie pointed ahead to an abandoned chemical plant. Its rust-eaten gates hung crookedly, a faded sign reading "Business Suspended for Rectification" dangling above. Weeds choked the perimeter, apparently derelict for years. Yet in Lin Jie's perception, malignancy here surged far beyond ambient levels. A festering tumor lodged at the city's edge. Tian Yangsheng readied his sniper rifle, affixing a silencer as his eyes swept the desolate surroundings with sharp vigilance. No surveillance cameras. No patrol traces. An ideal narcotics hideout. Luo Tianhong gripped his Qing Feng sword, its martial intent tightly coiled, his steps silent as he neared the gate. There are people inside, and more than one. Lin Jie inhaled deeply, unleashing his fortune-sensing aura fully. The plant's interior unfolded vividly in his mind. Deep within the warehouse, over a dozen men clad in East Star Society uniforms busily portioned white powder. That powder was phantom spirit powder, swirling thickly with inky miasma, and beside it sat several black jars identical to those found in the fishing village's cavern. At their head stood a scar-faced man, the East Star Society's fugitive Dao Bachong. A palpable aura of entry-level martial cultivation clung to him, evidence he too had consumed the phantom spirit powder to amplify his strength. Move, Lin Jie barked, and charged first. The warehouse door exploded inward under his kick, the thunderous crash jolting the men inside. Dao Bachong whirled around. Seeing Lin Jie and his companions, his face paled. Bad. It's the police. Hide the goods. Panic seized the underlings. They snatched up cleavers and iron pipes and lunged forward. But common gangsters stood no chance against Lin Jie's trio. Luo Tianhong's Qing Feng sword flashed free first, blade light like liquid silver, shattering weapons in its wake without drawing blood. His movements flowed like wind over water, disarming all without injury. At the early stage of martial transcendence, such foes were mere trifles. Tian Yangsheng meanwhile steadied his sniper rifle and fired with surgical precision, not at people but at the sealed mouths of the black jars. Each round pinned a jar firmly to the floor, preventing leakage of the mutated phantom spirit powder. His mastery-level firearms expertise ensured flawless accuracy. Lin Jie, however, surged straight toward Dao Bachong. The fugitive drew a dagger, its edge wreathed in malign qi, and slashed viciously. Cops, I'll take you down with me. Lin Jie scoffed coldly. Vital qi erupted from his dantian, bathing him in a soft golden radiance. He sidestepped the dagger and drove a fist into Dao Bachong's chest. Martial mastery-level force dispersing the malign qi clinging to his body in an instant. Dao Bachong flew backward, crashing into a stack of phantom spirit powder crates, spitting blood and collapsing helplessly. Talk. Where does this powder come from? Lin Jie stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a cleaver's edge. Dao Bachong stared at the golden aura shimmering around Lin Jie, terror flooding his eyes, even as he spat defiance. I don't know. Kill me, and you'll never find out. I don't know. Lin Jie's fortune sensing locked onto Dao Bachong, seizing a fleeting image from his mind. A black-robed figure wearing an ancient bronze mask handing over the shipment at an abandoned dock. Still defiant, Lin Jie sneered, surging vital qi once more, searing heat flooding Dao Bachong's meridians like molten iron. Dao Bachong screamed in agony, finally breaking. I'll tell. I'll tell. It was the cross-border syndicate. They gave it to me. They ordered me to portion it and sell it to other gangs. The dock, the abandoned dock on Tsing E Island. Lin Jie's expression darkened. Tsing E Island's derelict dock, site of prior arms deals, was indeed being used as a syndicate stronghold, funneling phantom spirit powder and weaponry into Hong Kong. Tsing E Island's derelict dock, site of prior arms deals, was indeed being used as a syndicate stronghold, funneling phantom spirit powder and weaponry into Hong Kong. And more. Dao Bachong wailed. They said this powder turns users into puppets, and when the time comes, all who've taken it will rise together in coordinated assault. Then Hong Kong will be theirs alone. Lin Jie's fists clenched tighter. The syndicate's conspiracy ran far deeper and darker than he'd imagined. They sought not only to poison the waters, but to enslave minds with phantom spirit powder utterly shattering Hong Kong's collective fortune. Tian Yangsheng joined Lin Jie, gazing at the scattered powder and black jars. We must destroy every trace. No residue may remain. Luo Tianhong nodded. I'll purify it. The sword's intent can eradicate this malignancy entirely. At that moment Lin Jie's phone rang sharply. It was ABA voice urgent, Brother Lin, bad news. Several city hospitals report patients matching the fishing village symptoms, and the numbers keep rising. Lin Jie's face went stark. The mutated phantom spirit powder had already begun spreading through the city. He looked out the window, the sky over Hong Kong now veiled in a faint creeping haze of black miasma. Its citizens remained unaware a colossal crisis was descending silent and inexorable. Mobilize all available police units. Immediately seal every hospital in the city. Lin Jie barked into his radio, urgency sharpening his tone. Also contact the Independent Commission Against Corruption and the Hung Hing Society. We require their full cooperation. Tian Yangsheng and Luo Tianhong exchanged a glance. Both saw the same gravity reflected in the other's eyes. The source had been found, but the true battle had only just begun. They had to sever the supply chain before the poison spread further, cleanse the malignancy, and safeguard this city, or all would be lost. Hong Kong Island's dawn should have been bustling with traffic and teeming with voices, yet the streets of Tsim Sha Tsui lay in utter chaos. Piercing screams intertwined with the shattering of glass, several frenzied figures sprinted wildly down the avenue. Eyes bloodshot, saliva dripping from their lips, faint black, chi coiling around their bodies. The unmistakable symptoms of mutated illusion spirit powder intoxication. Lin Jie sped through the streets in his car, his heart sinking as the apocalyptic scene unfolded beyond his window. His fortune-sensing ability unfurled, revealing Hong Kong Island's entire fortune vein network now tangled like knotted thread. Once luminous golden chi streams were laced with countless black filaments. The malevolent aura of illusion spirit powder, spreading feverishly along roads, buildings, and crowds. With a deafening crash, an out-of-control freight truck slammed into a roadside barrier. The driver scrambled out of the cab, his face twisted in fury, brandishing a wrench to strike passersby. Lin Jie slammed on the brakes, flung open the door, and lunged forward. Vital energy surged in his palm, radiating a soft golden glow before striking the driver's nape with pinpoint precision. The driver shuddered violently. The crimson haze in his eyes receded slightly, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Lin Jie crouched beside him, fingertips pressing gently against the man's pulse. Through his fortune-sensing perception, he clearly discerned that the illusion spirit powder's corrupting aura had already infiltrated the man's consciousness realm. If not halted in time, within half an hour, he would devolve into a mindless puppet. Brother Lin East District Hospital just reported over 300 confirmed cases of illusion spirit powder poisoning, and the number is still rising. Li Ying's voice crackled over the radio, edged with panic. Families of patients are massing at the hospital gates demanding answers. The situation is slipping beyond control. Lin Jie's brows knotted into a deep furrow. The spread of the mutated illusion spirit powder was far swifter than he had anticipated. After Scarchong's arrest, the remnants of the Eastern Star Triad, cornered and desperate, had secretly dispersed their stockpiled illusion spirit powder across high-traffic venues, night markets, bars, internet cafes, triggering mass intoxication overnight. Deploy the riot control unit to East District Hospital immediately. Protect the medical staff at all costs. Lin Jie barked into the radio. Also issue a media blackout. Suppress all reports to prevent widespread panic. It's too late. Li Ying's voice broke with despair. The internet has erupted. Someone uploaded videos of patients raving. Now every citizen across Hong Kong knows. People are rushing to hoard supplies. Rice, flour, cooking oil, and grain stores are completely emptied. Others are snatching masks in the streets. Chaos reigns unchecked. Lin Jie jerked his head up, gaze locking onto a nearby shopping mall. Its entrance overflowed with people, shoving, screaming, their faces etched with raw terror. What chilled him most was the dawning vacancy in many of their eyes and the faint shimmering black chi clinging to their forms. Clear signs they too had encountered the contamination source of the illusion spirit powder. Tian Yangsheng, Mr. Luo, head immediately to the warehouse in the West District. That's another stronghold of the Eastern Star remnants. Destroy every last gram of illusion spirit powder there. Lin Jie issued the order to the two men beside him. I'll go to East District Hospital. Abu is still there. Tian Yangsheng nodded curtly and strode off, sniper rifle in hand. Luo Tianhong drew his Qing Feng sword a fraction of an inch. Its blade gleamed with razor-sharp coldness. Beware, cross-border factions are likely exploiting this chaos to strike. Before the words faded, several black-robed figures burst from a street corner. Their malevolent aura denser, more refined than that of common foot soldiers, clearly masters of martial cultivation at the proficient level. Their leader sneered. Lin Jie, your death hour has come. As he lunged, Lin Jie's fortune-sensing perception had already mapped his attack trajectory. Lin Jie sidestepped the lethal claw strike. His vital energy erupted. His golden-hued fist collided with the black-robed man's ore-infused talons in a thunderous, muffled impact. Is this truly all you have? Lin Jie's gaze turned glacial, his fist twin thick with searing vital energy forced the black-robed figure back step after staggering step. Luo Tianhong moved like a wraith, Qing foam sword flashing like a silken ribbon where its sword intent passed corrupting aura dissolved like mist before sunlight. You face me. Meanwhile, Tian Yansheng braced his sniper rifle. His custom armor-piercing round struck a black-robed figure squarely in the shoulder, spraying dark viscous blood. Their coordination was flawless. Within minutes, the black-robed assailants lay defeated. Move out now. Lin Jie shouted, then sprinted toward East District Hospital. East District Hospital's entrance was choked with humanity. Dozens of patient families waved protest banners, shouting in agitation. Police officers formed a fragile human barricade, barely holding back the tide. Inside, pandemonium reigned. Hallways overflowed with poisoned civilians, convulsing, foaming at the mouth. Abu, assisted by a handful of medics, worked frantically, his fingertips nearly drained of white spiritual energy. Abu. Lin Jie dashed inside and caught Abu just as he staggered on the verge of collapse. Abu's face was parchment pale. Upon seeing Lin Jie, exhaustion flickered in his eyes. Brother Lin, the patient's corrupting aura has already breached their consciousness realms. My spiritual energy can only suppress it temporarily, not eradicate it. And someone tampered with the hospital's oxygen tanks. The gas inside is laced with illusion spirit powder mist. Lin Jie's eyes hardened, his fortune-sensing perception instantly enveloped the entire hospital. Indeed, black qi drifted through the ventilation ducts, seeping steadily from air vents into every ward, carrying the insidious mist of the illusion spirit powder. This is the work of the cross-border faction. Lin Jie gritted his teeth. They intend to turn this hospital into a second fishing village. He seized his radio. Liang, seal off the entire ventilation system, immediately. Also dispatch the chemical defense unit with full decontamination equipment. At that moment, the hospital's public address system crackled to life. A hoarse, distorted voice echoing through every corridor. Citizens of Hong Kong Island, you now feel the sublime power of the cross-border realm. Submit to us, and eternal life shall be yours. Resist, and face only annihilation. As the broadcast ended, patients across the hospital erupted in unison, shattering restraints, lunging at medical staff. Family members in the hallways shrieked in terror and scattered in blind panic. The scene descended irrevocably into chaos. Lin Jie's vital energy surged, golden luminescence blazing around his form, as he pulled Abu behind him and met the charging patients with relentless flesh-and-bone blows. Each strike pulsed with scorching vital energy, momentarily dispersing the corrupting aura within their bodies. Yet the numbers overwhelmed him. He was soon encircled. Brother Lin, we can't keep this up. Abu's voice trembled with tears. We need more spiritual energy support. A heavy weight settled upon Lin Jie's heart. His fortune-sensing perception registered Hong Kong Island's collective fortune ebbing away at an alarming rate, the black filaments thickening, threatening to smother the city's golden fortune veins entirely. Public hysteria, societal collapse, fortune disruption, all meticulously orchestrated by the cross-border faction. Then warmth bloomed suddenly in his palm. The azure-white jade pendant blazed with intensified light, flooding his body with a gentle resonant current. Lin Jie's eyes flared. His fortune-sensing perception in that instant trembled on the cusp of breakthrough. He jerked his head upward, gaze piercing the ceiling. His perception transcended walls and buildings, mapping with crystalline clarity the origins of the black aura across Hong Kong Island. An abandoned factory in Sham Shui Pa, an underground casino in Yau Ma Ti, a dock on Tsing E Island. Countless serpentine streams of black qi poured forth from these sites, constricting Hong Kong's fortune veins like venomous coils. Lin Jie drew a slow, deep breath. His gaze sharpened into unbreakable resolve. He knew hesitation was no longer an option. He must locate and obliterate every source of corruption, immediately. Otherwise, Hong Kong Island would be lost forever. The sky over the island was completely dark. The lead gray clouds weighed heavily upon the tops of the skyscrapers, and even the sea breeze of Victoria Harbor carried a pungent scent of malice. The neon signs in Tsim Sha Tsui still flickered, but the once bustling streets were now desolate, with only sporadic police cars rushing by, their sirens wailing like the mournful cries of a dying world. Lin Jie stood atop the East District Hospital, gazing down at the chaotic city below. The pale jade pendant on his fingertip felt scalding, almost melting, as his sense of fortune enveloped every inch of the island like an invisible net. In the past, the threads of fortune over the island resembled a winding golden dragon coiled high above Victoria Harbor, its scales shimmering with a warm glow, the power of countless citizens' vitality and hope. Yet now this dragon was battered and bruised, entangled in countless black threads, the source of which lay in the contaminated strongholds, factories in Sham Shui Pa, casinos in Yau Ma Ti, and the docks on Tsing E Island. Each stronghold was like a vampiric tumor ravenously devouring the golden fortune. The dragon's head drooped low, emitting a painful roar, the golden light fading more and more, even the landmark buildings of the island shrouded in a faint layer of dark energy. A loud bang echoed from afar, accompanied by a burst of flames. Lin Jie's gaze tightened as his sense of fortune instantly locked onto the source of the explosion, a supermarket in Mongkok. Several citizens under the influence of the contaminated powder had ignited the supermarket's gas tanks, causing the entire building to collapse in a blaze, black malice rising like a mushroom cloud spreading towards the sky. Linga, things have spiraled out of control in Mongkok. Li Ying's voice crackled over the radio, heavy with fatigue. The riot squad can no longer hold their ground. Many officers have been infected, and now even the police station is surrounded. Lin Jie's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He could clearly feel that with the explosion, a significant portion of the island's fortune had flowed away, the black threads becoming thicker and even beginning to intertwine, forming a massive black web that loomed over Victoria Harbor. What about Abu's side? Lin Jie asked in a deep voice. Dr. Abu is still saving patients. Li Ying's voice choked slightly. He's been working for over 10 hours straight. His spiritual energy is nearly depleted. The number of patients in the hospital is increasing and our herbs and equipment are running low. Lin Jie closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Familiar faces flashed through his mind. The bravery of Gao Gang, the sharpness of Luo Tianhong, the composure of Tian Yangxing, the kindness of Abu. And those simple villagers from the fishing community, the children running in the streets, the citizens hustling for their livelihoods. They were all part of this golden dragon. He could not allow this dragon to be destroyed by interdimensional forces. Notify all the officers still able to fight to tighten the defense line, focusing on protecting hospitals and residential areas. Lin Jie roared into the radio. Also contact Chen Haonan from Hongqing and have him bring his men to secure all the crucial transportation routes, preventing further spread of the contaminated powder. Chen Haonan. Li Ying paused. Is he willing to help? He will, Lin Jie replied with unwavering resolve. Hong Kong is our shared home, and no one wants to see it turn into hell. After hanging up the radio, Lin Jie's gaze turned once more to the distance. Within his sense of fortune, he detected several familiar auras. Gao Gang and Tian Yangsheng were engaging in fierce combat with the remnants of Dongxing at the Sham Shui factories. A Luo Tianhong was guarding the docks on Tsing Yi Island, his sword light slicing through the relentless waves of malice. And on Hongqing's turf, Chen Haonan could be seen weaving through the crowd, wielding his cleaver not to seize territory, but to protect the defenseless citizens. These auras flickered like scattered sparks in the dark island. Suddenly Lin Jie felt a sharp pain in his palm. The light of the pale jade pendant surged explosively, an unprecedented power flooding into his body. In that moment, his sense of fortune actually broke through. The previously vague threads of fortune became crystal clear. He could see that the ends of the black threads were connected to a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex lay an expanse of void darkness, as if something was slowly awakening within that darkness. That was an interdimensional rift. Lin Jie felt a jolt in his heart. He finally understood that the true goal of the interdimensional forces was not to pollute the island, but to use the island's fortune to open the interdimensional rift, allowing a more powerful existence to descend upon this world. At that moment, a violent tremor erupted from the ground. The surface of Victoria Harbor suddenly surged with towering waves, black malice erupting from the depths like massive black pythons lunging towards the buildings on the shore. The clouds in the sky began to swirl wildly, forming a gigantic black vortex with flickers of lightning visible at its center. The fortune of the island was completely thrown into chaos. The golden dragon let out a desperate wail, its body starting to become translucent, as if it would dissolve into the air at any moment. No! Lin Jie shouted, his vital energy erupting from his dantian, a faint golden halo enveloping his entire being. He leaped down from the rooftop, the vital energy condensing beneath his feet, forming an invisible staircase, allowing him to land steadily on the ground. His gaze swept over the chaotic streets, the frenzied citizens, the burning buildings, the swirling malice. An unprecedented fury burned within his chest. He dashed towards Victoria Harbor, the light of the pale jade pendant illuminating his path. He knew he had to stop that vortex. He had to protect that golden dragon, even if it cost him his life. The sea breeze of Victoria Harbor was laden with a heavy aura of malevolence, causing the glass windows of the Eastern District Hospital to hum ominously. In the top-floor conference room, smoke swirled around as a dozen experts in white coats sat around a long table, each face etched with fatigue and anxiety. The reports on the table were piled high like a small mountain, each marked conspicuously with the words unsolvable. As Lin Jie pushed the door open, he heard an elderly professor with white hair pounding the table, his voice hoarse. This cannot be allowed. It simply cannot be. This mutated phantom powder's malevolent aura has already bound itself to the human nervous system. We have tried every antibiotic and antidote available, yet none have had any effect. The brain cells of those patients are deteriorating at a visibly alarming rate. If this continues, even if they wake up, they will become vegetative. Another expert in protective gear shook his head, pointing at the CT images on the screen. Look, this is the brain scan of the patient. These black patches are the marks of the malevolent aura's erosion. They are like maggots burrowing into the bone, utterly impossible to remove. We even tried using high-voltage electric stimulation on the nerves, but that only accelerated the spread of the malevolent aura. The conference room fell into a deathly silence with only the ticking of instruments echoing in the empty space, making it sound particularly grating. Lin Jie walked to the long table and picked up a report. The professional jargon on it was dense, yet he did not need to comprehend it. His perception of luck had already made everything clear to him. Those black patches were the result of the fusion of the phantom powder's malevolent aura with the human vital energy. They not only devoured the patient's life force, but also continuously absorbed the luck of the island, transforming it into their own power. Officer Lin, you are here, the old professor said, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. You were the first to discover this strange illness, and the only one capable of temporarily suppressing the malevolent aura. Do you have any solutions? The other experts turned their gazes toward Lin Jie, their eyes filled with anticipation. In their minds, Lin Jie's vital energy was the only weapon capable of combating the malevolent aura. Lin Jie shook his head in silence. His vital energy could indeed temporarily disperse the malevolent aura on the surface, but once it penetrated the nervous system, it would inflict irreversible damage to the patient's brains. Abu's spiritual healing was similar. It could only alleviate the symptoms, not eradicate them. Is there really no way? A young female doctor asked, her eyes reddened and voice choked. Many of the patients are children. This statement pierced Lin Jie's heart like a sharp blade. He remembered the innocent children in the fishing village and those twitching little bodies lying in the hospital beds. They should have had a beautiful future, but because of the conspiracy of cross-border forces, they have fallen into endless darkness. Wait. Suddenly, a graduate student specializing in biological genetics jumped up, pointing at an image on the screen. Look, this is a sample of the malevolent aura we extracted from the patients, and under the electron microscope its structure is remarkably similar to that of an ancient parasite. Perhaps we can find its natural enemy. Natural enemy. The old professor chuckled bitterly. This parasite was catalyzed and mutated by the malevolent aura. It does not exist in the biological chain of Earth. Where can we find its natural enemy? The experts fell silent again, the atmosphere in the room stifling and suffocating. At that moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open and Abu stumbled in, leaning against the wall. His face was as pale as paper and bloodshot eyes indicated he had exhausted too much of his spiritual energy. Abu, why are you here? You should be resting. Lin Jie hurried forward to support him. Abu waved his hand, pulling out a sealed test tube containing a drop of black liquid. This is a sample of the malevolent aura I extracted from the bodies of the elderly in the fishing village. His voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. I discovered that this malevolent aura has a weakness. It fears the extreme yang energy. My spiritual energy belongs to the gentle wood attribute. It can only suppress, but cannot eliminate it. However, if we can find a force that embodies supreme yang and strength, perhaps we can completely purify it. Supreme yang energy. The old professor frowned. We have tried ultraviolet irradiation, high temperature incineration, and even nuclear radiation, but none have had any effect. It's different. Abu shook his head, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. The extreme yang energy I mentioned is not of the physical realm, but of the martial realm. For instance, the legendary pure yang skill, or objects imbued with the true fire of the sun. The experts exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces. They were all proponents of science, and they scoffed at such esoteric notions. Absurd. Utterly absurd. One expert couldn't help but sneer, what era is this? Still believing in such futile superstitions. We are doctors, scientists, not charlatans. Enough. Lin Jie slammed the table, causing the windows to rattle. Science has reached an impasse. Are we just going to watch those patients die? The expert was taken aback by Lin Jie's forceful demeanor, opening his mouth, but ultimately closing it in defeat. The conference room fell silent once more. The experts lowered their heads, their expressions complex. They knew Lin Jie was right, but to ask them to abandon the dignity of science and believe in such intangible things was simply too difficult. Lin Jie looked at Abu, his eyes filled with gratitude. Abu's words had given him a direction. He thought of Luo Tianhong's sword intent, which contained a trace of righteous energy, of Tian Yangsheng's firearms, the specially made bullets inscribed with exorcising runes, and even of his own jade pendant, which flowed with warm energy, carrying a hint of extreme yang aura. Perhaps this was the key to breaking the deadlock. Just then Lin Jie's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Chun Haonan, his voice laced with urgency. Officer Lin. It's bad. On the territory of the Hongxing gang, a large number of phantom powder poisoning cases have appeared. Moreover, several hall leaders have gone crazy. We can't hold on any longer. Lin Jie's expression changed drastically. Hongxing was the largest gang on the island and the only force able to contend with the cross-border powers. If even Hongxing falls, then the entire island will truly be lost. He stood up abruptly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Experts, Lin Jie's voice was deep and firm. The scientific methods will be left for you to continue researching. We need to find another path. He looked at Abu, his tone incredibly solemn. Abu, you rest well. When we return, we will bring the extreme yang power to save everyone. Abu nodded, his eyes turning red. Be careful. Lin Jie turned and walked toward the conference room, door his steps resolute and without hesitation. He knew that the path ahead would be even more difficult, but he had no other choice. For the island, for the innocent citizens, for the duty in his heart, he had to forge ahead. Even if the way forward was fraught with peril, even if it meant being shattered to pieces, he would not hesitate. On the rooftop of the East District Hospital, the concrete floor still bore the damp traces of last night's rain. The wind swept the cries and sirens from below, ruffling Lin Jie's hair at the temples. Unlike usual, he did not gaze down at the entire Hong Kong island, and instead he leaned against the weathered water tank, gripping the jade pendant tightly, with his fingertips condensing his perception of fortune into a slender thread, discarding all chaotic malevolent signals, and following that most primal chilling aura probing downward bit by bit. Previously in the hospital, the arguments of the experts still echoed in his ears. Antibiotics' ineffective high-voltage stimulation would accelerate the spread of malevolence, and even Abu's wood-element spiritual energy could only address the symptoms. These voices weighed heavily on his heart, like lead. But Lin Jie understood that to break the deadlock, he must first find the enemy's lifeline. His thread of perception penetrated the reinforced concrete of the hospital, sweeping over the murky waters of Victoria Harbor, avoiding the fishing boats tainted by malevolence and hidden reefs, and continued downward until it touched the rocky layers deep beneath the sea. At that moment, a bone-chilling cold suddenly surged from the end of the perception thread, making Lin Jie's body shiver with goosebumps. This was not the fetid malevolence of the phantom powder, nor the violent aura of the man in black, but a dead hollow power, like a black hole from the depths of the universe, capable of swallowing all vitality and light. Lin Jie's heart abruptly contracted, and he suppressed the tremor in his sea of consciousness, pushing the perception thread forward an inch. The sight before him made his breath catch in an instant. This was not an ordinary crack formed by the fracture of rock layers, but a forcibly torn spatial rift. The edges of the rift shimmered with an eerie dark purple light, within which countless fine black lines slowly writhed, resembling the veins of some living creature. Streams of malevolence denser than any previous instance surged continuously from the rift, seeping into the seawater through the cracks in the rock layers, and with the tides spreading to every inch of land on Hong Kong Island. What alarmed him even more was that when his perception thread touched the edge of the rift, it was unexpectedly drawn in by an invisible force. Vaguely, he seemed to hear whispers coming from the other side of the rift. Not human language, but more like the howls of some wild beast or the wails of countless vengeful spirits, chaotic and frenzied, imbued with a desire to break free and devour everything. A cross-dimensional rift. Lin Jie suddenly opened his eyes. The veins on his forehead throbbed violently, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He finally understood that those men in black, the mutated phantom powder, and the frenzied citizens were merely a prelude. The true goal of the cross-dimensional forces was to use the fortune of Hong Kong Island as fuel, sacrificing the lives of countless individuals to fully expand this rift, allowing the terrifying entities lurking in another world to descend upon the human realm. At that moment, the jade pendant emitted a sharp, buzzing sound, the warm sensation instantly turning icy. Lin Jie's perception thread felt as if it had been violently bitten by something. A surge of pain shot through his sea of consciousness, causing him to involuntarily groan and stagger back 2 steps. He could clearly sense that on the other side of the rift a thing had detected his probing. It was a pressure that could not be described in words, stronger by dozens of times than a peak expert in martial arts, even subtly surpassing Luo Tianhong's initial extraordinary sword intent. That pressure was like a mountain pressing down, causing his blood to stagnate, making breathing difficult. Oofed! A mouthful of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, splattering onto the pristine police uniform, blooming like a striking red plum. Lin Jie gritted his teeth, refusing to let himself fall. He forcefully severed the perception thread, closed his eyes, and gasped for breath. The blood energy in his dantian surged wildly, trying to dispel the cold aura that had invaded his sea of consciousness. The light of the jade pendant had dimmed considerably, clearly having consumed a large amount of spiritual energy to protect his sea of consciousness. Brother Lin. From the entrance of the rooftop came hurried footsteps. Li Ying rushed up with 2 police officers, and upon seeing the blood at the corner of Lin Jie's mouth, his expression changed drastically. Are you okay? Is it serious? Lin Jie waved his hand, wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes showing no trace of fear, only unprecedented seriousness. He raised his head to look towards the direction of Victoria Harbor, where the surface of the sea appeared calm, yet beneath it dark currents were swirling, a formless gloom slowly gathering beneath the surface. Li Ying. Lin Jie's voice was hoarse, but carried an undeniable force. Immediately get me in touch with Chun Haonan of the Hongxing Gang, Qin Zhen of Jingwoman, and Gao Jin of the Gambling God. Also notify Tian Yangxing Luo Tianhong Gao Gang and Abu. They must gather on the rooftop within 5 minutes. Li Ying was momentarily stunned. Brother Lin, you want? We don't have time. Lin Jie interrupted him, his gaze sharp as a blade. The rift is expanding, and in no more than 3 days it will be fully formed. By then, not just Hong Kong Island, the entire world will be doomed. Li Ying's face turned pale in an instant. He looked at Lin Jie's determined eyes, not daring to hesitate for a moment, immediately pulling out his phone and starting to make calls. The wind grew stronger, lifting a newspaper from the corner of the rooftop. The headline read, "Citizens Going Mad, Societal Panic." Lin Jie clenched his fists, the jade pendant in his palm, radiating a faint warmth. He knew that the upcoming battle would be a decisive fight for the lives of everyone involved. But he had no other choice. To protect this land for the sake of the innocent citizens, he must stand up. Even if the path ahead is a mountain of knives and a sea of flames, even if it means being shattered to pieces, he would spare no effort. The wind atop Dongsu Hospital's roof carried the briny tang of the sea and an oppressive, malevolent aura rattling the iron gate with sharp metallic clangs. Lin Jie leaned against a water tank, just wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, when hurried footsteps echoed up the stairwell. Gao Gang was the first to burst onto the rooftop. Dust streaked his combat boots, spattered with dried black blood, his broad frame radiating the fierce, battle-hardened presence of a warrior fresh from the front lines. Brother Lin. He strode forward without pause, and the moment his eyes fell upon Lin Jie's ashen face and the bloodstains marring his police uniform, his brows knotted tightly. You're injured. Lin Jie shook his head about to speak, when a cool, graceful figure glided onto the rooftop in swift succession. Luo Tianhong slid his azure blade into its scabbard, the sword tassel still swaying faintly. Scorch marks from malignant aura marred his white robes, yet his gaze remained as calm and deep as a still bottomless pool. You've uncovered something about the rift. Before the words had fully settled, Tian Yangsheng appeared at the doorway. He bore a modified sniper rifle across his shoulders, the barrel still exhaling a wisp of pale smoke, evidence of a recent decisive engagement. He uttered no word, only nodded tersely at Lin Jie, then swept his gaze across the rooftop swiftly, selecting a vantage point with unobstructed sight lines. His fingers instinctively grazed the trigger, a lifelong habit of vigilant readiness. Last to ascend was Abu, staggering under the weight of his heavy medical satchel, his eyes rimmed with deeper crimson veins than the night before. Without pausing to catch his breath, he snatched silver needles and medicinal herbs from the satchel and hurried to Lin Jie's side. Quick, let me examine your wounds. That cross-realm pressure has invaded your spiritual sense. If left unattended, it will fester into a lasting affliction. Lin Jie offered no resistance as Abu's fingertips settled gently upon his wrist. Warm spiritual energy flowed slowly along his meridians, dispelling the lingering chill deep within his consciousness and easing the tension coiled tight in his nerves. At last the five stood together upon the rooftop. Gao Gang's raw valor, Luo Tianhong's incisive sharpness, Tian Yangsheng's unshakable composure, Abu's compassionate heart, and Lin Jie's strategic command, wove together into a subtle, resonant harmony. Sea winds swept across the rooftop, whipping their coats into furious flaps, a silent, stirring anthem of resolve. As Lin Jie felt the presence of his four companions, the pale green jade pendant resting in his palm gave a soft, distinct tremor. His innate fortune perception unfurled quietly, and with crystalline clarity, he perceived the threads of destiny swirling around each of them, golden filaments interlacing in an arcane, celestial geometry, subtly forming a tripartite structure. 3 pillars anchored, 2 wings outstretched in steadfast guard. This formation was fierce, sovereign, charged with an unstoppable momentum to shatter stalemates. The nascent shape of the legendary Sha Palang constellation. Sha Palang, 3 stars converging in one palace, signifies war, upheaval, and rebirth. Once fully realized, it would stir heaven and earth, overturn fate itself. Lin Jie's heart leapt. He had never orchestrated this convergence, yet some unseen guiding force seemed to have drawn them inexorably together. Speak, Brother Lin. Gao Gang broke the silence, first his voice low and gravelly. You summoned us. There's a fight ahead, and it won't be easy. Tian Yangsheng lifted his gaze toward Victoria Harbor, his expression grave. Just now at Tsing-E Island's dock, I sensed a surge of overwhelming malignancy rising from the seabed. The black-robed cultists are growing bolder, more reckless than ever. Conditions inside the hospital grow dire, Abu added, withdrawing his hand with deep concern. Spiritual energy is depleting too fast. I can't hold on much longer. The malign spirit parasites infecting the patients are mutating at an accelerating pace. Luo Tianhong's fingers tightened around his sword hilt. What lies beyond that rift? Lin Jie drew a slow, steady breath, straightened his posture, and let his gaze sweep across the 4 faces before him. His voice resonant, unwavering. Our enemy is not mere foot soldiers in black robes, not even the scum of Dongxing. They are entities from another realm entirely. They poison minds with illusion dust and devour fortune with malign aura, all to widen the interdimensional rift beneath Victoria Harbor, so those unspeakable horrors may descend upon Hong Kong Island. He paused, then laid bare everything he had discerned. That rift will fully manifest in no more than 3 days. When it does, the million souls of Hong Kong Island will become sacrificial offerings. A deathly silence descended upon the rooftop. Gao Gang's fists clenched until tendons snapped like dry twigs. Tian Yangsheng's gaze turned glacial, his finger tightening over the trigger. Abu's face paled to ash, his herb-scented fingers trembling faintly. Luo Tianhong's pupils contracted sharply, and his azure blade hummed a clear, ringing note, as if answering his master's surging will to fight. Damn it! Gao Gang roared, and kicked a nearby metal drum so hard that stagnant water exploded outward in all directions. Those bastards! I'll tear them apart. Brute force won't suffice. Tian Yangshen countered, his eyes fixed on the horizon where sea met sky. The oppressive aura emanating from beyond the rift exceeds anything we've ever encountered. To confront it heathen would be suicide. So we just stand by while Hong Kong burns. Gao Gang growled, eyes burning red. Not at all. Lin Jie's voice cut through the tension, firm, commanding, irrefutable. His gaze held each of them and turned blazing with unshakable conviction. Together we generate momentum, apart we achieve nothing. From this day forth we are Hong Kong Island's first line of defense, and it's final. He raised his hand, palm upward, the pale green jade pendant glowing softly in the sunlight. Gao Gang, you are our vanguard, charge headlong, break their spearhead. Master Luo, you are our blade, strike true, sever the source of malignance. Tian Yangsheng, you are our hawks, I pick off threats from afar, cripple their reach. Abu, you are our foundation, heal, restore, shield us all. And I, Lin Jie's gaze swept across the four, his voice rising like a clarion call, shall wield fortune itself as my compass, guiding you straight through that interdimensional rift. Gao Gang stared at Lin Jie's open palm, hesitated for a heartbeat, then grinned, flashing white teeth. Without hesitation, he slammed his own palm down upon it. Yes, I'm with you. Luo Tianhong watched the hands stack, and for the briefest instant warmth flickered in his cool, distant eyes. He tucked away his sword tassel and placed his hand atop theirs, the heat of his palm seeping through thin leather. I swear, by this blade, to protect Hong Kong Island. Tian Yangsheng stepped forward in silence, his calloused hand landing firmly upon the pile, carrying the scent of gunpowder and cold steel. My rifle is loaded. Abu took a deep breath, set his satchel down, and extended his hand, its palm still fragrant with crushed herbs. By compassion, I vow to safeguard our people. 5 palms pressed tightly together. The gale howled, lifting their oaths into the sky, echoing across the rooftop. The nascent Sha Palang formation had coalesced, complete, unbreakable. Below the rooftop, Hong Kong's streets remained in chaos. Cries of citizens and wailing sirens tangled into a dissonant chorus. Yet above the 5 stood as an unyielding bulwark, holding back the tide of panic and malign aura, sealing it outside their circle. Lin Jie looked upon his 4 comrades, his gaze sharp as a honed blade. He knew this was only the beginning. The next 3 days would bring a trial unlike any before. Yet he felt no fear, because behind him stood brothers, comrades, and millions of souls bound to this land. Move out. With Lin Jie's command, all 5 leapt from the rooftop in unison, racing toward Victoria Harbor. Sunlight pierced the clouds, bathing their retreating figures in molten gold. Sha Palang rises, and the heavens themselves tremble. The decisive battle to defend Hong Kong Island has begun. Night fell like thick, viscous ink spilling across the sky above a small fishing village on the fringes of Hong Island. The bluestone path, vibrant with life by day, now lay shrouded beneath a thin, clinging veil of black mist. Each step felt slick and adhesive, as though treading upon an unyielding pall of gloom. The sea wind carried salt and decay laced with faint, malevolent energy, rustling the ancient pagoda tree at the village entrance, its swaying shadows twisting into phantasmal forms, claws bared and limbs contorted. Lin Jie led the way, his pale green jade pendant warming subtly at his fingertips as his fortune-sensing aura quietly unfurled, enveloping the entire village. After the prior corruption by malignant energy and the serpent crisis, the village had long since lost its former serenity. Every door and window was bolted shut. Feeble glimmers of light seeped through narrow cracks, while muffled coughs pierced the suffocating silence, jarringly sharp in the dead hush of night. Stay sharp, Lin Jie murmured, voice low, yet commanding. Cross-realm forces have certainly planted contingencies here. The malign energy concentration exceeds that of 3 days ago by over 3-fold. 4 figures followed in disciplined formation behind him: Gao Gang, Luo Tianhong, Tian Yangsheng, and Abu. This marked their first formal joint operation. No superfluous rehearsal, yet forged by days of shared peril into an instinctive battle-honed formation. Gao Gang's broad frame anchored the left front flank, an immovable bastion ready to breach enemy lines. A Luo Tianhong, sword in hand, held the right front, his white robe's pristine blade sheathed, but sword intent coiled tight, prepared to sever any sudden threat. Tian Yangsheng, rifle slung across his back, took the rear, eagle-eyed and vigilant, scanning rooftops and alley mouths to command the battlefield's full scope. Abu, bearing a heavy medicinal chest, walked centrally, fingers wreathed in faint white spiritual energy, both logistical anchor and emergency healer. Lin Jie brought up the rear, orchestrating the advance. His fortune-sensing aura functioned like an invisible radar, attuning to the faintest anomaly in the ambient energy. Creak. A grating sound, old wood protesting, suddenly echoed from a side alley. Gao Gang froze mid-step, muscles locking, vital energy surging silently beneath his skin, his massive fists clenched instinctively. Luo Tianhong's azure-forged sword slid barely an inch from its scabbard, a flash of steel gone in a breath, his gaze sharpening with icy resolve. Tian Yangsheng dropped low, bracing his modified sniper rifle against his shoulder barrel, aimed deep into the alley, shadowed throat, finger resting lightly on the trigger, breath steady and silent. Abu instinctively stepped half a pace back, shielding his medicine chest with his body-white spiritual energy coalescing at his fingertips ready to strike or shield. Lin Jie raised a hand, calm deliberate, signaling restraint. His fortune-sensing aura had already pierced the alley's darkness, revealing an elderly woman huddled trembling behind the door. She bore no trace of malign energy, only a suffocating wave of raw, paralyzing fear, clearly startled by nocturnal disturbances, yet too terrified to venture outside. A civilian, Lin Jie whispered, gesturing for the team to stand down. Gao Gang slowly unclenched his fists and offered a low, grim chuckle. In this accursed place, even breathing feels like a risk. We must remain vigilant, Luo Tianhong replied, sliding his sword home, but his eyes swept sharply along the high walls flanking the alley. Cross-realm forces excel at using innocence as bait. Tian Yangsheng nodded, saying nothing, only shifting his rifle's aim toward the village's central well, the very source of the earlier malign energy surge. Now the well was sealed beneath massive stones, but black sinuous patterns pulsed faintly across the surrounding earth, like living veins throbbing with dark vitality. Lin Jie followed Tian Yangsheng's gaze, brow furrowing. From deep below the well, a torrent of malign energy surged, denser, purer, and far more savage than before. The well is our target, Lin Jie declared, voice grave. Cross-realm forces are harnessing its malign energy to construct a formation. Our mission: dismantle it, and sever the village's malign energy source utterly and irrevocably. The five resumed their advance steps, now featherlight, like wraiths gliding through the village's labyrinthine lanes. What unfolded along the way grew ever more harrowing. Some homes had doors and windows shattered inward, interiors ravaged, shards of pottery and splintered furniture littering the floor, walls splattered with black blood. In certain courtyards, laundry hung stiff and pitch-black, crumbling to ash at the slightest touch. Others bore the stiffened corpses of serpents huddled in corners, their bodies still exuding clinging black vapors and a rancid, acrid stench. Abu watched, eyes clouded with sorrow, murmuring softly, "These villagers, they only wished for peace. Why must they suffer so?" Gao Gang ground his teeth, voice thick with fury. "When I find those vermin, I'll snap their bones one by one." Luo Tianhong paused briefly, his gaze fixing on a broken wall where an eerie totem was carved. The same grotesque sigil seen earlier in the cave, a skull entwined by a black serpent. Black malign energy flowed like viscous water around the totem, seeping into fissures within the stone. "A malign energy convergence formation," Luo Tianhong said, tone heavy with gravity. "It consumes the vital essence of living beings, or beasts, as sacrifice, amplifying the formation's power. It appears their investment in this village far exceeds our initial estimation." Tian Yangsheng's expression turned glacial. Setting aside his rifle, he withdrew several custom, high-explosive grenades from his pack, gripping them firmly. "Once we close in on the well, I'll detonate these first, to disrupt their formation and scatter their focus." Lin Jie nodded. His fortune-sensing aura had already detected no fewer than 5 concealed presences atop the surrounding rooftops. Each emanated dense malign energy, their cultivation levels ranging from novice to proficient martial artists, the foot soldiers of cross-realm forces. "I will give the signal to commence." Lin Jie drew a slow, deep breath, his jade pendant burned hotter still. "Gao Gang, you breach Heat, shattering all defenses encircling the well. Master Luo, you eliminate stragglers, especially those seeking to fracture our formation. Tian Yangsheng, you snipe rooftop sentinels, clearing our field of vision. Abu, you hold position, remain concealed, and act instantly should anyone fall wounded." All 4 nodded, resolve etched in their eyes. Their footsteps halted at the alley's mouth, the threshold to the village square where the well stood at its exact center. The square itself was veiled in churning black mist. Within it, a dozen robed figures circled the well, chanting in low guttural cadence. Each gripped a black staff topped with a pulsing crimson gemstone, its eerie radiance siphoning the malign energy surging from the well, drawing it inexorably inward. 5 silhouettes crouched motionless on the rooftops, crossbows drawn, arrowheads gleaming with venomous cobalt light, poisoned without doubt. Battle loomed inevitable and imminent. Lin Jie inhaled once more, sharp-focused, his gaze slicing through the gloom like a honed blade. He glanced at his 4 comrades, Gao Gang ablaze with battle lust, Luo Tianhong radiating lethal sword intent, Tian Yangsheng unwavering in cold composure, Abu tense yet resolute. Their auras, distinct yet harmonized, fused seamlessly in that instant, coalescing into a singular resonant force. Lin Jie slowly raised his hand, then slashed it downward, decisive as a guillotine. "Engaged." A low cutting command tore through the night stillness. Gao Gang charged first, his massive frame hurtling forward like a human cannonball, fists cleaving the air with thunderous, unstoppable fury. Luo Tianhong became a phantom in his wake, azure-forged sword unsheathing in a silver arc, cleaving the black mist like a bolt of lightning. Tian Yangsheng's rifle cracked, low, precise, merciless. Abu tightened his grip on the medicine chest, eyes locked on the unfolding chaos, white spiritual energy blazing fiercely at his fingertips. Lin Jie emerged last from the alley mouth, his jade pendant blazing with incandescent light, fortune-sensing aura surging to its apex, guiding his 4 allies with flawless, unerring precision. Their inaugural joint operation had begun. Beneath the shroud of night, slaughter and steel converged. As Lin Jie's command fell, Gao Gang's figure burst through the thin mist at the alley's mouth. Like a cannonball, his massive fist akin to a cauldron surged with blazing blood and fiercely smashed towards the black-robed figure casting spells in the center of the clearing. Noisy. The leader of the black-robed figures suddenly turned around, a glint of ferocity flashing beneath the bronze mask as he slammed the black staff heavily onto the ground. In an instant, the dozen or so black-robed figures surrounding the old well turned simultaneously, the black mist around them swelling violently, their previously loose formation quickly tightening, forming an ominous barrier that securely protected the old well at its center. The 5 black shadows on the rooftop simultaneously attacked, their poisoned crossbow arrows enveloped in chilling malice, the sounds of them slicing through the air sharp and ear-piercing, aimed directly at the charging Gao Gang. Before the arrows arrived, a bone-chilling coldness had already rushed towards him, the arrowheads shimmering with a ghostly blue light, clearly tainted with venom that could erode one's blood. Gao Gang, be careful. Lin Jie's voice pierced through the malice, his senses already locked onto the trajectories of those crossbow arrows. Gao Gang, undeterred by fear, advanced, instead of retreating, his left arm swinging fiercely in front of him as a pale golden aura of blood suddenly emerged. Clang, clang, clang. With several crisp sounds, the crossbow arrows struck the aura and were actually deflected, the arrowheads that fell to the ground, touching the stone slabs, instantly corroding small pits, sizzling as they did so. A blood aura protective barrier at the mastery level of martial arts. Intriguing. The leading black-robed figure sneered, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. Unfortunately, before us you are but a mere chicken and dog. Before his words fell, the crimson gem atop his staff suddenly glowed, a thick black mist gushing forth, transforming into several claw-like manifestations that lunged towards Gao Gang. These claws were not solid entities, but carried a tearing sound through the air wherever they passed. Even the surrounding light seemed to be devoured. The other black-robed figures followed suit, their staffs waving as black mist coalesced into various lethal weapons like knives, swords, and hammers, densely shrouding towards Gao Gang. Although these cross-border lackeys were mostly at the entry level of martial arts, once bolstered by the formation, the malice's power surged several times, and even a usual mastery-level martial artist would likely perish on the spot. Gao Gang's expression finally turned grim. He could clearly feel that the corrosiveness of the black mist weapons was far stronger than those he had encountered before. He dared not take them heed, in quickly stepping back, launching a series of punches, the blazing blood energy surging like golden torrents, colliding with the black mist claws. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of the energy clash continued endlessly. Where the black mist met the golden light, sizzling sounds erupted, dark smoke billowing up, emitting a nauseating stench. Though Gao Gang's blood energy was strong, he was still shaken by the malice, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. Is this all you've got? The leading black-robed figure cackled, waving his staff again. Get him. Tear him to shreds and offer him to our grand formation. The dozen or so black-robed figures roared in unison like beasts gone mad, enveloped in thick black mist, charging towards Gao Gang. Their speed was astonishing, their movements peculiar, resembling not that of ordinary martial artists, but more like puppets controlled by malice, every strike vicious and aimed at vital points. Just as Gao Gang was about to be engulfed by the black mist, a cold sword light suddenly flared up. Zheng. Luo Tianhong's figure shot forth like a white rainbow, crossing several zhong in an instant. The moment the azure sword was unsheathed, the sword light swept out like a silken ribbon. The sword intent of the initial stage of extraordinary martial arts carried an imposing righteousness that eradicated evil. Where it passed, the black mist swiftly melted away like ice and snow meeting the sun. As the sword light swept past, the 2 black-robed figures at the forefront had yet to react before being pierced through the chest by the sword chi. Black blood spurted out, their bodies convulsed a few times before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke, leaving behind 2 badges engraved with skull patterns. Sword intent of the extraordinary realm. The leading black-robed figure's pupils suddenly constricted, his tone for the first time carrying a hint of trepidation. Yet his dread vanished in an instant, replaced by even more frenzied killing intent. Form the array. Gather the malice. He shouted fiercely, thrusting his staff violently into the ground. In an instant, the ground surrounding the old well where those originally hidden black patterns lay suddenly lit up, and a denser malice than before erupted from the old well, enveloping the entire clearing. The black-robed figure's black mist instantly surged, their strength faintly nearing the mastery level of martial arts. The sniper rifle of Tian Yangsheng finally fired the shot, dull yet precise. Bang! A specially made shattering malice bullet shot out, penetrating layers of black mist and accurately striking the staff of the leading black-robed figure. The crimson gem shattered with a resounding crack, and the black mist instantly dissipated by more than half. The leading black-robed figure let out a shrill scream, his arm wounded by the shrapnel, black blood gushing out. Seeking death, He yelled, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he turned to face the rooftop, where Tian Yangsheng was hiding, his killing intent almost solidifying. At that moment, Abu's voice suddenly rang out, carrying a gentle, yet undeniable power. Lin Jie, the core of their formation, is at the bottom of the old well. Abu's gaze pierced through the dense black mist, landing on the mouth of the old well. Though his special ability was merely at the intro level, he was extremely sensitive to life forces, clearly perceiving a remarkably evil aura lurking at the bottom of the well, which was the source of the entire gathering malice formation. Lin Jie's gaze suddenly hardened, his senses following Abu's guidance, instantly penetrating the well's mouth and probing into the depths. Indeed, at the bottom of the well was a black altar upon which lay a skull, its eye sockets glowing with crimson light, and streams of rich malice were continuously gushing forth from the skull. "Found it!" Lin Jie exclaimed in a low voice, the light of the blue-white jade pendant in his palm, surging. Gao Gang, hold the front, Mr. Luo, sever the formation's lines. Tian Yangsheng, snipe the altar's guardians. Abu, prepare to heal the wounded. The four figures responded simultaneously, their battle intent soaring high. Though the cross-border lackeys were fierce and menacing, under the flawless cooperation of the five, their doomsday had already arrived. In the central clearing of the fishing village, the malevolent aura was thick as ink, and the black patterns of the gathering evil formation twisted and writhed on the ground, resembling countless hungry venomous snakes. The black mist gushing from the old well shot straight into the sky, intertwining with the ominous clouds in the night sky, shrouding the entire area in darkness. A dozen black-clad minions formed a semicircle, the crimson gemstones atop their black staffs flickering erratically as eerie chants echoed, condensing the malevolent aura into solid black barriers that firmly guarded the front of the old well. The leader of the black-clad figures had a mask covered in cracks, evidently injured by the destructive energy of the Tian Yangsheng, yet the madness in his eyes only intensified. Gathering evil, locking souls. Trap him to death. As he shouted, all the black-clad figures simultaneously thrust their staffs into the ground, causing the black patterns on the ground to erupt with blinding red light, instantly thickening the aura barrier threefold, and the surface was adorned with countless ghostly skulls opening their bloodied mouths to silently roar at the imposing figure of Gao Gang. Gao Gang stood before the malevolent aura barrier, his burly figure like an immovable mountain. Having just withstood several waves of black mist attacks, his arms still tingled, and the sleeves of his police uniform were corroded and tattered, revealing his bronze skin where black aura patterns slowly spread. Yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only of blazing fury. The blood and chi in his chest surged like boiling magma, continuously impacting his meridians, while a faint golden aura of blood and chi circulated around him, gradually forcing back the encroaching malevolent aura. "You think this broken wall can stop me?" Gao Gang growled, suddenly bending his knees and gripping his fists protectively in front of his chest. His muscles bulged, the fabric straining tightly, each inch of muscle containing immense power. The blood and chi power at the mastery level was pushed to its limit, the air around him buzzing with the overwhelming force, the pale golden glow of his blood and chi growing ever brighter, subtly emanating hints of scorching red light. "You foolishly overestimate yourselves." The leader of the black figures cackled. "This is the gathering evil locking souls formation, specifically designed to counter you blood and chi warriors. The more your blood and chi swell, the more the malevolent aura thrives. Today you are destined to become the nourishment for this formation." He shouted, swinging his staff, violently bone corrosion of the malevolent aura. "Attack!" As his voice fell, the ghostly skulls on the malevolent aura barrier simultaneously opened their mouths wide, spewing forth streams of black aura like a volley of arrows shooting towards Gao Gang. Wherever the beams passed, the ground was eroded, leaving deep trenches, and a pungent stench filled the air, as if even light was devoured by this malevolent force. Gao Gang's eyes widened. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, exerting force beneath his feet, causing the blue stone slab to shatter, and he launched himself towards the black aura beams like a cannonball. "Bring it on!" He shouted, his left fist smashing forward, the pale golden blood and chi condensing into a massive fist shadow that collided fiercely with the incoming black aura beam. With a thunderous boom, the shockwave of the force spread like ripples, instantly dispersing the surrounding black mist. The black aura beams shattered inch by inch under the impact of the fist shadow, transforming into a cloud of black mist, while Gao Gang's fist shadow dimmed slightly. But he did not stop. His right fist followed, howling through the air and smashing the remaining black aura beams to pieces. "Impossible." The leader of the black figure's pupils constricted, the sneer on his face freezing instantly. He had not expected Gao Gang's blood and chi power to be so formidable that he could withstand even the black aura beams. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Gang rushed to the front of the malevolent aura barrier, his fists clenched tightly, the power of blood and chi surging once more. He could clearly sense that while this barrier appeared solid, it was actually woven from countless strands of malevolent aura. As long as he broke, the core node within the entire barrier would collapse under its own weight. And these nodes were exactly where the leader of the black figure's staff connected. "Shatter for me." Gao Gang roared, his right fist bearing down on the corresponding barrier location of a black figure on the left. This punch gathered all his blood and chi, the pale golden light on his fist almost solidifying the air, tearing apart with a sharp sound. Clang! His fist struck hard against the malevolent aura barrier, producing a sound like metal colliding. The barrier trembled violently, the ghostly skulls on its surface letting out pained howls, and the black aura surged like a tide. The black figure locked onto felt a sudden change in his complexion, as if a tremendous force surged through the staff, causing his hands to split open and black blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Gao Gang seized the advantage relentlessly, his left fist following up with a strike towards another node, his fists alternating like a storm. With each punch that landed, a thunderous sound accompanied it, and the cracks on the malevolent aura barrier increased the light of the black patterns, dimming further. The black figures turned pale, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths, and the power controlling the formation weakened significantly. Altogether, exhaust him. Seeing this, the leader of the black figures realized they could no longer passively defend. He suddenly drew his staff and charged towards Gao Gang. The other black figures followed suit, abandoning the control of the formation, wielding their staffs wrapped in thick malevolent aura, attacking from all directions. Their staffs condensed black blades and claws at the tips, each strike viciously aimed at Gao Gang's vital points, clearly intending to deplete his blood and chi using a swarm tactic. Gao Gang showed no fear, instead he became even more exhilarated. This was the type of close combat he excelled at. The more perilous it became, the stronger his fighting spirit surged. Facing the swarm of black figures, he charged forward, his fists swinging wide. Each punch carried unmatched might, pushing his blood and chi power to its utmost. A black figure rushed to the forefront, first the black blade on the tip of his staff, carrying malevolent aura slicing towards Gao Gang's neck. Gao Gang sidestepped, seizing the opponent's staff with his left hand, and his right fist smashed brutally into the opponent's chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, the black figure's chest caved in, black blood gushing out wildly, his body flying backwards like a kite, with a severed string crashing against the wall and dissipating into a wisp of black smoke, leaving only a skull badge behind. Having dealt with one opponent, Gao Gang did not pause, his footwork changing like a fierce tiger, descending the mountain, weaving through the black figures. His fists were as swift as lightning and as heavy as a mountain. Each strike hit a black figure, either shattering their body or breaking their staff, causing them to lose the ability to control the malevolent aura. Oh! One black figure was struck on the shoulder by Gao Gang's fist instantly, causing his entire arm to dissipate into black mist. He let out a piercing scream, turning to flee, but was kicked in the back by Gao Gang, crashing heavily to the ground, pulverized by the following surge of blood and chi. The battle scene was brutal and shocking. Gao Gang resembled a blood-soaked war god rampaging among the black figures, the pale golden light of his blood and chi intertwining with the black malevolent aura, forming a stark contrast. His police uniform was already soaked with malevolent aura and black blood, and several wounds adorned his body. The malevolent aura seeped into his wounds, causing him sharp pangs of pain, yet he paid it no mind, instead transforming the pain into strength, his fists growing fiercer, his killing intent intensifying. The leader of the black figures watched as his subordinates were cut down one after another, fear and rage filling his eyes. He knew that if things continued like this, everyone would perish under Gao Gang's fists. He suddenly bit down on his tongue, spewing forth a mouthful of black essence blood, which fell onto the crimson gemstone atop his staff. Instantly, the gemstone erupted with blinding red light, and a denser malevolent aura surged from the gemstone, enveloping him entirely. Sacrifice essence blood. Malevolent aura incarnation. The leader of the black figures roared, his body swelling within the malevolent aura, muscles bulging, skin turning a dark hue, eyes shining with crimson light, and his staff transformed into a massive black battle axe, its blade covered in sharp barbs, exuding a heart-pounding aura. The black figure, after sacrificing his essence blood, experienced a surge in strength, reaching the peak of mastery in martial arts, with the malevolent aura around him taking on a solid form, creating a set of sturdy armor. He charged at Gao Gang, wielding the black battle axe, which sliced through the air with a piercing sound, cleaving a massive black axe beam directly towards Gao Gang's head. Gao Gang watched the charging black figure, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes, but more so excitement. He could sense that the opponent's power had increased several times compared to before, but that was exactly what he wanted. Only such opponents could allow him to unleash his full potential. Come on! Gao Gang roared, no longer holding back his power. The blood and chi within his dantian surged wildly, converging entirely into his fists. The pale golden light of his blood and chi surged, forming a pair of massive golden gauntlets, the patterns on the gauntlets distinct, emanating a sacred and imposing aura contrasting sharply with the black figure's malevolent aura. Blood and chi solidification. This was Gao Gang's ultimate technique, only used against the strongest opponents, consuming a vast amount of blood and chi, but its power was unimaginable. Gao Gang faced the black axe beam, simultaneously launching his fists. The golden fist shadow collided violently with the black axe beam. Boom! With a deafening roar, the shockwave of the force spread like a tsunami, the entire clearing trembling violently, the glass of surrounding houses shattering, and the ground cracking with deep trenches. The black axe beam shattered inch by inch under the impact of the golden fist shadow, while the golden fist shadow dimmed slightly, yet it still surged forward uncontested towards the black figure. The leader of the black figures changed color drastically, not expecting Gao Gang's strength to be so formidable that he could even counter his blood essence sacrifice attack. He had no time to dodge, and could only raise the black battle axe trying to block. Crack! The golden fist shadow smashed down on the black battle axe, instantly covering it with cracks before it shattered. The residual force of the punch crashed heavily into the black figure's chest. Puff! The black figure spat out a mouthful of black essence, blood, his body flying backwards like a kite, with a severed string crashing against the stone wall of the old well, which shattered on impact. His malevolent aura armor instantly disintegrated his body, convulsing the crimson light in his eyes fading. Gao Gang did not give him a chance to breathe. He exerted force beneath his feet, charging in front of the black figure, fists clenched tightly, and struck again. Fist shakes all demons. Two loud crashes echoed as Gao Gang's fists smashed down onto the black figure's head and chest. The black figure's head was instantly shattered, his body dissipating into a cloud of black mist, leaving only the crimson gemstone, which fell to the ground with a crisp sound. With the leader of the black figures dealt with, the remaining black figures were already terrified, turning to flee. Gao Gang's eyes flashed with cold light. He exerted force beneath his feet and chased after like a leopard, his fists swinging, the pale golden fist shadows continuously flying out, slaying the fleeing black figures one by one. Minutes later, all the black figures in the clearing were eliminated, leaving only pools of black blood and shattered staff remnants. The malevolent aura lost control, gradually dissipating, and the black patterns on the ground faded, the gathering evil formation thoroughly broken. Gao Gang stood in the center of the clearing, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. The recent battle had drained a significant amount of his blood and chi, and the wounds on his body were still oozing blood, with the malevolent aura continuing to wreak havoc within him, making him feel increasingly weak. But his gaze remained resolute, a hint of exhaustion, yet exhilaration on his face. He looked down at his hands, fists still tightly clenched, remnants of black blood and malevolent aura lingering. It was these hands that had broken the formation punch by punch, slaying all the black minions and protecting this land. Lin Jie, it's done. Gao Gang shouted towards the alley's entrance, his voice slightly hoarse, yet filled with strength. At the alley's entrance, Lin Jie, Luo Tianhong, Tian Yangsheng, and Abu slowly walked out. Lin Jie looked at the devastation in the clearing and the figure in the center, injured, yet still standing tall, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Luo Tianhong sheathed her Qingfeng sword, and a hint of recognition flashed in her cold eyes. Tian Yangsheng lowered his sniper rifle, nodding in apparent satisfaction with Gao Gang's performance. Abu, carrying a medical kit, hurriedly ran towards Gao Gang. Gao Gang, how are you? Are you seriously injured? Abu reached Gao Gang's side, concern etched on his face, extending his hand to check his wounds. Gao Gang grinned, waving his hand dismissively. Just a small injury, nothing serious. These pests aren't even enough to warm me up. Yet as he said this, he couldn't help but cough a few times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Abu quickly supported him, saying sternly, don't push yourself, a lot of malevolent aura has invaded your body, and several of your wounds are deep. If you don't treat them soon, it will be very dangerous. As he spoke, he pulled out silver needles and herbs from the medical kit, his fingertips surging with spiritual energy, beginning to treat Gao Gang's wounds. Lin Jie walked to the edge of the old well, watching the malevolent aura still slowly surging from the well's mouth, his brow slightly furrowing. Though the gathering evil formation was broken, the altar at the bottom of the well remained, and the source of the malevolent aura was not completely eradicated. The altar at the bottom of the well is the true core. Lin Jie said in a deep voice, Gao Gang, you should rest for now, and next it's our turn to act. Gao Gang leaned against the wall, allowing Abu to treat his wounds, watching the figures of Lin Jie and the others with determination in his eyes. He knew that this battle was not over and greater challenges lay ahead, but he felt no fear. As long as his brothers were there, as long as they fought side by side, there would be no insurmountable obstacles and no enemies they could not defeat. The night remained deep, but the malevolent aura in the clearing of the fishing village had already dissipated significantly. Gao Gang's fists had not only shattered the gathering evil formation of the cross-border minions, but also demonstrated the might of the five-man team, showcasing their determination to protect the port island. Next, they would delve into the depths of the well to completely destroy the source of the malevolent aura and engage in an even more perilous confrontation with the cross-border forces. Gao Gang's fists would continue to roar on the battlefield, shaking all demons and guarding their homeland. The narrow alleys of the fishing village hung thick with killing intent. Black mist stirred by Gao Gang's fist wind had yet to dissipate, leaving behind an acrid scorched tang, the bitter residue of clashing vital energy and malevolent chi. Abu crouched beside the wall, his fingertips wreathed in warm, mellow spiritual energy as he tended to the killing intent wound on Gao Gang's shoulder and neck. The moment the silver needle pierced the acupoint pale white, chi surged along the meridians, gradually forcing out the roiling black chi that slithered beneath the skin. At that very instant, the ancient locust tree at the alley's entrance trembled without wind, its shadow swaying eerily as a black figure glided low across the ground like a phantom. He wore pitch-black combat attire, his pant legs tightly bound, his waist coiled with non-slip rope. Concealed within his sleeve rested a matte-finished short blade, barely 2 chi long, its edge shimmering with a cold cobalt blue luster, a weapon forged in killing intent, poison designed solely for silent death. This was Aji, a deathless assassin secretly deployed by a cross-realm faction, master of nocturnal ambushes whose entire art distilled into 4 tenets: concealment, speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Now cloaked by the lingering black mist, he closed in on Abu, unaware, unguarded, utterly vulnerable. Aji moved with feline grace, silent upon landing, breath drawn so faint it resembled drifting silk merging seamlessly into the night itself. He knew well that night combat demanded reading the enemy's posture through the shoulders alone. His gaze locked unblinkingly onto Abu's lowered shoulder, while his feet traced irregular shifting steps, constantly recalibrating angle and distance, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The instant Abu withdrew the final silver needle from Gao Gang and lifted a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, Aji struck. His rear foot slammed into the earth, launching his body forward like a released arrow. His right hand drew the blade with the lethal swiftness of a diving falcon, its edge rising in a diagonal slash, the opening move of the night combat 8-stroke technique. Night Falcon pecks the throat. The blade slid free from its sheath with frictionless silence. Only a whisper of keen wind sliced through the black mist, aimed unerringly at Abu's throat. That stroke moved beyond mortal perception, so swift it cleaved the black mist itself, carving a brief lethal arc of cobalt light across the darkness. Watch out! Gao Gang sensed the chill behind him just as his roar tore from his throat, yet Aji's blade was already within striking distance. Abu's pupils contracted sharply. Instinctively he twisted aside, but too late. The blade grazed his neck, drawing a fine line of blood. Killing intent flooded the wound, instantly searing with bone-deep agony. Failing his first strike, Aji dropped his wrist, sharply pivoting the blade horizontally, shifting from slash to cleave, and unleashed the second stroke, river-cutting waist severance. The blade swept laterally toward Abu's ribs and waist while his left hand thrust forward to grip Abu's shoulder, leveraging the contact to amplify force. Even through protective soft armor, the blow would shatter bone. Abu bore the searing pain in his neck, instantly condensing spiritual energy into his back. His body lifted like a paper kite caught in a sudden gust, drifting backward, 3 chi narrowly evading the fatal cleave. The blade skimmed past his sleeve, gouging a deep furrow into the earthen wall behind him. Killing intent bled into the groove, corroding the surface until it blackened and crumbled. Dare to die. Gao Gang's vital energy erupted as he whirled and drove a fist toward Aji, its golden aura blazing with scorching heat. Aji refused direct clash. Stepping sideways and back with his right foot, he swept the blade low beneath Gao Gang's arm, aiming straight for the tendons behind his knee. The third stroke, plumb-breaking knee severance. In night combat, the lower limbs were hardest to guard. This stroke targeted joints, strike true, and combatability vanished. Gao Gang jerked his leg back, but the fist missed its mark. The blade's passing wind struck his knee, sending waves of numbness up his leg and stalling his vital energies flow. Seizing advantage, Aji darted like a wraith to Gao Gang's flank, short blade flashing in relentless thrusts, each aimed at throat, heart, or ribs. His swordsmanship held no flourish. Every cut erupted from concealed momentum, seamless and lightning swift, the essence of the night combat 8-stroke technique, where 1 stroke decided life or death, and 8 strokes settled all debts. Though Gao Gang possessed formidable vital energy, Aji's uncanny footwork pinned him in reactive defense. His broad frame, usually imposing, now seemed clumsy before the short blade. His uniform slashed open in several places, black chi blooming on his skin where the poisoned edge had grazed him. Abu, fall back. A crisp, icy voice rang from the alley's mouth. In the same breath, Luo Tianhong's azure-edged sword sang from its scabbard, its light sweeping across the darkness like a silken banner. Out of the corner of his eye, Aji glimpsed the flash and recoiled inwardly. Refusing prolonged engagement, he feinted a strike to drive Gao Gang back, then spun to vanish into the mist. But Luo Tianhong's sword intent had already locked onto his aura. The blade pursued him relentlessly, aimed squarely at his spine. Aji dropped low, seized the stone railing beside the alley with his left hand, and spun his body like a top, reversing the short blade upward to intercept the swordlight. Clang! A deafening metallic ring echoed. Killing intent surging from the blade clashed with the swordlight, hissing like fire on wet iron. Aji felt his palms split, his arm go numb, the blade nearly torn from his grasp. Using the recoil, he launched himself sideways onto the rooftop, toes barely brushing the tiles before vanishing into the night. Bang! A heavy muffled gunshot rent the night air. Tian Yangxing's sniper rifle struck Aji's right leg with surgical precision. The specially forged spirit-breaking round pierced flesh and detonated. A burst of pale golden energy not only shattering his femur, but temporarily suppressing the killing intent, flooding his body. Aji screamed, tumbling from the roof to crash hard onto the bluestone pavement. His short blade flew from his grip, skidding to a halt at the alley's entrance. He writhed, trying to rise, but his right leg was paralyzed. Black blood welled steadily, mingling with killing intent as it spread across the stones. Gao Gang lunged forward, stomping hard on Aji's back, vital energy surging into him, pinning him immovably to the ground. "Filthy scum, you dare ambush my brother!" Gao Gang roared, raising his fist to strike. "Keep him alive!" Lin Jie strode forward swiftly, his Kaisensing awareness probing deep into Aji's consciousness. Within the depths of Aji's mindsia, alongside the oppressive black killing intent that controlled him, flickered a faint autonomous awareness, proof he was a deathless assassin forcibly subjugated by the Crossrealm faction. Prostrate on the ground, Aji gasped raggedly, eyes burning with fury and madness, throat gurgling hoarse curses. Suddenly he jerked upright, black blood spilling from his lips, as his body convulsed violently. He was attempting to bite down on the poison capsule hidden between his teeth. "Stop him!" Abu rushed forward, silver needles flying from his fingertips, striking precisely into Aji's rinzhong and sublingual acupoints. Aji froze mid-spasm. The poison capsule remained intact, his eyes wide-wild, then slowly dimming into hollow despair. Luo Tianhong retrieved the fallen short blade, and with a delicate flick of his azure-edged sword, sent it arcing neatly into Lin Jie's waiting hands. The blade's surface was matte, its hilt wrapped in non-slip cord, its pommel adorned with 3 copper bells, now muffled under cloth sleeves. Its form bespoke specialized night combat, the edge still bore traces of killing intent and dried blood, radiating a chilling, ominous cold. "This blade has been steeped in concentrated killing intent poison and carries the stench of decay," Luo Tianhong said gravely. "His swordsmanship is unique, engineered for nocturnal assault, excelling in close quarters entanglement and slaughter." Tian Yangsheng descended from the roof, nudged the short blade with his boot, and added, "It follows the night combat 8-stroke path. Concealment, speed, precision, ruthlessness. Designed specifically to counter close combat martial artists." Had Abu not sounded the alarm, and had we not coordinated perfectly, Gao Gang would almost certainly have fallen. Abu knelt beside Aji, fingers pulsing with spiritual energy as he treated the leg wound and purged the spreading killing intent. His body has been remade by killing intent, bones warped, meridians distorted. Without this spirit-breaking round, subduing him would have been near impossible. Lying prone, Aji felt the killing intent recede from his body, his autonomous awareness returning, madness fading, replaced by raw terror and disorientation. He parted his lips, voice cracked and rasping like broken bronze. I couldn't control myself. They used killing intent." Lin Jie nodded. He had already seen the truth. "You are a deathless assassin enslaved by the Crossrealm faction. A killing intent seed has been implanted deep within your mindseat. Destroy the seed and your consciousness will be restored." A glimmer of hope flickered in Aji's eyes, then died. "It's useless. The seed is fused with my mindseat. Forcible removal would kill me." He paused, voice hardening with resolve. "But I know some of their secrets. If you grant me release, I'll tell you the true purpose of the Well-Bottom altar and the faction's next move." Lin Jie and Luo Tianhong exchanged a glance. Both saw gravity settle in the other's eyes. The altar beneath the well ran deeper than they'd imagined, and Aji's knowledge of their next move might buy them precious time. "Agreed, I swear it." Lin Jie's voice was low and unwavering. "Speak. We'll grant you a clean end." Aji drew a slow, steadying breath, relief softening his gaze as he began to speak. Night remained deep and unyielding. At the alley's mouth, the short blade gleamed with its eerie cobalt light, still whispering of the harrowing ambush that had just unfolded. And now the altar's hidden truths, and the Crossrealm faction's conspiracy, began to surface word by word from Aji's lips. A far more perilous confrontation was already taking shape in the shadows. Aji lay pinned beneath Gao Gang's weight, his throat rasping, madness still blazing in his eyes, when the black mist at the alley mouth suddenly surged and churned. Several black silhouettes wrapped in dense malevolent chi slipped from the shadows like phantoms, their intent fixed on the 5 who were trapped around Lin Jie. These were the cross-border forces' reinforcements. Far more formidable than the previous rabble, their malignant chi coalesced into something almost tangible. The black, curved blades in their hands flashed with a cold blue light, evidently tempered with a deadlier venom than Aji's dagger. Their footwork was uncanny, footsteps silent on the bluestone, their forms flickering in the black mist as if they were part of the night itself. "Protect Abu." Lin Jie barked, his Kaisensing instantaneously fanning out to lock on the trajectories of every shadow. Gao Gang lifted his foot to charge, only to be intercepted by a curved blade. The blade wind cut razor-sharp toward his face, forcing him to pull back and guard with his fist. The other shadows split into 2 groups, one entangled Gao Gang, and Tian Yangsheng, the other lunged at Lin Jie and Abu. As the curved blades swung, their malevolent chi hissed and coiled like vipers, bringing with it a bone-numbing chill. Abu stumbled backward, medicine chest strapped to his back, his fingertips weaving a protective chi shield that wavered under the chopping blows. Just as a curved blade threatened to cleave the shield, a cold sword light suddenly flashed. The Qingfeng sword slid from its sheath with a clear ringing note, metallic and pure, carrying an imposing righteousness that banished demons. Luo Tianhong appeared like a white arc, instantaneously stepping before Abu. In his snow-white robes, he stood tall and unshaken. The Qingfeng sword in his hand trembled faintly, its tassel fluttering, yet he betrayed no hint of panic. The attacking shadow sneered with contempt and brought its curved blade down toward Luo Tianhong's head. The strike was lightning fast and merciless. An ordinary fighter would have no means to evade it. Luo Tianhong merely tilted his body a fraction, his feet did not move. With a slight lift of the Qingfeng sword, there came a single delicate chime as the blade met the spine of the curved knife. An overwhelming wave of sword intent poured from the blade, sweeping outward like a tempest. The shadow felt a numbness in his hand. The curved knife flew from his grasp, trailing a streak of black chi as it embedded itself in the earthen wall. The shadow's pupils contracted before he could react. Luo Tianhong's sword had already pierced his throat. The sword light moved with such speed that it left only a faint afterimage. There was a soft, sibilant sound as the blade entered the throat without shedding a drop of blood. A gush of black, malevolent chi spouted from the wound. The shadow convulsed once, then dissolved into a wisp of smoke, leaving behind a single skull emblem. Sword intent of the transcendent realm. The remaining shadows went pale. Their earlier disdain was instantly replaced by dread. They dared not press the attack and retreated a few paces, surrounding Luo Tianhong, with curved blades clenched and malevolent chi surging. Luo Tianhong stood composed and unafraid. He raised the Qingfeng sword slowly, its tip slanting toward the ground. His gaze was as calm as still water sweeping over the shadows, and the air around him seemed to chill. An invisible sword intent radiated from him in all directions. It was not brutish force, but a cold, incisive, inexorable power that cut through corruption. Where it passed, the black mist melted away like snow before the sun. The shadow's malevolent chi thickened and grew sluggish. Charge together, one hiss, though doubt shadowed his words. His sword intent will not last long. A shadow snarled and leapt at Luo Tianhong, first his voice laced with panic and defiance. The others answered in kind, swinging their curved blades as black chi condensed into swinging banners of darkness aimed at Luo Tianhong. He inhaled deeply and planted his foot with a light, deliberate step. Sword chi crossed the heavens, he intoned low and resonant. He swung the Qingfeng sword, and the sword light swelled into a white sword chi several zhang long. The sword chi fell like a stellar river from the sky, sweeping with a sovereign force across all directions. It tore the air apart with a high, piercing shriek. Screams rang out. The shadows at the forefront were pierced through their bodies before they could close in on Luo Tianhong. The black, malevolent chi sizzled under the sword chi, and the bodies collapsed into black smoke. The remaining shadows were struck with abject terror and turned to flee. But Luo Tianhong's sword chi allowed no escape. He flicked his wrist and unleashed streaks of white sword chi that chased like meteors after the fleeing forms. The sword chi was blindingly swift and unerringly precise, each blade piercing the back of a shadow. After soft successive sounds, every shadow at the alley mouth was cut down. Only the last shadow, relying on an uncanny footwork, barely eluded the pursuing sword chi and fled toward the old well deeper in the village. Trying to run, Luo Tianhong's eyes flashed with chill as he pushed off and pursued like a specter. The Qingfeng sword seemed almost alive in his grip, its sword light wavering yet forever locked onto the fugitive's back. The shadow fled in blind terror, forcing his malevolent chi to its utmost and reaching top speed. Still no swiftness could match Luo Tianhong's sword chi. At the old well, Luo Tianhong hurled the Qingfeng sword. It streaked like a white comet with a cutting sword chi, and in an instant overtook the shadow, driving through the back of his heart. The shadow stiffened where he stood, lowering his head to behold the sword tip protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with absolute despair. His body grew transparent and dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, leaving the Qingfeng sword planted in the earth, its blade trembling and its tassel swaying in the wind. Luo Tianhong stepped forward, gripped the hilt, and drew the Qingfeng sword free. The blade remained immaculate, catching the light, as if never tainted by malignant chi. He wiped the blade gently and scanned the area around the old well. The black chi had largely dissipated, and the dark veins on the ground had faded to a dull pallor. With the malevolent Segaring formation broken, Aji subdued, and the shadows slain, the fishing village's immediate peril was abated. Lin Jie, Gao Gang, Tian Yangsheng, and Abu hurried over. Gao Gang peered at the skull emblem on the ground and grinned. Mr. Luo Tianhong, your sweeping sword chi. It's truly magnificent. Those scumbags couldn't even graze your robe. Tian Yangsheng nodded with a hint of admiration. Your sword intent is fierce, precise, and ruthless. Transcendent realm power lives up to its name. Abu approached and checked Luo Tianhong for wounds, concern in his eyes. Mr. Luo Tianhong, are you all right? That sword intent must have taken much from you. Luo Tianhong shook his head as he resheathed the Qing Feng sword, his voice still icy. No matter. Those lackeys did not merit my full strength. His gaze fell to the mouth of the well, and his brow tightened. The altar at the bottom remains at the source of the malevolent qi has not been cleansed. Moreover, while I released the sword qi, I sensed another far stronger aura. Lin Jie's expression stiffened as his Kai-sensing probed into the well's depths. Sure enough, upon the altar at the well's bottom, besides the skull that exuded foul qi, there lay a faint yet palpable pressure, stronger than any enemy they had faced thus far. It seems the cross-border force hid a deeper secret in the well, Lin Jie said gravely. Gao Gang clenched his fist, eyes alight with battle lust. Whatever the secret, I'll smash it with a single punch. Luo Tianhong drew the Qing Feng sword a hair's breadth, its light flickering. Leave the enemy in the well to me. Tian Yangsheng lifted his sniper rifle, sweeping the surroundings warily. He'll keep watch to prevent any stragglers. Abu tightened the straps on his medicine chest, resolve in his gaze. I'm ready to treat the wounded at any moment. Lin Jie nodded once, his voice steady and commanding. Very well. The 5 of us shall stand shoulder to shoulder, destroy the altar at the well, and sever the source of the malevolent qi. Though night remained deep, the 5 by the old well shone like 5 beacons, banishing the gloom that had settled over the land. A far more perilous battle at the bottom of the well was about to commence, and Luo Tianhong's Qing Feng sword would be drawn once more, its sword qi sweeping to cut away the demons. The malevolent aura lingering beside the old well in the fishing village had yet to dissipate. Charred remains of black-robed figures still smoldered upon the ground, emitting thin wisps of black smoke. Just as Lin Jie and his 4 companions took their positions at the well's rim, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the village path. Tian Yangsheng's ears twitched faintly. His fingers tightened instantly around the sniper rifle, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, sweeping across the shadow-draped alleys and streets. His voice was low, calm, and precise. 17 hostiles advancing along 3 converging routes, all armed with spirit corruption crossbows and 2 modified spirit corruption trebuchets. Before his words had fully faded, 3 black silhouettes erupted from the rooftops at the alley's mouth. Their crossbow bolts gleamed with an eerie cobalt coldness. The spirit corruption venom coating their tips shimmered unervingly beneath the waning moon, aimed squarely at Lin Jie, who bent low to peer into the well's depths. These 3 were scouts dispatched by a trans-realm faction, stealthy and uncanny in movement, gliding soundlessly along walls as if defying gravity itself. Clearly, they were elite skirmishers specially trained for precision elimination. Left flank, 3 o'clock direction. Tian Yangsheng's voice remained utterly unruffled, yet his stance shifted with lightning precision. He dropped into a half-crouch atop the stone railing beside the well, bracing the rifle's bipod firmly against the frigid stone. The barrel rose ever so slightly, locking unerringly onto the first assassin's throat. His breath merged seamlessly with the night, the rhythm of his chest rising and falling slowed to an almost imperceptible cadence. Not a single blink disturbed the stillness of his eyelids. This was the breath-still technique of a master-level firearms specialist, a discipline capable of capturing the most improbable firing angle within the span of a heartbeat. A deep, muffled report tore through the night. No shrill echo, only the whispering shriek of a bullet cleaving the air. The custom-made spirit corruption penetrator round, sheathed in a faint golden aura of cultivated qi, pierced cleanly through the gaps between 2 tiled roofs and struck its mark, the assassin's throat, with flawless accuracy. At the moment of impact, the golden qi flared outward, dispersing the surrounding malevolent aura like mist before dawn. The assassin froze midair, then plummeted lifelessly to the ground. No cry, no struggle, only silence. The remaining 2 scouts recoiled violently, pupils contracting in shock. They dropped low, instinctively seeking refuge in the deeper shadows beneath the eaves. But Tian Yangsheng's barrel had already tracked them like a shadow. Without shifting his body, he rotated his wrist with surgical grace, locking the crosshairs onto the second scout's forehead. A second report cracked the night. The spirit corruption penetrator punched through the scout's skull. Black, malevolent energy gushed from the wound, only to dissolve instantly upon contact with the residual golden qi clinging to the projectile. The third scout, terror shattering his composure, whirled and fled toward the heart of the village path. Yet his first stride had barely left the ground when Tian Yangsheng's third shot rang out. This time the round did not seek a vital organ, but struck the scout's wrist where he gripped his crossbow. The detonating qi shattered the bone outright. The crossbow clattered onto the flagstones, its venom-tipped bolt splashed onto the stone, hissing and corroding the surface with acrid fumes. Keep him alive, Lin Jie commanded, his fortune-sensing ability already anchored deep within the scout's consciousness, where lay crucial intelligence regarding the altar hidden beneath the well. Tian Yangsheng gave a slight silent nod. His finger rested off the trigger, yet his grip on the rifle remained immovable, his gaze sweeping coolly over the approaching village path. There the footsteps drew ever closer. The 17 transrealm foot soldiers had formed a tightening encirclement. 2 modified spirit corruption trebuchets now stood poised at the alley's entrance, their hoppers brimming with blackened stones steeped in malevolent energy. ready to unleash a storm of devastation upon the well's mouth at a single command. Center lane, 10 o'clock direction. Trebuchet operators. 2. Tian Yangxing's eyes scanned the enemy formation and instantly identified the linchpins. He knew well that against such a massed formation, eliminating key operators was infinitely more decisive than picking off rank-and-file soldiers. His wrist turned once more, the barrel dipped, subtly settling on the first operator's chest. This time he aimed not for lethality, but for the arm gripping the trebuchet's winch handle. The spirit corruption penetrator's chi would shatter sinew and bone, crippling control without immediate death, leaving the man viable for interrogation. 2 reports, nearly simultaneous, split the night. 2 rounds struck true, both operators' arms shattered under the golden chi's concussive force. The detonating chi sent them howling in agony. Their winch handles flew from their grasp. The trebuchet's hoppers lurched downward, spilling their load of black stones across the flagstones, each impact cratering the stone with a dull thud. Kill them. Cut them down. A squad leader in tight black battle gear roared forward, his body wreathed in denser malevolent aura than his men. His long blade swirled with coiling black energy as he charged straight for the well's rim. 14-foot soldiers surged behind him, brandishing cleavers and bellowing in frenzied unison. A ragged formation, yet charged with fanatical self-destructive ferocity, clearly driven mad by the corrupting influence of the malevolent aura. Gao Gang let out a thunderous roar and lunged forward, only to be halted by Tian Yangxing's outstretched hand. Wait. With that, the sniper's barrel pivoted smoothly, aiming instead at the stone slab beneath the squad leader's feet. Beneath the slab ran the fishing village's drainage channel, filled to the brim with stagnant, rain-swollen water reeking faintly of damp rot. A sharp report echoed. The spirit corruption penetrator struck the seam between slabs. Its explosive chi blasted the stone upward, revealing the dark, bottomless maw of the channel below. The squad leader, caught mid-stride in full momentum, vanished through the sudden void. Frantically, he swung his blade, grasping at empty air, just as Tian Yangxing's next shot lined up on his wrist. A third report. Bone crunched. The blade spun from his hand. Screaming, he plunged into the murky water, sending up a heavy, turbid splash. The remaining foot soldiers faltered, panic freezing their advance. They stared at one another, the manic fire in their eyes dimming, replaced by raw primal fear. That unseen sniper, his aim was too perfect, too chilling. Not one among them had even glimpsed his silhouette, yet half their numbers already lay broken or dead. What are you waiting for? There are only 5 of them. Charge. A squad captain bellowed, swinging his cleaver wildly in a desperate bid to rally his crumbling ranks. His shout had barely died when Tian Yangxing fired again, this time striking the cleaver itself. The spirit corruption penetrator detonated upon impact, shattering the blade into jagged shards that sliced across the captain's cheek. The captain recoiled in terror, turning to flee. Running. A cold, razor-thin smile flickered across Tian Yangxing's lips as the barrel tilted upward, locking onto the man's exposed back. A 4th report. The round struck true at the center of his spine. Golden chi bloomed outward, scouring away the clinging malevolent aura in an instant. The captain stiffened, then collapsed breathless and still. For consecutive flawless eliminations shattered the enemy's morale beyond recovery. No longer daring to advance a single step, the foot soldiers dropped their weapons and scattered blindly down the village path. Tian Yangxing lowered his rifle. Not a single follow-up shot was fired. His gaze remained steady, calm, watching their retreating backs. Why not pursue? Gao Gang asked, fists still clenched, itching for combat. Let the routed flee. Tian Yangxing spoke softly. Behind them lies a far greater threat. Letting them live buys us precious time. He rose slowly, stepping beside Lin Jie, his eyes fixed on the well's mouth. The malevolent aura within remained thick and oppressive, and the faint, suffocating pressure emanating from its depths had grown markedly stronger. The altar beneath the well is more perilous than we anticipated, Tian Yangxing murmured gravely. These foot soldiers were merely vanguards. The true force has yet to arrive. Lin Jie nodded once, then extended his fortune-sensing ability once more into the well's abyss. This time he perceived it clearly. Atop the altar, the skull, radiating waves of malevolent energy, was slowly rotating. Its hollow eye sockets burned with crimson light, as though something ancient and terrible stirred awake within its hollow cranium. We descend now, Lin Jie breathed, his gaze sweeping across his 4 comrades. This time we face the core legion of the Transrealm faction. Good. I've been waiting for this. Gao Gang grinned, knuckles cracking as excitement flared in his eyes. Luo Tianhong's azure-forged sword slid a fraction from its scabbard, its edge gleaming with a fierce, righteous intent. The sword obeys the heart. Evil shall be severed without mercy. Abu adjusted the medicine satchel slung across his back, his expression resolute. I am ready. I will tend to the wounded whenever needed. Tian Yangxing checked his rifle's magazine, reloading it fully with spirit corruption penetrators. His gaze sharp as a raptor's swept the darkness. My rifle will clear every path before you. 5 pairs of eyes met above the well's rim. Silent, unspoken understanding flowing between them like a current. The night remained deep and unyielding, yet those 5 figures stood as an unbreakable bulwark, guardians holding the line against the encroaching tide of malevolence. A far more harrowing battle awaited them in the well's depths, and Tian Yangxing's rifle would continue its grim symphony from the shadows, each shot fatal, each kill a vow fulfilled, to protect those who stood beside him. The slaughter beside the old well in the fishing village had just subsided, residual malevolent energy still coiled faintly over the bluestone slabs, mingling with the pale golden aura of shattered evil grenades to form a pungent, acrid scent in the air. Abu paid no mind to the cold sweat beating on his brow. Shouldering his heavy medicine chest, he hurried through narrow alleyways, white spiritual energy weaving like gossamer threads around his fingertips. Wherever he passed, wounds inflicted by malevolent energy slowly began to heal. Earlier, while Tian Yangsheng had eliminated minor troops, several villagers who had watched from behind doors were grazed by shards infused with malevolent energy. Black chi instantly surged across their wounds, and their skin blackened and rotted before their very eyes. When Abu arrived, an elderly woman cradled her grandson and wept bitterly. A deep, bone-exposing gash ran along the child's forearm. Black chi crawled up his veins, and his lips had already turned violet. He lay half-conscious, slipping into oblivion. "Do not fear. I will save him," Abu said, his voice gentle yet resonant with quiet authority. Kneeling, he drew silver needles from his medicine chest and inserted them with lightning precision into acupoints surrounding the wound. The moment the silvery needle tips pierced the skin, pale white spiritual energy flowed down their shafts like a clear spring, washing away the malevolent chi coursing through the child's blood vessels. His fingers, slender yet unwavering, struck each point with flawless accuracy, the foundational technique of spiritual healing. Though lacking the overwhelming force of high-tier arts, it excelled in its gentleness and endurance, leaving meridians unharmed. The old woman watched breathless as the black chi receded from her grandson's arm, and his lips gradually regained their healthy hue. Her sobs softened into choked, tearful gratitude. Abu did not pause. He ground medicinal herbs into a paste, applied it carefully to the wound, and bound it with clean cloth before finally looking up at the woman. "The malevolent energy within him is temporarily suppressed. Apply this herb poultice for 3 more days, and under no circumstances let him consume anything raw or cold." Before he could finish, urgent cries echoed from the alley's entrance. Several strong young villagers rushed in, carrying a stretcher. The man lying upon it was one of Gao Gang's subordinates, struck earlier by a malevolent energy crossbow bolt. The officer's thigh had been pierced clean through. Necrotic flesh surrounded the wound, and black chi had already seeped deep into his marrow. His face was ashen, his body convulsing violently, his mouth issuing ragged groans of agony. Gao Gang rushed forward to assist, but Abu raised a hand to stop him. "Do not touch him. The malevolent energy has invaded his marrow. Any movement would worsen his condition." With that, Abu withdrew a porcelain vial from his chest, tipped 3 brown pills onto his palm, and placed them into the officer's mouth. They dissolved instantly upon contact, releasing a warm current that slid down his throat and settled deep within his abdomen. His convulsions gradually stilled. Abu drew a slow, deep breath, then pressed his palm firmly against the wound. Pure white spiritual energy poured forth, enveloping the injury like silk spun by spring silkworms. Fine beads of sweat gathered on his brow. His complexion paled. The spiritual healing art exacted tremendous toll upon its practitioner, especially when confronting malevolent energy entrenched deep within the marrow, demanding near total depletion of his vital essence. Yet, gazing upon the officer's contorted features, Abu clenched his teeth and intensified the flow of spiritual energy. Pale white light clashed fiercely with the inky black chi at the wound's edge, hissing like water striking hot iron. The officer's body jerked violently, emitting a sharp cry of pain. Abu's brows knotted tight, sweat rolled down his temples and fell drop by drop onto the bluestone. He sensed it clearly. The malevolent energy here was far more tenacious than any he'd encountered before, clinging to the marrow like a parasitic blight, refusing to yield. "Abu, if you can't hold on, don't force yourself," Gao Gang cried out anxiously from nearby. He knew Abu had been working non-stop for over 10 hours, his spiritual energy long since depleted. Abu shook his head without speaking, gritted his teeth, and channeled every last trace of his remaining spiritual energy into the officer's body. At that very instant, warmth bloomed across his palm. Lin Jie had silently approached and transferred a thread of fortune energy into him. The soothing jade-like resonance of the azurand white pendant flowed up his arm. Abu felt a sudden warmth bloom in his dantian, and his exhausted reserves stirred faintly back to life. "Thank you." He glanced up at Lin Jie and murmured his thanks. Lin Jie only shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the villagers gathered around them. After the earlier treatments, more and more villagers had drawn near, awe and profound gratitude shimmering in their eyes as they looked upon Abu. Doors and windows, once sealed shut in terror, now swung wide open. Some brought steaming water, others offered dry rations, still others spontaneously organized to clear rubble and the remains of fallen troops from the alleyways. "Listen to me, everyone." Abu rose and addressed the crowd ringing him. "The rogue forces from beyond our realm have been repelled, for now, but they will return. I have prepared herbal decoctions here to ward off malevolent energy. Take them home, boil them, and drink daily. And should anyone show signs of black qi, come immediately to the old well." As he spoke, he pulled a large bundle of herbs from his chest and distributed them among the villagers. Hands reached eagerly forward, voices overlapped in repeated thanks. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you, patrol guardian." The fishing village, once thrown into chaos by terror, steadily regained order under Abu's care and calm resolve. One middle-aged man, previously afflicted by malevolent energy and nearly turned into a puppet soldier, now stood fully lucid. Watching Abu's tireless efforts, he stepped forward and bowed deeply before both Lin Jie and Abu. "I was foolish, blinded by malevolent qi, nearly harming all of you. From this day forth, I pledge myself to the patrol guardian, to defend our village." His words ignited immediate response. "So do we. Defend the fishing village. Slay those wretches." Their rallying cries rose in unison, echoing through the alleys with the unbreakable unity of shared purpose. Lin Jie gazed upon the scene, the azurand white pendant in his palm, growing subtly warm. He could feel it distinctly. The village's fortune energy was slowly rising again. Golden filaments once devoured by malevolent qi now recoalesced and spiraled gently around Abu's form. Abu watched the impassioned villagers before him, a quiet warmth flickering in his eyes. Wiping sweat from his brow, he turned toward the old well, its depths still thick with malevolent energy, the altar beneath radiating an ominous creeping dread. "Lin Jie, I've stabilized things here," Abu said, his voice weary yet resolute. "The villagers are now organized and ready to stand watch. Let us descend the well now and destroy that altar once and for all." Lin Jie nodded, his gaze sweeping over Gao Gang, Luo Tianhong, and Tian Yangxing beside him. Gao Gang, his wounds already tended, stood, fists clenched, battle lust blazing in his eyes. A Luo Tianhong's azure-edged sword gleamed with chilling clarity, its sword intent razor-sharp. Tian Yangxing's sniper rifle was loaded and ready, his gaze as keen and unblinking as an eagle's. The five stood together once more. In that silent exchange of glances, an invisible force coalesced between them. Above the well's mouth, black qi churned like a ravenous beast waiting to devour. A far more perilous battle awaited them in the abyss below. And Abu's compassion, not only mending broken bodies but binding fractured hearts, had forged an unshakable foundation of resolve, lending this final confrontation the quiet, certain strength of inevitable victory. Dawn mist still clung to the fishing village, while the briny sea wind carried a faint, lingering taint of malevolent energy sweeping across the ravaged streets and alleys. Black bloodstains on the bluestone pavement had been washed pale by rain. The acrid black smoke rising from the remains of fallen robed figures had long since dissolved into the morning light. Only the faint etched patterns of a ruined formation beside the old well remained silently bearing witness to last night's harrowing battle. Lin Jie and his four companions stood shoulder to shoulder, their robes still stained with fresh blood and residual malevolent energy, their postures weary yet unbending as ancient pines. Abu knelt at the village entrance, tending to the last wounded villager. Wisps of spiritual energy curled from his fingertips, drawing repeated thanks from onlookers. Gao Gang stood with hands on hips, his face etched with the rugged exhaustion of battle, but a proud smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Luo Tianhong polished her azure-forged sword, its blade gleaming cold and sharp in the dawn light. Tian Yangxing methodically inspected the components of his sniper rifle, calm, precise, unhurried. Lin Jie stood foremost, gaze fixed toward the direction of Hong Kong Island's urban core, the pale green jade pendant in his palm, radiating a subtle, urgent warmth. At that moment, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the distance, growing rapidly louder, until over a dozen patrol cars burst through the mist and screeched to a halt at the village entrance. Doors swung open. Dozens of uniformed officers swiftly formed disciplined ranks. At their head strode an elder man with silver-streaked hair and 3 stars gleaming on his epaulets, Commissioner Li of the Hong Kong Police Force. Commissioner Li strode forward, his gaze sweeping across the devastation before settling upon Lin Jie and his 4 comrades, astonishment and deep admiration flickering in his eyes. Behind him followed several high-ranking officials in plain clothes, key figures within the police command structure. "Officer Lin, everyone, thank you for your extraordinary efforts." Commissioner Li's voice trembled with emotion as he stepped forward and clasped Lin Jie's hand firmly. "Last night's report led us to believe this was merely a Triad skirmish. Never did we imagine it concealed a cross-dimensional conspiracy. Had you not intervened without delay, this village would have become a living hell." Lin Jie shook his head gravely. "Sir, you flatter us. Protecting Hong Kong is our solemn duty. Yet this incident runs far deeper than we first suspected. A cross-dimensional rift has been anchored beneath Victoria Harbor, its purpose to sacrifice Hong Kong's geomantic fortune and tear open a gateway for entities from beyond our world." Commissioner Li's expression hardened instantly. The senior officers behind him exchanged stunned, wide-eyed glances. Though seasoned in authority, none had ever confronted such supernatural peril, and now hearing Lin Jie recount the truth with quiet certainty, a chill prickled their scalps. A cross-dimensional rift. Entities from another realm. One official blurted out, disbelief edging his voice. "Officer Lin, is this truly possible?" Luo Tianhong spoke then, her voice crystalline, cool, and unassailable. Absolutely true. Last night we uncovered the core of the spirit corruption formation at the bottom of the well. The very source of its malignant energy lies within the rift beneath Victoria Harbor. If left unchecked, the rift will fully stabilize within 3 days, and when it does, every soul in Hong Kong, over 1 million lives, will be consumed as sacrificial offerings. Tian Yangxing added soberly, the foot soldiers deployed by this cross-dimensional faction possess strength far surpassing ordinary Triad enforcers. They wield corruptive energy, refine toxic talismans, and even transform civilians into mindless puppets. Last night's slain combatants were all martial cultivators. Beginning level at the very least, their commander stood at the apex of proficient martial cultivation. Gao Gang grinned broadly, his voice booming. Those vermin crumbled like clay chickens and tiled dogs beneath my fists. That said, their corruptive energy proved treacherously tenacious. Had our 5 not fought in flawless synchrony, victory would have eluded us. Abu rose to his feet, slinging his medicine chest over his shoulder, voice low and grave. Among those I treated last night, many villagers had already suffered invasion of their spiritual consciousness by the corruptive energy. Only swift expulsion spared them irreversible ruin. Moreover, I observed the energy itself mutating, far more virulent than the earlier illusory spirit powder variant. Commissioner Li and his senior staff listened, hearts pounding, their respect for the 5 before them deepening palpably. Last night's engagement saw these 5 turn the tide against overwhelming odds, not only dismantling the spirit corruption formation and capturing the cross-dimensional death squad operative Aji, but also eliminating dozens of elite adversaries and safeguarding hundreds of villagers. Such a feat would reverberate throughout the entire force. Excellent. Outstanding. Magnificent. Commissioner Li declared, his eyes alight with fervent pride. You 5 are Hong Kong's heroes. On behalf of the Hong Kong police force, and on behalf of millions of citizens, I offer my deepest gratitude. With that, he gestured sharply to officers behind him. Several hurried forward, carrying heavy crates. The crates opened to reveal state-of-the-art gear, ballistic vests, encrypted comms units, specially forged spirit-disrupting rounds, and rare medicinal herbs. A token of our appreciation, Commissioner Li intoned solemnly. Knowing your battles demand specialized tools, we mobilized every available resource across Hong Kong overnight to arm you as best we could. Furthermore, the police force has formally authorized a special operations unit, comprising solely the 5 of you, to investigate and neutralize all threats emanating from cross-dimensional forces. Its personnel roster, funding, and equipment will receive absolute priority, unfettered by bureaucratic constraints. Lin Jie and his 4 companions exchanged glances, surprise shimmering unmistakably in their eyes. Establishing such a unit meant expanded authority, streamlined access to critical resources, and greater efficacy in confronting the encroaching darkness. Thank you, sir. Lin Jie saluted, voice resonant and unwavering. We swear, by our oaths and our lives, to defend Hong Kong unto our last breath. Well said. Commissioner Li clapped Lin Jie's shoulder, then swept his gaze across all 5 with solemn gravity. From this day forth, your unit shall bear the name Spirit Hunter Squad. I have already secured top-tier operational clearance. In emergencies, you may command any police assets across Hong Kong, and even request direct military support. Spirit Hunter Squad. Gao Gang murmured, a fierce light blazing in his eyes. A perfect name. From now on, we hunt only those otherworldly vermin. Surrounding officers broke into spontaneous applause, their gazes filled with unfeigned reverence. Though they had not fought beside them, they'd heard firsthand, from villagers' awestruck accounts, how these 5 had bled and burned, how they'd held back waves of monstrous foes, how they'd shielded the entire village with nothing but courage and conviction. Witnessing such recognition from command, they bowed their heads, not in submission but in heartfelt allegiance. Commissioner Li turned again to Lin Jie, handing him a formal document. Officer Lin, this is your official appointment as commander of the Special Operations Unit. Regarding the dimensional rift, we have escalated the matter to central authorities. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Until then, Hong Kong's safety rests in your hands. Lin Jie accepted the file with solemn reverence, securing it carefully before replying, voice steady as tempered steel. Rest assured, sir, the Spirit Hunter Squad shall know no defeat. Just then an officer rushed forward and handed Commissioner Li a telegraph dispatch. After reading it, Commissioner Li's expression tightened. He turned to Lin Jie, voice grave. Commander Lin, urgent intelligence, spirit corruption levels across Hong Kong Island have spiked catastrophically. Civilians in Sham Shui report sightings of numerous puppets under corruptive influence. And witnesses describe a hooded figure in black robes wearing an antique bronze mask moving covertly through the shadows. Lin Jie's eyes narrowed instantly. The pale green jade pendant in his palm flared with searing heat. The bronze-masked robed figure, the faction's central architect, had evaded them repeatedly in past confrontations. So, they've resorted to desperation. Luo Tianhong tightened her grip on the azure-forged sword. Its blade flashed like frozen lightning. They aim to strike while we're still recovering from last night's ordeal, sowing chaos in the heart of the city. Tian Yansheng checked his rifle's magazine, voice calm, and measured. Perfect timing. Our new spirit-disrupting rounds haven't seen action yet. Gao Gang clenched his fists, battle lust blazing in his eyes. My knuckles are itching for a fight. Abu hoisted his medicine chest, resolve etched clear upon his features. I am ready. We depart immediately. Lin Jie drew a slow, deep breath, his gaze sweeping across his four comrades, then locking onto Commissioner Li's with unwavering authority. Sir, immediately deploy all available forces to seal off Sham Shui Puh and evacuate civilians. The Spirit Hunter squad departs now. Understood. Commissioner Li barked the order without hesitation. All officers, proceed to Sham Shui Puh at once. Execute full lockdown and civilian evacuation. Sirens blared anew as the convoy surged forward, dozens of patrol cars roaring toward the urban core. Lin Jie and his four leapt aboard the lead vehicle, vanishing into the sunlit haze. The vehicles sped away, trailing dust in their wake. Dawn mist receded entirely, golden lights spilling across the fishing village. Villagers gathered at the entrance, watching the retreating convoy, gratitude and hope shining brightly in their eyes. The name Spirit Hunter Squad began to ripple quietly through the morning air, heralding a new era. From this day forward, they would stand as Hong Kong's first line of defense and its final bulwark. And the legend of the Spirit Hunter Squad had only just begun. Police cars hurtled through the streets, slicing the morning mist of Guangdao City, and finally came to rest before a Sihuan courtyard hidden within the bustling district. The vermilion gates sported weathered, faded paint. Above the lintel hung a black plaque, with gilded characters reading Jingwu Men, their bold strokes still radiating an austere righteousness despite years of wind and rain. Surly led the way in person, ushering Lin Jie and the other four into the courtyard. Within the courtyard, green bamboo stood tall and erect. A stone table and stools were immaculate, and in a corner several wooden posts bore the dense marks of fists and palms, clear testimony to years of martial training. The doorway curtain of the main room was swept aside from within, and a poised figure stepped out. Clad in moon-white short attire, lean, but with clearly defined sinews, his brows carried a composed keenness. He was the contemporary heir of Jingwu Men, Chen Zhen. He stood on the steps and let his gaze pass over the five of them. His look was calm, yet possessed of a force that penetrated the heart. When his eyes rested on Gao Gang, his brow moved slightly. He then glanced at the Qingfeng sword at Luo Tianhong's waist, a flash of approval in his gaze, and finally settled on the Qingbai jade pendant in Lin Jie's palm with a slight nod. Surly has already told me the whole story. Chen Zhen's voice was low but carried a piercing clarity. You five with nothing but flesh and blood confronted interdimensional Shachi and shielded hundreds of villagers in the fishing hamlet. Such merit is worthy of admiration. Lin Jie cupped his fists in salute, his tone sincere. Mr. Chen, you flatter us. Guarding Guangdao is our duty. But the methods of those cross-dimensional forces were too uncanny and their Shachi exceedingly tenacious. Though we won that night, we feel our strength insufficient. We came to ask you to teach us the true way of martial cultivation. Chen Zhen nodded, stepping aside to lead them in. Please come inside. They followed him into the main room, simple and austere. A peachwood sword hung on the wall, and a few yellowed boxing manuals lay on the desk. Chen Zhen invited them to sit, and personally brewed a pot of hot tea before speaking slowly. I learned of last night's battle from Sir Li. Gao Gang's vital qi and blood were fierce and overwhelming yet coarse. By meeting Sha Qi blow for blow, he was exhausting his root. Mr. Luo's sword intent was sharpest at dispelling Sha Qi, but too rigid, prone to shattering. Captain Lin's Kaisensing perception is uncanny, able to foresee openings, yet it lacks decisive killing intent. Mr. Tian's spear technique is precise and unrivaled at long-range strikes, but close-quarters grappling is his weak point. Mr. Abu's spiritual energy healing is gentle and enduring, yet it consumes him too greatly to be sustained. Those words struck at the five of them like a sudden chill. Each felt a jolt in his chest. Gao Gang in particular flushed with shame and scratched his head. Mr. Chen is right. I bore the Sha Qi head on last night. My meridians still ache now. Chen Zhen set down his teacup and fixed his gaze on Gao Gang. The martial way is not only about brute force. Internal martial arts emphasize refining qi into jing and refining jing into shen. With softness, one overcomes hardness. With stillness, one masters movement. You possess abundant vital qi and blood. If you supplement that with internal breathing and circulation, condensing your qi blood power, you will both reduce consumption and render your fist force purer. Against Sha Qi, you can then strike to break rather than simply clash by strength. Having spoken, Chen Zhen rose and moved to the center of the courtyard, beckoning Gao Gang forward. Come strike me. Gao hesitated, showing concern. Mr. Chen, my fist carries some force. I am afraid of injuring you. No matter, strike with everything you have. Chen Zhen waved his hand. He sank slightly into his stance, hands arranged in a starting form. Gao Gang drew a deep breath and abandoned hesitation. Vital qi and blood surged from his dantian as a single fist thundered toward Chen Zhen's chest. The blow contained all his strength. The gust of the punch howled, tinged with a faint golden light and terrifying momentum. At the instant the fist was about to land on Chen Zhen's chest, Chen Zhen's body pivoted with sudden grace. His footwork, subtle and wondrous, evaded the blow like a willow bending in the wind. At the same time, his right hand lightly rested on Gao Gang's wrist. The seemingly gentle brush carried a deft leverage that instantly dissipated the majority of the punch's force. Gao Gang felt a warm yet unyielding power surge through him. His fist involuntarily veered aside, and he staggered forward 2 paces before regaining his footing. He stared at Chen Zhen in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, he had the sensation of striking cotton. His strength had nowhere to discharge. "This is the internal arts principle of unloading," Chen Zhen said quietly. "Sha Qi may be ferocious, but it too follows patterns of flow. You confronted Sha Qi only with force. You did not know how to soften and transform it. If you can weave internal methods into your own path, you will accomplish more with less and guard your roots against being devoured by Sha Qi." He then turned to Luo Tianhong. "Mr. Luo's sword intent travels the path of piercing and shattering. It is naturally well suited to countering Sha Qi. But your intent is overly rigid and thus fragile. Know that the sword is double-edged. The true way lies in balancing hardness and softness. Try to fuse your sword intent with your footwork. Let Sha Qi through movement draw its currents, then seek the seam to pierce with a single stroke." Luo Tianhong's eyes lit with understanding. He stepped to the center, drew his Qing Feng sword, and followed Chen Zhen's counsel. The blade moved with lightness, his footwork flowed, and the sword light ceased to be merely fierce, acquiring, instead, a new roundness. When he thrust, a faint current of air rose, stirring the surrounding air into a gentle swirl. "Good," Chen Zhen praised. "This is the intent. Sword intent is not only about cleaving, drawing, binding, unloading, and piercing are all truths of the sword way." He then looked at Lin Jie, his gaze falling on the Qingbai jade pendant in Lin's palm. Captain Lin's sense of qi and fate is an innate gift and the most mysterious of methods. Sha Qi may obscure sight, but it cannot hide the flow of qi. If you refine that perception into a sharper focus, you can trace Sha Qi back to its source and strike the vital point. This will be far more effective than blind attacks. Lin Jie nodded and closed his eyes, drawing his sense of qi to an extreme. This time he did not spread his perception broadly, but condensed it into a fine, incisive thread that probed outward from the courtyard. Sure enough, he clearly felt several faint threads of Sha Qi drifting from the direction of the city. Their origin pointed to the Shinshibu area. Chen Zhen then offered separate instruction to Tian Yangsheng and Abu. He told Tian that a gunman must not only be accurate, but must learn to borrow momentum, use the environment to conceal himself, and make every bullet count. To Abu, he advised that spiritual healing should not only save others, but also protect the healer, condense spiritual energy at the body's surface to form a thin protective veil against Sha Qi's corrosion. Half an hour later, Chen Zhen concluded the demonstrations, a fine sheen of sweat beading on his brow. He regarded the 5 before him with a trace of expectation. The martial path is without end. Each of you has strengths. If you can complement one another's weaknesses and unite your efforts, you will become the backbone against the interdimensional forces. He turned and fetched 5 yellowed manuals, handing them to the group. These are Jingwu Men's internal boxing manuals. They record methods for refining qi into jing and some techniques for dealing with malignant yin energy. I present them to you today. The 5 accepted the manuals with gratitude and bowed together. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your teaching." Chen Zhen waved them off and gazed toward the window, his tone grave. "The danger of the interdimensional rifts is far graver than you imagine. Those otherworldly entities are not ordinary cannon fodder. When you go to Shinshibu, be extremely cautious. If you need assistance, Jingwu Men will stand ready to be deployed." Lin Jie rose, his eyes resolute. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, we will not fail the trust placed in us. We swear to defend Gangdao unto death." They took their leave of Chen Zhen and stepped out of the Jingwu Men Siyuan. The sun had risen high and golden light flooded the earth. Clutching the yellowed manuals, the 5 felt renewed vigor surge through them, their prior exhaustion swept away. Gao Gang tightened his fists, feeling the qi and blood within him a little more condensed, and grinned. "Next time I meet those scoundrels, I will make them taste the power of internal boxing." Luo Tianhong stroked the Qing Feng sword. The sword intent in his eyes had become more rounded. The subtlety of the sword way is indeed boundless. Tian Yangsheng inspected his sniper rifle, eyes sharp as an eagle. To borrow momentum in a shot is to make every bullet fatal. Abu thumbed through the manual, and his eyes brightened with understanding. "If I can condense my spiritual energy, then in future healing, I will not so easily exhaust myself." Lin Jie pressed the Qingbai jade pendant in his palm. His Kai sensing had grown more focused, and he could already lock onto the Sha Qi source in the Shinshibu area with clarity. He looked toward the city and spoke with calm authority. "Move out. To Shinshibu. Let us meet those interdimensional intruders." The 5 figures strode toward the urban blocks beneath the rising sun. Their steps were certain and their eyes keen. After Chen Zhen's guidance, the newly famed demon hunting squad had been remade. They now truly possessed the capability to stand against the interdimensional forces. A new battle awaited them ahead. As they departed the Jingwu sect, the sun had already risen to the mid-sky. Golden light pierced through the clouds, spilling across Hong Kong streets and dispelling several days of gloom. The 5 members of the demon hunting squad walked shoulder to shoulder clutching several yellowed martial manuals. Though the ink on their pages had faded, each character resonated with the profound essence of internal martial arts, especially the phrase refining chi into essence, which struck their hearts like a thunderclap. Gao Gang led the way, his broad frame swaying slightly with each stride. He frequently glanced down at the manual's incantations, murmuring them softly under his breath now, and then clenching his fists to sense the flow of blood and chi within his body. The after-effects of last night's confrontation with demonic energy still lingered. A faint stinging ache pulsed through his meridians. Yet after only a brief moment of regulated breathing guided by the manual's cultivation method, a gentle warmth began coalescing in his dantian, and his previously turbulent blood and chi gradually settled into calm, steady rhythm. Refining chi into essence. Refining chi into essence. Gao Gang murmured softly, then abruptly halted, drew a deep breath, planted his feet shoulder-width apart, bent his knees slightly, and assumed the foundational stance Master Chen had demonstrated. He held his hands loosely before his chest, palms facing inward, fingertips precisely 3 inches apart. His eyes gently closed as he guided the circulation of blood and chi from every limb and extremity inward, toward the dantian, following the manual's precise methodology. In the past, he had driven his blood and chi forward with raw, unrefined ferocity, rushing headlong like a rampaging tide. Though awe-inspiring in power, such force drained his vital essence and left him perilously vulnerable to backlash from demonic energy. Now, guided by the principles of internal martial arts, that gentle warmth thickened steadily within his dantian. The scattered currents of blood and chi once adrift throughout his meridians converged toward the dantian, like rivers returning to the sea. With each full circuit, his vital energies condensed further, and even the lingering sting in his meridians subsided markedly. Remarkable. Gao Gang snapped his eyes open, a flash of exhilaration lighting his gaze. He clenched his fist and delivered a subtle, controlled strike. The wind it stirred no longer wild or chaotic, but dense and focused, silent, yet radiating palpable, formidable power. This internal martial art is truly extraordinary. Before, my blood and chi were like loose sand. Now, after this refinement, they've solidified into iron-hard essence. Lin Jie paused upon hearing this and opened his manual to study it closely. His innate aptitude for perceiving fortune energy was already extraordinary. Now, synchronized with the manual's refining chi into essence technique, he sensed a subtle resonance between his inner breath and the pale green and white jade pendant resting in his palm. Where once he could only passively observe the ebb and flow of fortune energy, he now actively directed that warm, soothing current along his meridians, nourishing his injured spiritual sea. Last night, while probing the interdimensional rift, his spiritual sea had been violently shaken by an overwhelming pressure. Now, as the refined current glided through it, clarity flooded his consciousness, and his fortune perception sharpened dramatically, so much so that he could distinctly trace the subtle fortune energy drifting among the sycamore leaves beside the street, and even detect minute fluctuations within the dense demonic energy emanating from Sham Shuepa. Refining chi into essence refines not only blood and chi, but also mind and spirit, Lin Jie murmured, closing the manual with quiet epiphany. Master Chen was right. We used to confront demonic energy solely with brute force, never realizing its true nature could be softened, harmonized, and dissolved. Luo Tianhong also halted, spinning his Qing Feng sword lightly in hand, the blade shimmering with restless light. Guided by the manual, he began integrating his sword intent with his cultivated blood and chi. Previously, his sword intent had been fiercely sharp, like a drawn blade, unstoppable and unyielding, yet lacking in subtlety and wholeness. Now, fused with his refined blood and chi, his sword light lost its brash brilliance, gaining instead a restrained, penetrating edge. As sunlight caught the blade, it gleamed with a soft, lustrous sheen, an unmistakable sign that sword intent and vital energy had merged into something new. The sword is sovereign among all weapons. Its true path lies in balancing hardness and softness, Luo Tianhong whispered, fingers tracing the blade's smooth surface, his voice cool, yet luminous with revelation. I once believed only the sword could cleave demonic energy, but I overlooked how chi itself can become blade, how softness can overcome hardness. Now that I have refined my blood and chi, my sword intent has grown infinitely sharper. When next I face demonic foot soldiers, a single stroke will sever their very root. Tian Yangsheng leaned against a roadside sycamore, idly rolling a demon-repelling grenade between his fingers, his gaze, however, fixed intently upon the manual's breathing techniques. A firearms specialist renowned for long-range precision, he had always considered close-quarters combat his weakness. Yet after merely a few moments of cultivation using the refining chi into essence method, his inner breath steadied markedly, and with it the tremor in his grip vanished. He could now perceive the subtle direction of wind currents and even anticipate the trajectory of a bullet mid-flight. So that is how it works, Tian Yangsheng said, a cold, razor-thin smile, curling his lips as he loaded the grenade into his magazine. Refining chi into essence does not merely condense blood and chi, it heightens perception itself. From now on, every shot I fire will ride the wind, striking its target with flawless accuracy. Abu brought up the rear, flipping through the manual while sensing the gentle flow of spiritual energy within his body. His healing energy had always been mild and enduring, yet when confronting demonic energy that had seeped deep into the marrow, he risked rapid exhaustion. Now merging spiritual energy with blood and chi according to the manual's method, he felt his dantian energy grow denser, no longer dissipating aimlessly. With a casual flick of his wrist, a slender needle-fine thread of energy extended from his fingertip, landing precisely upon a small grass blade tainted by demonic energy, instantly purging its black corruption. Excellent. A spark of delight lit Abu's eyes. Before expelling demonic energy consumed vast reserves of my spiritual energy. Now with condensed energy consumption has plummeted, and healing efficacy has multiplied several-fold. From now on I may treat the wounded without fear of self-depletion. Each of the 5 had gained profound insight, heartened, uplifted, and newly resolute. They continued down the street, cultivating steadily as they walked. Within them blood, chi, and spiritual energy grew ever more refined and unified, while their collective aura deepened, settling into serene, unshakable strength. Civilians lining the sidewalks watched the 5 figures, dressed in police uniforms bearing faint traces of demonic energy, yet radiating piercing clarity, and gazed upon them with open admiration. Though unaware of the demon hunting squad's true nature, they had read in newspapers and seen on broadcasts of the battle at the fishing village, and knew these heroes had safeguarded Hong Kong's peace. Look, there they are. A passerby whispered in awe. They're the ones who drove back those monsters at the fishing village. Yes, I heard they formed a special unit, the demon hunting squad, to combat these malignant forces. With them standing guard, Hong Kong is safe. As murmurs of gratitude rose around them, warmth spread through their chests, alongside a deeper, heavier sense of duty. At that moment, the pale green and white jade pendant in Lin Jie's palm grew subtly warm. His fortune perception locked instantly onto the direction ahead, Sham Shui Pu. There the demonic energy had intensified, not only denser than before, but carrying a familiar resonance, the same core force they had sensed deep within the well at the fishing village. They've arrived. Lin Jie's voice hardened, his fist tightening, his gaze sharpening like a blade. A wave of demonic puppets surges from Sham Shui Pu, and at their heart a concentrated core force is gathering. Gao Gang clenched his fists, his refined blood and chi surging forth in a deep, grounded torrent, his fist cutting air with calm, devastating force. Perfect timing. Let me test just how formidable these refined chi fists truly are. Luo Tianhong drew his Qing Feng sword a mere inch, its light subdued, yet its edge blazing with lethal intent. The sword is drawn. All demons shall fall. Tian Yangsheng raised his sniper rifle, eagle-sharp eyes locking onto distant high-rises. My bullets are starved for purpose. Abu slung his medical pack over his shoulder, fingertips humming with silken threads of condensed spiritual energy. I am ready, prepared to heal the wounded at any moment. Lin Jie drew a slow, deep breath, his gaze sweeping over his 4 comrades, then fixed resolutely upon Sham Shui Pu. Demon hunting squad, advance. Like 5 arrows loosed from a single bow, they surged forward, toward Sham Shui Pu. Sunlight bathed them in molten gold, gilding their forms. Transformed by refining chi into essence, they stood reborn, stronger, sharper, and infinitely more potent than before. A new battle loomed over Sham Shui Pu, and this time the demon hunting squad would descend like thunder, scouring every trace of demonic energy and defending Hong Kong's peace with unassailable might. The alleyways of Sham Shui Pu were shrouded in a dense, malevolent aura. A sunlight pierced the clouds and fell upon the cobblestone streets, yet cast only a cold, ashen glow. Shopfronts along the street lay in ruins. Doors and windows shattered, signs askew, while several feral dogs possessed by the malign aura crouched trembling in doorways, their eyes burning crimson and low guttural snarls rumbling from their throats. The 5-member spirit-subduing squad advanced in unison down the narrow lanes. Their footsteps echoed across the desolate thoroughfare, their refined energy calm and deeply contained, yet sharp as drawn blades, subtly clashing with the encroaching incorruption all around. The aura's density exceeds our expectations. Lin Jie's pale green jade pendant burned steadily in his palm as his fortune-sensing cultivation spread outward, clearly detecting a coalesced ink-black vortex of malevolence slowly rotating at the nearby crossroads. The source lay just ahead, harboring no fewer than 50 puppets and one other presence, an unusually distinct martial aura. Before the words had fully faded, a crisp, ringing blade tone sliced through the deathly silence. At the center of the crossroads stood a man clad in deep blue haori and hakama, hands clasped behind his back, 2 katana resting at his waist, their scabbards adorned with silver family crests, embodying the quintessential dual-blade configuration of Japan's Nitin Ichiryu school. He wore a black jingesa helmet. Beneath its brim emerged a sharply defined profile, pale-skinned lips curved in a solitary, aloof smile, while a faint current of white energy swirled about him, effortlessly repelling the creeping malevolence. Hanaka Torai at your service. Honored to meet Hong Kong's spirit-subduing squad. The man turned slowly beneath the jingasa, his gaze cut like a honed blade sweeping across Lin Jie and his four companions before settling on Luo Tianhong's azure-forged sword, where a flicker of genuine admiration lit his eyes. To resist such malevolence with pure martial cultivation, your strength surpasses even my highest estimation. Gao Gang clenched his fists, the condensed blood Danqi energy within him surging restlessly. So you're the lackey of these cross-realm forces. Judging by that getup, you must be one of those Japanese swordsmen living rather comfortably. Hanaka Torai's brows lifted slightly, not in anger but in quiet appraisal, as he raised a hand and removed his jingasa, revealing close-cropped black hair and a faint silvery scar tracing his temple. His gesture was precise, elegant, imbued with the disciplined grace of Bushido. I am heir to the Hanaka martial lineage of Japan, not a subordinate of any cross-realm faction. I have come only at the behest of an old friend, to bear witness to a duel of Dao. An old friend. Luo Tianhong drew his azure-forged sword a fraction further. Its light remained subdued, yet its edge shimmered with latent lethality. The black-robed figure who wears the bronze mask. Precisely. Hanaka Torai inclined his head, then placed both hands upon his sword hilts and gave a subtle, resonant shake. Two katanas simultaneously slid 3 inches from their scabbards, gleaming with a glacial predatory chill. The black-robed master promised me the art of malevolence forged physique, if I bested you. For 3 centuries the Hanaka lineage has pursued martial perfection, breaking every limit. Such a method capable of integrating incorruption itself was impossible for me to refuse. Tian Yangsheng raised his sniper rifle, its barrel locked unwaveringly onto Hanaka Torai's brow. His voice was ice-cold. Is this truly the path of your martial way, to aid tyrants? The martial way knows no inherent virtue or vice, only strength and weakness. Hanaka Torai's eyes narrowed. The white energy around him surged violently, locking into stark opposition with the surrounding malevolence. To preserve one's true heart amid such corruption, and refine blood Danqi to this degree, you are more than worthy adversaries. Especially you, sword cultivator. His gaze returned to Luo Tianhong, now alight with fervent anticipation. Your sword intent is fierce, yet harmoniously rounded, clearly guided recently by a master's hand. Today let me behold the true essence of Chinese sword Dao. Even as the final syllable hung in the air, Hanaka Torai moved. His footwork arcane, his form ghostlike as he shot toward Luo Tianhong. His speed was blinding. The hem of his haori carved an arc through the air as his right-hand katana thrust forward, sheathed in white energy that cleaved the malevolence before it like a scythe. This was a variant of the Ayajutsu's explosive drawcut perfected over generations. Well met. Luo Tianhong barked low, his azure-forged sword unfurling a blossoming arc. Its sharpened sword intent now seamlessly fused with his cultivated blood Danqi, its radiance no longer merely forceful, but fluid, supple, alive with yielding power. He pivoted aside, evading the blade's tip, then angled his sword upward in a precise, delicate parry, striking directly at Hanaka Torai's wrist, the very technique Chen had taught him: lead, coil, deflect, pierce. Clang. Na piercing metallic shriek erupted as steel met steel. With the point of impact, white energy and azure sword intent detonated outward in concentric waves, driving the surrounding malevolence back like retreating tides. Hanaka Torai felt a dense, tenacious force surge up his blade, numbing his wrist, an inward shock of astonishment flashing across his mind. Chinese sword Dao. This seamless fusion of hardness and softness, truly legendary. Unhesitating, he drew his left-hand katana in one fluid motion, crossing both blades overhead in a devastating downward slash, trapping Luo Tianhong within an inescapable net of steel. This was the core technique of Nitin Ichiryu, one blade dominating offense, the other anchoring defense. Perfect unity of attack and guard, boundless in destructive potential. Luo Tianhong remained unruffled, his footwork flowed like water, his azure-forged sword tracing flawless interlocking circles before him, deflecting every stroke with serene precision. His figure wove effortlessly through the lethal lattice, calm as a strolling scholar, his sword intent shifting instantaneously, thunderous one moment, liquid the next, the newly mastered harmony of firmness and flexibility made manifest. In mere heartbeats they exchanged dozens of blows, blades flashing white energy and azure intent colliding in violent bursts that sent shockwaves rippling outward, toppling the nearby puppets like scattered dolls. Those puppets, driven mad by malevolence, lunged forward, but Gao Gang met each with a single crushing fist. His refined blood Danqi struck like a warhammer, shattering them instantly into dissipating wisps of black mist. These wretches, dare they disturb a true martial duel? Seeing this, Hanaka Torai's eyes flickered with impatience. His left foot slammed into the cobblestones. White energy surged along the ground, flash freezing the nearest puppets into brittle ice statues that then shattered into dust. Lin Jie's expression tightened. He sensed a faint, chilling resonance within that energy, confirming Hanaka Torai's martial path incorporated a trace of ink-cold essence, yet preserved his true heart untainted by malevolence. Such mastery commanded profound respect. He turned to Tian Yangsheng and Abu Tian Yangsheng. Cover Luo Tianhong, you anticipate treachery. Abu, guard our perimeter. Cross-realm ambushes cannot be ruled out. Understood. Both responded in unison. Tian Yangxing swiftly secured a vantage point, his sniper rifle trained on Hanaka Torai's vital points. Ready to fire the instant an opening appeared, Abu meanwhile stood ready with his medicine satchel fingertips threaded with fine luminous threads of spiritual energy, poised to intervene at any sign of crisis. On the battlefield, the clash between Luo Tianhong and Hanaka Torai intensified. The latter's dual blade art grew increasingly ferocious, his slashes now edged with spectral shadows of malevolence, as if drawing strength from the very corruption surrounding them. Luo Tianhong, however, fought with unshakable composure, sword intent and blood inki, perfectly synchronized. Each strike both repelled the blade's fury and purified the ambient malevolence, steadily gaining the upper hand. Truly, the Chinese sword Dao lives up to legend. Hanaka Torai let loose a soaring cry, then abruptly shifted stance, crossing his katana, weaving white energy and malevolence into a spiraling vortex that coalesced into a single obsidian black crescent blade. Take this, malevolent severance cut. The blade descended with cataclysmic force, ripping the air apart, fracturing the cobblestones beneath it, while the malevolence howled around its edge like legions of tormented souls. Luo Tianhong drew a deep breath, his blood anki roared through his meridians, his sword intent coalescing to its absolute zenith. Raising the azure-forged sword high its tip, gathering a soft golden luminescence, Master Chen's instruction, sword cuts through all dermis. With a single decisive stroke, golden light met black crescent. The collision silent, yet seething with mutual annihilation, a sibilant devouring hiss filling the void between them. White energy, azure sword intent, and black malevolence twisted together into a churning tricolored vortex, space itself vibrating faintly under the strain. Ugh! In Hanaka Torai staggered backward, blood erupting from his mouth, his face drained of all color. His dual blade formation shattered, his internal energy flow ruptured, and the malevolence he'd long held at bay surged inward, sending a violent tremor through his frame. Luo Tianhong too retreated 2 paces, his breath quickened, but his eyes burned brighter than ever. He gazed steadily at Hanaka Torai. Your martial path is shackled by obsession and corrupted by complicity with malevolence. Such a path can never ascend to true transcendence. Hanaka Torai wiped the blood from his lips, a flash of bitter frustration crossed his face, then softened into quiet resignation. He looked down at his katana, black tendrils of malevolence already creeping across its polished surface, and sighed softly. 300 years of martial legacy, and I proved too impatient. The black-robed master spoke truly. Malevolence grants swift power, yet erodes the soul. And at that moment, a sharp tearing sound split the sky above. Lin Jie looked up. Dozens of black figures plummeted from the cloud cover, cross-realm assassins robed in black masks and bronze, their weapons radiating palpable waves of malevolence. Reinforcements from the cross-realm faction. Abu's face hardened instantly, his vigilance sharpening. Hanaka Torai's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed upon the descending figures laced with undisguised contempt, cowardly vermin, hiding behind masks, scheming to reap what others sow. Turning to Luo Tianhong, he gripped his katana hilts firmly, voice resolute. A Hanaka samurai never leaves a debt unpaid. You have defeated me and awakened me. That debt I shall honor. Without another word, he launched himself once more, this time toward the descending assassins. His dual blade art reignited, not entangled with malevolence, but purer, sharper, incisive. Each stroke severed an assassin, his white energy scattering the surrounding malevolence like smoke before wind. Now this is interesting. Gao Gang grinned fiercely and charged forward, fists blazing with blood anki, fighting shoulder to shoulder with Hanaka Torai. This well-off Japanese swordsman. Turns out he's got backbone. Lin Jie watched the 2 warriors fight side by side, a flicker of approval in his eyes. His jade pendant flared hot in his palm, his fortune-sensing awareness locked onto every assassin's position. He commanded, voice clear and commanding, spirit-subduing squad. Full engagement. Purge all demons. In Luo Tianhong's azure-forged sword flashed anew, Tian Yangxing's rifle cracked repeatedly. Each shot fatal. Ibu held position at the rear, ready to heal at a moment's notice. Blades flashed, gunshots rang, steel sang. The spirit-subduing squad and Hanaka Torai joined forces, waging a brutal, unrelenting battle against the cross-realm assassins amidst the alleyways of Shamshui. Gradually, sunlight pierced the dissipating malevolence, spilling golden light onto the battlefield, illuminating the silhouettes of warriors who fought not for glory, but for their true hearts, and for Hong Kong itself. Hanaka Torai's unexpected arrival had rendered this confrontation against the cross-realm forces infinitely more complex. The choice of this Japanese swordsman would prove pivotal in the battles yet to come. The clamor of battle in Shamshui had yet to subside when a synchronized rhythm of footsteps suddenly echoed from a street corner, accompanied by the clinking of metal weapons, disrupting the battlefield's grim cadence. The Lai Sha squad and Riko Azuma were jointly mopping up the remnants of interdimensional assassins when the sound prompted them all to instinctively turn their heads. 100-odd men in black martial attire strode forward with purpose. Each bore either a mountain-splitting saber or a short cudgel at his waist. At their head marched a towering figure bare-chested, his bronze-hued skin crisscrossed with old scars, a snarling tiger coiled across his left shoulder, while a dark red silk sash draped diagonally over his right. Its ends embroidered with golden peonies, the unmistakable insignia of the Hung Hing Society's elite double-flower red pole enforcers. It's Hung Hing. Gao Gang instantly recognized their garb, his clenched fists relaxing ever so slightly. Within Hong Kong's underworld, the double-flower red poles were legendary for their ferocity, and revered for their unwavering vow to protect their territory and shield local residents, never consorting with interdimensional forces. The lead red pole strode briskly to Lin Jie's side, and saluted with a firm fistapalm bow, his voice resonant as a temple bell. Captain Lin of the Lai Sha squad. I am Chen Yaozu of Hung Hing, dispatched by our dragon head to render aid. His gaze swept across the slain interdimensional assassins littering the ground, and the lingering aura of malevolent qi. His eyes flared with cold fury. These vermin from beyond the veil dare desecrate Hung Hing's turf. They've grown weary of life. Lin Jie felt a quiet stir within. He hadn't expected police reinforcements, yet Hung Hing had arrived first. Returning the salute with equal solemnity, he replied, Mr. Chen, your courtesy honors us. We're deeply grateful for your timely assistance. No formalities. Chen Yaozu waved dismissively, then bellowed over his shoulder to his men. Brothers, draw your weapons. Let these wretches know. Sham Shui Po belongs to us. 100 voices roared in unison, thunderous and defiant. They unsheathed their weapons in unison. The mountain-splitting sabers gleamed with lethal coldness. Short cudgels whistled through the air as they surged toward the remaining interdimensional assassins. These Triad members had waged countless street wars. Their coordination was instinctive, their knowledge of Sham Shui Po's allies intimate. Like tigers unleashed into a flock of sheep, they crashed into the enemy ranks. Chen Yaozu drew his heavy-backed mountain-splitting saber, thick-bladed razor-edged, and in a blur of motion closed the distance to an interdimensional assassin, cleaving downward with a howl of wind. Before the assassin could muster his corrupt qi, Chen twisted his wrist. The blade arced sideways, slicing cleanly across the assassin's throat. The black qi dissipated instantly, and the foe collapsed lifeless. Truly worthy of the Hung Hing double-flower red pole. Rika Azuma murmured, admiration flickering in his eyes. As they passed each other mid-battle, the two exchanged a silent, respectful nod, then turned without pause to strike down their respective foes. The Hung Hing reinforcements tipped the tide of battle in an instant. Though unversed in cultivation techniques or qi circulation, they mastered the brutal pragmatism of street combat. Some formed tight clusters of 3 or 5, hacking at focal points where corrupt qi coalesced. Others used cudgels to pin down assassins' movements, complementing the Lai Sha squad's precision strikes until the last interdimensional remnant fell. Abu seized the opportunity to tend to wounded Hung Hing members' fingertips, shimmering with spiritual energy, as he swiftly purged invasive corrupt qi from their bodies. Chen Yaozu watched as Abu laid a hand upon a young brother whose arm had been seared by corrupt qi, agonized cries fading instantly, the wound sealing without further bleed. He bowed deeply. Master, we owe you our lives. A mere gesture, Abu replied with a slight nod before moving on to the next injured man. Tian Yangsheng lay prone atop a vantage point, his sniper rifle tracking fleeing assassins at distance, each shot striking true, eliminating peripheral threats and securing the Hung Hing flank. Gao Gang fought shoulder to shoulder with Chen Yaozu, both power-based warriors, Gao's blood energy fierce and concentrated, Chen's saber art raw and domineering. Together they carved a path of devastation, every step leaving fallen foes in their wake. Luo Tianhong's azure-forged sword remained razor-sharp. He moved like mist along the battlefield's periphery, sword intent rippling outward as he dispatched stragglers with lethal grace. Lin Jie stood at the center, his spiritual sense fully extended, vigilant against any counteroffensive from the interdimensional forces while calmly guiding his comrades' positions. Half an hour later, Chen Yaozu decapitated the final interdimensional assassin with a single stroke. The oppressive density of corrupt qi in Sham Shui Po began to recede, and at last sunlight pierced the gloom, spilling golden light across the streets and alleyways. Hung Hing members sheathed their weapons, faces etched with exhaustion, but also exhilaration. Fresh wounds marked many, yet not a single complaint escaped their lips. Chen Yaozu approached Lin Jie, wiping blackened traces of corrupt qi from his blade, his voice low and grave. Captain Lin, these were merely vanguards. According to our informants, far greater numbers now gather near the interdimensional rift beneath Victoria Harbor, led by that bronze-masked figure in black robes. I've already sensed it, Lin Jie said, palm resting on his azure white jade pendant, still burning hot. The rift's corrupt qi grows denser by the hour. Within 2 days it will fully manifest. Hung Hing has guarded this land for a century, not for power but for duty, Chen declared, resolve hardening in his gaze. No demon, no specter, no foreign horror shall defile Hong Kong soil while Hung Hing draws breath. Captain Lin, henceforth whenever the Lai Sha squad confronts interdimensional threats, every Hung Hing brother stands ready. Day or night, we answer your call. He pivoted sharply toward his men and commanded, from today onward, each branch rotates patrols. Any trace of corrupt qi, or sight of the black-robed figure, is to be reported to the Lai Sha squad immediately. Whoever shelters interdimensional forces betrays Hung Hing, and shall be cut down without mercy. 100 voices thundered, resounding through the sunlit streets. A warm current stirred within Lin Jie's chest. Though a triad, Hung Hing had upheld the ancient chivalric code, stepping forth without hesitation in Hong Kong's hour of peril. That unwavering sense of responsibility commanded profound respect. He spoke solemnly, Mr. Chen, thank you. Once this interdimensional crisis is quelled, I will formally petition the police force to recognize Hung Hing's valor. Chen Yaozu waved off the remark with a faint smile. Captain Lin jokes, he said, pride glinting in his eyes. Hung Hing acts not for titles or glory, but for the people of Hong Kong and for the honor of Hung Hing itself. Clapping Lin Jie firmly on the shoulder, he added, time grows late. We must patrol other districts. Should you need us, contact us at once. With that, Chen Yaozu led his men down another street, their silhouettes receding into the sunlight, leaving behind only the steady echo of disciplined footsteps and the unshakable conviction of those who guard their home. Rika Azuma watched their departure thoughtful. The martial chivalry of Huaxia, truly legendary. To defend one's homeland, even a triad will cast aside old grudges and stand tall. Whether it's the police force Jingwu men or Hung Hing, we share one sacred purpose, Lin Jie affirmed, voice deep and resolute. To shield Hong Kong, so that not a single footstep from beyond the veil crosses its threshold. Gao Gang grinned broadly. With Hung Hing patrolling the rear, we can focus entirely on dismantling the core force at the rift. Luo Tianhong nodded in agreement. Hung Hing knows every lane and alley in Hong Kong. With their aid, interdimensional schemes will find no shadow in which to fester. Lin Jie lifted his gaze toward Victoria Harbor. His azurand white jade pendant burned hotter still. Within his spiritual sense, the core aura of corrupt qi pulsed with terrifying clarity. He drew a slow, steadying breath and spoke with quiet, unbreakable authority. Hung Hing secures the rear. We strike the heart. Move out for Victoria Harbor. Once more, 5 figures dashed forward, racing toward Victoria Harbor with unwavering purpose. Bolstered by police support, guided by Jingwu men's wisdom, reinforced by Hung Hing's loyalty, and empowered by their own relentless growth, the Lai Sha squad had forged itself into a formidable force. And this war against interdimensional incursion, now joined by disparate powers, had swelled into an epic struggle of staggering scale. Beneath Victoria Harbor's waves, the interdimensional rift widened slowly. The bronze-masked figure in black robes prepared a darker design, and the ultimate confrontation upon which Hong Kong's fate would hinge loomed ever closer. The wind along Victoria Harbor carried the salty, fishy scent of the tide, swirling with the ominous aura that seeped from the sea, causing the railings along the shore to moan. The 5 members of the Demon Hunt squad had just arrived at the dock when a hurried sound of footsteps echoed behind them, accompanied by the crisp and rhythmic clattering of metal equipment. Demon Hunt squad. A clear, bright female voice emerged, laced with a hint of sharpness and determination. Everyone turned to see a figure clad in a tidy black combat uniform, tall and upright, with various firearm accessories hanging from her waist and a bulging tactical backpack on her back. She had a short haircut that reached her ears, her brows and eyes exuding an aura of heroism, with a high nose bridge and a slight cold curve at the corners of her mouth. The most striking detail was the modified Beretta 92F pistol. She handled its body gleaming with a matte silver sheen, equipped with a silencer at the muzzle, clearly a close combat weapon specially calibrated. Long Jio, supervisor of the firearms armory at the Hong Kong Police Station, firearms specialist at the mastery level here to provide assistance. The woman stepped forward briskly, raising her hand in a standard military salute, her movements crisp and efficient, her eyes sharp as an eagle's, scanning the 5 individuals before finally resting on the sniper rifle in Tian Yangsheng's hands, a glint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. Tian Yangsheng, I have long heard of your reputation. Your modified sniper rifle is legendary within the police firearms community. Tian Yangsheng raised an eyebrow, showing rare interest. He weighed the sniper rifle in his hands and said in a low voice, "You recognize this gun?" "Not just recognize it." Long Jio chuckled lightly, reaching into her tactical backpack to pull out an exquisite metal box. Opening it revealed various precision sniper rifle components. "The barrel of this gun, you polished it yourself, didn't you?" The specially made 7-inch rifling can increase the initial velocity of the demon-slaying bullets by 30% and enhance accuracy. Before she could finish her sentence, Tian Yangsheng's pupils constricted, his gaze towards Long Jio, now more serious. "That sniper rifle took me years of effort to modify, and its core components have never been disclosed to outsiders. Yet this woman was able to see through it at a glance." "Long Jio, you have a keen eye." Tian Yangsheng nodded, slowly acknowledging her abilities. Lin Jie stepped forward and shook hands with Long Jio, saying solemnly, "Welcome aboard the Demon Hunt Squad, Supervisor Long. We urgently need powerful fire support. The interdimensional rift beneath Victoria Harbor could fully manifest at any moment. I have already grasped the situation." Long Jio's smile faded, her expression turning serious as she pointed to the rolling black mist beneath the water. "This demonic aura is even thicker than I imagined. Regular bullets are utterly ineffective against them. We must use specially made demon-slaying bullets. Furthermore, I've brought some new gear specifically designed to deal with these supernatural foes. With that, Long Jie opened her tactical backpack and pulled out a uniquely shaped firearm. The gun was shorter than a standard rifle with a streamlined body, and at the muzzle there was a cylindrical energy amplifier with a small lightning symbol etched on the stock. This is an electromagnetic pulse gun, my latest creation. Long Jie explained. It doesn't fire bullets. Instead, it launches high-energy electromagnetic pulses that can instantly disrupt the energy field of the demonic aura, causing puppets controlled by the aura to temporarily lose their mobility. For dealing with large swathes of minions, this thing is far more effective than a sniper rifle. She also pulled out several grenade-sized objects, tossing one to Gao Gang. These are demon-slaying grenades filled with specially formulated demon-slaying powder. Upon detonation, they create a purification field with a 10-meter diameter, rapidly dispelling the demonic aura within. Gao Gang caught the demon-slaying grenade, weighed it in his hand, and grinned. What a good item. If this were thrown into that pile of minions, wouldn't it blow them to pieces? That's pretty much the effect. Long Jie nodded, then pulled out several pairs of specially made goggles, distributing them to everyone. These are demonic aura detection goggles capable of seeing through the black mist to track the energy flow of the demonic aura and can also lock onto enemies hiding in the shadows. Abu put on the goggles, and the scene before him changed instantly. The originally gray demonic aura transformed into black energy lines within the goggles, and the puppets hidden beneath the surface of the sea were clearly revealed. This is so useful. Abu couldn't help but exclaim. With this, when treating the injured in the future, I can detect the invasion trajectory of the demonic aura in advance. Long Jie smiled with satisfaction, walking over to Tian Yangsheng and handing him the metal box. These components are specifically tailored for your sniper rifle. Once you install these components, your gun will not only fire demon-slaying bullets, but also armor-piercing demon-slaying bullets, which will be more effective against those powerful core members of the interdimensional forces. Tian Yangsheng took the components, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He immediately crouched down to begin disassembling the barrel of his sniper rifle, while Long Jie stood beside him, guiding him. The two worked in perfect harmony, swiftly completing the installation of the new components. The modified sniper rifle felt more stable than before, the energy amplifier at the muzzle glowing faintly blue, exuding a sense of daunting power. Tian Yangsheng raised the rifle, aiming at a floating object in the distance, and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out as the specially made armor-piercing demon-slaying bullet whistled through the air, precisely hitting the floating object. In the moment the bullet exploded, a faint golden energy wave spread out, causing the surrounding demonic aura to recede like a tide, and the floating object was directly blasted into dust. Good gun. Gao Gang couldn't help but clap his hands in approval. Now we have another weapon against those black-robed minions. Long Jie looked at the modified sniper rifle, a flicker of pride in her eyes. This is just an appetizer. I also brought a big killer weapon, but it requires several people to operate. With that, Long Jie pointed to the direction of the docks warehouse. Follow me, that thing is in the warehouse. Everyone followed Long Jie into the warehouse, where they saw a rugged-looking cannon placed in the center. The barrel was inscribed with dense runes, and a large energy concentrator was attached at the muzzle with two energy storage tanks connected to either side of the cannon. This is the demon-slaying electromagnetic cannon, Long Jie introduced. It can convert the demon-slaying powder into high-energy electromagnetic demon-slaying beams powerful enough to penetrate the energy barriers of interdimensional rifts. However, this cannon requires 3 people to operate, 1 for aiming, 1 for loading energy, and 1 for. Before she could finish her sentence, Tian Yangsheng had already walked up to the cannon's site, carefully making adjustments. Gao Gang approached the energy storage tank, patted the tank, and grinned. This loading energy task is perfect for me. Lin Jie looked at the demon-slaying electromagnetic cannon with a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. With this cannon, their chances of dealing with the interdimensional rift had increased significantly. Long Jie walked up to Lin Jie, speaking solemnly. Captain Lin, while this cannon is powerful, its consumption is also immense. Each shot requires a large amount of demon-slaying powder and energy. Moreover, it has a very high aiming difficulty. It must precisely lock onto the core energy point of the interdimensional rift to unleash its maximum power. I understand. Lin Jie nodded, the jade pendant in his palm, feeling warm as his luck perception had already locked onto the core of the rift beneath the sea. Leave the aiming to me. I can clearly sense the energy flow trajectory of the rift, ensuring a hit. Long Jie looked at Lin Jie's determined gaze, nodding, her worries easing a bit. She turned to everyone, her voice strong and resonating. Demon Hunt Squad, are you ready to face the ultimate battle? Gao Gang tightened his fists, a fierce battle spirit flashing in his eyes. I can't wait any longer. The iron doors of the warehouse at Waidilia Gang Pier were thrust open with a thunderous clang. Blinding sunlight poured in and lit up the dazzling array of firearms within. This was the secret armory of the Gangdao Jingshu, and it was Long Jie's domain. Pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, modification kits, and bespoke ammunition were arranged neatly on the shelves. The air carried the faint scent of machine oil and the cold tang of metal. Long Jie slipped off his tactical gloves and gestured toward the arsenal with a confident curl at the corner of his mouth, announcing that every weapon here had been tuned by his own hands. Ordinary guns were useless against the shaky foot soldiers of the interdimensional forces. One needed specially crafted tools. Today, each of you may pick a weapon that suits you and take full ammunition. Use them with confidence. The 5 members of the Lai Sha squad stood in the center of the warehouse, their gazes sweeping the racks of weapons, excitement brightening each pair of eyes. Their previous arms had been either precinct issue or self-modified. Given the chance to choose Long Jie's personally tuned specialty weapons, they could hardly contain their eagerness. Tian Yangsheng moved first, heading straight for the innermost sniper rack. 7 or 8 sniper rifles of varying designs lined the shelf, each meticulously modified barrels etched with fine runes and muzzles fitted with energy amplifiers. His eyes settled on a modified Barrett M82A1, all matte black, its barrel lengthened from the original, the stock fitted with a recoil-damping pad and a custom high-magnification night vision scope set atop, into which a small shaka-piercing stone was embedded. Long Jie explained that he had designed this rifle specifically for long-range elimination of core members of the interdimensional forces. He walked over and tapped the barrel, saying that he had personally polished the rifling to raise the initial velocity of the armor-piercing, shaka-piercing rounds by 50%, granting an effective range of 3,000 meters, while the stock's damping canceled most recoil, so accuracy would not degrade under sustained fire. Tian Yangsheng gripped the rifle. It felt icy and heavy in hand, yet exquisitely balanced. He shouldered the rifle aimed at the sea beyond the warehouse and gently pulled the trigger to feel the trigger's feedback, a satisfied light passing through his eyes as he decided this was the one. Long Jie smiled and handed over several magazines, explaining that they held special armor-piercing, shaka-piercing rounds, 10 rounds per magazine, the bullet tips packed with posha powder and fragments of Xian iron. Even an enemy at the martial transcendent realm would come off worse after a hit. Gao Gang had little interest in sniper rifles and walked directly to the shotgun rack. A modified Remington M870 caught his eye. The body shortened for close quarters, used a spreader attached to the barrel, a folding stock, and anti-slip black cloth wrapped around the foregrip. Long Jie presented it as a close-quarters marvel. She explained that it fired specially made shaka-piercing buckshot, 20 pellets per shot, each pellet tempered with posha powder. Against swarms of shaky puppets, one blast could sweep a whole area, and the weapon's lightness made it ideal even for a close combat maniac like him. Before she finished, Gao Gang had already shouldered the shotgun and fired an empty round into the warehouse wall. The thunderous report left his arm tingling from the recoil, but he grinned and exclaimed that the power was tremendous and that he would take it. Long Jie shook her head and passed over several shotgun shells, warning him to be careful because the recoil was heavy and to avoid injuring himself. Luo Tianhong, a sword cultivator by training, was not particularly drawn to firearms, but he understood their utility against massed shaky minions. His gaze fell on a modified FN-P90 submachine gun, compact and deft, easy to carry with a blistering rate of fire and a large magazine capacity. Long Jie noted that the SMG suited his agile footwork as a sword cultivator. It fired special shaka-piercing pistol rounds, she said, with high cadence and accuracy to help clear surrounding mobs while he tangled with foes, and its light frame would not impede his movement or sword intent. Luo Tianhong took up the P90, weighing it in his hand. It was indeed light and nimble. He pulled the trigger to test its responsiveness and nodded with approval. Long Jie handed over several magazines, noting that each held 50 rounds, enough for a small-scale engagement. Abu needed a sidearm that would protect him without hampering his ability to treat the wounded. He settled on a modified Glock 17A compact and easily concealed, fitted with a suppressor and loaded with specially made Lorcoil shaka-piercing pistol rounds. Long Jie explained that the pistol was suited for a medic, low recoil, great accuracy, and a suppressor that allowed him to defend discreetly without alerting enemies, while the rounds were calibrated to moderate power to avoid friendly casualties. Abu accepted the pistol and found it comfortable in hand, thanking Director Long. Finally, it was Lin Jie's turn. As captain of the Lai Sha squad, he needed a weapon that could both command the fight and be decisive in critical moments. His eyes fell on a modified 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, all matte black, fitted with a grenade launcher and a custom holographic sight capable of displaying both enemy positions and shaky density. Long Jie told him that she had designed this rifle for him. She explained that the assault rifle's rate of fire and accuracy, combined with the grenade launcher's wide-area lethality, would let him command the battle while handling sudden crises, and that the sight's shaky readout would help him lock onto enemy weak points faster. Lin Jie hefted the rifle. It was heavy in hand, yet perfectly balanced. He shouldered the weapon, peered through the sight at the sea beyond the warehouse, and allowed a small, satisfied smile to cross his face as he pronounced it very good. Long Jie handed him several magazines and a handful of shaka-piercing grenades, explaining that the rifle took 30-round magazines and that the grenades, upon detonation, formed a 5-meter diameter purification field, highly effective against swarms of shaky minions. Having chosen their weapons, the 5 stood in the center of the warehouse, each gripping their new arms, their presences sharpening into something more formidable. Tian Yangsheng's Barrett exuded calm dominance, Gao Gang's Remington was raw and brutal, Luo Tianhong's P90 was nimble and swift, a Busk Glock was compact and discreet, and Lin Jie's 416 Hong Kong dollars stood imposing and resolute. Long Jiu regarded the five with a trace of approval and reminded them that while the weapons were fine, they were only aids. True strength remained within the fighters themselves. Martial skill, vitality, sword, intent, spiritual energy, and fortune. These were the fundamentals by which they would oppose the interdimensional forces. She paused and pointed to several crates in a corner, saying they contained tactical vests and armor embedded with shaka-piercing stones to resist Shaki corrosion, and also communicators that would keep their signals clear on the battlefield despite Shaki interference. The five donned the tactical vests, strapped on the armor, and fitted the communicators, and felt power surge through them. The vests were light and comfortable, the armor sturdy and reliable, and the communicators conveyed each voice with clarity. Lin Jie looked at the four before him, and then at Long Jiu, his voice steady and strong as he declared the Lai Sha squad fully prepared, with the target being the core of the interdimensional rift beneath the seabed of Waidulia Gang. Gao Gang tightened his grip on the shotgun, a fierce battle hunger flaring in his eyes as he exclaimed that the decisive fight was finally at hand and that he had been waiting impatiently. Luo Tianhong slung the SMG behind him and let his Qing Feng sword slide partially free, its blade flashing as he proclaimed that the sword followed the heart and he would cut down all evil. Tian Yangsheng shouldered the Barrett, locking his gaze on the black Qi beneath the waves with an eagle-like sharpness, stating that his bullets were ready. Abu clipped the Glock to his waist, hoisted his medical kit, and let spiritual energy flow through his fingertips, announcing that he was prepared to tend the wounded at any moment. Long Jiu watched the five with a firm look and said she would remain on the pier to operate the Shaka-breaching electromagnetic cannon and provide fire support. Once they locked onto the rift core, she would fire to punch through the rift's energy barrier. The five nodded and turned, heading toward the pier. Sunlight gilded them in a wash of gold as they strode their steps resolute, and eyes razor-sharp, weapons flashing cold light, and their vests and armor lending them an imposing silhouette. Beneath the surface of Waidulia Gang, the black Qi churned as the interdimensional rift slowly widened. Beside the fissure, a bronze-masked black-robed figure chanted in low tones, conducting some malevolent ritual. An ultimate battle that would decide the fate of the island was about to begin. The five of the Lai Sha squad would charge into that roiling seabed armed with their martial arts firearms and conviction to engage the interdimensional forces in a life-or-death struggle. And the dawn of victory waited for them ahead. In the temporary operation room of the West Kowloon police station, smoke swirled so thickly it seemed almost tangible. Lin Jie leaned back against the chair, pinching the bridge of his nose as he stared at the report on the illusion powder sample brought back from the fishing village, surrounded by nearly 100 case files of missing citizens, each marked with disappearance location, disappearance time, and eyewitness accounts. After piecing together for 3 whole days, it still remained a tangled mess. Gao Gang lay sprawled on the nearby army cot, his heavy breaths laced with an indelible weariness. Since enduring the assault of 3 interdimensional warriors in the fishing village, the bruising on his right arm had never completely faded, and he was now stuffing bread into his mouth with his uninjured left hand. Luo Tianhong sat cross-legged by the window, his black iron sword resting across his knees, his eyes slightly closed, surrounded by a faint sword intent that even dissipated some of the smoke in the air. Tian Yangsheng leaned against the wall, polishing his Barrett sniper rifle, the crisp sound of metal clashing becoming the only vitality in this oppressive space. This won't work. Continuing this way leads to a dead end. Lin Jie suddenly stood up, irritably raking his fingers through his hair. The spread of the illusion powder seems random, yet the locations of the missing persons all converge in Kowloon walled city, Sham, Shui Po, and Yaomati. There must be a pattern here. What we lack is someone who can connect these data points. Data Oi. Tian Yangsheng lifted his gaze, the lenses reflecting cold light. Are you talking about those people in the police data analysis department? Forget it, they can't even get the ballistic reports of gang clashes right. Expecting them to find the pattern of the malevolent energy diffusion is like hoping a crow suddenly becomes a good person. What can we do then? We can't just gather all the mathematicians in Hong Kong to help, can we? Lin Jie didn't respond, but a figure flashed through his mind. The young girl who could mentally calculate the rise and fall of 10 stocks within 3 minutes at the Chinese trading center, Wan Mei. After Fang Jinxin fell seriously ill, Wan Mei took over his position as an intern. Despite her young age, her eyes seemed to see through the truth behind the numbers. During the last stock market turbulence, she had identified the hidden manipulations of Lei Luo's faction from seemingly unrelated trading data. This ability was perfect for analyzing the diffusion trajectory of the illusion powder. "I'll go ask her." Lin Jie grabbed his coat and headed for the door when he was stopped by Tian Yangsheng. "Wait." Tian Yangsheng set down his sniper rifle, pointing to the files on the table. "She's just an ordinary person. Do you plan to tell her about the interdimensional rifts and malevolent energy?" Lin Jie paused, his brow furrowing. This was indeed a dilemma. The existence of the extraordinary world would be too shocking for an ordinary person. A slight misstep could induce panic. But if he weren't honest, how could Wan Mei willingly help? How could she accurately grasp the key behind the data, the traces of the fluctuations of fate hidden within the missing persons cases? I know what I'm doing. Lin Jie gritted his teeth and pushed the door open. In the afternoon, the Chinese trading center buzzed with noise. The red and green numbers flashing on the electronic screen resembled an eternal, unceasing gamble. Lin Jie navigated through the bustling crowd and immediately spotted Wan Mei standing at the back. She wore a clean white dress, holding a pencil as she scribbled on the whiteboard against the wall, surrounded by a circle of seasoned traders, all listening intently. Miss Wan. Lin Jie approached, his voice lowered. Wan Mei turned her head, and upon seeing him, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her clear eyes. She nodded briefly, conversing with those around her, before following Lin Jie to a secluded alley outside the trading center. Inspector Lin, is there something you need? Wan Mei's voice was soft, yet carried an unexpected maturity for her age. Lin Jie took a deep breath and decided to be straightforward. I need your help analyzing a set of data regarding the recent cases of missing citizens and the diffusion trajectory of a special powder. He paused, adding, this data is quite special, and what lies behind it may exceed your understanding. I can share the truth with you, but you must promise me that no matter what you hear, you cannot disclose it. Wan Mei tilted her head, her beautiful eyes showing no hint of fear, but rather a spark of curiosity. Is it related to the mysterious illness in the fishing village? Lin Jie was taken aback. How do you know? In last week's Department of Health report, it mentioned detecting an unknown trace element in the water source near the fishing village, and this element was also present in a case of smuggling-related death 3 months ago. Wan Mei counted on her fingers, speaking at a steady pace, yet clearly. I checked the information on that smuggling case. Their landing point was at the abandoned dock in Kowloon walled city, which overlaps with the first location of this missing persons case. Lin Jie's heart leapt. He hadn't expected Wan Mei to grasp the edge of the truth based solely on publicly available fragments of data. This girl's insight was even more formidable than he had imagined. Come with me. Lin Jie no longer hesitated and took Wan Mei straight to the temporary operation room of the West Kowloon police station. When Wan Mei entered the smoke-filled room and saw Gao Gang sprawled on the army cot, Luo Tianhong seated in meditation, and Tian Yangsheng polishing his sniper rifle, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, yet she showed no signs of retreat. She walked directly to the table, her gaze falling on the files, her fingers gently brushing over the annotations. Are these the materials on the missing persons? Wan Mei picked up a file and flipped through a few pages. The ages, genders, and occupations of the missing persons show no pattern. They seem random, but... She suddenly paused, picked up a pencil, and quickly began to draw on paper. Look, marking these disappearance locations on the map of Hong Kong Island in conjunction with the discovery locations of the illusion powder forms 3 intersecting lines. Gao Gang leaned closer, looking at the crooked lines on the paper, curling his lips. What does this prove? Just 3 lines, there are intersecting lines everywhere. Wan Mei ignored him, picking up another report on the composition of the illusion powder. Her brow furrowed slightly. The report says this powder contains a substance that stimulates human nerves, but I still feel something is off. She suddenly looked up at Lin Jie. Inspector Lin, is the special situation you mentioned related to the true effects of this powder? Lin Jie looked into her clear eyes, finally making up his mind to reveal the existence of the extraordinary world, the appearance of interdimensional rifts, the corrosion of malevolent energy, and the mission of their demon hunting team. The room fell silent, the only sounds being the wind outside and the scratching of the pencil on paper. Gao Gang watched Wan Mei anxiously, fearing she might scream in shock. Luo Tianhong also opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on Wan Mei with an assessing look. Tian Yangsheng crossed his arms, appearing to enjoy the show. However, Wan Mei's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. She did not scream or panic. She simply listened quietly, her pencil never ceasing its motion. Once Lin Jie finished speaking, she raised her head, her face showing no signs of fear, but rather an expression of realization. So that's how it is. Wan Mei gently exhaled, pointing at the 3 intersecting lines on the paper. If the function of the illusion powder is to diffuse malevolent energy, and the spread of malevolent energy needs to rely on the energy of the Earth's veins, then these 3 lines represent the hidden paths of the Earth's veins on Hong Kong Island. She picked up the pencil and drew a circle at the intersection of the 3 lines. Here is a node of the Earth's veins, and it is also the place where malevolent energy is most likely to gather. The abandoned dock in Kowloon walled city, the old factory in Sham Shui Pui, and the city god temple in Yao Ma Ti all lie within the radiating range of this node. She then pulled out a meteorological report pointing to the wind direction data on it. Combining this with the recent wind direction, the diffusion trajectory of the illusion powder completely follows the paths of the Earth's veins and the fluctuations of fate. Those missing citizens all coincidentally appeared at the nodes of the Earth's veins, becoming victims of malevolent energy. And that's not all. Wan Mei's fingers moved rapidly across the paper, correlating the time of disappearances with meteorological data and the paths of the Earth's veins. The activity of malevolent energy is related to the night of the full moon. Look, all the cases of missing persons occurred within 3 days before and after the full moon. This indicates that the tidal forces on the night of the full moon exacerbate the fluctuations of the Earth's veins, enhancing the corrosive abilities of malevolent energy. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Gao Gang's mouth dropped open, and he didn't even notice when the bread he was holding fell to the ground. A hint of admiration flickered in Luo Tianhong's eyes, softening his sword intent. Tian Yangsheng pushed up his glasses, and the look in his eyes behind the lenses held a bit more recognition. Lin Jie was so excited that he trembled all over. The problem that had plagued them for 3 days was completely unraveled by Ruan Mei in just 1 hour. The seemingly chaotic data in her hands transformed into clear clues pointing towards the core of the issue. The nodes of the Earth's veins, the night of the full moon, and the fluctuations of fate. Miss Ruan, Lin Jie said, his voice trembling. Are you willing to join us? Ruan Mei set down her pencil, lifted her head, and in her clear eyes shone a determined light. She looked at Lin Jie and each person in the room, nodding gently. Mr. Fong once said, with great power comes great responsibility. Her voice was soft, but resonant. Hong Kong Island is our home, or I can't just watch it be destroyed by those things. The sunset's afterglow streamed through the window, casting a golden halo around Ruan Mei. Lin Jie looked at her, a warm current surging in his heart. The demon hunting team finally welcomed the most critical member. With Ruan Mei's data analysis, they would no longer be blind men groping an elephant. A demon hunting operation revolving around the nodes of the Earth's veins, and the night of the full moon was about to unfold. Meanwhile, in the old factory of Sham Shui, a figure in a bronze mask clad in black robes gazed at a sand table, a cold smile creeping across his lips. The 7 stars gather, and the fate begins to manifest. Interesting, truly interesting. The figure in black slowly raised a hand, malevolent energy swirling at his fingertips. The game has only just begun. The oppressive air in the temporary operations room of Shijilong Police Station was utterly shattered the instant Ruan Mei drew those 3 earth vein lines. The sunset's golden light poured through the window onto the spread map of Gangdao. Ruan Mei's fingers were slender yet steady as she held the pencil, adding several strokes of varying depth at the intersections she had marked before. Gao Gang had long since forgotten the bread on the floor. He leaned over the table with wide eyes, muttering, "So the missing people all ran into the earth vein nodes. No wonder we couldn't discern a pattern before." Tian Yangsheng set down the gleaming barret, came to the table, and behind his lenses swept his gaze over the marks on the map before landing on Ruan Mei's data-strewn drafts. He tapped a line with his fingertip and asked coolly, "This conclusion that tidal forces on full moon nights affect chi fluctuations, what's the evidence?" "Yes." Ruan Mei nodded and produced a thick notebook from her satchel, flipping to a dense page of records, nearly half a year of full moon timings, tidal data, and the corresponding frequency of disappearances. "I compared nearly 3 years of meteorological and security records," she said, "and found that around full moons the suicide rate and violent crime on Gangdao rise slightly. No one before connected these shifts with the Di Mai and Sha Qi." Luo Tianhong, who had silently sheathed his sword, stood by the window studying the map. His sword intent had receded to a chill edge as he asked, "The Di Mai nodes are focal points where Sha Qi gathers. Can these nodes be interfered with by human means?" "It is possible." Ruan Mei circled the 3 intersecting points on the map. Jilong Qingjai, Abandoned Wharf, Shinshubu Old Factory, Yamadi, Chengwang Temple. These 3 sites are the terminal nodes of Gangdao's Di Mai. Spiritual energy is thinnest there, and Sha Qi can most easily infiltrate. If we can deploy Juki formations at those locations, we can suppress the spread of Sha Qi and even turn them into a source that nourishes the Di Mai. A Juki formation. Lin Jie frowned. "We only know how to hunt Sha Qi minions, we understand nothing of such formations." "I can." A voice suddenly came from the doorway. Everyone turned to see Chen Zhen in a faded tang suit carrying a cloth bundle. Behind him walked Lihua Zhengren bearing a wooden box. "Master Chen." Lin Jie hurried forward. "What brings you here?" Chen Zhen replied, "Since the battle at the fishing village, I've been tracing the Di Mai routes across Gangdao." Chen Zhen set the bundle on the table and opened it, a stack of yellowed ancient books. These are feng shui formation records handed down from Jingwoman. They contain the layouts for Juki formations. Lihua Zhengren opened the wooden box to reveal a dozen palm-sized jade pendants, their hues warm and faintly luminous. "These are Lingyu I brought from the east," he said. "They can absorb and store spiritual energy, ideal as the formation nodes for a Juki formation." Ruan Mei's eyes brightened. She picked up a Lingyu, fingertips tracing the veins upon the stone, then flipped through Chen Zhen's books. After only a few pages, she said excitedly, "With these manuals and Lingyu combined with my Di Mai analysis, I can produce a complete Gangdao Qi Atlas, marking every node the strength of Qi and the precise layout for the Juki formations." "Perfect." Gao Gang slammed his fist on the table so hard the case files rattled. "With that atlas, we won't be groping in the dark. We'll strike straight at the Sha Qi nests." Tian Yangsheng immediately poured cold water on the enthusiasm. "Setting up Juki formations takes time, and the Lingyu are limited. We can only cover 3 core nodes. Worse still, the black-robed men surely know the importance of the Di Mai nodes. They will not sit idly by and watch us arrange formations." Indeed, the black-robed men's ability to deploy Huanling powder to spread Sha Qi proved they knew Gang Dao's Di Mai and Qi patterns intimately. If they discover the hunt team is deploying Juki formations, they will move to sabotage them. We will meet force with force. Lin Jie took a deep breath and swept his gaze across the room. Ruan Mei will draw the Qi Atlas and finalize the Juki layouts. Master Chen and Li Hua will prepare the formation materials and guide the deployment. Gao Gang and Aji, you two sweep the surroundings of the 3 nodes for black-robed strongholds. Tian Yangxing, take the Barret to a vantage point and keep watch. Raise the alarm at the slightest movement. I will coordinate with the police and Hongxing to dispatch forces to seal off the areas. What about me? Luo Tianhong asked. You come with me, Lin Jie said, looking at him. Your sword intent can cut through Sha Qi. At the crucial moment, I need you to guard the formation's core area. Luo Tianhong nodded without a word and turned to lift the Xiantai pendant sword resting on his knee. Ruan Mei could not contain her eagerness. She seized paper and pencil and began to match the formation diagrams from the manuals to the Di Mai lines on the map. The scratch of pencil on paper was unusually clear in the silent room. Chen Jin stood at her side, offering occasional pointers on critical points of the formation, while Li Hua Zhengren polished each Lingyu and tuned their spiritual energy fluctuations to the optimal state. Gao Gang and Aji, changed into plain clothes, grabbed their coats and headed for the door. Aji's short knife protruded from his waist, its hilt flashing a cold edge. Tian Yangxing slung the Barret over his shoulder, hoisted his pack, and moved out with light footsteps toward the Tapingshan summit that overlooked the 3 nodes. Lin Jie watched the team as they moved, and a rare, steady confidence swelled in his chest. From the hurried stand at the fishing village to now, armed with a clear objective, a full plan, and more hands joining the defense of Gangdao, he knew they were no longer fighting this war against Shachi alone. Night deepened, yet the operations room burned bright through the hours. Ruan Mei lay over the table, her eyes bloodshot from fatigue, but her spirit remained unbowed. When the east paled to dawn, a complete Gangdao Qi Atlas crowded with data and patterns lay finished before them. On the map, 3 red lines, representing the Di Mai, wove and crossed, the 3 core nodes were ringed in red. Annotations detailed the Juki formation layouts, the precise placement of Lingyu, even how much spiritual energy was needed, and how long each deployment would take. More importantly, Ruan Mei had, from the patterns of Qi flux, predicted the next full moon night, 3 days hence. 3 days from now will be the peak of Sha Qi activity and the most likely moment for the black-robed men to launch a large-scale attack. Ruan Mei pointed to a timestamp on the atlas, her voice edged with fatigue, yet utterly resolute. We must complete the 3 Juki formations within 3 days. Lin Jie lifted the thin sheet of paper. Though fragile, it felt as if it bore 1,000 weights. Every line and word on it was the hope of Gangdao's defense. No problem. Lin Jie clenched his fist and swept his eyes across the gathered faces. 3 days. We split into teams, and we will finish the formations. The room answered in a single resolute chorus. Their voices rang so strongly the windows trembled. At that very moment, at the abandoned wharf of Jilong Qingjai, a line of black-robed men stood by the cold sea, looking at a Di Mai map that matched Ruan Mei's almost exactly. A thin, cold smile curled at one man's lips. Juki formation, the black-robed man sneered. Sha Qi coalesced at his fingertips into black smoke, which he used to burn the map to ash. How naive. Behind him, a dozen minions shrouded in Sha Qi watched the direction of the wharf like predators. Give the order 3 days from now on the full moon night, destroy their Juki formations and devour Gangdao's Qi. His voice, laced with a bone-deep chill, dissolved into the sea wind. The duel over the Di Mai nodes and the Juki formations would formally begin on the full moon night 3 days hence. The night over Yamati carried an inescapable murky air. Neon signs cast mottled light over the slick streets, mingling with the brine of seafood stalls, the oily scent of roast meat shops, and the acrid whiff of cheap tobacco drifting from alleyways, weaving a net that cloaked this rough, tangled quarter. The most conspicuous presence in this district was the Dongxing Shi headquarters, the 3-story building fronted by a sign reading Dongxing Tea House. Yet tonight there was no leisure of tea or song inside the tea house. The second-floor hall had been turned upside down, tables and stools shattered into chaos, several Dongxing underlings slumped on the floor, clutching arms and legs and wailing. Blood seeped through the boards, staining the ceiling below with spreading dark brown blotches. In the center on the master chair sat a man in a floral shirt. He lounged with one leg crossed over the other, twirling a polished dagger between his fingers. A bead of blood trembled on its tip and fell to his gleaming shoes, blooming into a small dark stain. A smile clung to his face, but the corners of his eyes betrayed a streak of madness. He was the chief enforcer of Dongxing Shi Wuya. Speak. Wuya suddenly booted a thug in the chest. The man screamed and flew back into the wall, coughing up blood. How much of Chun Haonan's Hongxing Tanko goods did you get your hands on? The thug convulsed in pain, lips trembling. Wuya, brother Wuya, I really don't know. We're just small fry, we don't touch the hallmaster's affairs. Don't know. Wuya arched a brow and spun the dagger faster. The cold glint reflected the malice in his eyes. If you don't know, what use are you? Before the words finished, the dagger flashed from his hand like lightning and plunged into the thug's shoulder. The man emitted a heart-rending scream and rolled on the floor, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. The others were too terrified to breathe, shrinking back as if willing themselves into the floor. Everyone knew that when Wuya went mad, he would cut down even his own. These useless failures were no exception. That very afternoon, Wuya had led men into Hongxing territory to seize a batch of goods. No one knew exactly what they were, only that Hall Master Shuiling had personally ordered it and said it concerned a major matter for Dongxingxi. They had barely reached the back entrance of Hongxing Tankou when Chun Haonan Long prepared to ambush them. More than half of the 20 or so men Wuya brought were cut down, and the goods had vanished without a trace. When Shuiling heard the news, she merely uttered the word trash and swept away. Those 2 syllables pricked Wuya's pride like a burning coal. Nothing enraged him more in life than being called useless, especially when it came from someone he had always looked down on like Chen Haonan. Damn it! Wuya shot to his feet and crushed a wooden stool beneath his boot, splinters flying. Chen Haonan, Hongxing, I'm not done with you. His bloodshot eyes swept over the gathered men, who wherever his gaze landed, everyone instinctively recoiled. All of you get up. Wuya roared, grab your gear. Tonight we burn Hongxing Tankou to the ground. I'll make Chen Haonan learn what happens when he crosses me. The underlings exchanged fearful glances. Hongxing's defenses were tight. Chen Haonan had harsh lieutenants like Taizi and Dafei at his side. To charge them heathen would be to smash an egg against a rock. Wuya sneered, drew another dagger from the wall, and twirled it on his fingertip. No one dares to go. His eyes fell on a cowering man in the corner. The thug trembled, about to plead, but Wuya stepped forward in a single stride and brought the blade down. With a wet sound, the dagger pierced the man's throat. Blood spattered across Wuya's floral shirt like gruesome blossoms. Wuya languidly withdrew the blade, used the dead man's clothing to wipe the blood, and his smile grew more deranged. Now who still dares refuse? The remaining men were petrified. Hesitation vanished. One by one they scrambled up, crawling and trembling, cried, "We'll go. We'll follow Brother Wuya." Wuya's satisfaction showed in a grin as he wiped a bead of blood from his face. The mania in his eyes deepened. That's right. He moved to the window and pushed it open. The night wind, thick with moisture, rushed in and billowed his floral shirt. He stared toward Hongxing Tankou, a short distance away where lights burned and the sounds of gambling and drinking drifted faintly. Chun Haonan, Wuya murmured with venom, "You stole my goods and ruined the Hall Master's plans. Tonight I will burn your lair and turn you into a stray dog." He spun back, dagger raised toward the door. "Prepare the vehicles. Bring gasoline. I will set the fire myself." The men rushed downstairs in a panic to ready the supplies. Soon the rumble of engines and the clank of fuel cans came from below. Wuya cast one last look at the ravaged hall and smiled with a cruel edge. He stepped over the pooled blood and descended the stairs, each footstep pressing like a blade against everyone's heart. The night thickened. 3 black vans slipped silently out of the alley by Dongxing Tea House and sped toward Hongxing Tankou. Inside the vans were drums of gasoline, gleaming machetes, and steel pipes. Wuya rode in the lead vehicle, fiddling with his dagger, his gaze grim and predatory as it fixed on the road ahead. He imagined the hall devoured by flames and Chun Haonan's panic-stricken face. He did not know that a dark figure had quietly fallen in behind his convoy. The shadow wore black night clothes and moved with lithe precision. Aji assigned to monitor Dongxing's movements. Watching the 3 speeding vans, Aji's eyes flashed cold. He swiftly produced a signal transmitter from his pocket and pressed the switch. In the temporary operations room of the Shijulong police station, Lin Jie was studying the disposition chart. Ruan Mei had drawn, brow furrowed. Suddenly, the signal receiver on the table emitted a sharp beep. Lin Jie snapped his head up, snatched the receiver, and watched the red blip on the screen moving toward Hongxing Tankou. Not good. Wuya's making a move on Hongxing. Luo Tianhong rose at once, his black iron sword singing softly as it left its sheath. Gao Gang grabbed a steel pipe at once and growled, "Let's go. Teach them a lesson." Lin Jie held him back with an eagle-sharp gaze. "Don't rush in. Wuya is desperate. We can't engage blindly." He grabbed a radio and said in a low voice, "Tian Yangxing target direction, Hongxing Tankou, prepare to snipe." "Copy." A calm voice replied. Lin Jie then addressed Luo Tianhong, "Circle round by the side entrance and protect Hongxing's key personnel. Don't let Wuya harm innocents." Luo Tianhong nodded and was gone in a flash. "Gao Gang, you and I hold the front," Lin Jie said, pulling on his jacket, eyes ice cold. "Tonight Wuya will learn that those who play with fire consume themselves." Gao Gang grinned, flashing white teeth. "Got it." The 2 dashed from the operations room, leapt into a squad car, and sirens tore through the night as they sped toward Hongxing Tankou. At this moment inside the Hongxing Hall, Chun Haonan was drinking and talking with Taizi Dafei and others. After a few cups, Taizi set his glass down and wiped his mouth. "Haonan, do you think Wuya, having taken a loss, will let it go quietly?" Chun Haonan lifted his cup, sipped, and his gaze darkened. What kind of man is Wuya? A spiteful, vindictive mad dog. He will surely come to cause trouble tonight. No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps sounded at the door. A breathless underling burst in, "Hall Master. Something's wrong. Wuya's come with men. They've brought several drums of gasoline." Chen Haonan's expression hardened, and he sprang to his feet. Arms. Everyone take your weapons. Taizi and Dafei rose instantly, their drunken haze swept away and replaced by fierce resolve. Hongxing's men moved with speed, the clash of machetes and steel pipes rang out in rapid succession. Outside, Wuya led his men forward. He hauled a can of gasoline and madly poured it over the wooden doors of the hall, screaming, Chen Haonan, come out and die. Flames began to flicker in the night. A great blaze was about to set Yamati's sky alight. A bloody battle was poised to erupt. The wooden gate of the Hung Hing Triad headquarters had been drenched in oil. A thick black liquid oozed from the cracks in the planks, pooling into grimy puddles on the ground. A raven stood at the foot of the steps, clutching a lit match in his fist. The flame flared violently in the wind, and a wild, unhinged gleam burned deep in his eyes. Chan Honam. Come out now. If you don't step forward this instant, I'll reduce your wretched headquarters to ashes and roast every Hung Hing man alive into charred cinders. With a creak, the main gate swung open. Chan Honam emerged slowly, flanked by Tai Zi and Dafei. He wore a sleek black trench coat, his hair immaculately combed, his expression utterly unruffled. His gaze locked onto the raven with icy detachment. Raven, have you not caused enough chaos? Chaos. The raven threw his head back in raucous laughter, as if hearing the greatest absurdity imaginable. My shipment was stolen by you. Over 20 of my brothers were crippled by your hand, and now you dare ask if I've had enough. Chan Honam, did the door slam shut on your brain? That shipment was never taken by me, Chan Honam retorted, frowning. Hung Hing may be at odds with your Eastern Star, but we would never resort to such despicable methods. Not you. The raven's eyes hardened like flint. In one furious motion, he hurled the match onto the oil-soaked gate. Then you've hidden it well? Tonight I'll burn your headquarters to the ground, and watch you choke on your own defiance. The flame struck the gasoline, flaring upward in a roaring foot-high inferno. Orange tongues of fire lapped hungrily at the wooden gate, hissing and spitting, while thick, acrid smoke billowed skyward, stinging throats and burning eyes. Dangerous! Dafei roared, lunging forward to douse the flames, only to be seized firmly by Tai Zi. Don't move, Tai Zi commanded, voice low and grave. The threshold is soaked in fuel. The more you fight it, the fiercer it burns. Eastern Star underlings erupted into mocking laughter. The raven stood defiantly amid the blaze, arms akimbo, his grin widening with cruel triumph. Chan Honam, do you see this? This is the price of crossing me. Tonight's fire won't just reduce your headquarters to cinders. It will brand Hung Hing across all Hong Kong as traitors who colluded with outsiders to steal Eastern Star's goods. Chan Honam's face darkened. At last he understood the shipment was merely pretext. The fire itself was the true weapon. The raven sought no mere vengeance or destruction. He aimed to frame Hung Hing, to pin the crime of collusion and theft upon them, turning them into pariahs among every triad in Hong Kong. A venomous scheme indeed. Raven, you are ruthless, Chan Honam said, his voice glacial. But do you truly believe such petty tricks can shatter Hung Hing? Whether it shatters or stands, that lies beyond your say. The raven slashed his arm through the air. Attack. Cut down every Hung Hing man. If blood is spilled, I'll bear the blame. Eastern Star thugs charged forward with bestial howls, swinging cleavers and iron pipes in brutal arcs toward the Hung Hing men. Brothers, arms up. Tai Zi bellowed and surged ahead first. His steel pipe whirled overhead before crashing down onto an Eastern Star thug skull. A muffled groan escaped the man's lips as he crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Dafei followed without hesitation. His cleaver flashed coldly in the firelight, each stroke slicing through the air with lethal force, forcing Eastern Star men to stagger backward in retreat. Chan Honam's eyes sharpened like drawn blades. From his waist, he drew a telescopic baton. His wrist snapped once, and the metal shaft extended with a sharp crack. He darted sideways, evading a cleaver's downward arc, then drove the baton hard into the attacker's forearm. A sickening snap echoed, the clean, brittle sound of bone shattering. Chaos erupted instantly. Shouts, screams, and the metallic clangor of weapons clashing reverberated through the night sky over Yau Ma Ti. The fire roared higher, devouring the lintel above the gate. Dense smoke coiled upward, blotting out the moonlight entirely. And beyond the maelstrom of violence, a solitary figure slipped silently backward into the shadows. Dressed in Eastern Star attire, he bore no trace of battle fervor. Only cold calculation flickered in his eyes. He was Biao, Raven's newly promoted confidant, and the true architect behind the frame-up. Raven's mind lacked the cunning for such treachery, though every vile stratagem had been whispered into his ear by Biao. Biao circled quietly to the side alley of the headquarters, withdrew a small, oil-wrapped packet from his chest, a pinch of white powder inside the very batch of illusion dust allegedly stolen. With a contemptuous sneer, he slipped unseen into the rear courtyard and buried the packet beneath a pile of firewood in the woodshed. Having completed his task, he melted back into the fray, feigning fierce combat with Hung Hing men, while his gaze remained fixed unblinking on the mouth of the alley. He waited for the police. Once officers arrived and discovered the illusion dust hidden within Hung Hing's premises, the accusation of collusion and theft would become irrefutable. Then Hung Hing would fall, disgraced, abandoned, reviled. Chen Honam would become a hunted fugitive cursed by all, and Abiao, he would rise, step by step, through Eastern Star's ranks, perhaps even supplanting Raven himself. At that thought, a cruel serpentine smile curled Abiao's lips. Just then the shrill wail of sirens pierced the distance, growing louder, sharper, inevitable. They're here. Abiao's eyes ignited with anticipation. Police lights sliced through the night, halting near the Honghing Gate. Inspector Lin Jie and Sergeant Gao Gang leapt from their vehicles, batons raised high. Cease all hostilities. Police, freeze where you stand. The melee froze instantly. Eastern Star thugs paled at the sight of uniforms, stumbling backward in panic. Raven's expression soured. He hadn't expected the police so swiftly. Inspector Lin Jie, you've arrived just in time, he bellowed, pointing furiously at Chen Honam. Arrest this Chen Honam at once. He stole Eastern Star's shipment and ordered his men to burn my people alive. Chen Honam met his glare with icy disdain, when guilt is preordained, evidence is mere ornamentation. Inspector Lin Jie swept his gaze across the scene, the blazing gate, the wounded strewn upon the ground, his brow furrowed deeply. Raven, you claim Chen Honam stole your goods. Where is your proof? Proof? Raven faltered, then jabbed a finger toward the building. It's inside his headquarters. Search it. I guarantee you'll find it. Abiao hurried forward, nodding eagerly. Yes, Inspector Lin. We saw Chen Honam hide the goods inside himself. Search immediately the woodshed in the rear courtyard. The moment those words left his lips, Chen Honam's eyes turned razor sharp. Raven knew nothing of precise hiding places. This man, Abiao, reeked of deception. Lin Jie's gaze settled on Abiao, suspicion flickering like candlelight in his pupils. Something about this entire affair felt unervingly orchestrated. Raven might be reckless, but he was not precise. Such surgical framing implied another hand guiding the strings. Then from the alley mouth came the calm, resonant voice of Luo Tianhong. Inspector Lin, no search is necessary. All turned. Luo Tianhong strode forward steadily, dragging a bound man by the collar. The very underling who'd slipped into the rear courtyard moments earlier, caught red-handed by Luo Tianhong. Luo Tianhong dropped the man roughly onto the ground and spoke, voice like tempered steel. This man attempted to sneak into the rear courtyard, to conceal something inside the woodshed. The man collapsed, ashen-faced and mute with terror. Raven's complexion drained to ghostly pallor. Abiao's pupils contracted sharply. A jolt of dread shot through him. This is disastrous. Lin Jie stepped forward, fixing the trembling man with a steely stare. Speak. What were you ordered to hide in the woodshed? The man quaked, darting terrified glances between Raven and Abiao. His lips trembled, yet no sound emerged. Silent. Gao Gang advanced, seizing the man's collar. Shall I toss you into that fire? The man shrieked in abject terror. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. It was Brother Biao who sent me. To bury a packet of white powder in the woodshed, to frame Hung Hing. Brother Biao promised, if this succeeded, I'd be made a red pole in Eastern Star. A stunned hush fell over the crowd. Chen Honam's gaze cut toward Abiao. Cold, lethal, and absolute. So it was you pulling the strings. Abiao's face twisted between fury and fear. He spun to flee, only to be seized by the nape of his jacket and slammed face first to the ground by Tai Zi. Running already? Tai Zi sneered. One who commits betrayal has no right to escape its consequences. Raven stared at Abiao, pinned beneath Tai Zi's knee, his whole body trembling. Not with rage, but with the sickening realization that he'd been used as a puppet. With a guttural roar, Raven lunged forward and drove a savage kick into Abiao's jaw. Traitorous dog. I'll carve you open myself. The scene dissolved into pandemonium. Inspector Lin Jie watched the spectacle unfold, his expression growing colder still. He knew, beneath this sordid plot lay the shadow of the black-robed man. Illusion dust. Framing. Triad warfare. All designed to fracture Hong Kong's order and erode its vital chi. And they would not allow the black-robed man's machinations to succeed. Lin Jie raised his hand, signaling officers to move forward and secure Raven, Abiao, and all injured parties. His voice rang clear and commanding. Everyone, back to the station for full investigation. The fire still blazed, staining half the heavens crimson. Yet the storm of treachery, however fierce, had for now subsided. High atop a distant skyscraper, a black-robed figure observed the inferno below, then slowly withdrew his gaze, a chilling, predatory smile playing upon his lips. Fractured, disunited triads are easiest to command, the black-robed man murmured softly. Chen Honam, Raven, your true performance has only just begun. In the interrogation room of the West Kowloon police station, the fluorescent light fell cold and sharp as a blade upon Abiao's face. One side of his cheek was grotesquely swollen, dried blood still clung to the corner of his mouth, the wound left by Crow's furious kick. He slumped in the interrogation chair, wrists bound in handcuffs, eyes wide with terror and despair, utterly stripped of the arrogance and cunning he once wielded at the Honghing headquarters. The door swung open. Lin Jie and Chen Honam entered. Lin Jie held a written statement, his expression unreadable. Chen Honam wore a sleek black trench coat, his hair immaculately combed, his gaze fixed on Abiao with icy, unblinking scrutiny. Speak, Lin Jie said, tossing the statement onto the table, the crisp rustle of paper piercing the silence like a knife. Who ordered you to incite Crow to provoke Hong Hing? And who supplied you with the illusion dust to frame them? Biao trembled violently, bowing his head lower, still lips quivering. I acted in a moment of madness. Madness? Chan Ho Nam let out a cold, mirthless laugh and stepped forward, looming over him. A moment of madness leads you to hide illusion dust in Hong Hing's firewood shed. A moment of madness lets you time the police's arrival to the second. Biao, do you truly take us for fools? His shoulders shook uncontrollably, but his teeth remained clenched, his silence absolute. He knew betray the one behind the curtain, and he would be erased without trace. The black-robed man's methods were 100-fold more terrifying than Crow's reckless fury. Lin Jie observed this unfazed. Calmly, he withdrew a small USB drive from his pocket and placed it on the table. Do you truly believe your deeds when unseen? A surveillance camera covers the alley beside the Hong Hing headquarters. Your furtive entry to plant the illusion dust and your clandestine meeting with the black-robed man were both captured in full detail. At those words, Biao's face drained of all color. He jerked his head up, eyes bulging with disbelief. Impossible. There are no cameras in that alley. There weren't, before Lin Jie replied coolly. But after the illusion dust case broke, we installed covert surveillance across every critical location in Hong Kong Island. On the night you met the black-robed man, the camera caught his profile. Even masked, the bronze insignia on his sleeve was unmistakable. We've already traced its origin. In that instant, Biao's last psychological defense crumbled. He collapsed against the chair, gaze unfocused, whispering hoarsely, the bronze insignia. It's him. He forced me. Who is he? Lin Jie pressed, voice edged with quiet urgency. I don't know his name. Biao's voice cracked into sobs. He told me only to call him the masked man. He found me, said if I could ignite a war between Hong Hing and East Star and pin the illusion dust on Hong Hing, he'd give me enough money to rise swiftly within East Star society. I had no choice. What else did the masked man tell you? Chan Ho Nam demanded, his fists tightening unconsciously. He said, the more chaos among the Triads, the weaker Hong Kong's chi becomes. And on the night of the full moon, something great will happen. The full moon. Lin Jie and Chan Ho Nam exchanged a glance, both eyes dark with gravity. Ruan Mei's chi fortune chart had explicitly marked the full moon as the peak hour of malevolent energy, a time when the masked man would most likely launch his large-scale assault. Only 2 days remained until that night. Anything else? Lin Jie asked again. Nothing, truly nothing. Biao slumped, tears streaming down his face. I've told you everything. I beg you, set me free. Lin Jie ignored him, turning and walking out of the interrogation room with Chan Ho Nam. In the corridor, Gao Gang and Luo Tianhong awaited them. Well? Gao Gang asked urgently. It was orchestrated by the black-robed man, Lin Jie stated grimly. His aim is to ignite Triad warfare, shatter Hong Kong's order, weaken its chi, and prepare the ground for his full moon assault. Luo Tianhong frowned. So Crow was merely a pawn. Indeed, Chan Ho Nam sighed. Crow's temper is volatile by nature. Biao merely lit the fuse. And what of Crow? Gao Gang asked. Lin Jie paused thoughtfully. Though manipulated, Crow remains culpable for arson and rioting. Detain him, for now, until this matter concludes. As they spoke, a commotion erupted outside the station entrance. Lin Jie looked up to see a crowd of East Star underlings gathered at the gate, shouting demands to see Crow. At their forefront stood Shui Ling, the East Star branch leader. Clad in a sleek black Chong Sam, her figure elegant, her expression glacial and fierce. Her gaze swept past the station doors, then locked onto Lin Jie. Her voice was edged with venom. Inspector Lin, I demand to see my man. Lin Jie approached calm and composed. Madam Shui, Crow is under investigation for arson and rioting. He is not permitted visitors, at present. Investigation. Shui Ling sneered. Since when do Hong Kong's Triads answer to the police? This is Hong Kong, Lin Jie retorted, voice hardening. A society governed by law. Anyone who violates it must face justice. Law. She laughed, a brittle mocking sound. To me, strength is law. Before the final syllable faded, East Star underlings drew cleavers and steel pipes. Tension snapped taut, like drawn bowstrings. Gao Gang stepped forward, fists clenched, muscles coiling beneath his shirt, a raw primal aura surging forth. Want trouble? Face me first. Luo Tianhong slowly unsheathed his black iron sword. A razor-sharp sword intent shimmered around him. The very air thickened heavy with unspoken violence. Shui Ling's eyes flickered as they settled on Luo Tianhong's blade. Her pupils contracted slightly. She sensed it, a weapon forged to cleave through malevolent chi itself. Just as the standoff reached its breaking point, Chan Ho Nam stepped forward. He stood before Shui Ling, serene and resolute. Madam Shui, the truth has been uncovered. Biao was manipulated by the black-robed man to incite Crow and to frame Hong Hing. Crow himself is a victim. Shui Ling's brow furrowed. Is this true? Chan Ho Nam never lie, he declared, voice low and unwavering. The black-robed man seeks to ignite war between East Star and Hong Hing, to drain Hong Kong's chi. If we fight, we play directly into his hands. Shui Ling fell silent. She was no fool. She understood the axiom, when lips perish, teeth grow cold. If the black-robed man consumed Hong Kong's Chi, E-Star would fall with it. Proof, she demanded, turning her gaze to Lin Jie. Lin Jie nodded. He signaled an officer who retrieved Biao's interrogation transcript and handed it to Shui Ling. She flipped through it rapidly, her expression darkening with each page. When she reached Biao's confession implicating the black-robed man and revealing the full moon plot, her eyes flashed with glacial fury. A fine masked man indeed. Shui Ling ground out teeth bared, daring to manipulate E-Star man. She raised her head, locking eyes with Lin Jie and Chen Honam. E-Star concedes this round. We accept Crow's guilt, but on the night of the full moon, if that masked man dares appear, we E-Star will stand shoulder to shoulder with Hung Hing and the police to repel the enemy together. Chen Honam smiled. Then it is settled. Lin Jie exhaled, relief softening the tension in his shoulders. He knew if Hung Hing and E-Star laid down their grudges and united victory on the full moon night grew markedly nearer. Shui Ling said no more. Turning sharply, she commanded her underlings, put away your weapons. Now, follow me. They obeyed instantly, sheathing cleavers and pipes filing out behind her. A confrontation poised on the edge of violence dissolved into quiet resolve. Sunset bled through the station windows, gilding the figures of those who stood, united vigilant. Lin Jie gazed out the window, his eyes steady, unyielding. The full moon in 2 days would bring a battle unlike any before. Yet he believed, with certainty, that if all stood as one, Hong Kong's Chi would hold. This land would endure. Outside the station, in a shadowed corner, the black-robed man, bronze mask gleaming faintly, slowly withdrew his gaze. A cold serpentine smile curled his lips. Unity. What does it matter? Before absolute power, all resistance is futile. Then, like smoke swallowed by dusk, he dissolved into the gathering night. Inside the conference room of the West Kowloon police station, the atmosphere was heavy, charged with an unprecedented aura of grim resolve. Along both sides of the long table sat 2 formidable contingents. On one side, Lin Jie Gaogang Luo Tianhong and Tian Yangsheng, the full roster of the police force's Demon Hunter squad. On the other, Chan, Honam Tai Zi, and De Fei, the core combat strength of the Hung Hing Triad, aligned in perfect formation. Even Shui Ling, who had long maintained a tense adversarial relationship with the police, sat solemnly at the far end of the table, flanked by 2 Dongxing branch leaders. On the whiteboard mounted to the wall hung a photograph from Biao's interrogation alongside a bronze insignia imprint left behind by the black-robed figure. In red ink, several Dongxing branches were circled, locations Biao had confessed as infiltrated strongholds. According to Biao's testimony, the black-robed figure had embedded at least 3 covert agents within Dongxing, each concealed in branches located in Yao Ma Ti Mong Kok and Sham Shuipa. Lin Jie pointed firmly at the red circles on the board, his voice steady and commanding. Their mission is to disseminate phantom spirit powder, inciting chaos, to pave the way for the moonlit night assault. He paused, his gaze sweeping deliberately across every face in the room. Although Crow was manipulated, many of his underlings remain, possessed by malevolent Chi, reckless and beyond redemption. They are now the black-robed figure's own claws and fangs. Damn it. De Fei slammed his fist onto the table, making the teacups tremble with a hollow ring. I've despised those scum for ages. Their eyes blazed with savage fury, as if their very souls had fled. No wonder. They're ensnared by malevolent Chi. Tai Zi frowned deeply, his voice low and grave. I visited the Yao Ma Ti branch just days ago, and something was profoundly wrong inside. Their speech was disjointed, their gazes brimming with unrelenting hostility, utterly unrecognizable from who they once were. Shui Ling's expression darkened as though storm clouds gathered upon her brow. For years, she had ruled Dongxing, yet never imagined the black-robed figure would exploit such vulnerability, planting so many hidden thorns deep within her own domain. Her fists clenched tight, nails biting into her palms. Inspector Lin, tell us what must be done. Dongxing stands ready, under your command. Chan Honam nodded, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The Hung Hing brothers are already assembled. At your word, we move. Lin Jie looked upon the assembly before him, a quiet warmth rising in his chest. Police and Triad cooperating, once an unthinkable fantasy. Yet now to safeguard Hong Kong Island, to thwart the black-robed figure's sinister conspiracy, those who had once stood locked in bitter opposition had truly united as one. Excellent. Lin Jie struck the table with decisive force, his voice ringing like tempered steel. We launch a 3-pronged operation. He extended a finger toward Gao Gang. You lead a Hung Hing contingent to besiege the Dongxing branch in Yao Ma Ti. Remember, those corrupted by malevolent Chi are no longer ordinary men. Strike hard, but spare them when possible. We need intelligence, alive not dead. Gao Gang flashed a grin, revealing gleaming white teeth. Understood. Mission guaranteed. Tai Zi. Lin Jie, turn next. You'll lead a police sniper team coordinating with Tian Yangsheng to secure the high ground overlooking the Mong Kok branch. Upon sighting any black-robed agent, eliminate without hesitation. But take care, do not mistake innocent Dongxing members for targets. Tai Zi nodded, his eyes resolute. Understood. Tian Yangsheng adjusted his spectacles, a glint of icy precision flashing behind the lenses. My vantage point is secured. Absolute precision guaranteed. Chan Honam Lin Jie's gaze settled upon him. You'll advance with Luo Tianhong and elite Dongxing fighters to storm the Sham Shui Po branch. That branch has suffered the deepest infiltration and poses the gravest danger. Luo Tianhong's sword intent can sever malevolent qi. Your combined strength should prevail. Chan Honam and Luo Tianhong exchanged a single glance, then both nodded in silent accord. As for myself and Madame Shui Ling Lin Jie, turned to her, we will remain at the command center, orchestrating all three fronts prepared to reinforce at any moment. Shui Ling nodded once, no words needed. Yet her eyes burned with unyielding determination. As the meeting concluded, every participant rose and moved without delay. Police cruisers, Honghing vehicles, and Dongxing sedans surged forth from the West Kowloon police station in disciplined formation, racing toward their designated objectives beneath the gathering night. Night deepened. The Dongxing branch in Yaomati remained ablaze with light. Within its courtyard, over a dozen Dongxing members sat huddled around bottles of liquor, eyes vacant, muttering incoherently, their bodies exuding a faint but palpable aura of malevolent qi. Gao Gang and his Honghing team approached the rear gate in absolute silence. With a subtle wave, his men fanned out, encircling the compound with lethal precision. Move, Gao Gang barked low, and kicked the rear gate inward with explosive force. The thunderous crash startled the courtyard's occupants. Heads snapped up, eyes blazing with feral malice, as they seized cleavers and steel pipes and charged straight at Gao Gang. You seek death, Gao Gang roared, and drove both fists forward, striking the first two men square in the chest. A sickening crack echoed clearly, the sound of shattered bone, as both men flew backward, spewing blood before collapsing unconscious. The Honghing men surged forward without hesitation, clashing violently with the Dongxing members in brutal, chaotic melee. Meanwhile, atop a high-rise opposite the Mong Kok branch, Tian Yangsheng and Tai Zi lay in perfect concealment. Tian Yangsheng steadied his Barrett sniper rifle. Through the scope, the courtyard below came into razor-sharp focus. Several figures clad in black trench coats moved furtively, hauling crates into the shadows. Their shape unmistakably matched that of phantom spirit powder containers. Targets acquired, 3 o'clock position. Tian Yangsheng's voice remained utterly devoid of inflection. Tai Zi raised his own rifle, locking onto one of the black-clad figures. Confirmed, black-robed agents. Open fire. Tian Yangsheng stated, calm as still water. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, nearly simultaneous. 2 black-clad figures crumpled, crimson blooming across the pavement. Panic erupted instantly among the remaining members, scattering wildly in every direction. At the Sham Shui Po branch, Chan Honam and Luo Tianhong had already slipped inside undetected. In the main hall, a black-robed figure stood at the center, wearing a bronze mask, holding a black box brimming with phantom spirit powder. So, you have finally arrived. He turned slowly, his voice laced with chilling amusement. The black-robed figure. Chan Honam's eyes narrowed fiercely as he drew his telescopic baton. Tonight ends your reign. Luo Tianhong tightened his grip on his black iron sword, the air itself seeming to tear as his sword intent surged violently. And you believe you stand a chance? The black-robed figure sneered and flung the box upward, scattering its contents into the air. A cloud of white powder billowed outward, carrying a pungent, acrid odor. As the nearby Dongxing members inhaled it, their expressions twisted into ravenous fury, eyes blazing with murderous intent as they lunged toward Chan Honam and Luo Tianhong. Die! Luo Tianhong bellowed and unsheathed his blade. A searing arc of sword energy cleaved through the air, splitting the 2 foremost attackers cleanly in half. Chan Honam met the onslaught with equal ferocity, his baton whistling like wind through ancient pines, each strike landing with surgical precision upon vital points. Back to back, they fought as one, sword energy and baton strikes weaving an impenetrable lattice of defense. The black-robed figure watched, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his masked visage. He had not anticipated such extraordinary prowess. It seems I must intervene personally, he sneered, and his aura of malevolent qi exploded outward, transforming him into a grotesque apparition, like a demon risen from the deepest abyss. In a flash, he launched himself at Chan Honam, blindingly swift. Chan Honam's pupils contracted, too late to raise his baton. A crushing impact hurled him backward, slamming him hard against the floor, blood erupting from his mouth. Honam! Luo Tianhong roared, and pivoted midair, unleashing a devastating sword slash toward the black-robed figure. The figure sidestepped effortlessly, then struck Luo Tianhong squarely in the chest with a backhand blow. Luo Tianhong grunted, a choked guttural sound, as he flew backward, crashing into the wall. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips. The black-robed figure advanced slowly toward Chan Honam, eyes burning with cold, merciless intent. You dared disrupt my design. Your death is certain. At that instant, a single ice-cold gunshot cracked the silence. Bang! A bullet pierced the black-robed figure's shoulder with surgical accuracy. He shrieked in agony, spinning toward the entrance to see Lin Jie and Shui Ling standing in the doorway, firearms leveled, smoke curling lazily from their muzzles. Did you truly believe we'd let you succeed? Lin Jie's voice was colder than frozen steel. The black-robed figure stared at the pair in the doorway, then at the wounded Chan Honam and Luo Tianhong, and for the first time a trace of wariness flickered in his gaze. He knew he would gain nothing here tonight. "You've won for now," he snarled, and spun, shattering the window in a burst of glass and shadow, vanishing into the night. Shui Ling took a step forward, only to be halted by Lin Jie's firm grip. "Do not pursue," Lin Jie said quietly. "He cannot escape. On moonlit night, we shall settle this, once and for all." Shui Ling paused, then withdrew her foot, nodding once. Chan Honam and Luo Tianhong rose slowly to their feet, battered, bleeding, but their eyes burned with unbroken resolve. The courtyard battle had ended. Every malevolently corrupted member had been neutralized. The rest, ordinary members, lay trembling on the ground, paralyzed by terror. Lin Jie surveyed the scene and exhaled softly. The raid had been a resounding success. Yet he knew this was only the beginning. The true trial awaited, the final confrontation on moonlit night. And somewhere in Hong Kong's darkest recesses, the black-robed figure clutched his bleeding shoulder, his gaze venomous, his hatred absolute. "Lin Jie, Chan Honam," he hissed between gritted teeth. "On moonlit night, I shall make you pay dearly." The figure in the black robe shattered the window and fled, his silhouette swiftly swallowed by the inky darkness. "All units be advised, the target is heading toward Yao Street. Immediately converge." "Acknowledged." Yao Mati unit has secured its sector and is en route to assist. Mong Kok sniper position has acquired the escape route, weapons hot and ready to engage. A chorus of sharp, urgent replies crackled over the radio, each voice thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the salt of sweat. Chen Haonan wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, shook the numbness from his arms, and commanded firmly, "I'll take the Hung Hing brothers to flank from the left." Brother Luo cut off his retreat from the right. Luo Tianhong nodded once. His black iron sword trembled faintly in his palm, emitting a clear, resonant hum. With a light tap of his toes, he shot forward like a wisp of smoke, the scabbard grazing the moss-stained bricks of the alley wall, sparking a fleeting shower of crimson embers. Shui Ling wasted no time. Turning to the East Star underlings behind him, he barked, "Stay sharp. If this black-robed man slips away tonight, East Star's honor will be utterly disgraced." Though battered and bleeding from the recent melee, the East Star youths dared not utter a word of complaint. Clutching their cleavers tightly, they roared and surged after Shui Ling, racing toward Yao Street. Lin Jie and Gao Gang strode side by side, their footsteps echoing sharply through the hollow silence of the narrow alley. Gao Gang clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles blanched white. "That black-robed fiend is slippery as an eel. We must seize him." Lin Jie's gaze swept keenly across every alleyway corner. He took a bullet in the shoulder. He won't get far, but he's certainly holding something back. Stay vigilant. Before the words had fully faded, frantic footsteps erupted ahead, followed instantly by shrill, guttural screams. "No." Lin Jie's expression darkened. He broke into a sprint. At the entrance to Yao Street, a dozen foot soldiers cloaked in chilling, malevolent aura surrounded several late returning civilians, their long blades gleaming coldly under the streetlights. And there, beneath a flickering lamppost, stood the black-robed man, blood still seeping from his wounded shoulder, his eyes burning with venomous malice. "You wish to capture me?" He sneered, raised his hand in a sharp command. "Kill them. Slaughter every last one of these nuisances." Instantly, the aura-wreathed soldiers lunged forward with bestial roars. The shriek of steel, cleaving air, sent chills down the spine. Terrified civilians scattered in panic, only to find themselves trapped by the alley's narrow confines. "Halt!" Gao Gang roared, charging forward like a maddened tiger. His twin fists struck like thunderbolts, driving into a soldier's chest with crushing force. The man gasped, then flew backward like a puppet with severed strings, slamming hard against the wall before collapsing lifeless. Chen Haonan and Luo Tianhong arrived in tandem. Luo drew his blade. A razor-sharp arc of killing intent sliced the night, cleaving two soldiers cleanly in half. Blood splattered across the cobblestones, staining the ancient granite crimson. Chen Haonan's baton whistled through the air, each strike landing with lethal precision upon vital points. Fury blazed in his eyes. These thugs dared slaughter innocents in broad daylight. Shui Ling and the East Star youths crashed into the fray, and chaos erupted anew. Sirens wailed closer. Tian Yangsheng arrived with a team of snipers. He braced his Barrett rifle at scope, locking onto the black-robed man. Bang! A single deafening report tore through the night. The bullet screamed toward its mark. Yet the black-robed man twisted aside at the last instant. The round grazed his arm and slammed into the lamppost, erupting in a spray of molten sparks. "Damn it!" Tian Yangsheng cursed low, reacquiring his aim, only for the black-robed man to snatch up a civilian who had collapsed trembling on the ground, shielding himself with the man's body. "Dare you fire? If you pull that trigger, this innocent dies with me." Tian Yangsheng froze, his crosshairs trembling, his jaw clenched tight with fury, yet his finger refusing to squeeze the trigger. Lin Jie's face hardened. This move, cold, cruel, and utterly despicable, had been calculated to paralyze them. "Lin Jie, You claim to safeguard Hong Kong's celestial fortune, the black-robed man bellowed, voice dripping with mockery. Look, these lives hang suspended in my hands. Take one more step, and I'll end him. The captive trembled violently, tears and snot streaking his face as he whimpered, help me, save me. Lin Jie locked eyes with the black-robed man, his gaze glacial, unblinking. Harm even a single hair on him, and I swear, you will die in agony. Is that so? The black-robed man scoffed, pressing a dagger to the civilian's throat. Let's see, whose resolve is sterner, your tongue, or my blade? At that razor's edge moment, Luo Tianhong moved, not toward the black-robed man, but hurling his black iron sword with lethal intent. The blade carved a silver arc across the night, so swift, so silent that none could track its flight. Whipped. It pierced the black-robed man's wrist, the very wrist gripping the dagger. A piercing shriek tore from his throat. The dagger clattered to the ground. The civilian wrenched free and scrambled, sobbing, behind Lin Jie's back. You dare? The black-robed man's eyes bulged with rage. Gritting through the agony, he spun, intent on fleeing. But Chen Haonan had anticipated just that. In one fluid lunge, he brought his baton crashing down upon the man's knee. Crack! The sickening snap of bone echoed clearly. The black-robed man howled, collapsing hard onto the wet stones, convulsing in unbearable pain. Lin Jie strode forward, planted a boot firmly on the man's spine, and demanded coldly, speak. What is your purpose on the night of the full moon? The black-robed man lay prone, yet a sinister smile curled his lips. You wish to know? Then wait for the night of the full moon, when all of you shall perish. Ha ha! His laughter swelled, wild, unhinged, crawling with madness, until Lin Jie's brow furrowed in alarm. He noticed thin black ichor welling from the man's lips. No, he's taken poison. Lin Jie's face paled. He lunged to clamp the man's mouth shut, but it was already too late. The body spasmed thrice, then fell utterly still. Lin Jie crouched, examining the corpse, and there upon the man's chest rested a bronze insignia, identical to the one described by Biao. He removed the emblem, closing his fist around it, his expression grave. Though they had won the street battle, they had extracted no further intelligence from their captive. And the looming threat of the night of the full moon hung heavier than ever over them all. The Orreed soldiers had been eradicated, the civilians' terror slowly subsided. Hung Hing and East Star youths slumped exhausted onto the rains-licked stones, wounds still weeping blood, yet not a single cry of pain escaped their lips. Chen Haonan approached Lin Jie, gazing down at the corpse. This man wasn't the mastermind. Lin Jie nodded, his eyes lifting to the star-flecked heavens. On the night of the full moon, they'll make their true move. Shui Ling joined them, studying the bronze insignia, his face taut with unease. This design, I've seen it before. Where? Lin Jie pressed immediately. Shui Ling frowned, searching his memory, in an ancient text, left by my grandfather. It spoke of earth veins and malignant aura. Lin Jie's eyes flared with sudden intensity. Does that text still exist? Yes, Shui Ling affirmed. I'll retrieve it now. The night deepened. Moonlight, breaking through drifting clouds, bathed the glistening cobblestones in a spectral silver glow. A fierce, heart-pounding urban skirmish had finally drawn to its close. Yet all knew, this was only the hush before the storm. The final confrontation on the night of the full moon drew inexorably nearer. On the rain-dampened cobblestones of Sham Shui, the metallic tang of blood still hung in the cool night air, mingling with the earthy scent of wet stone. The street lamp at the alley's mouth flickered erratically, stretching the grotesque shadows of carnage across the ground. Shattered cleavers, warped steel pipes, and streaks of black blood left by the Sachi foot soldiers, all bearing silent, brutal testimony to the recent slaughter. Wounded members of Hung Hing and Dongxing leaned on one another, battered and bleeding, yet not a single voice rose in complaint. Leaning against the alley walls, they watched Lin Jie and his companions gather around the corpse of the black-robed figure, their eyes filled with reverent awe. This battle had been perilously close. If not for their united strength, they might well have fallen here tonight. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the alley. All turned toward the sound to see a tall, upright figure striding swiftly forward beneath the silver moonlight. He wore a black kimono, and at his waist hung a slender katana, whose scabbard bore bold storm-wreathed cloud motifs. The famed martial artist Tachibana Torai, who had journeyed all the way from Japan. He had just arrived from Jingwu Min, still clutching a cloth bundle containing the formation diagrams entrusted to him by Chen Zhen. At the sight of the alley's grim tableau, he paused mid-step, his brows drawing together slightly, while a flash of icy lethal intent flared within his sharp, penetrating gaze. Master Tachibana. Lin Jie stepped forward first, bowing his head solemnly. Tachibana Torai's gaze swept over the corpse on the ground, then settled upon the bronze insignia clutched in Lin Jie's hand. His eyes narrowed sharply. This is the mark of the Maluo sect. The Maluo sect. Lin Jie blinked in surprise and pressed urgently. You recognize this emblem? Tachibana Torai accepted the insignia, his fingertips tracing the ferocious skull motif engraved upon it, his expression darkening. I encountered records of it in ancient Japanese martial scrolls. The Maluo sect was a heretical sect devoted to Sachi. A century ago, it attempted to devour the geomantic energy of Japan's land veins and was utterly crushed by a coalition of righteous martial cultivators, driven into oblivion. No one imagined it would rise again like ash rekindled in Hong Kong. A collective chill ran through the group. These black-robed figures were not mere thugs. They were remnants of a century-old evil, their ambition far more terrifying than anyone had foreseen. Their objective is to consume Hong Kong's geomantic energy. Tachibana Torai returned the insignia to Lin Jie, his voice grave. On the night of the full moon, the land's vital energy surges and grows most vulnerable. That is when they will activate the Sa-Chi Gathering Formation. The Sa-Chi Gathering Formation. Ruan Mei's voice broke, and suddenly, the others turned to see her rushing toward them, breathless arms laden with blueprints. She had been refining the geomantic resonance charts at the police station when she heard the commotion and raced over without delay. My analysis reveals that the three geomantic nodes, Kowloon walled city Sham Shui Pu and Yao Ma Ti, align perfectly to form a Sa-Chi Gathering Formation. Ruan Mei unfurled the blueprints onto the rain-slicked ground, pointing emphatically to crimson lines marked upon them. Once activated, this formation will transmute Hong Kong's life-sustaining energy into corrosive Sa-Chi, until the entire city drowns in malevolent aura, becoming a living hellscape. The Sa-Chi Gathering Formation. Chen Zhen's voice rang out from the alley entrance. He strode forward, shoulders bearing a heavy wooden chest. Within lay the spirit jade and ritual artifacts needed to construct the Gathering Formation. He had been refining the spirit jade at Jingwu Min and had arrived at last. Precisely, Tachibana Torai affirmed, his gaze fixed intently on the blueprints. The Sa-Chi Gathering Formation and the Gathering Formation are antithetical forces, born of the same root, yet locked in eternal opposition. To dismantle it, we must erect Gathering Formation simultaneously at all three nodes, using pure spiritual energy to suppress and purify the Sa-Chi, thereby reversing the tide of doom. But we only have 2 days left. Gao Gang clenched his fists, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Is there enough time to set up 3 formations? There is. Chen Zhen's voice was unwavering. If we seize every second and reinforce each formation's focal point with spirit jade, we will complete them before the full moon rises. As the group deliberated over formation deployment, an unnatural rustling stirred at the alley's mouth. Something lurking silently in the darkness, waiting coiled like a serpent before the strike. Luo Tianhong instantly gripped his black iron sword, his sword intent erupting like a sudden gale. Kill intent, close. Before the words faded, 3 black figures erupted from the shadows, swift as phantoms, curved blades gleaming with poisoned frost aimed unerringly at Ruan Mei, who held the blueprints, and Chen Zhen, who bore the ritual artifacts. As the linchpins of the Gathering Formation, they were the enemy's prime targets. Watch out! Lin Jie roared and lunged forward, but his speed fell just short. Just as the leading blade neared Ruan Mei's throat, a blinding arc of light cleaved the night. A radiant slash like moonlight made manifest, slicing through the gloom. Clang! A piercing metallic ring vibrated through the air, rattling eardrums. Tachibana Torai stood now, katana drawn, its blade clear as autumn water, its light cold as winter frost, having intercepted the death-dealing scimitar at the last possible instant. A Japanese swordsman. One black figure rasped, voice grating and thick with disbelief. Tachibana Torai's face remained impassive. With a subtle twist of his wrist, his blade traced a flawless lethal arc. His voice cut like glacial wind. Evil cultists and demonic outsiders deserve nothing but annihilation. Even as he spoke, his form dissolved into a blur of motion, vanishing into the midst of the 3 assailants. His blade flashed, white as snow, swift beyond perception. All that remained visible was a single dazzling streak of light. Then 3 stifled gasps, abrupt and final. In the next breath, 3 crimson arcs erupted from their throats, splattering across the wet cobblestones in vivid spreading blooms. Thud, thud, thud. 3 bodies collapsed in rapid succession, eyes wide with frozen terror. They died without ever seeing the draw or the return of Tachibana Torai's blade. He slid the katana back into its scabbard with effortless grace, as though he'd merely brushed aside a stray leaf. Glancing down at the corpses, his frown deepened. These are Maluo sect death soldiers, infused with Sa-Chi far stronger than the earlier foot soldiers. It seems the Maluo sect is determined to activate the Sa-Chi Gathering Formation, no cost too great. Chen Haonan stepped forward, studying the fallen bodies with grim resolve. Then our time has grown even shorter. Indeed. Lin Jie nodded, his gaze sweeping across every face present, grave yet resolute. We split into 3 teams now. Master Chen Zhen and Master Tachibana will take the Spirit Jade and blueprints to Kowloon Walled City to establish the Gathering Formation a Luo Tianhong, and I will secure the Sham Shui Panode O Chun Haonan Tai Zi and De Fei. You and your Hung Hing and Dongxing brothers will hold the Yao Ma Ti node. Master Shui Ling, Lin Jie, turned to the figure standing quietly at the edge of the crowd. You remain at the police station. Coordinate resources, ensure uninterrupted supply to all 3 nodes. There must be no failure. Understood. Shui Ling bowed, once her eyes steady, unwavering. Dongxing will not falter. Ruanmei Lin Jie said, turning to her. You stay in the command room. Refine the geomantic resonance charts further and monitor real-time fluctuations at all 3 nodes. Alert us immediately via radio if anything deviates from the norm. Ruanmei tightened her grip on the blueprints, nodding fiercely. I understand. I'll watch them without blinking. Gao Gang Tian Yangsheng. You 2 escort Master Chen Zhen and Master Tachibana to Kowloon walled city. Their safety is absolute priority. Consider it done. Gao Gang and Tian Yangsheng answered in unison, voices brimming with unwavering confidence. The night deepened, but the moon shone ever brighter, casting a path of silver clarity before them. 3 teams surged forth in different directions, each bearing a sacred charge. The wail of police sirens, the roar of motorcycle engines, and the rhythmic, purposeful tread of determined feet wove together, a thunderous symphony echoing across the nocturnal streets of Sham Shuepa. Tachibana Torai brought up the rear. He paused, glancing back toward Hong Kong's glittering skyline, his right hand resting lightly upon the hilt of his katana, his gaze alight with unshakable resolve. He knew this war had long transcended Hong Kong's borders. It was a reckoning between all righteous martial cultivators and the encroaching darkness of heresy. The night of the full moon would be soaked in blood, and his blade, forged in honor and tempered in duty, would sever every demon, every shadow to safeguard this land's peace. The night wind of Yao Ma Ti, laced with the briny dampness of the sea, rattled the neon signs along the street with a creaking groan. Around the ruins of the Dongxing headquarters, Hung Hing members had cordoned off an open space. A bonfire crackled fiercely, casting flickering light upon faces weary yet resolute. Chen Haonan stood beside the flames, fingers gripping a crumpled map of geomantic nodes, his brow deeply furrowed. The city god temple in Yao Ma Ti was the pivotal array node of the spirit-gathering formation, and also the most likely target for a counterstrike by the Molo sect's death cultists. Not a single misstep could be tolerated. Brother Haonan. Defei strode forward, cigarette dangling from his lips, fresh bruises still marring his face. All personnel are deployed. Our brothers from the branch are divided into 3 squads. 1 guards the main gate of the city god temple, another patrols the surrounding alleys, and the 3rd remains with me to secure the storage site of the spirit jade. Chen Haonan nodded silently, his gaze sweeping across the Hung Hing youths gathered there. Most barely past their early 20s, their faces still soft with youth, yet already bearing the solemn weight of defending Hong Kong Island. A pang of sorrow tightened his chest, yet his voice remained steady and commanding. Stay sharp. The Molo sect is treacherous and cunning. They may strike at any moment. Remember, at the first sign of movement, fire a warning shot. Do not charge recklessly. The youths responded in unison, their voices ringing out, but beneath the bravado lingered a faint, unmistakable tremor. All knew well that the Molo sect's death cultists bore suffocating aura of malevolence and fought, without fear of death, far beyond the reach of ordinary gang enforcers. Just then a synchronized rhythm of footsteps approached from afar. Heads turned as from the shadowed mouth of the alley emerged a squad of men clad in black martial uniforms. Their leader towered nearly 8 chi tall, broad-shouldered, and powerfully built, gripping a pitch-black steel pipe, slick with fresh blood. His features were chiseled, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. None other than Tai Zi, the undisputed war god of Hung Hing. Behind him marched Hung Hing's elite enforcers, spines straight, gazes fierce, radiating raw, untamed ferocity, a stark contrast to the youthful uncertainty of those around them. Brother Tai Zi, someone shouted, and instantly the entire assembly erupted. Young Hung Hing members surged to their feet, exhaustion and fear melted away, replaced by surging excitement and unwavering confidence. Tai Zi, as long as Brother Tai Zi stands among us, no battle is unwinnable, no trial insurmountable. Striding to the bonfire, he slammed his steel pipe into the ground with a thunderous thud, sending tremors rippling through the earth. He surveyed the crowd, voice booming like temple bells. Brothers, you've labored hard. Brother Tai Zi. They roared back in unison, their cry piercing the night sky. Chen Haonan stepped forward and clapped Tai Zi on the shoulder, a quiet, heartfelt smile, softening his lips. Now that you're here, I can breathe easy. Breathe easy. Tai Zi grinned, flashing brilliant white teeth, then drew a gourd of fiery liquor from within his coat. Uncapping it, he took a deep, burning swig, exhaling with a guttural, satisfied groan. With me standing guard, not a single finger of those Molo scum will dare touch the city god temple's array node. He passed the gourd to Chen Haonan, eyes narrowing as they fell upon the geomantic node map, his brows lifting slightly. This temple's array node, is it truly the heart of Yao Ma Ti's spirit-gathering formation? Exactly, Chen Haonan affirmed, pointing to a crimson mark on the diagram. Ruanmei confirmed the geomantic chi here is densest. Burying the spirit jade beneath the temple's foundation will activate the formation and suppress the surrounding malign energy. Good. Tai Zi slung the gourd onto his belt and tightened his grip on the steel pipe. From this moment on, I guard the city god temple myself. Let any intruder dare disturb it, and I'll shatter his skull with one blow. Before his words had fully faded, frantic footsteps echoed from distant alleys. Then a shrill, agonized scream tore through the night. No, our patrol squad. Defei's face paled, He yanked his cleaver from his waist in one swift motion. Tai Zi's eyes hardened like tempered steel. He seized his pipe and charged forward like a whirlwind. "Follow me." Hung Hing youths surged after him, roaring with feral intensity. Their earlier hesitation utterly vanished. In the moonlit gloom, a dozen figures wreathed in palpable malevolence encircled two of Hung Hing's patrolmen. Curved blades gleamed coldly in the firelight, their edges stained with viscous black blood, clear evidence that the two young men were already lost. "Scum!" Tai Zi bellowed, a mountain lion descending the cliffs, as he hurled himself into the midst of the death cultists. His steel pipe whistled through the air, striking the foremost cultist squarely atop the skull. A sickening crack echoed. Then the cultist's head caved inward, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining cultists roared in fury, surging forward with blades flashing in a seamless lethal storm, slashing downward in a blinding flurry aimed at Tai Zi's head and throat. Yet Tai Zi did not flinch. In his hands the steel pipe seemed alive, parrying, sweeping, thrusting, each motion precise, ruthless, fatal. He drove a boot into a cultist's chest, launching him backward, then swept the pipe horizontally, crushing another's knee with brutal force. The cultist shrieked, collapsing to his knees, only to be struck down by a final crushing blow to the back of the head, ending him instantly. De Fei and his men rushed in, cleavers flashing silver arcs, joining Hung Hing's youths to encircle the remaining cultists. Chaos erupted in an instant. The bonfire's glow bathed Tai Zi, his black martial uniform now drenched in crimson, yet his spirit burned ever brighter, fiercer. No trace of fear lingered in his eyes, only an unquenchable blazing will to fight. This was Hung Hing's war god. This was Tai Zi. Under his command, even the youngest Hung Hing youths shed all hesitation, fighting with fearless, unyielding ferocity. They advanced without retreat, struck without pause, cleavers and steel pipes clashing in a deafening rhythmic symphony that reverberated across Yao Ma Ti's nocturnal sky. Soon the last cultist fell beneath Tai Zi's pipe. He stood breathing heavily, leaning on the weapon planted firmly in the earth, his gaze sweeping over the carnage, cold, merciless, seething with killing intent. Chen Haonan approached, eyes narrowing at the wounds streaking Tai Zi's body. "You're injured." "Just a scratch," Tai Zi grinned, casually wiping blood from his face. "What is a scratch besides safeguarding Hong Kong Island?" He turned toward the city god temple, resolve etching his features like iron. "Let's go. We bury the spirit jade now. Before the full moon rises, the spirit gathering formation must be complete." A chorus of affirmation rose, strong, clear, unwavering. The bonfire continued to burn, illuminating their path forward. Far above, atop a distant high-rise, a black-robed figure wearing an ancient bronze mask watched in silence. In his hand lay an identical copy of Chen Haonan's geomantic node map, and a chilling predatory smile curled his lips. "Spirit gathering formation," he murmured softly, fingertips wreathed in thick, roiling malevolence. "Even if you complete it, what then? At the full moon, the grand malevolence gathering array shall awaken, and every ounce of spiritual energy will be transmuted into nourishment for the Molo sect." His figure dissolved into the night, vanishing without a trace. Above, Yao Ma Ti stars shimmered serenely, but a far greater storm was already gathering, silent and inevitable. In the ruins of Kowloon walled city, the moonlight shattered into countless fragments on the ground. The focal point of the Qi gathering formation began to take shape, with the spiritual jade buried by Chun Zhen radiating a soft glow under the moonlight, while strands of spiritual energy spread along the earth veins, silently entangling with the lingering malevolent aura in the air. Tachibana Tokai stood beside the formation's focal point, his katana resting on his knees, the cloud patterns on the scabbard flowing under the moonlight, his aura as calm as an ancient well. Lin Jie and Luo Tianhong had just rushed back from Sham Shui, both still carrying the scent of gunpowder. The focal point in Sham Shui had been fully arranged, while Tian Yansheng and the sniper guarded the elevated point, and Gao Gang led a patrol around the area to prevent a counterattack from the assassins of the Demon Luo sect. "How is it over at Yao Ma Ti?" Chen Zhen raised his gaze, focusing on Lin Jie. "The Crown Prince is personally stationed at the City God Temple, and the assassin's counterattack has already been repelled," Lin Jie replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his voice tinged with weariness, yet hard to conceal his excitement. Tachibana Tokai nodded slightly upon hearing this. "The Crown Prince is a person of solid martial arts foundation and resilient temperament. With him stationed, Yao Ma Ti is assured." Luo Tianhong held his dark iron sword, its blade reflecting a cold light under the moon. Listening to Tachibana Tokai's evaluation of the Crown Prince, a glimmer of eagerness flashed in his eyes. Since stepping into the martial arts, he had mostly engaged in life and death battles, with others rarely having true sparring. He had long heard of the Crown Prince's reputation, and the title of the God of War of Hongxing was certainly not without merit. As if seeing through his thoughts, Tachibana Tokai slowly stood up, lightly rotating the katana in his hand, producing a clear and melodious hum. "Mr. Luo's sword intent is fierce, and the Crown Prince's staff techniques are robust. If the two of you were to engage, it would surely be a fierce contest." Luo Tianhong's eyes brightened at these words just as he was about to speak, when hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Turning to look, he saw the Crown Prince striding over with a steel pipe on his shoulder, followed by a few younger brothers from Hongxing, each wearing a smile. Clearly the defenses in Yao Ma Ti had been thoroughly secured. The Crown Prince came specifically to Kowloon walled city to check on the situation here. Master Chen, Mr. Tachibana, the Crown Prince said as he approached, thrusting the steel pipe into the ground, cupping his fists in salute, his movements brisk and decisive. Yao Ma Ti has been secured, and I came to check on the formation in the walled city. Zhen nodded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Crown Prince. The Crown Prince waved his hand, his gaze falling on Luo Tianhong, precisely on the dark iron sword he held. He could sense that the sword was enveloped in an exceptionally fierce sword intent, as if it could break through the air and cleave through all obstacles at any moment. You must be Mr. Luo Tianhong, the Crown Prince grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I've long admired your name. Your sword intent is impressive. Luo Tianhong grasped the hilt of his sword, nodding slightly. Your Highness' staff techniques are truly deserving of their reputation. Huh. The Crown Prince laughed heartily, patting Luo Tianhong on the shoulder. I have no other hobbies, just enjoy sparring with masters. Mr. Luo, how about we have a friendly spar? Just a friendly match, no hard feelings. He had been waiting for this invitation. A surge of battle intent rose in his eyes, and the dark iron sword trembled lightly, letting out a faint sound of thirsting for blood. It would be my honor. I wouldn't dare to decline. Their exchange piqued the interest of everyone present. Lin Jie and Chen exchanged glances, both seeing anticipation in each other's eyes. One was a master of the sword with a fierce momentum, and the other was the god of war of Hongxing with a powerful staff technique. This spar would surely be spectacular. Tachibana Tokai took a step back, voluntarily sheathing his katana, and said solemnly, I will be the judge. Just a friendly match, no serious injuries allowed. The Crown Prince and Luo Tianhong both stepped back a few paces, clearing an area in the ruins. Under the moonlight, the Crown Prince gripped the steel pipe tightly, his muscles tensing instantly. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, resembling a fierce tiger ready to pounce. His staff technique lacked flashy moves. Every strike was straightforward, powerful, and aimed directly at the vital points honed from countless life and death struggles. In contrast, Luo Tianhong was the exact opposite. Holding the dark iron sword, his aura grew increasingly calm, as if he had merged with the moonlight. His sword intent concealed, yet omnipresent, as if he could unleash earth-shattering power whenever he wished. Please, the Crown Prince shouted, taking the first strike. The steel pipe sliced through the air with a sound like a bolt of black lightning, thrusting directly at Luo Tianhong's chest. This move was swift, precise, and ruthless, showing no signs of hesitation. If it had been anyone else, they would have likely had no chance to evade. Luo Tianhong's gaze sharpened. He lightly shifted his steps, his figure, like willow fluff in the wind, gracefully retreating just in time to avoid the steel pipe's edge. At the same time, the dark iron sword was drawn, a bright sword light slicing through the night sky, aimed directly at the Crown Prince's wrist. The Crown Prince flipped his wrist, bringing the steel pipe up to block, and a crisp clang resounded as metal met metal, vibrating in their ears. The clash of sword light and staff shadow intertwined in the moonlight instantly. The Crown Prince's staff techniques were powerful and domineering, each strike carrying immense force, as if intending to smash the ruins to bits. In contrast, Luo Tianhong's sword technique was agile and ethereal, like flowing clouds and running water, always managing to evade the Crown Prince's attacks at the last possible moment while delivering fierce counterattacks. The two figures moved faster and faster, leaving only a series of blurred afterimages. The sword light flickered, the staff shadow danced, and a strong battle intent filled the air. Even the surrounding spiritual energy and malevolent aura seemed to be intimidated by this battle intent, temporarily halting their entanglement. Lin Jie watched with rapt attention, secretly amazed. The Crown Prince's staff techniques were indeed not just a title. They were powerful, yet carried a hint of cleverness, far from being mere brute force. Luo Tianhong's sword technique was even more transcendent, his sword intent fluid and seamless, having reached a level of effortless control. Zhen and Tachibana Tokai also nodded slightly in approval. As martial arts experts, they could naturally see the intricacies in the moves of both men. The Crown Prince's staff techniques excelled in raw power, overcoming cleverness with brute force. Luo Tianhong's sword techniques excelled in agility, overcoming power with cleverness. Both had their strengths, making it difficult to determine a clear victor in a short time. Good. The Crown Prince shouted, sweeping the steel pipe, fiercely generating a gust of wind aimed directly at Luo Tianhong's waist. Luo Tianhong's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he advanced, thrusting the dark iron sword with precision, the tip landing squarely on the center of the steel pipe. Clang. Another crisp sound rang out. The Crown Prince felt a tremendous force surge through the steel pipe, causing his arm to go numb, and he involuntarily stepped back 3 paces. Luo Tianhong was also forced back 3 steps by the rebound, sheathing his dark iron sword, slightly panting. They exchanged glances, both their eyes flashing with a mutual appreciation. Mr. Luo's sword technique is indeed formidable. The Crown Prince laughed heartily, putting away the steel pipe, cupping his fists in salute. I concede. Luo Tianhong also sheathed his sword, shaking his head. Your Highness, staff techniques are powerful and domineering. Had it not been for my fluid sword intent, I might have already been defeated. This sparring session has no clear winner. Tachibana Tokai stepped forward, a look of approval on his face. Both of you are martial arts masters. This spar was truly extraordinary. Chen Zhen also nodded, speaking solemnly. The path of martial arts is boundless. I trust both of you have gained insights from today's spar. The Crown Prince and Luo Tianhong exchanged smiles, the previous barriers dissipating during this spar. Lin Jie watched the scene before him, feeling a warm current surge within. From the police-criminal standoff, to joining forces against a common foe, and now to this martial arts spar, mutual respect blossomed. He knew that the strength to protect the island was becoming increasingly formidable. At that moment, Ruan Mai's voice suddenly came through the intercom, tinged with urgency. Inspector Lin. Not good. The fluctuations of fate at the three nodes of Kowloon walled city Sham, Shui Pu, and Yao Mati are suddenly intensifying. The concentration of malevolent energy is rapidly rising. The expressions of everyone changed instantly. Lin Jie grabbed the intercom, speaking gravely. What's going on? It's the Demon Luo sect. Ruan Mai's voice trembled slightly. They have set up small malevolent gathering formations around the three nodes. They are forcefully extracting the fate of the earth veins, converting it into malevolent energy. Chen Zhen's expression darkened. Not good. They are forcing us to activate the Qi gathering formation ahead of time. Tachibana Tokai also gripped his katana tightly, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The Qi gathering formation is not yet fully stabilized. If activated early, it could lead to a disaster. The Crown Prince hoisted the steel pipe onto his shoulder, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Who cares about their formations? If they dare to cause trouble, I'll smash their heads with a single strike. Luo Tianhong tightened his grip on the dark iron sword, his sword intent rising once more. The scum of the Demon Luo sect are courting death. Lin Jie took a deep breath, scanning everyone present, his voice resonating. Everyone listen up. Immediately head to the three nodes and destroy the small malevolent gathering formations of the Demon Luo sect. We cannot allow them to ruin our plans. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their voices echoing through the night sky. Under the moonlight, figures swiftly departed, racing towards their respective targets. A new battle was about to begin. In the distant darkness, a figure in a bronze mask coldly observed this scene, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Above the ruins of Kowloon walled city, the moonlight was shrouded in a thick layer of black mist, as if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been drained, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Chen Zhen crouched beside the eye of the Qi gathering formation, his fingertips brushing over the spirit jade buried in the soil. The originally warm jade color had turned dull as wisps of black mist surged upward along the earth vein, attempting to erode the pure spiritual energy of the jade. Tachibana Donglai stood behind him, drawing his katana. The blade gleamed like snow, shattering the black mist that approached the formation's eye. This isn't good. The small Qi gathering formation of the Moromen is consuming the earth vein's fortune. If this continues, the spirit jade will be completely contaminated. Chen Zhen's face was as dark as water, and he could clearly feel the three nodes of the Qi gathering formation trembling violently, as if they would shatter at any moment. Through the intercom came Gao Gang's furious roar, accompanied by the booming of cannon fire. Inspector Lin. The Qi gathering formation in Sham Shui Pu is too sinister. The black mist is wrapped around the miscellaneous soldiers. They cannot be killed. We can't even get close to the formation's eye. The same goes for Yao Mati. The voice of the prince followed closely, the sound of steel pipes clashing vibrating through the air. The periphery of the city god temple is filled with death warriors. They are acting like madmen, fearless of death. The light of the spirit jade was fading. Lin Jie stood at the highest point of the walled city, holding the intercom tightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the dark mass of miscellaneous soldiers below, his eyes fierce like an eagle. The Moromen were putting in a lot of effort, not only setting up a small Qi gathering formation, but also sending countless miscellaneous soldiers and death warriors, all to buy time for the gathering formation to completely consume the earth vein's fortune. Luo Tianhong. Lin Jie suddenly turned around, his voice resonating powerfully. Your sword intent is sharp enough to cut through the black mist. Charge into the formation with me. Let's destroy the gathering formation's eye. Luo Tianhong's eyes sharpened, the mysterious iron sword humming with a clear resonance, his sword intent surging like a tide, as if it would pierce through the sky of black mist. All right. Tachibana Donglai stepped forward, his katana held across his chest, the cloud patterns on the blade swirling in the black mist. Count me in. The scum of the Moromen needs to be cleaned up. Chen Zhen took a deep breath and pulled out 3 jade pendants from his pocket, handing them to Lin Jie, Luo Tianhong, and Tachibana Donglai. This is the clear heart jade. It can resist the erosion of the black mist. Be careful. The 3 accepted the jade pendants, carefully stowing them away, and turned to charge toward the Qi gathering formation's eye. In the ruins of the walled city, the miscellaneous soldiers were densely packed, each with red eyes, making hissing sounds while their curved blades glimmered with a ghostly green light. Lin Jie led the charge, swinging his baton with great force, each strike landing accurately on the heads of the miscellaneous soldiers, splattering blood and black mist. Luo Tianhong followed closely, drawing his mysterious iron sword. A sharp ray of sword light cut through the black mist like the dawn breaking through darkness. Wherever the sword light passed, the bodies of the miscellaneous soldiers were instantly cleaved into the black mist, dissipating without a trace. Tachibana Donglai's katana was even faster than lightning, the blade shining like snow as if blending with the moonlight. His sword technique was simple and fierce, without any unnecessary flourishes, each strike piercing the hearts of the miscellaneous soldiers, the black mist under his blade collapsing like paper. The three of them, like three sharp blades, tore a path through the horde of miscellaneous soldiers, charging toward the Qi gathering formation's eye. The eye was located in the center of the walled city, an altar constructed of black stones. On the altar, three black stone pillars carved with strange patterns stood upright, the black mist swirling at the tops, continuously consuming the fortune of the earth vein. Beside the altar stood two black-robed figures wearing bronze masks, their hands forming seals, as they chanted incantations, the elders of the Moro men controlling the Qi gathering formation. Seeking death. One of the elders suddenly looked up, his eyes cold, waving his hands. The black mist at the tops of the three pillars surged violently, transforming into three massive black serpents lunging toward Lin Jie and the others. The giant serpents opened their gaping maws, their fangs dripping with black venom, emitting a nauseating stench. Lin Jie's eyes narrowed, and he slammed his baton into the ground, using the force to leap into the air, dodging the serpent's attack. Luo Tianhong's sword light surged, slicing through the head of one giant serpent. With a hiss, the serpent's head instantly vanished, dissolving into a cloud of black mist. Tachibana Donglai's sword technique was even more ferocious, his katana slicing horizontally, directly cleaving another giant serpent into the black mist, vanishing without a trace. Break the formation. Lin Jie shouted, angrily charging toward the altar first. The two elders' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly formed seals to defend themselves. However, their cultivation was utterly insufficient against Lin Jie and the others. Luo Tianhong's sword light flashed and pierced through one elder's heart. Tachibana Donglai's katana followed closely, severing the head of the other elder. Bang! Lin Jie kicked the stone pillar of the altar, and the pillar collapsed with a thunderous roar, the black stones shattering into pieces. With the collapse of the pillar, the black mist on the altar instantly dissipated, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to resume its flow, relieving the oppressive feeling. The Qi gathering formation of the walled city has been broken. Lin Jie shouted into the intercom. The one in Sham Shui Pu is also down. Gao Gang's voice was filled with excitement. Tian Yangxing shot the black-robed man at the formation's eye. And Yao Ma Ti is taken care of. The prince's voice came through. The last death warrior has been smashed in the head by my baton. The intercom was filled with cheers, echoing with the joy of survival. Chen Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, crouching beside the formation's eye, his fingertips brushing over the spirit jade. With the destruction of the Qi gathering formation, the spirit jade regained its warm glow, wisps of spiritual energy spreading along the earth vein, entangling with the remaining black mist. Tachibana Donglai sheathed his sword, watching the dissipating black mist in the sky with a slight smile of relief. Lin Jie stood atop the ruins of the altar, his gaze sweeping over the retreating mass of miscellaneous soldiers below, yet his expression showed no sign of relaxation. He knew this was merely a probing attack from the Moro men. The real decisive battle was still on the night of the full moon. Just then a piercing howl suddenly echoed from the horizon, like the wailing of ghosts shaking the eardrums. Everyone looked up only to see a massive column of black mist rising into the sky from the depths of Kowloon walled city, piercing the clouds. Within the black mist, a heart-pounding roar could be faintly heard, as if something terrifying was awakening. Chen Zhen's face turned pale in an instant. Not good. It's the Moroman's treasured artifact, the Shamo Ding. They actually brought the Shamo Ding here. Tachibana Donglai's pupils constricted sharply, his grip tightening on the katana. The Shamo Ding can devour the fortunes of all things, transforming them into the purest black mist. Once open, the fortunes of Hong Kong Island will be completely lost. Lin Jie's expression darkened, gripping his baton tightly as he gazed toward the direction of the rising black mist, his voice heavy as iron. On the night of the full moon, they will open the Shamo Ding deep within the walled city. The intercom fell into a sudden silence. Everyone knew the terror of the Shamo Ding. It was a malevolent object capable of devouring the fortunes of an entire city. Once opened, Hong Kong Island would descend into a hell on earth. The moonlight fell once more, but it carried a hint of coldness. Lin Jie took a deep breath, commanding into the intercom solemnly, "Everyone listen up. Immediately reinforce the 3 nodes of the Qi gathering formation. 3 days from now, on the night of the full moon, we will engage in a life-and-death battle with the Moro men deep within Kowloon walled city." Yes. The intercom responded in unison, filled with resolve. In the night, figures swiftly departed, racing toward their respective targets. A decisive battle concerning the survival of Hong Kong Island was already looming. Meanwhile, in the depths of Kowloon walled city, a cold voice slowly echoed from within the massive column of black mist, carrying a chilling resonance. On the night of the full moon, when the Shamo Ding opens, the fortunes of Hong Kong Island will belong to my Moro men. Deep within the Kowloon walled city, crumbling walls and shattered ruins cast jagged shadows beneath the pale moonlight. Wind whistled mournfully through broken window frames like the whispered lament of restless spirits. A dense, suffocating miasma of malevolent energy hung thick in the air. Inhaling it brought a crushing weight to the chest, dizziness, and blurred vision. A thin, viscous black sludge coated the surviving ruins, reeking of nauseating decay. Stepping upon it produced an eerie, sizzling sound, as though unseen things gnawed hungrily at the soles of their boots. Lin Jie led Luo Tianhong, Rika Azuma, and 6 elite enforcers of the Hung Hing Society as they moved cautiously through the desolation, treading with deliberate silence, fearful of rousing hidden enemies. Each bore a clear mind jade at their waist. The warm, lustrous glow of the stone shimmered faintly in the night, repelling the clinging miasma, just enough to carve out a fragile sanctuary. With only one day remaining until the full moon, they had to locate the precise position of the demon-ravaging cauldron concealed by the Mo Luo sect and map its defensive arrangements. Otherwise, in 3 days' time, the decisive battle would find them blind, helpless, and at the sect's mercy. Stay vigilant. Mo Luo sect cultivators excel at concealment and traplaying, especially here where the land itself is poisoned by miasmic energy. Even the most unremarkable ruin may harbor fatal peril. Lin Jie spoke in a hushed voice, knuckles whitening around his riot baton as his gaze swept the darkness, missing not a single anomaly. Earlier at the city's periphery, they had triggered a Mo Luo sect poison thorn trap. One Hung Hing enforcer stepped on it, and his entire calf corroded instantly, revealing bare bone, forcing him to withdraw, left behind to recover. Luo Tianhong gripped his black iron sword tightly. The blade trembled softly, emitting a clear, resonant hum. His brow furrowed slightly, and he halted abruptly, his sword intent rippling outward like an invisible shield enveloping his companions. Something is wrong. The very fabric of space here is trembling. At his words, all froze, faces tightening with alarm and uncertainty. Rika Azuma drew his katana. The blade gleamed silver under the moonlight. As he focused inward for a moment, then grew grave. It is a spatial formation. The Mo Luo sect has warped local space using miasmic energy, forging an isolated illusory domain. To step into its core without caution is to vanish forever, torn apart across fractured dimensions. Hardly had he finished speaking when the ground beneath them convulsed violently. A jagged black fissure erupted 3 meters ahead, spewing thick, shrieking darkness from which grotesque specters writhed, pale claws outstretched toward the group. Watch out! Rika Azuma roared, cleaving the air with a blinding arc of steel. His blade spirit sliced the foremost specter cleanly in two. As the black mist dissipated, what lay beyond the rift revealed itself. A churning void of distorted chaos, endless and bottomless, streaked with violent black lightning that cracked and spat with terrifying ferocity. This is a spatial rift, caused by instability in the formation. Chen Zhen's voice crackled urgently over the radio. May and I, monitoring from the police operations room, detect rapidly intensifying spatial fluctuations deep inside the walled city. Each pulse triggers a new surge of miasmic energy. The demon-ravaging cauldron's power is leaking unchecked, corrupting the Earth's vital veins. If this continues, the entire Kowloon walled city will be dragged screaming into the abyss. They looked up to see far on the horizon the towering column of black energy, now thicker than before. Its apex coalesced into a colossal skull, jaws slowly parting toward Hong Kong Island, as if poised to devour the city's very fortune. Crimson light pulsed within the skull's hollow eyes. Each blink sent violent tremors shuddering through the ruins around them. We cannot retreat. Lin Jie inhaled deeply, resolve hardening in his gaze. We must pinpoint the cauldron's exact location and chart the sect's defenses. Otherwise, on the night of the full moon, we shall be nothing but fish on the chopping block, helpless before our slaughter. Luo Tianhong nodded, raising his black iron sword forward. Its radiance flared brilliantly. My sword intent shields me. I will probe ahead. Follow closely behind me. Never stray beyond the reach of my sword intent. Step outside its protection and you will be swallowed by illusionary space. Even celestial beings could not save you then. Rika Azuma stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Luo Tianhong, his katana held across his chest, its blade spirit coalescing into a silvery barrier. I shall accompany you. The katana's spirit energy resists spatial distortion. Together, our combined strength should safeguard the group and carry us safely through this formation. They exchanged a glance and advanced as one. Luo Tianhong's sword intent unfurled into a translucent azure dome, enclosing them all, while Rika Azuma's blade spirit formed a silvery barrier at its fore, relentlessly cleaving apart the specters surging forth from spatial rifts. They had taken only a few steps when the world around them dissolved utterly. The ruined wasteland vanished, replaced by a blood-red expanse stretching endlessly beneath a sky, snowing black flakes that stung the skin with glacial cold. From afar rose wails and howls. the tormented cries of countless souls, sending chills down spines and unsettling the very mind. Across the plain lay mountains of bleached bones, some still pierced by rust-eaten weapons, evidence of a massacre so brutal it had scarred the land itself. An illusion, Rika Azuma barked, slashing his katana at a nearby boulder. The blade struck true. The boulder dissolved into wisps of black mist, vanishing into the crimson wasteland. This is a phantasmal array woven from miasmic energy, designed to shatter sanity. Once ensnared, one descends into endless slaughter, until strength fails and the miasma consumes the soul whole. Luo Tianhong's voice remained calm, edged with the keen resonance of sword intent. Do not be deceived by these illusions. Anchor your mind. Remember, our quarry is the demon-ravaging cauldron, not these fleeting hollow mirages. Hearing him, they shut their eyes and centered their breath, struggling to resist the illusion's assault. Yet those wails clung like parasites, burrowing into ears and fraying composure. Two Hong Hing enforcers there, while weaker, began trembling uncontrollably, drool trickling from slack lips, eyes glazed and vacant. Before them unfolded their deepest terrors, their families slaughtered by miasmic thralls, blood soaking the floor, screams echoing without end. Danger! They're being corrupted by the miasma. Lin Jie's face paled. He snatched the clear mind jade from his pocket and thrust it into their hands. The moment the jade touched their skin, it emitted a gentle, warming luminescence, dispelling the black vapors coiling about them. Both men shuddered violently, eyes snapping back into focus. Yet their faces remained deathly pale, breath ragged with residual terror. Thank you, Inspector Lin. One stammered, wiping saliva from his chin. Don't lose focus. Lin Jie commanded, voice low and unyielding. Hold your mind steady and stay close. Lose yourself again and you leave, now. They nodded frantically, no longer daring to blink, clinging tightly to Luo Tianhong's wake, terrified of slipping once more into the illusion's grasp. Luo Tianhong's sword intent surged, his azure dome thickened, sealing out the tormenting cries. Flanked by Rika Azuma, they pressed forward inch by agonizing inch. Every step felt like walking barefoot on blades, the ground splitting open beneath them with sudden black fissures, any misstep promising irrevocable doom. Spatial distortions intensified, ripples warping the crimson plain into searing infernos or frozen wastelands, temperatures swinging wildly, defying endurance. Then from the blood-soaked distance a figure emerged, robed in black, face masked in bronze, engraved with a leering skull, the same Mo Luo sect black-robed cultivator who had escaped them in Sham Shuepa. He hovered midair, wreathed in dense black miasma, eyes sharp with malice as a cruel smile curled his lips. Welcome to my domain, the black-robed figure intoned, voice icy and mocking, like a cat toying with cornered prey. I have awaited you here for quite some time. Since you have come, remain, become sustenance for the demon-ravaging cauldron, and lend your essence to the Mo Luo sect's conquest of Hong Kong's celestial fortune. He raised a hand, and space itself convulsed. Countless black fissures exploded across the ground, vomiting forth roiling darkness and swarming specters. Those specters darted between rifts like phantoms, pale claws slashing toward the azure dome. The dome shuddered violently, groaning with an awful grinding screech, as if seconds from shattering. Lin Jie's expression darkened to utter despair. He stared at the floating black-robed figure, at the multiplying rifts encircling them, and a chilling certainty settled in his gut. They had walked straight into the trap. This place was no battlefield. It was their meticulously prepared tomb. Above the crimson wasteland, dark miasma churned violently, and ghostly silhouettes flickered in the gloom. A figure clad in black robes hovered midair, his bronze mask concealing eyes that gleamed with chilling malevolence as he gazed upon the group trapped within the rift, his lips curling into a cruel, predatory smile. In his hand, he idly rolled a jet-black orb wreathed in dense, oppressive Sha energy, the very core extracted from the illusion spirit powder mother plant. Do you truly believe your meager cultivation is enough to fathom my true nature? The robed figure sneered, his hands weaving seals in swift succession. Instantly, the surrounding darkness surged outward, coalescing into countless obsidian chains that shot toward the trapped figures like vengeful serpents. Today I shall let you witness the mother plant's true power. Die knowing the truth. His voice had not yet faded when he slammed a palm onto the earth. A thunderous boom shook the world. The ground convulsed violently, and before the group's eyes a colossal crater erupted with cataclysmic force. At the crater's depths coiled a monstrous plant, its trunk pitch black and serpentine thick as a dragon's body, plunging deep into the earth's vital veins. Its roots bristled with jagged, grotesque thorns that shimmered with an eerie emerald light. Its twisted branches spiraled upward, soaring several zhang high, each bearing countless obsidian leaves, razor-edged and serrated, slicing relentlessly at the fabric of space itself. At its apex bloomed a colossal crimson flower, its diameter spanning a full zhang. Petals layered like molten blood, blazing with the fierce, unnatural radiance of living flame. From its stamen flowed a ceaseless stream of white powder, the very illusion spirit powder that had earlier been scattered across Hong Kong Island. Drifting on the wind, the powder settled upon the ground, and where it landed, blackened, faceless figures coalesced, humanoid in shape, yet featureless save for two burning scarlet eyes that blazed with ravenous, bloodthirsty hunger. This is the illusion spirit powder mother plant. Rika Torai's pupils contracted sharply, his voice trembling with dread as his grip tightened around his katana. A century ago, the Maluo sect used this abomination to devour the spiritual fortune of 3 Japanese cities, reducing them to barren wastelands, lifeless and cursed. I never imagined they would bring it to Hong Kong. As the mother plant manifested, the ambient Sha energy thickened tenfold, suffocating and corrosive. The drifting white powder settled upon their Qingxin jade talismans, emitting a sizzling hiss, its luminous glow dimming, instantly weakened by the encroaching corruption. With guttural roars, the illusion spirit powder-born monstrosities lunged forward en masse. They moved with preternatural speed, slipping between spatial fissures like phantoms. Their claws dripped with viscous black venom. Even a single scratch would fester instantly, allowing Sha energy to flood the wound and paralyze the victim utterly. Roar! One monster shattered Rika Torai's blade or a barrier and charged straight toward the nearest Hung-Hing underling. The youth paled frantically, raising his cleaver. But the moment steel met flesh, a surge of overwhelming Sha energy hurled the weapon aside. The monster's claws sank deep into his chest, gouging 5 ghastly wounds, bone visible beneath torn flesh. Black venom spread like wildfire. He screamed, a raw, agonized wail, then collapsed, convulsing violently before falling silent. His body dissolved into swirling black mist, drawn inexorably into the mother plant's maw. Aiming, their eyes bled with fury and helplessness. Having absorbed the youth's essence, the mother plant swelled in size and vigor. Its crimson blossom flared with even more sinister brilliance, exuding ever more illusion spirit powder and birthing ever stronger monsters. In moments, their number swelled from dozens to over 100, encircling the group in an impenetrable, suffocating ring. Hold the line. Luo Tianhong roared, his Xiantai sword flashing forth a brilliant, sun-piercing arc, cleaving the foremost dozen monsters cleanly in two. Yet their bodies dissolved into black mist, only to reform instantly, stronger, faster, more relentless than before. These creatures are born of Sha energy. Conventional attacks are useless. Rika Torai's blade danced like winter snow, shattering wave after wave of attackers. But his arms were already crisscrossed with countless lacerations, black Sha creeping up his flesh, held back only by sheer desperate will. We must find the mother plant's weakness and strike true. Otherwise we'll be worn down and slaughtered here. Lin Jie stared at the vile plant, at his comrades falling one by one, his gaze sharp as a falcon's, unblinking. His mind raced, sifting through Wan Mei's earlier analysis of the illusion spirit powder, until suddenly his eyes flared with revelation. He pointed fiercely at the flower's stamen. The flaw lies in the mother plant itself. Look, the powder flows solely from its stamen. Destroy the stamen, and the monsters lose their source of power. They'll vanish instantly. Easier said than done. The black-robed figure laughed coldly, vanishing and reappearing directly above the mother plant, hands sealing the stamen in protective formation. The mother plant is rooted deep within Hong Kong's geomantic veins, feeding upon its spiritual fortune. Unless you sever those veins, you cannot harm it, not even a hair's breadth. And severing the geomantic veins would shatter Hong Kong's fortune entirely, reducing it to a desolate wasteland. Dare you risk that? He spoke truth. The mother plant's roots entwined with the land's vital veins, drawing spiritual fortune and transmuting it into pure Sha energy. To destroy it, one must first sever that connection. Yet the geomantic veins sustained Hong Kong's prosperity. If severed, chaos would reign, life extinguished. It was a cruel paradox: either sacrifice the city or perish with it. Then let us begin by eliminating you, the puppeteer. Luo Tianhong's eyes hardened, his sword intent surged like a celestial river, launching a radiant, unstoppable beam toward the robed figure. He knew, if the master fell, the mother plant would falter, granting them the fleeting chance to destroy it. But the robed man had anticipated the strike, vanishing into a spatial rift just as the blade passed. The sword struck the wasteland instead, cleaving a vast chasm from which thick, roiling black miasma surged forth. Tricks worthy of a child, dare you perform them before me? His voice echoed from every direction, laced with mocking disdain. Surrender now, become nourishment for the Sha demon cauldron. At least then your suffering will be brief, and you'll serve the grand ambition of the Maluo sect. Dream on. Lin Jie bellowed, swinging his police baton with furious precision into the nearest monster. But the creatures feared no death, swarming forward without pause, until the group stood besieged on all sides, each breath a gamble with annihilation. 2 more Hung-Hing youths failed to evade the onslaught, clawed fallen, their bodies dissolving into black mist, swallowed whole by the mother plant. The remaining 2 youths stood frozen, faces ashen, limbs trembling, cleavers clattering to the ground. Around them loomed endless hordes of monsters, beside them comrades vanished into shadow. Despair hollowed their eyes. Huh! The robed figure's laughter boomed like thunder, vibrating eardrums and bones alike. Behold, the mother plant's might. It devours all life, transmuting it into the purest Sha energy. Soon every soul in Hong Kong will feed its hunger. Lin Jie's heart clenched, as if gripped by an invisible fist, crushing his breath, his hope, his very will to fight. He stared at the abhorrent plant, at comrades collapsing one by one, at the robed man's triumphant grin, despair flooding his vision like ink in water. Is there truly no way? Will Hong Kong truly become a land of the dead? Then, Wan Mei's voice crackled urgently over the radio, edged with exhilaration. Inspector Lin. I found it. Master Chen and I studied ancient texts all night. We've uncovered the mother plant's weakness. Though rooted in the geomantic veins, its stamen is vulnerable. The core within the stamen stores its Sha energy. Destroy it, and the connection to the geomantic veins will snap. And once the core is shattered, the mother plant will wither, starved of power. Lin Jie's eyes blazed, like twin stars igniting in absolute darkness. He jerked his head up, shouting to Luo Tianhong and Rika Torai, Mr. Luo, Mr. Rika. Wan Mei has found the weakness, the core inside the stamen. Destroy it, and the mother plant's link to the geomantic veins will be severed. Luo Tianhong and Rika Torai exchanged a single glance, and in that instant resolve burned bright and unyielding in both their eyes. They knew this was their sole chance, and their last. Cover us. Luo Tianhong's sword intent soared to its zenith, the Xiantai sword sang like a celestial dragon, its blade blazing with incandescent golden-white light. Rika-san and I will cut down that flower. No matter the cost, we will destroy the core. Above the crimson wasteland, malevolent chi churned violently as monstrous beasts roared. Luo Tianhong's sword intent coalesced into a pale blue arc of light, while Rika Azarai's blade aura solidified into a silvery white ribbon. Two warriors surged forward in tandem, racing toward the core stamen of the illusion spirit powder matriarch. The monsters born from illusion spirit powder surged like a tide, seeking to bar their path. Their claws, razor-sharp as forged steel, raked relentlessly against the shimmering curtain of sword intent and the resilient barrier of blade aura, emitting grating, bone-chilling screeches. Both defenses trembled violently, threatening imminent collapse. Begone! Luo Tianhong roared, sweeping his blade sideways. 10 score monsters before him cleaved cleanly in two. Yet these creatures, forged from unyielding black chi, were neither slain nor undone. They reformed instantly, lunging once more, their talons slashing through his sleeve and carving a deep crimson gash across his arm. Black venom coursed along the wound into his flesh. Luo Tianhong felt his arm go numb and his sword intent dimmed perceptibly. Gritting his teeth, he circulated the last vestiges of spiritual energy within his meridians, forcing the toxin outward. The wound sealed before his eyes, leaving only a faint scar. Rika Azarai's katana had dulled and curled at the edge. His arms bore countless lacerations, black malevolent chi creeping inward from each wound. Yet he suppressed it with sheer will. His face was parchment pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but still he swung his blade, shattering on-rushing beasts. He knew one step closer, and they would reach the stamen's base. One strike, and the core would be shattered. One victory, and Hong Kong would be saved. Hold on. Rika Azarai growled, voice raw with exhaustion. Reach the stamen, and the core falls. And this nightmare ends. Back to back, their sword light and blade aura wove an impenetrable bastion, tearing a jagged rift through the monstrous horde. But the illusion spirit powder matriarch secreted ever more spores. The beasts grew stronger, more numerous. Hundreds now encircled them, their advance grinding to a heavy, desperate crawl. Each step forward exacted a terrible toll. Lin Jie, flanked by 2 remaining Hung Hing enforcers, fought desperately to hold back the monsters surging from behind. His baton lay snapped in two, his uniform hung in tatters, his face streaked with blood and grime. One enforcer shielding Lin Jie was overwhelmed, dragged down, and instantly dissolved into black mist, absorbed by the matriarch. The other, seized by terror, turned to flee, only to have his ankle clamped by a monster and dragged screaming into the writhing mass, his cries swallowed whole. Oh! Lin Jie's eyes bled fury, snatching up a discarded cleaver, he hacked wildly at the beasts. Yet his strength, pitiful against entities woven from pure malevolent chi, proved futile. The blade bit shallowly, leaving mere scratches. No fatal wound could be struck. Soon he was surrounded, his body crisscrossed with wounds. Black venom flooded his veins, clouding his consciousness. Lin Jie, a voice echoed from the air, cold, mocking, belonging to the black-robed cultist. Surrender. You cannot prevail against the illusion spirit powder matriarch. To become nourishment is your sole destiny. I shall grant you a dignified death, one swift and painless. With a flick of his hand, thick black chi erupted from the earth, coalescing into colossal spectral claws that shrieked through the air, blurring into view before them in an instant. Watch out! Luo Tianhong whirled, severing one claw with a single stroke, leaving his back fatally exposed to another. The spectral claw slammed into his shoulder, black malevolent chi flooded his body. He choked, spitting crimson, his sword light dimming sharply. 5 gashes deep to the bone tore across his shoulder, venom seeped from them, deadening half his body. Master Luo. Rika Azarai's face paled, desperate to turn and aid him, yet pinned by several hulking beasts whose blows sent him staggering backward, unable to break free. Their strength was overwhelming. One punch hurled him airborne, He could barely parry, let alone disengage. Luo Tianhong clenched his jaw and wrenched the claw from his flesh. Blood gushed forth, staining his robes crimson, yet his gaze remained piercing, his grip upon the black iron sword unwavering. He knew he must not fall, or should he falter, all would perish, and Hong Kong would fall utterly into ruin. I am unharmed. Luo Tianhong roared, his sword intent surging anew, brilliant, incandescent. Press on. Shatter the core. Together they surged forward and reached the matriarch's base. The crimson stamen loomed before them. At its heart floated a black orb, radiating dense malevolent chi. The matriarch's core. Intricate eldritch patterns spiraled across its surface, ceaselessly drawing in surrounding malevolent chi and transmuting it into illusion spirit powder. Now, Rika Azarai bellowed, raising his katana high, channeling every ounce of his being into the strike. His eyes burned with unflinching resolve. He stood ready to sacrifice himself entirely. To destroy the core, even if it meant utter annihilation, was worth any price. A petty trick, daring to defy me. The black-robed cultist sneered, slamming his palms together. The matriarch's roots erupted violently. Countless thorn vines burst from the earth like venomous serpents coiling toward the two warriors. Their barbs gleamed with eerie emerald light, dripping black venom. Rika Azarai evaded too late. Vines ensnared his legs, flooding his body with black malevolent chi. His limbs went numb, balance vanished. He crashed to the ground. His katana flew from his grasp, embedding itself in the soil with a sharp, ringing chime. Master Rika. Luo Tianhong's expression twisted in alarm. He slashed to sever the vines, but more lashed out, binding his arms tight. The vine's crushing force pinned him immovably against the matriarch. Black malevolent chi ravaged his flesh. His skin darkened visibly, his mind slipping into haze. He felt his spiritual energy draining rapidly, his sword intent fraying thread by thread. "Huh!" The black-robed cultist laughed, a thunderous, ear-splitting cackle. "Now how will you resist? Your struggle is nothing but farce." He descended slowly, stepping deliberately toward them, his dagger glinting coldly in the dim light. Its edge was coated in black venom, capable of ending life with a single graze. "First you die, then I'll dispose of Lin Jie and his rabble." His voice was glacial. The dagger hovered over Luo Tianhong's heart. "Rest assured, I shall make your deaths exquisitely painful. I will savor your torment, watching you writhe as malevolent chi consumes your flesh, transforming you into the matriarch's feast." Luo Tianhong's gaze, though unfocused, remained locked upon the cultist. He sensed life ebbing, his sword intent fading strand by fragile strand. Was this truly the end? Had Hong Kong's fate been sealed? Lin Jie watched helpless as the vines bound them tight, and the black-robed cultist drew nearer. Despair hollowed his eyes. He longed to rush forward, but monsters held him fast, forcing him to watch powerless as the dagger descended toward Luo Tianhong's heart. Regret and futility choked him. If only he had grown stronger. If only he had uncovered the Morris sect's conspiracy sooner, this catastrophe might have been averted. At the final breathless moment, Luo Tianhong's eyes flashed with absolute resolve. He bit deep into his tongue, spitting a jet of vital essence onto the black iron sword. The blood vanished instantly into the blade, which blazed with radiant sapphire light. A torrent of sword intent erupted skyward, repelling the surrounding malevolent chi by several feet. Sword intent, ignition. Upon the crimson wasteland, Luo Tianhong spat a mouthful of vital blood onto his black iron sword, the blade instantly erupting with dazzling sapphire radiance, while a torrent of overwhelming sword intent surged skyward, repelling the surrounding malevolent chi by several feet. The vines coiling around his body hissed and shriveled into ash under the searing intensity of that sword intent. Sword intent combustion. The figure in black robes recoiled in shock. Horror flashed across his eyes, and his hand gripping the dagger trembled faintly. Sword intent combustion is a forbidden technique wherein a martial cultivator ignites their innate sword intent using their own vital blood as fuel, granting a fleeting surge of power at the terrible cost of catastrophic cultivation regression, even total ruin. It is a mutual destruction art reserved only for moments of absolute desperation. Ensnared by the vines, Luo Tianhong shimmered in azure light. Countless microsword energies born of his will alone lashed out and severed every binding tendril. Ignoring the agony tearing through his shoulder and the roiling malevolent chi surging within him, he gripped the black iron sword with both hands and slashed downward with desperate force toward the core of the illusion powder matriarch. His gaze was unshakable, fierce, resolute, final. He knew this was his last chance to destroy the core and save Hong Kong. Triads. A razor-sharp sword energy cleaved through the crimson floral calyx like the first light of dawn and pierced the obsidian core with flawless precision. The core shrieked, a grating, ear-splitting wail, as fissures spider-webbed across its surface and thick waves of malevolent chi gushed forth like a breached dam. Black ichor oozed from the cracks, sizzling as it struck the earth, corroding deep craters into the ground with each drop. "No, my core." The black-robed figure's eyes bulged with fury as he lunged forward, roaring, "You dare destroy my matriarch? I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb." Blood trickled from Luo Tianhong's lips, yet his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Though the core was shattered, the illusion powder matriarch was rooted deep in the earth's ley lines. Its demise could not be instantaneous. And he himself, having incinerated his sword intent, was now a spent arrow utterly incapable of facing the black-robed figure. His strength ebbed rapidly, his spiritual energy had long since been exhausted, leaving only the faintest ember of sword intent to hold him upright. Lin Jie, go! Luo Tianhong whirled sharply and bellowed. His voice was hoarse yet ironclad in its command, take your brothers and retreat, now. I'll hold the line here. Don't look back. Before the final syllable faded, his black iron sword flared into a colossal azure sword mantle enveloping the entire illusion powder matriarch. Sword energies crisscrossed the mantle's surface, slicing apart every monster and vine that dared approach. Radiating brilliant sapphire light, the mantle stood like a titanic shield, blocking the black-robed figure's path entirely. Master Luo. Lin Jie's eyes flooded with tears streaked with blood and grime. Gazing upon Luo Tianhong's ashen face and the mantle's fading azure glow, his heart twisted like a blade. I won't go. I'll fight beside you. We'll cut our way out together. Go. Luo Tianhong roared, the sound vibrating bone and eardrum alike. That is an order. Defending Hong Kong matters more than anything. You're needed for the moonlit night final confrontation. I've already burned my sword intent to ash. Staying would only burden you. Go now. Hesitate, and all will be lost. Hanabana Torai broke free from the vines. Watching the azure light dim further upon Luo Tianhong's form, he knew time was measured in heartbeats. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at Lin Jie, go. If you don't leave now, we'll all die here. I'll stay, to stand with Master Luo. Together we can delay the black-robed one long enough for your escape. Master Hanabana. Lin Jie met Hanabana Torai's unflinching gaze and Luo Tianhong's steely resolve. His heart overflowed with sorrow and anguish. He knew any further delay would render their sacrifice meaningless. He clenched his jaw, dropped to his knees, and struck the ground 3 times, forehead cracking open, blood welling forth. Master Luo. Master Hanabana. His voice choked with grief. I swear, I will defend Hong Kong. Wait for me. I'll return, with reinforcements, to save you both. Then rising abruptly, he wiped his tears and fled, his silhouette shrinking swiftly across the crimson wasteland until vanishing into the maw of a spatial rift. He knew he had to survive. He had to carry the truth home. He had to rally aid and return to rescue Luo Tianhong and Hanabana Torai. The black-robed figure trembled with rage as Lin Jie and the others vanished into the distance. Yet Hanabana Torai barred his pursuit with unyielding tenacity. Hanabana Torai snatched up his fallen katana, its blade gleaming like freshly fallen snow, and stood firm before the black-robed figure, eyes blazing with indomitable spirit and battle fury. Your opponent is me. His blade flashed, lethal, precise, unrelenting. Want to chase Lin Jie? First break through this. The black-robed figure bellowed and thrust his dagger forward. Instantly the two locked in furious combat, the clash of steel ringing like frantic temple bells. Though Hanabana Torai's swordsmanship was masterful, his prior injuries crippled his strength, and gradually he was forced onto the defensive. Meanwhile, Luo Tianhong's body weakened further. The backlash of sword-intent combustion shredded his meridians fiber by fiber. Watching Lin Jie's retreating form vanish beyond the rift, Luo Tianhong's lips curved in quiet, serene satisfaction. His sacrifice was worth it. So long as Lin Jie carried the message home, Hong Kong still held hope. Hold, Hong Kong, he murmured, driving the black iron sword deep into the earth. The azure light upon the sword mantle dimmed, yet stubbornly endured, resisting the encroaching malevolent qi. His body slowly collapsed, consciousness slipped away like sand through fingers. His life unfurled behind his eyelids. Youthful apprenticeship, entry into the martial world, joining the demon-slaying squad, and guarding Hong Kong. A gentle, fulfilled smile touched his lips. The black-robed figure broke free from Hanabana Torai's grip and advanced step by deliberate step toward Luo Tianhong, eyes cold, cruel, and pitiless. Hanabana Torai lunged to intercept, but was kicked aside like straw, crashing violently to the ground, blood bursting from his mouth. You truly believe that could stop me? The black-robed figure sneered down at Luo Tianhong, murder glinting in his gaze. Once I end you, I'll hunt down Lin Jie and his lot, one by one. They'll all die for you. Luo Tianhong lifted his head, meeting the approaching shadow without fear. Only a faint, quiet mockery in his eyes. Slowly he raised a trembling hand. At his fingertip the last ember of sword intent gathered, faint yet unbroken like a solitary star piercing eternal night. Wish to pass? Ask my sword first. Though his voice was frail, its resonance rang across the crimson wasteland, a defiant, unyielding declaration of will. The black iron sword sang, a clear, dragon-like chime, as the azure mantle blazed anew, erupting into a colossal sword energy that shot straight toward the black-robed figure. At the mouth of the spatial rift, black vapors billowed and ghostly silhouettes writhed like a beast that chooses its prey, constantly belching forth a heart-stopping surge of malevolent qi. Lin Jie, smeared with blood, summoned his last strength to burst out of the illusion. Behind him, the blood-red wasteland loomed like the fangs of a monstrous beast faint through the black fog, as if poised to devour him at any moment. He staggered to steady himself and looked back to see only Luo Tainhong's blue sword curtain wavering in the black qi, and Li Hua Donglai's blade light, like a candle in the wind flickering. A tide of pain surged through him, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Inspector Lin. Gao Gang, with a squad of officers holding the cordon at the rift's exit, went pale at Lin Jie's disheveled state and hurried forward to support him. The beams from the officers' flashlights crisscrossed, illuminating Lin Jie's wounds. Dark veins rhymed the edges, clear signs of sha-qi corrosion, which made everyone's skin crawl. Quick! Notify everyone Maluomin has hidden the Huanlingfen mother core deep within the city fort. Its core is broken, but the mother remains. There is also a shamaning in the depths of the subterranean palace. Blood tinged with the metallic taste of iron rose in Lin Jie's throat as he coughed. Each word seemed drawn from his very marrow. Mr. Luo and Mr. Li Hua are still holding the rear. We need reinforcements. Dispatch heavy armored units immediately and armor-piercing rounds. Ordinary bullets do nothing to those sha-qi fodder. No sooner had he spoken than the spatial rift convulsed violently, as though a primeval beast within was battering its way out. Cracks spidered across the ground along the rift's edge, and countless sha-qi minions poured forth hissing as they charged. Their skin was bluish-black, eyes blood-red, curved blades drenched in malevolence. They hacked at anything in sight, raving like possessed fiends. The black-robed man's malicious laughter followed, echoing through the ruins like an apparition. Lin Jie, you cannot escape. Today, everyone will die here and become nourishment for my Maluomin. Gao Gang's face darkened. He drew the cleaver at his waist and shouted, "Open fire. Hold them back." Gunfire erupted immediately. Bullets rained toward the sha-qi minions like storm-swept hail. But the minions were fed and toughened by sha-qi. Bullets merely sparked off their flesh, failing to deliver fatal wounds, and instead stoking their ferocity. They lunged amid howls, the shriek of blades cleaving the air unbearably piercing, and it looked as if the line would be breached to swallow Lin Jie and the others. At that desperate moment, a calm voice sliced through the chaos like ice, switched to armor-piercing rounds. Aim for the brow. The sha-qi core of those minions lies in the brow. Only by piercing it can they be utterly destroyed. Everyone turned toward the voice to see Tian Yangsheng shouldering a Barrett sniper rifle and stepping onto a broken wall at the front of the line. His face was impassive, the eyes behind his lenses keen as an eagle's, seeming to pierce the black miasma and discern every minion's weakness. He braced the rifle on the wall with steady hands, smoothly loaded an armor-piercing magazine, adjusted the muzzle, and fixed his sight on the foremost minion charging in. A thunderous report shattered the ruin's hush. The armor-piercing round, cleaving the air like a meteor, struck true through the minion's brow. Black sha-qi gushed from the wound like a tide. The minion's body froze, and then collapsed in a sickening heap, dissolving into a stinking black puddle that seeped into the cracked earth. It works. Gao Gang's eyes lit up, and he shouted with exhilaration, "Everyone, switch to armor-piercing rounds, aim for the brow. Fire until they're gone." Officers snapped to attention and fumbled to change to armor-piercing magazines. Gunfire surged again, and this time the sha-qi minions began to fall in waves. The bullet holes in their brows proved fatal. The discharge of each shot was accompanied by a wisp of dissipating black qi. The line steadied and taut, nerves loosened only a fraction. But the black-robed man clearly had foreseen this. Watching his minions fall, he showed not rage, but a cold, sinister smile. He waved a hand and muttered incantations. Countless black vines burrowed up from the earth like venomous serpents and coiled toward the line. The vines bristled with sharp barbs that gleamed with an eerie green light. Once entangled, the barbs sank into skin and injected sha-qi, instantly sapping a person's fighting will. Damn! Gao Gang cursed and hacked a vine away with his cleaver, but the barbs raked his arm. Black poison spread from the wound at once. His arm darkened visibly as an excruciating pain crawled through him and his body spasmed. A nearby officer steadied him and pressed a Qingxin jade to the wound. A faint pale green light bloomed and barely stemmed the venom spread. More vines surged, widening gaps in the line. Ammo dwindled fast. The officers drew cleavers for close combat with the minions, and screams rose in a continuous howl. Lin Jie watched in anguish. He knew the line would be broken if this continued. He struggled to rise, but Gao Gang pinned him down. "Inspector Lin, you're hurt. Don't move." Tian Yangsheng furrowed his brow, adjusted his glasses, and scanned the chaotic battlefield. A decision had already formed in his mind. He realized the black-robed man's target was Lin Jie. If Lin Jie escaped with the information to the precinct, Maluomin's plan would be exposed. He drew a deep breath and spoke into his radio in a low voice, "Inspector Lin, take the others and run. They'll cover the rear." Tian Yangsheng. Lin Jie turned, panic and disbelief flooding his eyes. "You can't hold them alone. The minions and vines are endless. Whether I can hold them or not, I must." Tian Yangsheng's voice remained calm and unwavering. He slotted in the last magazine and leveled his muzzle at the black-robed man and a sniper. "My duty is to hold this line to buy you time to retreat. Go." Carry the news back and prepare for the final battle on the night of the full moon. Gangdao cannot do without you." With those words, he squeezed the trigger, and rounds flew like meteors toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man sneered and sidestepped. A bullet clipped his shoulder and shattered a massive stone behind him. The vines, however, lashed with renewed frenzy, surging toward the broken wall like a tidal wave. Tian Yangsheng abandoned the rifle without hesitation and drew the pair of military blades at his waist, charging into the oncoming vines. The blades flashed cold light. Each stroke severed a vine's root with precision. Black ichor splattered across him, burning at his flesh, yet he scarcely seemed to feel it. He moved through the ruins like a live leopard, the blades a whirlwind of steel. He cleaved a breathing space through the mass of vines and minions. Trying to leave. Not so easy. The black-robed man roared and lunged at Tian Yangsheng himself. He moved with terrifying speed, a dense aura of Sha Qi surrounding him. His palms became claws aimed at Tian Yangsheng's throat. The Sha Qi upon the claws warped the air with a sizzle. Tian Yangsheng's gaze hardened. He stepped in rather than back. Left blade parried the claws while the right blade stabbed at the black-robed man's chest. The clash of metal and claw rang harshly, sparks skittering from the strike. Tian Yangsheng's combat skill was exquisite, every move aimed at vital points, but the black-robed man's strength exceeded expectation. After a few exchanges, Tian Yangsheng was forced back, blood seeping from his mouth. Tian Yangsheng. Lin Jie's heart lacerated as he watched, yet he gritted his teeth and turned away. He knew Tian Yangsheng was giving his life to buy them time. He could not let that sacrifice be in vain. He must carry the news back. Martial reinforcements returned to save Tian Yangsheng, Luo Tianhong, and Li Hua Donglai. Move. Lin Jie roared, leading the remaining officers as they raced toward the precinct. Tian Yangsheng watched their retreating silhouettes and allowed a faint, resigned smile to touch his lips. He tightened his grip on his blade and charged the black-robed man again. Gunfire and growls intertwined, blade light clashing with Sha Qi in blinding sparks. Amid the choking black qi and whistling gunfire, his silhouette stood tall and resolute like a pine, composing a dirge of tragic heroism. The black-robed man watched Lin Jie recede and seethed with fury. His claws lashed even more savagely toward Tian Yangsheng. "I will kill you and make you the sacrifice for all I've lost." Tian Yangsheng parried the claws, his eyes as steely as iron. "If you want to pass, step over my corpse first." Inside the emergency room, stark white light bathed the air in icy stillness. The sharp scent of antiseptic mingled with a faint, acrid miasma, so thick it made every breath laborious. Lin Jie was gently lifted onto the gurney by two officers already fully unconscious. Blackish red blood oozed steadily from his wounds, and where it dripped onto the white sheet, it sizzled softly, burning tiny smoking perforations into the fabric. Gao Gang fared little better. His right arm swelled to the size of a purple-black turnip, the miasmic energy creeping up his veins toward his elbow. Each labored breath escaped him as a pained grunt. Cold sweat beaded densely across his forehead, soaking the brim of his police cap. In the corridor outside the emergency room, Chun-Jun and Ruan Mei paced anxiously. Ruan Mei clutched the fortune chart tightly to her chest, her knuckles whitening with tension. The crimson dot marking the heart of the walled compound still pulsed violently, a grim testament to the unrelenting density of the miasma within. Chun-Jun's brows were knotted into a deep furrow. He had already probed Lin Jie's and Gao Gang's injuries with spiritual energy. The miasma had burrowed too deeply, invading meridians and infiltrating vital organs. Conventional hemostatic or anti-inflammatory measures were utterly futile. A single misstep, and both men would become nothing more than living nourishment for the miasma. "Master Chen, what do we do?" Ruan Mei's voice cracked with tears, her eyes rimmed red. "If the miasma keeps spreading, they'll truly be beyond saving." Before Chen-Jun could offer reassurance, the emergency room door swung open, and a slender figure in a white coat strode briskly inside. It was Dr. Abu, the precinct's specially retained emergency physician. He carried a silvery gray medical case, his gait steady, his gaze so intensely focused it seemed almost incisive. Without pausing for pleasantries, he went straight to Lin Jie's gurney. "Step aside." His voice was cool, yet carried an undeniable authority that commanded immediate obedience. He swiftly peeled away Lin Jie's blood-soaked garments. At the sight of the wounds exuding dark viscous miasma, his brow twitched faintly. "Miasma has penetrated the marrow, worse than I anticipated. Standard antitoxins are useless. We must expel the miasma using refined spiritual energy and supplement it with my specially formulated miasma cleansing solution." Before the final word left his lips, he had already unlatched the case. Inside lay dozens of gleaming silver needles, several syringes filled with pale green liquid, and a small jade vial containing fine luminous powder. First, he delicately dabbed the miasma cleansing solution onto Lin Jie's wounds with a cotton swab. Where the emerald fluid met the black blood, wisps of white vapor rose instantly, and the dark miasma receded, visibly thinning before their eyes. Next, he selected 3 needles, flicked his wrist, and drove them with uncanny precision into Lin Jie's Baiwei Shanzhong and Yongquan acupoints, his movements so swift they blurred. This solution is refined from Tianshan's Snow Lotus Millennium-Old Lingji and Xian Jade Grass. It can temporarily suppress the miasma spread. Without looking up, Abu continued as his fingers gently rotated the needles, but complete eradication requires guidance by pure concentrated spiritual energy. Master Chen, please assist me in guarding the ritual. Channel your spiritual energy through these needles into his body. Chen Zhen nodded, instantly seated himself cross-legged beside the gurney, formed a mudra with his hands, and summoned a soft golden radiance from his palms. He guided the energy slowly into the needles. A golden light flowed like molten sunfire down their length, seeping into Lin Jie's meridians. The previously inert needles suddenly trembled, emitting a delicate resonant hum. Within Lin Jie's body, the black miasma recoiled violently, surging chaotically. His frame convulsed sharply, and a guttural moan of agony escaped his throat. Hold steady. Abu barked low, his wrist flipping again as two more needles pierced Gao Gang's lumbar region. The miasma is resisting. Do not let it rupture his meridians. Chen Zhen centered his mind and spirit, steadying his energy output into a continuous, gentle current. Golden light flowing like warm, healing water, gradually enveloping the frenzied black miasma and drawing it out thread by thread through the needles. Thick, turbid black vapors seeped from the needle punctures, striking the floor with a faint hiss and etching shallow craters into the hardened concrete. As the miasma drained away, the ashen black pallor faded from Lin Jie's face, and his chest rose and fell with increasingly calm, rhythmic breaths. Meanwhile, two resident physicians, following Abu's instructions, began treating Gao Gang's wounds. Gao Gang's miasma had not yet reached his internal organs. His condition comparatively was more favorable. Abu administered the miasma cleansing solution intravenously, then mixed a pinch of the jade vial powder with water into a smooth paste, which he applied directly to the swollen arm. The moment the pale green salve touched his skin, Gao Gang sighed in deep, involuntary relief. The purplish-black discoloration receded visibly, and the swelling began to subside before their eyes. Minutes dragged like hours. The emergency room hung heavy with suffocating tension. Ruan Mei stood vigil nearby, eyes locked on the monitor's flickering digits, hands clasped tightly together, whispering silent prayers. Outside, the sky softened into dawn's first blush. A slender ray of morning light slipped through the window, falling across Lin Jie's pale face and lending it the faintest trace of life. After an indeterminate stretch of silence, Lin Jie's fingers twitched. Then he jolted upright, coughing violently, expelling a thick clot of blackish red phlegm, before his eyelids fluttered open. His gaze remained unfocused, drifting between Abu and Chen Zhen. His lips parted weakly. Thank you. Abu exhaled in quiet relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and withdrew the needles. You're awake. That's the first victory. The miasma is suppressed, for now, but your meridians are severely damaged. You'll need at least half a month of absolute rest. Remember, under no circumstances may you expose yourself to miasma again, not even for a moment. Even a celestial immortal of the Grand Luo Pantheon could not save you. Gao Gang stirred awake at that moment, flexing his right arm, still tender, yet fully mobile. He looked at Abu, voice thick with gratitude. Dr. Abu, words cannot repay this debt. We owe our lives to you. Abu waved a dismissive hand, his expression remaining grave. His gaze drifted toward the window, voice dropping lower. Don't thank me yet. I've only preserved your lives, not ended the crisis. The Demon Luo Sect's miasma demon cauldron remains deep within the walled compound. When the full moon rises, its power will unleash a tide of miasma over all of Hong Kong. What we've done today is merely snatch back a single thread of life from the jaws of oblivion. Lin Jie strained to sit up, only to feel Abu's firm hand press gently but firmly upon his shoulder. Staring at the ceiling, memories flooded him. Luo Tianhong's sword, intent burning itself to ash in final defiance. Rika Torai, fighting blood-soaked through waves of enemies. Tian Yangxing, standing alone at the breach. Unyielding, solitary, heroic. His eyes burned hot with sudden tears. He clenched his fists until his knuckles blanched white, and swore inwardly on the night of the full moon no cost would be too great. He would shatter the Demon Luo Sect's lair, rescue his trapped comrades, and defend this land, no matter the price. At that moment, the emergency room door burst open. An officer rushed in, clutching an urgent report, voice edged with urgency. Inspector Lin. Dr. Abu. Good news. Reinforcements from the compound confirm Officer Tian Yangxing still holds the line and has successfully pinned down the black-robed figure. And among the black-robed figure's personal effects, we recovered the activation schematics for the miasma demon cauldron. The announcement struck the room like thunder. Lin Jie and Gao Gang exchanged a glance. Both saw the same fierce spark of hope and resolve ignite in the other's eyes. A flicker of light kindled in Abu's eyes as he snatched the schematics and scanned them rapidly. At last, a faint, determined smile curved his lips. Excellent. With these schematics, we can locate the cauldron's fatal flaw. For the battle under the full moon, we finally have a chance to win. Above the ruins of Kowloon walled city, inky black, Qi churned violently, swallowing the last sliver of daylight. Tian Yangxing knelt on one knee, leaning heavily on his combat knife, drenched in blood. His blade was chipped and dulled, black blood oozed steadily from gashes across his arms while malevolent chi crept along his meridians, blurring his vision. The robed figure hovered midair, surrounded by spectral skulls formed from coalesced malevolence. Gazing upon Tian Yangxing's battered form, he curled his lips into a cruel smile. Surrender. No one will come to save you. You shall die here today, your life force feeding the demon-slaying cauldron. Before the final syllable faded, he lunged forward, claws wreathed in thick, suffocating malevolence, aimed straight for Tian Yangxing's throat. The claws shrieked through the air, a piercing, razor-edged wail, as they neared Tian Yangxing's neck. Then suddenly a crisp, silvery whistle split the silence. Shoo! A silver needle shot forth like a comet, striking the robed figure's wrist with pinpoint precision. Golden spiritual energy shimmered faintly around it. Where it met the malevolent chi, a sizzling hiss erupted. Agony lanced up the robed figure's arm, the malevolence recoiling as if struck by sacred fire, his claw veering wildly off course. Who dares? He whirled about, eyes flashing with sharp alarm. From the shadows of the rubble emerged Chen, clad in azure martial attire, his posture upright as a mountain pine, a delicate aureole of golden spiritual energy clinging to him like mist, repelling the surrounding malevolence. His gaze was calm, yet carried the unassailable authority of a living monument to martial cultivation. Chen. Recognition flared in the robed figure's eyes, his expression hardening instantly. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the police headquarters? Hong Kong is no domain for demons and heretics, Chen replied, voice resonant and unwavering, like bronze bells tolling across the ruins. Withdraw now. Release those inside, and I may spare your life. Spare my life. The robed figure threw back his head and laughed, a shrill, jagged cackle. Chen, who do you think you are? A fated martial artist, nothing more. Today I shall let you taste the true power of the demon-slaying cauldron, and learn what real strength means. With that he sealed his hands into a complex mudra, chanting low and guttural incantations. Malevolence surged wildly around him, condensing into a colossal skull whose eye sockets blazed crimson. It opened its maw wide and unleashed a torrent of black flame surging toward Chen. Where the flames passed, the very air ignited, the ground fractured beneath blistering heat, exhaling acrid smoke. Chen eyes narrowed, not retreating but advancing. He settled into a firm horse stance, arms rising slowly into Jingwu School's signature opening posture. Pure golden spiritual energy erupted from his core, coalescing into an unyielding barrier before him. Boom! The black flames slammed into the golden shield. Deafening thunder shook the ruins. Shockwaves pulverized shattered walls, sending shards of stone flying like shrapnel. The robed figure stared, jaw clenched, pouring relentless malevolence into the assault. Yet the golden barrier held fast, immovable as a mountain peak, impervious to the searing onslaught. Instead, its golden radiance intensified, brighter, denser, until it began to push back, threatening to reverse the tide. This is the aura of a grandmaster. His face paled with raw terror. Impossible. How could you possibly have broken through to grandmaster realm? It cannot be. Before his words fully died, Chen moved. Like a phantom crossing dimensions, he stepped once, and closed the distance of several zhang, in an instant standing face-to-face with the robed figure. His speed defied perception. The robed figure had no time to react, only to watch frozen as Chen palm descended toward his chest. Thud! A muffled impact. Chen palm struck true. Golden spiritual energy flooded inward like a tidal wave, instantly dispersing the malevolence coiled within the robed figure's body. The robed figure vomited a gout of scarlet blood, then flew backward like a puppet with severed strings. Crashing onto the rubble, with a sickening crunch, his chest caved in, grievously wounded. Don't come closer. He writhed, trying to rise. Yet every bone screamed in protest, his limbs refused to obey. Staring up at Chen advancing figure, fear finally eclipsed arrogance in his eyes. I am an elder of the Molo sect. Kill me, and our sect master will never let you live. Chen ignored the threat. He stopped before the fallen man, voice glacial. Where is the demon-slaying cauldron? What is your ritual on the night of the full moon? And how many of your kind still lurk in Hong Kong? The robed figure gritted his teeth, silent. He knew, if he spoke, the Molo sect's conspiracy would unravel, and even death would not shield him from his master's wrath. Chen frowned, just as the earth trembled violently beneath him. The spatial rift flickered erratically, then spat forth two figures who tumbled onto the ground in unconscious heaps. Luo Tianhong and Rika Azuma. Both lay motionless, Luo Tianhong's shoulders still bleeding freely, his black iron sword lying nearby, its aura dimmed and lifeless. Rika Azuma's katana lay snapped in two, his body bore deep wounds, malevolence clinging to him like a parasitic shadow. Master Luo. Master Rika. Chen expression darkened. He rushed forward immediately. He checked their pulses, then probed their bodies with spiritual energy, his brow furrowing deeper. Malevolence has already invaded their dantian. One moment later and revival would be beyond hope. As the robed figure strained to crawl away, Chen gaze hardened. With a flick of his finger, a silver needle shot forth, lightning swift, and pierced a vital acupoint. The robed figure froze rigid, paralyzed, forced only to watch as Zhen lifted both Luo Tianhong and Rika Azuma into his arms. Zhen glanced back, once at the immobilized robed figure, once at the unstable spatial rift pulsing overhead. His expression grew grave. This was no victory, only a pause. The true battle awaited the night of the full moon. He drew a slow, steady breath, cradling the two unconscious men, and turned toward the police headquarters. Through the veil of black, the setting sun cast long golden rays upon him, stretching his silhouette across the desolate ruins. That silhouette stood tall and unshaken, like the pillar that stabilizes the sea, casting the first fragile gleam of hope upon this land drowned in malevolence. In the courtyard of the West Kowloon police station, the morning light pierced through the lingering gloom of recent days, casting a golden glow on the stone tiles and gradually dispelling the remaining dark energy. The foul stench in the air had faded considerably, replaced by a faint fragrance of Qingxin jade and herbs, allowing the tense individuals to finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the center of the courtyard, on a makeshift hospital bed, Luo Tianhong and Tachibana Dorai were quietly lying down as Abu, accompanied by two assistants, carefully administered acupuncture. The silver needles glimmered softly as they pierced the acupoints, releasing wisps of dark energy that slowly oozed out along the needle tips and fell into a prepared jade plate, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The jade plate was engraved with a simple spirit-gathering formation, now glowing faintly, securely locking in the released malevolent energy and preventing it from spreading further. Lin Jie leaned against a pillar in the corridor, wrapped in a light blanket, his face still somewhat pale, but his spirits had improved significantly. He looked at the two individuals on the hospital bed, then raised his gaze towards the direction of Kowloon City, the worry in his eyes not yet fully dissipated. Gao Gang stood beside him, his right arm wrapped in thick bandages, occasionally raising his hand to rub his still numb arm, muttering under his breath about the ruthless tactics of the Mo Luo sect. "Inspector Lin, you need to rest a bit more." Ruan Mei approached with a bowl of warm rice porridge, handing it to Lin Jie. Dr. Abu said your meridians are damaged and you must avoid overexertion. This porridge contains xianyu grass, which can help nourish your qi and blood. Lin Jie took the bowl of porridge and sipped the warm liquid, sliding down his throat, bringing a gentle warmth. He looked at the luck chart that Ruan Mei held. The red dot representing the direction of the city had changed from a bright red to a dark red, and the frequency of fluctuations had calmed significantly. He couldn't help but ask, is the situation on the other side of the fissure stable now? Much more stable. Ruan Mei's face finally broke into a long-awaited smile as she pointed at the curve on the chart, excitement evident in her voice. Ever since Master Chen captured that black-robed elder, the fluctuations of the spatial fissure have started to weaken. The concentration of malevolent energy has now dropped below the safety line, and those endless waves of miscellaneous troops have completely disappeared. Moreover, the small spirit-gathering formations around the city have also collapsed on their own due to the loss of control. Just as she finished speaking, Zhen walked in from outside the courtyard, carrying something wrapped in black cloth. His strides were steady, his blue combat attire already changed, though a trace of fatigue lingered on his brow. Noticing the gazes of everyone upon him, he nodded and placed the object on the stone table, unveiling the black cloth, revealing a completely black bead engraved with strange patterns. This was confiscated from that black-robed elder, Zhen said in a steady voice. It is the core artifact controlling the spatial fissure and spirit-gathering formation known as the Shining Pearl. Without this item, it won't be so easy for the Mo Luo sect to stir the malevolent energy again. Great. Gao Gang couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with exhilaration. With this thing, can we stabilize the fissure completely? For the time being, yes. Zhen picked up the Shining Pearl, golden spiritual energy swirling around his fingertips, causing the dark energy on the bead's surface to dissipate partially. The malevolent energy contained within this pearl is still quite dense. I have temporarily sealed its power with spiritual energy, but to completely destroy it, we still need to find a way to restrain it. However, at least for the next few days, the fissure will not expand further, and the citizens around the city can rest easy for now. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but reveal relieved smiles. The bloodshed and tension of recent days had finally brought about this moment of peace. Just then, a young police officer in uniform rushed in, holding a report, his face filled with joy. Inspector Lin. Master Chen, good news. Residents around the city have reported that the air has returned to normal, and the dizziness and nausea that appeared due to the invasion of malevolent energy have also disappeared. Moreover, our patrol team has reported that a stable spiritual energy barrier has formed around the fissure, and there have been no further instances of malevolent energy leakage. Lin Jie felt his previously tense heart completely settle upon hearing this. He looked down at the bowl of porridge in his hand, then raised his gaze to the street outside the courtyard, faintly hearing the distant sound of car horns and the chatter of people. The long-lost scent of vitality seemed so comforting at this moment. Inform everyone. Lin Jie took a deep breath, his voice still somewhat hoarse, but filled with undeniable resolve. First, increase the police presence around the fissure for patrols with 24-hour duty. Any anomalies must be reported immediately. Second, let the medical team continue to stay near the city to provide free checkups and treatment for the residents. Third, share this good news with all the brothers fighting on the front lines so everyone can relax. But remember, we must never let our guard down. Understood. The young officer responded loudly, turning and quickly exiting. Ruan-Mei looked at the increasingly stable curve on the chart, her fingers gently brushing over the patterns, her eyes filled with seriousness. I just compared the previous monitoring data and found that the spiritual energy of the spirit gathering formation can actually create a subtle balance with the fluctuations of the fissure. If we can further optimize the layout of the spirit gathering formation, we might be able to completely seal the fissure. Chen Zhen nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Your thinking is correct. The spirit gathering formation and the malevolent energy gathering formation are interdependent. As long as we can find the balance point between the two, we can transform malevolent energy into spiritual energy. In the coming days, we can study this thoroughly and prepare adequately for the decisive battle on the night of the full moon. The sunlight grew increasingly bright, enveloping everyone and dispelling the last traces of chill. The Qingxin jade in the courtyard emitted a warm glow, harmonizing with the dawn's glow on the horizon. Though everyone understood this was merely the calm before the storm, the impending battle on the night of the full moon remained fraught with peril. Yet at this moment, watching the gradually revitalizing Hong Kong Island and the comrades fighting alongside them, a flame of hope ignited in each person's heart. With the spatial fissure temporarily stabilized and the malevolent energy gradually dissipating, this war concerning the survival of Hong Kong Island had finally welcomed a glimmer of change. The operations room of the West Kowloon police station was blisteringly lit. The walls were plastered with topographical maps of Gongdao, charts of the ley lines, and a dense Kaforchen monitoring map stippled with red dots. Seated along the long table were Chunjin Lin Jie, Gaogang Ruan-Mei, and several geologists and metaphysical consultants commissioned from the university. Thick ancient tomes and stacks of data reports lay before each of them, and the air was a mingling of coffee ink and taut apprehension. Only 5 days remained until the night of the full moon. The black-robed man had been captured, the spatial rift temporarily stabilized, and the concentration of malevolent chi had abated. This brief reprieve had become the golden hour for their preparations. At that moment, everyone's attention converged on the Kaforchen and leyline correlation chart that Ruan-Mei had spread across the table. Ruan-Mei explained that she and Master Chen had worked through 3 sleepless nights to synthesize ancient records with modern monitoring data and distill the findings before them. Her voice carried fatigue and excitement in equal measure as she tapped a red line on the chart. Gangdao's ley network had 3 principal trunks running through Jiulong, Gongdao, and Xinjia. These 3 veins converged beneath Waidulia Gang, forming a natural Qi concentration node. The 3 Qi gathering arrays we said earlier are precisely seated at those critical junctures, effectively installing 3 pressure pumps for the island's Kaforchen. A geologist pushed his glasses up and pointed to the blue fault lines on the map. Ms. Ruan, the main ley trunks you described coincide almost exactly with the geological fault belts we've detected. Could this be mere coincidence? Ruan-Mei answered plainly, not coincidence, inevitability. Chen Zhen took up a yellowed volume written in brush strokes, the study of Gangdao's ley lines, and read aloud ancient annals record that when the port was first opened, a master array was laid here precisely by exploiting the confluence of those ley trunks. As the city developed, those arrays were destroyed, and the power of the ley lines began to dissipate. It was precisely this gap that Mo Luo men exploited. They used a substrate of phantom spirit powder to pollute the ley veins, turning Qi concentration nodes into Sha concentration nodes, which allowed malignant Qi to sweep across Gangdao in an instant. Ruan-Mei nodded and produced a set of comparative measurements monitoring data from before and after the arrays were activated. Before activation, the island's Kaforchen had been in steady decline. Near the stronghold, it had plummeted almost into negative values. After activation, the Qi readings at the 3 array nodes tripled, and the surrounding malignant Qi was forcibly driven back by half a kilometer. This demonstrated plainly that the ley lines are the carriers of Kaforchen and that the Qi gathering arrays are the key to unleashing their power. Our task is to amplify that effect to its utmost. Lin Jie rubbed his chin, brow furrowed. To amplify to the utmost. How? Our stock of spirit jade is limited, and Mr. Luo and Mr. Li Hua are gravely injured. Skilled martial experts to man the array cores are in short supply. Ruan-Mei replied, eyes brightening. This is the point I want to make next. She opened another thick report filled with revised array schematics. The core principle of the Qi gathering array is attracting spirit to gather Qi. Previously, we relied only on spirit jade and the ley lines, but in truth, a martial practitioner's Qi is the greatest key to activating the arrays. Master Chen has said that once martial cultivation reaches a certain height, one attains the unity of heaven and man. The practitioner's Qi and the world's Kaforchen are fundamentally of the same source. If we station martial experts at the array cores and use their own Qi as a lever to pry at the ley power, the array's potency could be increased at least tenfold. Tenfold, Gao Gang could not help exclaiming. Would that not directly suppress the Shamo Ding? In theory, yes, Ruan-Mei affirmed. Chen Zhen tapped the improved schematic and cautioned, There are, however, two major difficulties. First, a practitioner manning an array core must output chi for prolonged periods, which exacts tremendous strain. Even those at the Grandmaster realm cannot hold it long. Second, the three array cores must form a triangular linkage. Their chi output must be perfectly synchronized. Any deviation risks collapsing the array and even backfiring upon the practitioners at the cores. A metaphysical consultant mused, triangular linkage and chi in unison require tremendous tacit understanding among practitioners. Ideally, they practice the same art or have trained together for a long time. Lin Jie interjected with sudden confidence. That is not a problem. Hongxing has many martial talents. Taizi and Defei have crawled out of blade and fire together. Their tacit understanding is impeccable. He continued, the police force also contains many fighters. We can form training groups to ensure ki-frequency synchronization. As for the issue of chi consumption, he looked to Chen Zhen, who understood and produced a small jade vial from his bosom. These are kyer-storing pills I refined from century ginseng and xianyu chao. They cannot fully replenish what is lost, but they will allow practitioners to endure longer. Ruan Mei smiled with renewed confidence. Beyond amplifying the arrays, we can also strike at the Shamo Ding itself. The schematics found on the black-robed man showed that the Shamo Ding's activation consumes vast quantities of Sha energy as fuel, and that during startup, it enters a 1-hour period of weakness. If we can sever its connection to the ley lines during that vulnerable hour using the Kigathering arrays, we can destroy it utterly. The atmosphere in the operations room ignited at the thought. The geologist set about discussing how to refine the precision of ley line detection. The metaphysical consultants huddled over the details of linking the arrays, and Lin Jie and Gao Gang plotted how to allocate police and Hongxing personnel for targeted training. Ruan Mei watched the scene unfold and felt a warm current swell within her. She had once believed that against an enemy like Mo Luo Men they could only endure blows, but now seeing this disparate group united for a single aim, she suddenly felt that victory was not so distant. Chen Zhen came to her side and patted her shoulder. Miss Ruan, your research is the theoretical foundation of this battle. Your contribution is immense. Ruan Mei shook her head, her eyes bright. This is everyone's merit. Master Chen, I have another idea, she said. We could arrange small auxiliary spirit-gathering arrays around the main formations to share the burden and supply chi to the practitioners stationed at the cores. Chen Zhen's eyes lit with approval. Excellent idea. Proceed as you suggest. Outside, dusk deepened, but the lights in the operations room burned ever more brightly. Sheets of diagrams were revised again and again, datasets were refined, and a coherent theoretical system for defending Gangdao began to take form piece by patient piece in their hands. No one could say how perilous the battle on the night of the full moon would be, yet in that moment each person brimmed with confidence, because they knew they were not fighting alone. And more than that, they knew behind them lay the myriad lights of Gangdao. The lights in the West Kowloon Police Headquarters operations room burned through the entire night. The clock on the wall silently ticked past 6 a.m., while a pale silvery dawn seeped across the horizon outside, softening just slightly the taut atmosphere within. On the long conference table, a plan document stamped with the character's top secret passed repeatedly from hand to hand, its edges worn soft and frayed from constant handling. Emblazoned boldly on the cover in heavy black type were the words Hong Kong Guardian Initiative beneath, which ran a smaller line: final deployment for the night of the full moon. Lin Jie rubbed his bloodshot eyes and slammed his fountain pen down onto the table. A rasping, sleep-roughened voice cutting through the stillness, yet resonant, with unwavering resolve. Colleagues, integrating Ru Mei's research on fortune resonance and Master Chen's martial cultivation insights, the framework of this plan is now essentially finalized. We will execute it in 3 precise phases, each allowing no margin for error. At once, every person straightened their spine, eyes locking intently upon Lin Jie. Gao Gang drained his coffee in one swift motion, suppressing exhaustion as he flipped open the first page of the plan. Phase 1: upgrading the Chi-gathering array. Lin Jie's finger tapped decisively upon the blueprint, highlighting 3 crimson markers. Kowloon Walled City Sham, Shui Pe City God Temple, and Yao Mati Archway. These 3 primary array nodes must be upgraded within 72 hours. Ru Mei, you'll coordinate geologists and metaphysical consultants to recalculate the flow of earth energy veins and adjust the arrangement of spirit jade at each node, ensuring perfect triangular synergy among all 3. Ru Mei nodded, turning her notebook to a fresh page as her pen darted swiftly across the paper. I've already consulted my team. The master node Spirit Jade must follow the Heaven-Earth-Man Trinity formation with 12 auxiliary arrays encircling each node to create a single star circling the moon configuration. This will not only amplify Ki-convergence efficiency, but also distribute operational strain away from the central nodes. Master Chen Lin Jie turned to Chen Zhen, tone earnest and respectful. The presence of martial cultivators at each array node is indispensable. Mr. Luo and Mr. Rika remain gravely injured. Though Taizi and Defei possess formidable skill, their spiritual energy cultivation remains insufficient. We humbly request your intervention to reach out to Hong Kong's reclusive martial academies and Taoist sects and secure additional allies. Chen inclined his head, fingertips tapping softly upon the tabletop. I have already drafted a list of venerable masters and Taoist elders, men of unimpeachable integrity who hold long-standing enmity toward the Maluo sect. They will not refuse our call. Moreover, I shall personally anchor the primary node at Kowloon Walled City, the location nearest the demon-slaying cauldron and therefore the most perilous. His words settled over the room like calm water, steadying every heart. Chen Zhen's aura as a grandmaster was in itself the strongest assurance. Phase 2 intelligence gathering and psychological warfare. Lin Jie turned to the second page of the plan where a photograph of a robed figure was affixed, beside it labeled in stark script Outer Sect Elder of the Maluo sect. Though the black-robed elder has been captured, he remains defiantly silent, not uttering a single syllable. Liang, you will activate your undercover assignment ahead of schedule. Infiltrate the Tung-Sing Triad, immediately uncover the depth of their collusion with the Maluo sect, locate all hidden demon-gathering arrays across Hong Kong, and above all identify their covert strongholds. From the shadows of the corner, a man in black leather slowly raised his head, his expression sharp with quiet arrogance. It was Liang, the police force's deep covert operative embedded within Tung-Sing. A wry, razor-edged smile flickered across his lips. Rest assured, I know Tung-Sing's undergarments better than they do themselves. I've monitored the dealings between Mr. Crow and the Maluo sect for weeks. All intelligence will be unearthed within 3 days. And psychological warfare. Ru Mei added, the Maluo sect controls numerous citizens via illusion spirit powder. We can deploy media and public broadcast networks to continuously air methods of demonic purification and expose the sect's atrocities, awakening those under its influence. Furthermore, we now possess the black-robed elder's demon anchor pearl. It may serve as a counter-resonance device, disrupting the Maluo sect's transmission of malevolent qi. Nods rippled across the room. This proposal promised tangible erosion of the sect's power. Phase 3 tactical deployment and logistical support. Lin Jie's voice sharpened, his gaze sweeping across senior police officers and representatives of the Honghing Triad. Gao Gang, you will coordinate the mobile unit and the special duties unit, establishing 3 concentric defense perimeters around each array node, the outermost layer to repel chaotic demon-infused foot soldiers, the middle layer to intercept Maluo sect death squads, the innermost layer to evacuate civilians, ensuring no innocent soul remains within the battlefield at the hour of final confrontation. Gao Gang sprang upright and rendered a crisp formal salute. Mission accepted. I've already conferred with the SDU commander. We'll deploy state-of-the-art weaponry, including armor-piercing rounds and blast-resistant shields. I'll speak to Tai Zi directly, pledged the Hung Hing representative, pounding his chest. 3,000 Hung Hing brothers stand ready across Hong Kong, patrolling, evacuating, supplying, answering every call without hesitation. If the Maluo sect dares threaten Hong Kong's people, we dare meet them blade to blade. Logistics must remain unshaken. Abu's voice entered from the doorway. He carried a medical kit, having just rushed in from the emergency ward. I've secured cooperation from every public hospital. Ample supplies of demon-purifying solution and chi-replenishing pills are stockpiled, and a dedicated medical response team stands on standby. Additionally, production of Commine Jade has been scaled up. Priority distribution will go to frontline fighters and civilians alike. Lin Jie gazed upon Abu's weary face, warmth rising in his chest. This battle had never been his alone. He picked up his pen and signed his name firmly at the bottom of the plan, then passed it to Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen accepted the pen without hesitation and signed in bold, fluid strokes. Then came Ru Mei, Gao Gang, Liang, name after name descending upon the page like iron nails, hammering Hong Kong's collective vow of protection deep into the parchment. One final point. Lin Jie lifted the signed plan high, his voice ringing clear and absolute throughout the operations room. There is no retreat in this final confrontation. Behind us stand millions of Hong Kong citizens, and the very fortune of this land. On the night of the full moon, victory is non-negotiable. Victory assured. A thunderous unified cry shook the room, windows trembling in resonance. Dawn light pierced the clouds, spilling across the glass panes, illuminating the words Hong Kong Guardian Initiative with radiant golden clarity. A war that would determine Hong Kong's survival was quietly taking shape, and this newly forged plan, now sealed in ink and intent, was their sharpest sword, their sturdiest shield. In the grand hall of the West Kowloon Police Station, a crowd of over 300 officers stood in neat rows, their crisp uniforms reflecting a cold gleam under the bright lights, and even their breathing carried a sense of deadly seriousness. The flashing police lights streamed through the heavy glass windows, casting flickering red and blue shadows on the walls, intensifying the already heavy atmosphere. Lin Jie stood at the center of the podium, his police uniform slightly faded, but still impeccably pressed, the badge at his collar polished to a shine. His gaze swept over the faces below, both young and weathered. Among them were fresh graduates from the police academy and seasoned detectives who had fought on the front lines for over a decade. All their faces were etched with seriousness, devoid of any hint of slackness. His voice, slightly hoarse, yet resonant, pierced through the silence of the hall, reaching every corner. Brothers, only 3 days remain before the night of the full moon. The Mo Luo sect plans to activate the evil demon cauldron deep within the Kowloon walled city. If they succeed, the fate of the entire island will be devoured and 1 million citizens will become fodder for evil energy. This land will turn into a hell on earth with no life left. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Some instinctively tightened their grips on their sidearms, their knuckles turning white from the strain. Others pressed their lips together, fear flickering in their eyes, but more so, a resolute determination. "We are the police." Lin Jie's voice suddenly rose, carrying a soul-stirring power that made the speaker crackle. "We are the guardians of the island. We are the last line of defense for the citizens. When the lives and property of the citizens are threatened and the peace of this land is at risk, we have no way out. It is either defend the island or die fighting on the battlefield." He raised his hand to point at the large screen behind him, which immediately switched to a satellite image of Kowloon walled city with 3 locations of energy gathering arrays marked in bright red. Next to them were dense statistics. Records of 17 citizens severely injured and hospitalized due to the encroaching evil energy, 23 businesses destroyed by the minions of evil energy, and 9 streets forcibly closed. A series of shocking photos from the scene rolled on the screen, igniting the fury of the crowd below. "Look at these numbers. Look at these photos." Lin Jie's gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over everyone. The minions of the Mo Luo sect dare to assault citizens in broad daylight. The elders of the Mo Luo sect dare to set up energy gathering arrays right under our noses. They treat the island as their hunting ground and us as mere decorations. Brothers, can we allow this? No. Over 300 officers roared in unison, their voices breaking through the hall's dome, causing the chandeliers to sway slightly. The shouts of the young officers were filled with fervent energy, while the voices of the seasoned detectives carried a steadfast resolve, intertwining to create an unstoppable surge. "Very well." Lin Jie nodded in satisfaction, turning to pick up a thick troop deployment chart and unfolding it before everyone. "Now I announce the operational deployment. This is a military order that allows for no mistakes. First, the Flying Tigers will all engage personally, led by Captain Zhang, stationed at the main energy gathering array of Kowloon walled city." Before he finished speaking, a tall man in the front line stepped forward, standing tall like a pine tree. He was indeed the captain of the Flying Tigers. He responded loudly, "Present. Your mission is to cooperate with Master Chen to safeguard the core of the energy gathering array." Lin Jie's gaze fell on Captain Zhang, his tone serious. "I have coordinated with the armory to equip you with the latest armor-piercing rounds, blast shields, and night vision devices. The elite warriors of the Mo Luo sect will be entrusted to you, and you must not give an inch. We guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Captain Zhang's roar was deafening, and the Flying Tigers behind him stood at attention, their movements synchronized, their momentum fierce. Second, the mobile units will be divided into 3 small teams stationed at the 2 auxiliary energy gathering arrays at Shamshui, Temple, and Yao Mati Archway. Lin Jie's finger fell on the deployment chart, pointing out 2 red markers. The first team will guard Shamshui, the second team will guard Yao Mati, and the third team will act as a reserve ready to assist all 3 arrays. Your mission is to assist the martial arts experts in reinforcing the defenses and intercepting any escaped minions of evil energy. You must not let them come within a step of the arrays. The 3 team leaders of the mobile units stepped forward simultaneously, their salutes ringing out firmly, "Yes." Third, all officers from the precinct stations are to fully engage in evacuating citizens and patrolling. Lin Jie's gaze turned to the precinct officers below, his tone softening slightly, yet still carrying an undeniable authority. "You must notify every household that on the night of the full moon, all citizens must remain indoors, secure their doors and windows, and carry a calming jade with them. Simultaneously set up security posts at every street entrance, manned 24 hours a day. Once any unusual movements of evil energy or suspicious individuals are detected, report immediately. Remember, you are the citizens' reassurance. You must not allow panic to spread." "Understood." The precinct officers responded in unison, their eyes resolute. Most of them were natives of the island, and their determination to protect their home ran deeper than anyone else's. Fourth, the intelligence and technology departments will act in concert. Lin Jie looked at the 2 middle-aged men standing in the corner who held laptops and focused expressions. The intelligence department is responsible for interrogating the black-robed men, prying open their mouths to uncover all the hidden strongholds of the Mo Luo sect. The technology department will monitor the concentration of evil energy across the entire city 24 hours a day, using drones for round-the-clock reconnaissance of Kowloon walled city, ensuring we have a clear understanding of the Mo Luo sect's troop deployments and the specifics of the evil demon cauldron. The head of the intelligence department quickly stepped forward, holding a list of equipment, and spoke loudly. "Report to Inspector Lin. We have already prepared the latest evil energy detectors and night vision drones, and we have contacted the Meteorological Bureau, who will assist us in monitoring weather changes to ensure no detail slips by us." Lin Jie nodded, and then pulled out a stack of brand new police badges from his pocket, raising them high. These badges were brighter than ordinary ones, with the words "Guardians of the Island" engraved around the edge, shining brilliantly under the lights. Brothers, this battle will not be easy. Lin Jie's voice lowered, tinged with emotion. The power of the Mo Luo sect far exceeds our imagination. Their minions of evil energy are impervious to blades and guns, and their elders are notoriously brutal. I know that among you some have elderly parents at home, some have young children, and some have just gotten engaged to their loved ones. The officers below fell silent, a flicker of softness passing through their eyes, but quickly replaced by resolve. But I want to say we are not fighting this battle alone. Lin Jie's voice suddenly rose. The brothers of Hongxing will fight alongside us. Master Chen Zhen and various martial arts experts will be stationed at the arrays, and there are millions of citizens supporting us from behind. Behind us are countless homes, our wives and children, the homeland we vow to protect with our lives. He stepped down from the podium, holding the badges, handing them one by one to the officers. The warmth of the badges conveyed a steadfast belief. Each badge felt like a heavy responsibility. This badge represents responsibility, represents honor, and represents the trust of the citizens. Lin Jie's voice echoed through the hall. On the night of the full moon, I will stand with all of you on the front lines. If we live, we live together. If we die together. A young officer who had just graduated from the police academy took the badge, his eyes reddening, his voice choked yet resolute. Inspector Lin, we are not afraid of death. As long as we can protect the island, even if it costs us our lives, it is worth it. Well said. Lin Jie patted the young officer on the shoulder, turning to stand once again on the podium, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Now all present. Disperse. Immediately return to your posts, check your equipment, and familiarize yourselves with the deployment. Remember, we have only one goal, to protect the island. Protect the island. The deafening roar echoed once more, piercing through the roof of the police station, resonating in the silent night sky. The officers marched out of the hall in formation, their steps firm and resolute. The police lights illuminated one by one the red and blue beams slicing through the night as police vehicles raced toward various corners of the city. Gao Gang walked up beside Lin Jie, watching the convoy gradually disappear into the distance, and said in a deep voice, Inspector Lin, all deployments are in place. The Flying Tiger's equipment has been loaded, and the members of the mobile units are familiarizing themselves with their positions, just waiting for the night of the full moon to engage in a decisive battle with the Mo Luo sect. Lin Jie gazed out at the myriad lights of homes, those twinkling glimmers like the heartbeat of this land. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his voice filled with unwavering determination. Yes, a decisive battle. This time we must win. As the night deepened, the streets of the island gradually came to life. Police lights flashed, figures darted about, and the sounds of patrol vehicles blared as an all-city alert for battle quietly unfolded. In the great courtyard of the Hongxing Hall in Kowloon, a throng of people pressed together, and the clamor shook the air. Hundreds of Hongxing members in black uniforms stood in disciplined ranks, the steel pipes and machetes in their hands flashing a cold light in the sun. Youthful faces were carved with fierce courage, yet bore an unprecedented solemnity. On the raised platform at the center of the courtyard, Chen Haonan wore a black leather jacket, his hair impeccably combed, his gaze keen as an eagle as it swept over the brothers below. Brothers. Chen Haonan's voice rang out, laden with an authority that allowed no question. 3 nights from now, on the full moon, the Malyo men intend to make trouble in Jelongkinken's High. They seek to destroy Gongdao, to ruin our home. We Hongxing have rooted ourselves on this island for generations. We live not merely by fighting, but by righteous loyalty and guardianship. Today no one is to run wild on our turf. The Hongxing members below roared in unison, the sound vibrating the iron gates. Protect Gongdao. Righteousness above all. Shanji stood beside Chen Haonan, idly spinning a pistol between his fingers, a cruel smile tugging at his mouth. Listen up. Those Maluomen scum, invulnerable to blade and bullet. They simply haven't met our Hongxing. Taizi has had every steel pipe coated in Xuanyu powder and every machete steeped in Qingsha solution. Against those Shachi minions, 1 slash will settle them. No sooner had he finished than Taizi and a few men hoisted several large crates onto the platform. When opened, the boxes revealed steel pipes dusted with Xuanyu powder and machetes soaked in Qingsha solution, their pale silver glints soft in the sunlight. These were prepared with the help of Master Chen Zhen and Dr. Abu. Taizi's voice was rough. Xuanyu powder restrains Shachi, and the Qingsha solution can corrode those minions' bodies. Take them and strike without mercy. The Hongxing members stepped forward to claim their weapons, cracking their knuckles, their eyes burned with the promise of battle. Chen Haonan raised his hand to calm the crowd. He spread a map of Gongdao across the table, pointed to the markings, and said, now I announce our deployment plan. First, Tongluan, Wangjiao, and Jianshazui, the 3 core districts, will be patrolled respectively by me, Shanji, and Taizi. Each district will assign 50 brothers divided into 10 squads of 5 patrolling 24 hours without pause. Should any Shachi minions or suspicious figures be discovered, report immediately and show no mercy. Yes, Chen Haonan, Shanji, and Taizi answered in unison. Second, the 5 streets surrounding Jelongkinken's High will be garrisoned under Dafei's command. Chen Haonan's gaze fell on Dafei among the crowd. Dafei take 100 brothers and set up checkpoints at the street entrances, inspect all passing vehicles and pedestrians. Maluo men are skilled at concealment, scrutinize thoroughly, and allow no suspicious person to slip through. Dafei sprang forward, slapping his chest. Don't worry. I might lack in other things, but guarding gates and checking people is my specialty. I'll ensure not a single fly gets through the net. Third, logistics for each hall will be coordinated by Shisanmai. Chen Haonan looked at Shisanmai in the crowd. Shisanmai, you are responsible for preparing food, water, and medicine. Support the brothers on the front line at a moment's notice. Also organize the families of the halls into self-rescue teams to evacuate civilians should fighting break out. Shisanmai nodded her eyes steady. Leave logistics to me. I will never let the brothers fight on an empty stomach. Fourth, every patrol squad must carry walkie-talkies and Qingxin Jade. Chen Haonan added, keep the radios open at all times for instant contact. Carry Qingxin Jade on your person. It can resist Sha Qi and warn of approaching danger. Remember, we must protect not only ourselves but the citizens around us. Understood. The Hongxing members answered as one. Chen Haonan gazed at the faces below, each alight with fighting spirit, and felt a warm surge in his chest. He knew this would be a hard battle, that the price might be grievous. Yet he knew even more surely that Hongxing's brothers were never cowards. Brothers. His voice rose again, threaded with a tremor. Since the day Hongxing was founded, we have guarded this land. Here are our homes, our kin, everything we hold dear. If the Maluo men seek to destroy all this, then we will fight them to the death. Fight! 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 The Hongxing members roared the cry, rolling into the sky. Then they moved to their stations. Chen Haonan led the Tongluan brothers roaring through the avenues and alleys on motorcycles as Shanji took the Wangjiao men to patrol malls and night markets. Taizi's men stood guard at the docks and harbor in Jianshazui. Dafei and his brothers set up checkpoints along the streets around Zhelankinkanshai, rigorously inspecting vehicles and passersby. Shisanmai organized the logistics teams, preparing food, water, and medicine, and coordinating with hall families to form self-rescue squads. Across Gongdao streets, Hongxing patrols were visible everywhere. They wore black uniforms and carried steel pipes dusted with Xuanyu powder and machetes steeped in Qingsha solution, their eyes scanning every corner with vigilant care. Seeing them, the townspeople felt a swell of security. An old fruit vendor watching the patrol smiled and said, with the Hongxing brothers here, we can rest easy. A young woman handed a patrol member a bottle of water and said, brothers, thank you for your hard work. The men took the water and returned her smile. They understood that their sacrifices were worth it. As the sun sank, its golden light spilled over the streets of Gangdao. The Hongxing figures continued their rounds, their silhouettes erect in the dusk. Chen Haonan rode his motorcycle through Tongluan's lanes and avenues. He watched the passing citizens and the bustling shops and vowed inwardly, no matter what the cost, he would defend this land and the lights of myriad households. Night deepened, yet the Hongxing patrols still threaded the streets. Their footsteps and the hum of their motorcycles wove a hymn of guardianship for Gangdao that lingered long in the quiet night. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappeared among the towering buildings as the streets of Hong Kong Island lit up with bright lights. The neon signs flickered to life, yet the usual bustle and liveliness were absent, leaving an air of solemnity and determination. The police patrol cars roared past, their red and blue lights creating striking arcs in the night. The figures of members of the Hongxing gang clad in black weaved through the alleys on motorcycles, forming a dynamic line intertwined with the flashing police lights. Yet behind this order, a warm current from the streets was quietly surging, converging into a powerful force to protect their home. In the old residential buildings of Sham Shui, the mottled walls bore the marks of time. Granny Li leaned on a polished redwood cane, her steps a bit unsteady, yet she still went from door to door, knocking on her neighbors' doors. Her hair had long turned gray, her face was lined with wrinkles, and her voice carried the hoarseness of age, yet it exuded an inexplicable strength that brought comfort. Ming, make sure to close the doors and windows tightly. The heart-calming jade issued by the police should be hung above the door. Don't go out for a stroll tonight. Sister Fong, do you have enough heart-calming liquid for your grandson? I have 2 more bottles sent by Dr. Abu. They are more effective. Take them home for the child. Most of the residents in this building had lived there for decades. On ordinary days, whoever cooked delicious food would share it with the neighbors, and anyone in need would lend a helping hand. Upon hearing the news that the Moro sect planned to cause chaos on the night of the full moon, no one panicked. Instead, they spontaneously organized a self-rescue group. Granny Li, being the most senior resident in the building and a warm-hearted person, naturally became the leader of the self-rescue group. She led a few agile young people delivering the heart-calming jade and heart-calming liquid from door to door, and had her middle school grandson write dozens of warning slogans to post at the entrances and in the elevators of each building. On the night of the full moon, stay indoors, watch over each other, and protect our home. The neat yet childish handwriting stood out under the dim light of the hallway. Granny, why don't you take a break? We can handle delivering to the remaining 3 buildings. The young man, Ah Chong, stepped forward quickly, taking the heavy cloth bag from Granny Li's hands. The bag was filled with heart-calming jade tied with red strings and several boxes of packaged heart-calming liquid. Ah Chong wore a red armband on his arm with the words Citizen Self-Rescue Team written in bold marker. The edges of the ink were slightly smudged, yet it was distinctly recognizable. Ah Chong was a university student living in the building. During the summer break, he heard about the self-rescue team being organized and was the first to sign up. These days, he followed Granny Lee around, losing several pounds, yet not a word of complaint escaped his lips. Granny Lee waved her hand, wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, took a breath, and smiled. It's fine, I'm still in good shape. I feel better knowing that the heart-calming jade and liquid are delivered personally to each household. We've lived here for decades like one big family. Now that we face difficulties, we must support each other to get through this. As she spoke, Granny Wong from the second floor peeked her head out, holding a large pot of steaming mung bean soup, the rich, sweet aroma instantly filling the entire hallway. Li Jie, Ah Chong, come and have a bowl of mung bean soup. It's so hot today after running around all afternoon, it will cool you down and soothe your throat. Granny Wong's son was a police officer patrolling the front line. She took it upon herself to make soup for the self-rescue team, brewing a large pot of sweet soup every afternoon, waiting for Granny Lee and the young people to return for a drink. The sweet fragrance of the soup wafted through the hallway, and the young people exchanged smiles, the fatigue of the past few days dissipating significantly. Ah Chong took the bowl of soup handed to him by Granny Wong, scooped a spoonful for Granny Lee, and said with a smile, Granny, you have to try this. Granny Wong's cooking is exceptional. The mung bean soup was cooked to a perfect consistency with just the right amount of sweetness. Granny Lee took a sip, her eyes squinting in delight, her wrinkles smoothing out. Sweet, truly sweet. Once we get through this, we should all gather to drink sweet soup together, and at that time, let Granny Wong add a couple more spoonfuls of rock sugar. Such warm scenes were unfolding in every corner of Hong Kong Island. In a tea restaurant in Causeway Bay, the owner, Awa, did not close the shop at 10 as usual. Instead, he moved the tables and chairs outside to set up a temporary supply station. He hung a prominent sign at the entrance reading free tea and sandwiches, a tribute to the frontline guardians. The kitchen staff were bustling, the sounds of pots and pans clashing and the roar of the exhaust hood intertwined to form a lively symphony. Awa personally took charge of cooking stacks of golden crisp sandwiches piled high on the table. The herbal tea in the thermos emitted a faint fragrance, specially brewed with honeysuckle and licorice, perfect for those who were out late on patrol. Brother Wah, make another 10 sandwiches. 5 with eggs, and ham, 5 completely vegetarian. Several young members of the Hongxing gang parked their motorcycles at the entrance, taking off their helmets to reveal tired, yet smiling faces. They had just patrolled Sim Sha Sui, stopping a few suspicious characters, and now their stomachs were rumbling. Awa came out from the kitchen with a large stack of packaged sandwiches and handed them bottles of chilled herbal tea, smiling as he said, take these. If you need more, come back for more. You are risking your lives guarding Hong Kong Island up front, so we must do our part to support you. Hong Kong Island is our home, and no one can destroy it. The young men accepted the sandwiches and herbal tea respectfully, saluting Awa before turning to hop on their motorcycles, the roar of engines fading into the depths of the night. In an old bookstore in Yau Ma Ti, the owner, Mr. Lin, was busy organizing the books on the shelves. This bookstore had been open for over 20 years, housing many rare ancient books. At this moment, Mr. Lin took out books related to the geographical layout of Hong Kong Island and metaphysical defenses, placing them in the discounted section at the entrance with a note saying, free to borrow, united against evil. A few young people wearing glasses gathered in front of the bookshelf, holding notebooks as they carefully flipped through the ancient texts, occasionally discussing how to set up a small gathering array to protect their doors and windows. Mr. Lin, this book says that mixing glutinous rice with vermilion powder and sprinkling it at the entrance and windowsills can temporarily ward off malevolent energy. Is that true? A young man wearing black-framed glasses looked up, holding a yellowed ancient book, his face filled with curiosity. He was a history major at a nearby university, always interested in researching metaphysical texts. At this moment, he was busy organizing the methods from the book to share with his neighbors. Mr. Lin nodded, turning to take out a stack of vermilion powder wrapped in red paper from the drawer, handing it to the young man with a smile. It's true. This vermilion powder was collected by me years ago, and it's of high purity. Take it and use it. You all have glutinous rice at home. Mix it together and sprinkle it at the entrance and windowsills. Although it can't compare to the heart-calming jade issued by the police, it can still provide some assistance. The young man gratefully accepted the packet of vermilion powder, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you, Mr. Lin. You are so kind. Once we organize the methods, we'll print them out and post them in the community so everyone can use them. Mr. Lin waved his hand, his smile gentle. What are you thanking me for? We are all residents of Hong Kong Island. It's our duty to help each other. These ancient books would just gather dust in the shop, and if they can be of use at this time, that is their true value. As the night deepened, the streets of Hong Kong Island gradually quieted down, yet there was not a hint of silence. Every household's windows glowed with a warm light, the lights connecting to form a brilliant river of stars, illuminating the night sky of the entire city. In the monitoring room of the West Kowloon police station, the large screen on the wall was divided into dozens of small windows, showing live footage from various neighborhoods on Hong Kong Island. Lin Jie stood in front of the screen, watching the image of Granny Lee with her cane, the warm lights of a Tea restaurant, and the young people diligently flipping through books at Mr. Lin's store, his eyes slightly red. These ordinary citizens without formidable martial arts or advanced weapons were protecting their home and the countless lights of this land in the simplest and most sincere way. Master Chen, Lin Jie's voice was slightly choked, yet it carried an unprecedented determination. We are not fighting alone. Chen Zhen stood beside him calmly, gazing at the screen, filled with lights of homes, a hint of warmth flashing in his eyes. He nodded gently, his voice steady and powerful. Wherever the people's hearts lie, it is the trend of the times. The Moro sect acts against the heavens, harming the people, and their defeat is inevitable. At this moment, there was no distinction between the police and Hongxing, no divide between the rich and the poor, nor any gap between locals and outsiders. All the citizens of Hong Kong Island were united as one, forming a powerful force. They wove a tightly knit net of protection in their own way, enveloping this land filled with the warmth of life, waiting for the decisive battle on the night of the full moon. And the name of this net is mutual support. In the reception room of the West Kowloon police station, the aroma of tea wafted gently. On the exquisite Zisha tea table made of rosewood, a delicate set of purple clay tea utensils was arranged with steaming hot water poured into the pot, the rising white mist enveloping the twilight outside. Lin Jie sat on the sofa, holding a warm cup of tea, yet his brows remained slightly furrowed. The various deployments of the Guardian plan were advancing rapidly. The police force needed to upgrade their equipment, the brothers of Hongxing required supplies, and the production of Qingxin Jade and Qingsha liquid needed to be expanded, yet all of this hinged on one word: money. The armor-piercing rounds and night vision goggles for the Flying Tiger team were exorbitantly priced. The raw materials for Xianyu powder and Qingsha liquid were even higher, and those medical teams supporting the front lines required a vast amount of medicines and equipment. Calculating it all, it amounted to an astronomical figure, and relying solely on the police budget and Hongxing's resources was simply not enough. Inspector Lin, are you facing difficulties? A deep, hoarse voice broke the tranquility of the reception room. The speaker sat opposite Lin Jie, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, with hair meticulously combed, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses exuding an air of cultured sophistication. Yet anyone familiar with the old underworld of Hong Kong would know this man's name: Bo Hao. His left leg had a slight limp, a mark left from years of battles in the underworld, yet it did not diminish his commanding presence. As a legendary figure in Hong Kong's underground world, Bo Hao's name once echoed throughout Southeast Asia. Though he had since washed his hands of the trade and turned to legitimate business, his connections and financial power remained beyond ordinary imagination. Lin Jie put down his teacup and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Brother, how to be honest, we are ready in every way, only lacking the east wind. This east wind is money. Bo Hao lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip, his gaze sharp as an eagle behind the lenses. I have heard. The Maluo sect wants to destroy Hong Kong, to ruin our home. I cannot turn a blind eye to this. He snapped his fingers, and a bodyguard standing behind him immediately stepped forward, presenting a thick envelope made of craft paper. Bo Hao pushed the envelope in front of Lin Jie, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Inspector Lin, this is a small token of my goodwill. Inside is a blank check. You can fill in whatever amount you need. Additionally, I have contacted all the suppliers in Southeast Asia. The raw materials such as Xianyu Tianshan Snow Lotus and Millennium Ganoderma will be supplied to Hong Kong continuously at the lowest prices. Lin Jie stared at the envelope before him, his pupils suddenly contracting. He understood what Bo Hao's words signified. This was not merely money, it was a heavy trust and support. Brother Hao, Lin Jie choked on his words, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Bo Hao raising his hand. Inspector Lin, you don't need to say thank you. Bo Hao's gaze grew distant, as if reminiscing about the past. When I was young, mingling in Hong Kong, I relied on the brotherhood of my comrades. Later, after I left the trade and turned to legitimate business, I relied on the protection of this land. Hong Kong is my root. It is the place I want to protect most in my life. Now someone wants to destroy it, and I cannot stand by and watch. I have already given the orders. All my businesses, including docks, warehouses, and transport companies, will provide services for you free of charge. Whatever space you need for the production of Qingxin Jade and Qingsha liquid, I will provide. Whatever manpower you require, I will dispatch. Furthermore, I have contacted all the chambers of commerce in Hong Kong. They will jointly hold a press conference tomorrow to raise funds for the effort to protect Hong Kong. A wave of warmth surged within Lin Jie. He looked at Bo Hao, at this man who once commanded the underworld, now pouring out everything to protect Hong Kong. He suddenly realized that in this war concerning the survival of Hong Kong, there were no distinctions between police and criminals, no black and white, only a shared identity: Hong Kong people. Brother Hao, thank you. Lin Jie stood up and deeply bowed to Bo Hao. Bo Hao quickly rose and supported him. Inspector Lin, you need not do this. We are all Hong Kong people. Protecting Hong Kong is the responsibility of each one of us. His gaze became resolute. On the night of the full moon, I will stand guard at the docks and warehouses with my brothers. Anyone from the Maluo sect trying to bring anything in from the sea or land must first pass through me. Just then the door of the reception room was pushed open and Gao Gang and Chun Haonan hurried in. They were taken aback upon seeing Bo Hao, but quickly approached him. Brother Hao, Chen Haonan's face revealed a look of surprise. Though he and Bo Hao belonged to different factions, there existed a camaraderie born from mutual respect for heroes. Bo Hao nodded and turned to Gao Gang. Officer Gao, I heard your medical team is shorthanded. I have already contacted the best private hospital in Hong Kong. They will send the most elite doctors and nurses to support the front lines. Gao Gang was so excited that he could not find his words, only nodding repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Hao. Thank you, Brother Hao. The atmosphere in the reception room instantly became lively. Lin Jie looked at the crowd before him, at Bo Hao's generosity, at Chen Haonan's spirited demeanor, and at Gao Gang's overwhelming excitement, feeling a heavy weight finally lift from his heart. He knew that with Bo Hao's support, they had a better chance in this decisive battle. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the zisha tea utensils on the table. The aroma of tea still lingered, yet it now carried a different flavor. This war concerning the survival of Hong Kong became less daunting thanks to those who stepped forward. In the duty room of the Shijilong police station, the telephone suddenly began to ring, urgently slicing through the deep night silence. Lin Jie, who had just dozed off with his head on the desk, was jolted awake by the ringing. Rubbing his reddened eyes, he seized the receiver, his voice thick with fatigue. Hello, Shijilong police station, this is Lin Jie. On the other end came a clamor of background noise, a distant ship's horn and the pounding of waves. And then a raspy, magnetic voice rang out, laced with a hint of roguish nonchalance. Inspector Lin, long time no see. Lin Jie straightened instantly, his drowsiness evaporating. He would never forget that voice in his life. Years ago at Jianshazui Pier, when he was but a newly inducted officer, he had witnessed that man charge single-handedly into a den of vipers, blowing a bloody path with 2 guns and rescuing his comrades. It was the most legendary episode in the Gangdao underworld, and the man's name was Brother Xiaoma. Brother Xiaoma. Lin Jie's voice trembled with disbelief. How could you? Didn't you leave Gangdao? Huh? Brother Xiaoma laughed through the receiver, carrying a fringe of underworld bravado. Gangdao is my route. No matter how far I roam, I always return. I'm at Shigong Pier. I just disembarked and heard about Monument. Inspector Lin, are you short on manpower now? Lin Jie's heart leaped and his grip on the receiver tightened. Who exactly was Brother Xiaoma? He was a legend in the Gangdao underworld. Not only was his marksmanship near supernatural, but more importantly, his prestige around the piers was immense. His men were spread across every harbor, and his intelligence reached far and wide. With his help, they would be like a tiger with wings. Brother Xiaoma, to be frank, we do need manpower right now, especially to fortify the piers. Lin Jie did not conceal anything. Speaking candidly, Monument excel at concealment. We fear they will smuggle the components of the Sha Mo Ding into Gangdao by sea. That's as it should be. Brother Xiaoma's tone grew serious. I just returned from Nanyang. I heard some whispers over there. Monument have branches in Nanyang as well. They are indeed assembling a batch of supplies, preparing to ship them into Gangdao through Shigong Pier. Moreover, I've learned that the convoy escorting these supplies is led by one of Monument's 4 great enforcers, nicknamed Guishou, a ruthless operator skilled in poison. You must be wary. Lin Jie's eyes lit up instantly. This intelligence was crucial. They had known only of Monument's deployments within Gangdao. They had not suspected reinforcements and supplies would be funneled from Nanyang. Had Brother Xiaoma not alerted them in time, they might have missed this key intelligence with unthinkable consequences. Brother Xiaoma, thank you so much. Lin Jie's voice brimmed with gratitude. This news is a godsend. No need to thank me, came the reply. We're on the same side. Brother Xiaoma's voice carried a streak of nonchalant swagger. I still have brothers at Shigong Pier. Although we've drifted over the years, at my word, they will assemble at once. Inspector Lin, rest assured, I'll watch Shigong Pier for you. If Monument dare land here, I will ensure they do not return. A warm tide swelled in Lin Jie's chest. He knew that Brother Xiaoma spoke what he would accomplish. The man who had once stormed a lair single-handedly never broke his word. Brother Xiaoma, what support do you need? Our force can dispatch officers at once to assist you in holding the pier, Lin Jie hurriedly offered. No need, Brother Xiaoma replied confidently. My brothers and I are sufficient to deal with these vermin. Inspector Lin, keep your main force at Jiulong Qingjai. That is the true battlefield. I only need you to arrange some armor-piercing rounds, and Qingxin you, leave the rest to me. Very well. They'll have them delivered immediately. Lin Jie agreed without hesitation. Brother Xiaoma, be careful. Rest assured. Brother Xiaoma's voice held a hint of a smile. I managed to fight my way out of Jianshazui Pier, then I can hold Shigong Pier now. Wait for good news from me. After he spoke, the line went busy. Lin Jie hung up, trembling with excitement. He immediately called Gao Gang and relayed Brother Xiaoma's intelligence and plan. Gao Gang, upon hearing, was equally elated. Brother Xiaoma, that legendary figure. Wonderful. With him guarding Shigong Pier, we need no longer fear Monument's seaborne incursions. Lin Jie nodded, eyes alight. Have the armor-piercing rounds and Qingxin Yu delivered to Shigong Pier at once. Hand them to Brother Xiaoma. Also notify the intelligence department to closely monitor movements in Nanyang. Once Monument vessels are sighted, report immediately. Yes. Gao Gang answered crisply and strode out. Lin Jie went to the window and opened it. The night air faint with brine blew in and cleared his mind considerably. He stared toward the direction of Shigong Pier, picturing Brother Xiaoma, a man in a black trench coat, a cigarette between his lips, both hands on guns, a perpetual legend in the Gangdao underworld. Once he had charged into the dragon's den for his brothers alone, now to safeguard Gangdao, he stepped forward again. A faint smile touched Lin Jie's lips. He knew that in this decisive battle they were destined to prevail, for this land never lacked heroes who rose to the occasion. As night deepened, the distant roar of cars came faintly from the direction of Shigong Pier. Brother Xiaoma and his brothers had begun to move. A quiet curtain was rising on a guardianship clash befitting underworld legend. In the warehouse at Shigong Wharf, a single dim bulb swayed overhead, casting the crooked long shadows of stacked wooden crates across the floor. The air reeked of brine and rust. In a corner lay several boxes of armor-piercing rounds recently delivered from the police station. On a nearby wooden table sat a bundle of Qingxin jade wrapped in red cloth, the stones glowing with a warm, subdued sheen beneath the light. Xiaoma leaned against a cold crate with a cigarette between his lips, the ember flickering uncertainly in the dimness. He toyed with a well-maintained Colt revolver. Its polished metal reflected the weary depth settled in his eyes. Behind him stood a dozen men, brothers who had shared life and death with him. Each had a loaded pistol at his waist and gripped a steel pipe wrapped with xuanyu powder. The scars and wounds on their faces showed stark in the light, their gazes hard and death-defiant. Boss, a man with 3 deep scars across his face, stepped forward and handed over a bottle of strong liquor. We've set the defenses as you ordered. All 6 entrances to the wharf have been rigged with trip mines, and snipers cover the high points. If Maluomen scum dare come, they walk straight into our net. Xiaoma Gu took the bottle, popped the cap, and downed a long gulp. The burning liquid slid down his throat and choked him into a violent cough. A red haze crept into the corners of his eyes. He wiped the wine from his mouth, stared at the revolver in his hand, and his eyes drifted, as if they had pierced the warehouse walls, and returned to Jianshazui Wharf decades earlier. Do you remember what happened at Jianshazui? Xiaoma Guest's voice was hoarse, threaded with an unbanishable nostalgia. Back then it was just the 3 of us, Ahao Ajai and me. With 2 Brownings between us, we dared to charge into Feng Laoda's territory. That night the rain fell in sheets, blood stained the shipping containers. Ahao broke a leg covering our retreat. Ajai took a dozen bullets to save me and was left forever in that rain. At the name Ajai, the warehouse fell silent. Scarface's eyes reddened. He tightened his grip on the steel pipe until his knuckles went white. How could I forget? If it hadn't been for those dirty cops colluding with Feng Laoda to set us up, Ajai wouldn't have died. Those scumbags should have been wiped out back then. Xiaoma Gu flicked ash from his cigarette, and the corner of his mouth curled into a self-mocking smile. Smoke curled around him as his gaze turned melancholic. We were young, full of chest-beating chivalry, thinking blood and loyalty could conquer anything. Later, Ahao washed his hands of it and went legitimate. I led the brothers south to Nanyang, thinking I'd never touch a gun or taste underworld blood again. He turned and hauled a dust-covered black case from a crate. The moment he opened it, 2 cold flashes cut the dimness. Inside lay 2 perfectly polished Browning pistols, their grips carved with delicate rose patterns, the very guns he and Ajai had stood shoulder to shoulder with in those days. The grain of the metal still seemed to hold the smell of blood from those years. I've carried these 2 guns with me for 20 years. He lifted one, weighing it in his hand. The cold bite threw the metal to his fingertips, and for a moment, he was back in that rain-swept night of fire and bullets. A keen light flickered in his eyes. Back then I carved out a path of blood with them, and saved Ahao's life. Today he'll use them to hold Shigong Wharf, hold Gangdao. The brothers watched the 2 pistols with reverence and fanatic devotion. This was Xiaoma Guest's legend and the creed of their generation of underworld men. The tale of Xiaoma Gu storming the dragon's den alone had long since become lore across Gangdao. Boss. Scarface raised his bottle and shouted, we follow you. You got us out of Jianshazui's hail of bullets. You'll get us through Shigong Wharf today. If Maluomen scum set foot here, we'll send them to Yama. For Ajai, hold the island. The brothers roared in unison, the noise jangling the bulb above them. The rough shouts pierced the warehouse walls and rolled across the empty wharf, rousing a few distant seabirds. Xiaoma Gu watched his brothers, the men who had bled and bled with him, and his eyes moistened. He knew this would be no easy fight. One of Maluomen's foreign forcers, Guisho, was notorious. Ruthless expert in poison, it was said that those who died by his hand had their bones melt into blood. A single mistake could mean they would be buried here. Yet behind them were the 10,000 lights of Gangdao, the lives of countless citizens. There was no retreat. He tucked the Browning at his waist, took the Qingxin jade from the table, and handed one to each brother. Keep this close to your body, it wards off malevolent qi. Remember, when you face Guisho, watch for his poison needles. The moment he lifts his hand, shoot him dead. His poison is vicious, but his flesh is as ordinary as any man's. An armor-piercing round will punch through his skull. Understood. The men accepted the jade and hung it about their necks with care, eyes resolute. Xiaoma Gu went to the warehouse door, slipped it open a crack, and peered out at the Black Sea. A salty wind rushed in, carrying a faint metallic tang of blood. Far offshore, a freighter showed no running lights and slowly steamed toward the wharf. Its hulking silhouette looked eerily menacing in the night. "They're here." The words came in a low, hard voice, his gaze sharpened like an eagle's. "Brothers, arm yourselves. Let Maluo men know that Gangdao's wars are not theirs for the taking." At his command, the men sprang into action. Some checked their magazines, others tightened their grip on steel pipes wrapped with Xuanyu powder. A few nimbly climbed the warehouse roof to seize the high ground. Scarface crouched at the main doorway with a modified submachine gun, eyes fixed on the water, finger resting on the trigger, ready to open fire at a moment's notice. Xiaomago leaned in the doorframe with a cigarette between his lips, hands buried in his coat pockets. The twin pistols at his waist cut a distinct silhouette. The sea wind lifted the hem of his coat, and it snapped about him like the young man who once charged into the tiger's den at Jianshazui. He watched the freighter draw nearer, and a cruel smile curved his mouth. He muttered under his breath, "Guaisho, if I could kill Feng Lada back then, I can gut you today. Want to destroy Gangdao? Step over my corpse first." The ship's outline grew sharper. Shadowy figures could now be seen on deck, each holding something in hand. The wind off the water rose laden with the scent of blood. A legendary life-or-death clash of the underworld was about to erupt in the night at Shigon Wharf.